Midtown High School, in a quiet classroom. Ramon? Thank you so much for your help. Peter looked at the young Asian man in front of him with surprise, though he clearly struggled with the pronunciation of Ramon, stumbling over his words. Don't mention it, Peter. This decay formula is fascinating, and I'm excited to see what results we can create with it. Ramon smiled, resembling a kind teacher, looking proudly at his promising student. As Peter opened the classroom door and hurried out, the smile on Roman's face gradually faded. He slowly maneuvered his wheelchair to the window, basking in the sunlight, lost in memories. He didn't belong to this world. By a twist of fate, he had inexplicably crossed over into this endless realm. With his knowledge of the plot, he had secured NZT-48 ahead of time. Subsequently, with the help of NZT-48, he made rapid advancements in multiple fields, even overcoming its side effects, extending its efficacy from 24 hours to permanent. However, his brilliance drew the attention of the government. How could one man stand against a government machine? As he fled for his life, he gradually succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself reborn in this world as a child. The young man he had just spoken to was none other than the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Ramon lowered his head slightly, looking at his completely paralyzed lower body, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Finally, it's about to begin. In this world, Ramon was an orphan. Reborn, he retained the insight that NZT-48 had granted him, but his body had become permanently disabled, leaving him confined to a wheelchair. Having learned from his past life, he lived carefully. In a world rife with weapons and superhumans, he chose to appear weak to protect himself. Although he was aware of the Marvel Universe's storylines, he didn't rush into action. The opportunity he had was precious. If his existence caused certain changes, he would regret it. For the past 20 years, he had lived as an ordinary person. Now, it was finally time for the plot to unfold. Earlier, through Peter's tightly fitted shirt, Ramon had analyzed the homemade loose-fitting spider suit beneath it using color refraction. Coupled with the decay formula Peter had just brought him, he knew it was the eve of Dr. Connors becoming the Lizard. Regeneration serum, Ramon murmured, gazing into the distance. A flicker of complexity passed through his eyes as he glanced at his legs. But when he lifted his head again, that flicker vanished, replaced by a profound calmness. He understood that if he wanted, he could use the decay formula to deduce the complete regeneration serum. Likewise, if he wished, he could create an armor similar to Iron Man's in advance. However, Ramon only trusted himself now. Armor was ultimately an external tool, life was short, and only a peak physical condition could ensure his survival. But before that, let's witness the birth of Spider-Man first. As the sky gradually darkened, Ramon slowly wheeled himself to the other side of the street, his eyes fixed on the far end, filled with anticipation. At the end of the street stood a rundown supermarket, brightly lit with incandescent lights. Watching the hurried figures inside, a smile instinctively returned to Romain's lips. They're coming. He pushed his wheelchair forward, heading straight for the entrance. Hey, Ben, long time no see. Hey, Rom, have you seen Peter? He's run away from home, and I'm really worried about him. Uncle Ben's lips were pale, trembling from the cold wind, but he immediately inquired about Peter's whereabouts. As Ramon was Peter's favorite teacher, a glimmer of hope flickered in Uncle Ben's eyes. Of course, I just saw Peter rush into that supermarket. I was going to say hello to him, but then I saw you first. Oh, thank you, Rom, you've helped us a lot. A glint flashed in Romain's eyes as he began guiding Uncle Ben toward his fate. Although the story dictated that Uncle Ben would inevitably die, he could not afford any mistakes, so he would do his best to keep events on track. As Uncle Ben walked toward the supermarket, a disheveled figure burst through the doors, colliding with Uncle Ben in a fateful accident. After a brief struggle, a sudden spark ignited under the dim light as a gunshot rang out. When Uncle Ben sustained a gunshot wound, Ramon, though already aware, did not intend to intervene. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The birth of Spider-Man was never just the moment he was bitten by a spider, it was when Peter completely lost his most cherished person, losing the few bonds he had left. Watching Peter rush to Uncle Ben's side, cradling him in his arms, Ramon knew the iconic quote that would define Spider-Man's future was about to emerge. Seeing Uncle Ben, with his last breath, trying to guide Peter, Ramon couldn't help but sigh. Rest assured, from today on, I will help you guide Peter. Coldly watching Uncle Ben breathe his last in Peter's embrace, Ramon felt no guilt. In this world, he would do whatever it took to survive. Having witnessed Uncle Ben's death, Ramon chose not to approach Peter. Now, Peter needed to process everything on his own. He pushed his wheelchair slowly in the opposite direction, disappearing at the end of the street. You're saying you need my help? Yes, Professor Ramon. This time, Peter finally didn't mispronounce his name. His bloodshot eyes were filled with determination. Ramon wasn't surprised by Peter's request, but he feigned astonishment, wearing his habitual smile. He wheeled himself closer to Peter, patting his shoulder. I've heard about what happened, Peter, please accept my condolences. You are my best student, and whatever you wish to do, I will support you. Looking at the resolute expression on Romang's face, Peter's eyes misted over. Aside from Uncle Ben and Aunt May, the person who had treated him best was undoubtedly Ramon. But Uncle Ben was already gone. Thinking of this, a surge of rage and hatred flashed in Peter's eyes. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. He would find that person and make him pay for his actions. This is already the final debugging step, Peter. With this special chemical compound, you can use this wristband to transform it into sticky and stretchable webbing. Ramon gently adjusted his glasses and handed an object resembling a circular watch to Peter, his eyes revealing a hint of deeper meaning. I never expected you to possess such incredible powers. I hope you won't let it go to waste. Thank you, Professor Ramon. The hatred in Peter's eyes hadn't diminished with time. Instead, during the days Ramon spent perfecting the web shooter, that fury intensified, partly due to Romang's subtle guidance. Ramon raised his gaze to carefully observe the budding Spider-Man before him, noting his disheveled hair and fists stained with a hint of blood. Clearly, Peter had been getting into trouble lately. Just from this glance, information flooded into his mind as if it had a consciousness of its own. Looking at Peter in his current state, Ramon nodded slightly in his heart. The Peter taught by me is too weak, which has deeply hidden Spider-Man's potential beneath that red suit. Peter Parker, you need a complete transformation. With that thought, Ramon reached into the drawer and pulled out a sheet of white paper, clearly written with a few lines, accompanied by a sketch portrait. This is a sketch based on the description of the killer you provided. If all goes well, the person who killed Uncle Ben should be right here. Romang's tone remained calm, without a trace of turbulence. Peter took the white paper, staring at the sketch, his hands instinctively tightening around it. Each word felt as if it was painfully squeezed out from between his teeth, and a powerful killing intent radiated from him, causing the paper to become tattered instantly. Leave the next steps to me. After a brief moment of losing composure, Peter collected himself, swallowing hard. His bloodshot eyes looked at Ramon with gratitude. He didn't question where this address came from or how a chemistry professor could have such skilled drawing abilities. He simply nodded at Ramon and turned to leave quickly. Ramon said nothing, observing the slight tremble of Peter's body from anger and the violent hatred suppressed deep within him. Grow, Peter. In the future, there will undoubtedly be a place for you in this world, he murmured, and his plans went far beyond this moment. After Peter left, Ramon took out his phone and skillfully dialed a number. Hello, is this May? I'm Peter's teacher, currently working at Midtown High School. I'd like to talk to you about Peter. Do you know how he's been lately? I think we should find a place to sit down and have a good talk. How does 8 p.m. tonight sound? In a cafe, sitting across from Ramon was the legendary Aunt May. Although she was over 50 years old, she appeared quite young, with hardly any wrinkles on her face. However, because of Ben's incident, she looked particularly haggard, with her slightly reddened eyes indicating that she had been crying not long ago. I've always had high hopes for Peter. But he seems a bit off lately. Ramon spoke earnestly while slowly stirring his coffee with a spoon, appearing as a concerned elder. The coffee swirled in the white porcelain cup, seemingly forming a mysterious yin-yang pattern. His attention, however, was not fully focused on the coffee. He occasionally glanced toward the glass window. After checking his watch, a smile appeared on Romang's face. It's getting late, I'm worried Peter might be concerned. Let's walk and talk, I can give you a ride home. Aunt May hesitated at Romang's words, but thinking of Peter, she tiredly nodded. That would be a great help, Rom. As the two left the cafe and walked into a nearby dark alley, a commotion suddenly erupted behind them. Amidst the exclamations, a figure with golden hair burst out of the crowd. Upon seeing Aunt May's frail form and Ramon seated in his silver wheelchair, his eyes lit up. He rushed toward them, menacingly dragging them into the dark alley. You, and this cripple. Hand over everything you have. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled during the struggle, Ramon showed no fear. It was as if he had anticipated everything. Sweat streamed down his forehead, and his arms trembled slightly. Under his subtle control, he portrayed an innocent demeanor, seemingly just an ordinary person worried about harm. Aunt May was terrified by the sudden turn of events, trembling as she obediently handed over her valuables. However, when it came to the last diamond ring, she hesitated. She clutched her left ring finger tightly with her right hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. Looking at the diamond ring on Aunt May's hand, both men failed to notice the change in Romang's expression. "Hurry up and give it to me, you filthy woman." Danny's breathing became frantic as he glanced toward the alley's entrance, as if fearing something. Seeing Aunt May hesitate, Danny, having lost patience, suddenly yanked, "Ugh! Ah!" A sharp crack echoed as Aunt May's finger made a painful sound due to Danny's roughness. "I warn you, if you tell anyone you saw me, I'll come back for you. I've memorized your faces." With that harsh remark, Danny hurriedly left. Ramon, sprawled on the ground, calmly watched Danny depart. Yes, this Danny was the mastermind behind Uncle Ben's murder. He had meticulously calculated the timing of Peter capturing Danny and subtly tampered with the web shooter's design, ensuring Danny could escape before the police arrived. Timing, location, and precise analysis of Danny's character. All these factors combined allowed him to deduce that Danny was highly likely to pass through here, especially since he had just walked out of the cafe at the right moment, making the probability of their encounter nearly 100%. Only, he wondered if Aunt May had realized that this man was the killer of Ben. However, that didn't matter, having him as a witness was enough. "May, are you alright?" "Don't worry, I'll call for an ambulance." Looking at Aunt May's pale face as she pressed her injured finger, Ramon secretly chuckled to himself, then pushed his wheelchair back to the cafe and dialed for emergency services. At that moment, under the cover of night, as Danny hurried away, Aunt May's phone suddenly lit up, displaying the name Peter Parker. "Hey, Peter." Ramon slowly pushed his wheelchair, gently waving at Peter near the ambulance. At this moment, Peter's eyes were slightly red, breathing heavily. In his overwhelming panic, his powers had instinctively kicked in, and he moved like a wraith, as quick as a lightning bolt, arriving right in front of Ramon in the blink of an eye. Peter had no time to notice the hint of surprise in Romang's eyes. His gaze immediately shifted to Aunt May, who was sitting at the back of the ambulance. She looked pale, with little color in her face, and her expression occasionally contorted in unbearable pain. This only intensified the bloodshot look in Peter's eyes, and even a slight clenching of his fists radiated a terrifying power. Peter turned back to Ramon, a violent aura emanating from him, his body trembling slightly, unstable. Whether it was due to Uncle Ben's death or Aunt May's injury, he spoke each word with a heavy emphasis. "Who did it?" Each word seemed to be painfully extracted from his teeth, filled with gritted fury. "Do you really want to know, Peter? Your current state is not." Before Ramon could finish, Peter exploded in rage, his pent-up anger and killing intent erupting like a volcano. He clenched his fists tightly, yanking Romang's collar, their faces nearly touching. In that moment, Ramon felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, the intense heartbeat making him want to flee immediately. Yet even in the face of such an enraged Peter, Ramon quickly regained his composure. The two locked eyes, but surprisingly, it was Peter who faltered first. A flicker of clarity crossed his eyes, and he bowed his head slightly, his imposing aura suddenly diminished. "Sorry, Ram, I lost control for a moment. Uncle Ben just left me, and I can't bear to watch anything happen to Aunt May." Peter cradled his face in his hands, his crimson eyes peering through his fingers, revealing a child who had lost a loved one and was teetering on the edge of danger, needing an outlet for his anguish. Seeing Peter like this, Ramon silently nodded in his heart, but his face still showed a hint of hesitation. Although it was just a moment, it didn't escape Peter's keen eyes. "Ram, you know who it is, right? Tell me, you saw his face clearly." Peter's tone was almost pleading, his mind unable to accommodate anything else at that moment. He was not Spider-Man, he needed to bring justice to whoever harmed Aunt May. Noticing the hesitation on Romang's face, Peter instinctively thought Ramon was worried about his impulsiveness. He immediately turned serious, looking intently at Ramon. "Ram, don't worry. I won't take the law into my own hands, criminals should face justice." But upon hearing this, Romang's frown deepened. He looked at Peter with an almost incredulous gaze, stating a fact that would be hard for Peter to accept, "But the person who robbed us is the same one who killed your uncle." "What? You can't be serious." Even with his powerful physique, Spider-Man felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His body swayed slightly, and although he had a suspicion, he still pressed on, unwilling to give up. "You have to be wrong. I regret to say, Peter, but after personally sketching the suspect based on your description, I can't forget that golden hair." Romang's tone was somber as he lowered his gaze, speaking with certainty. Seeing the seriousness in Romang's expression, Peter felt as if struck by lightning. His spider sense kicked in, a chill running from his spine to the top of his head, making every hair on his body stand on end, each pore feeling a piercing pain. "I will find him. You know my abilities," Peter coldly replied, casting a deep glance at Aunt May before turning to leave. But just as he was about to walk away, Romang's voice stopped him in his tracks. "Let me help you. I know where he is." Peter turned his head, looking at Ramon with confusion in his eyes as he intertwined his fingers. "How did you manage to install a tracker on your phone?" Facing Peter's question, Ramon pointed at his own legs and shrugged slightly. "In this country, if you don't keep some means of protection, you'd probably end up robbed of everything." "Sorry, Ram, I didn't mean to." "No need to apologize. The most important thing is to find that person, right?" "Yeah." Peter nodded emphatically. The thought of Uncle Ben being shot and now Aunt May not being spared filled him with rage again. Even with his abilities, Peter had never considered killing, but this primal predator instinct, displayed at a genetic level, was beyond what an ordinary empowered individual could manage. If Ramon were anyone else, Peter's fury would have likely frightened them into submission. Half an hour later, they arrived at an abandoned building. Peter exchanged a glance with Ramon, put on his mask, and like a nimble monkey, swiftly scaled the wall, disappearing into the darkness without making a sound. As Peter left, Ramon removed his glasses and wiped them gently, tapping his temple thoughtfully. However, just 5 seconds later, he pushed his wheelchair straight through the front door, his gaze flickering with determination. Ramon had always overlooked human nature. He hadn't anticipated that despite Danny's actions, Peter would still wish to punish him through legal means. Indeed, Uncle Ben's influence runs deep. But what if I stoke the flames a little? Let me see how you choose, Peter Parker. Inside the building, it was quiet. The entire structure seemed to echo only with the sound of Romang's wheelchair rolling. Various construction materials and debris scattered about suggested that it had been a long time since anyone had visited. Yet Ramon knew that somewhere in the darkness, Danny and Peter were there. Clang! The wheelchair accidentally brushed against a steel pipe, creating a crisp sound that echoed in the silence. Ramon paid no mind, continuing to push forward. The faint light trickling in from outside illuminated one side of his face as he moved alone. Finally, he heard Peter's strained voice echoing, "Why won't you leave them alone?" Peter's voice became deep and hoarse, as if it were squeezed out from the depths of his heart, containing both suppressed pain and the burning anger he was struggling to contain. It echoed throughout the silent building. Ramon slowly pushed his wheelchair through a wall covered in bricks, just as two figures standing by the window came into view. At that moment, Peter, filled with rage, had already thrown a few punches at Danny, leaving him seeing stars. Then, Peter suddenly shoved Danny toward the window. "No!" Danny shouted in terror. "Please, give me another chance. I didn't know that woman was connected to you. I have kids and a wife at home. Please, please." He clung desperately to Peter's arms, eyes filled with a desperate will to survive. Peter's eyes behind the mask fixed intently on Danny, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to catch his breath. It felt as though he was in a fierce battle with strong emotions. Seeing Danny's pitiful state, his anger began to rapidly fade, replaced by an unprecedented hesitation. In the end, Peter couldn't bring himself to let Danny go. He took a deep breath, pulled Danny back from the window, and slammed him onto the ground. Clenching his fists, he looked down at Danny and said, "I've memorized your face. If you don't turn yourself in to the police by tomorrow, I will come for you." He repeated Danny's earlier words to Aunt May verbatim. Danny looked up at Peter's cold eyes, a flicker of fear creeping into his own. Internally, he cursed, "What kind of freak is this guy? Damn it!" Despite his resentment and anger, he dared not show it, lowering his head as if resigning to his fate. "Rom? What are you doing here?" Peter noticed Romang's gaze and turned around, confusion in his eyes. He had clearly told Ramon to wait outside, yet here he was. "I was worried about you. Watch out behind you." Ramon pushed his silver wheelchair out of the darkness, but the words he intended to say suddenly changed. Even in the dim light, Peter keenly detected the instant tightening of Romang's pupils, every hair on his body standing on end as if he had seen something terrifying. At that moment, Peter's spider sense activated. Bang! A loud noise erupted nearby, followed by a blinding flash in the darkness and the pungent smell of gunpowder filling the air. Danny's eyes widened in horror as he watched Peter evade the bullet in an oddly agile manner. Initially taken aback, Peter's expression quickly shifted to one of tidal rage. He gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze on Danny, ready to step forward, but suddenly his brow furrowed, his movements halting as a low "ugh" escaped his throat. That sound compelled Peter to turn his head, and the sight before him nearly made him see red. A red spot rapidly spread across Romang's body, the blood gradually staining his white shirt crimson. Peter. I'm so sorry. Romang's pale face and the words he spoke instantly brought to mind Uncle Ben's last voicemail. The familiar scene and words echoed in his ears once more. No. The red haze quickly enveloped Peter's vision. Underneath the mask, his mind went blank as everything unfolded in a flash. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Peter raised his hand and shot out a white web without even looking back. With a gentle tug, Danny's weapon smashed against the wall, shattering before it hit the ground. Zzz. The white web seemed to inadvertently stick to Danny's skin. As Peter pulled, not only did he take the gun away, but he also ripped away a large chunk of Danny's skin, blood gushing forth. Put. Danny coughed up blood, finally noticing the large hands piercing into his chest. He incredulously looked up at Peter's eyes filled with killing intent, fear and confusion flooding his gaze. What are you? He struggled to finish his last words, but before he could, Peter suddenly exerted force, tearing Danny in half. Blood erupted like a torrential downpour, splattering all over Peter and staining his clothes red. The strong, metallic scent of blood could be clearly smelled even from 10 meters away. After tearing Danny apart, clarity gradually returned to Peter's eyes. He turned to Ramon, who was clutching his wound, and hurriedly approached. Oh my God. He looked at Ramon with a pleading gaze. Breathe, you'll be okay. I'll get you to the hospital right now. Danny's blood stained Peter's hands red, and as he supported Ramon, his white shirt was thoroughly soaked. He tried to stop the bleeding with webbing and rushed towards the nearest hospital. Hey! Romang's voice was weak as he gathered his remaining strength to lean closer to Peter's ear. Just find a place to drop me off, and go back to clean up my wheelchair and any traces. But you, Peter, still not the mature Spider-Man he would become, felt utterly lost with Romang's predicament. But upon hearing Romang's next words, he suddenly realized, you killed him, Peter. If you don't want to bring trouble for me and May, hurry back. Trust me, I'll be fine. Cough, Ramon coughed violently between his words. He wasn't just trying to convince Peter. Ramon, having survived in the Marvel Universe, had no intention of dying here. The location of the bullet had been carefully calculated. While it might appear severe, with timely medical attention, he would not be in life-threatening danger. Romang's first words hit Peter like a heavy hammer to his chest, plunging him into deep pain and struggle. It wasn't until he heard Romang's subsequent words that he fully regained focus. I'll leave you in a safe area not far from the hospital. Rom, promise me you won't die. I promise you. Ramon silently vowed in his heart that he would never find himself in such a desperate situation again. He would rather manipulate everyone than be manipulated by anyone else. As consciousness began to fade, Ramon felt his body relax and then touch the cold ground. The footsteps around him gradually receded, followed by a sharp knocking sound, then a woman's scream, and finally, everything fell silent. Having lost too much blood, Ramon completely lost consciousness. As Ramon gradually regained consciousness, he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. He attempted to struggle but was met with a sharp pain coursing through his body, akin to an electric shock. However, compared to the agony of the bullet embedded in him, the pain he felt now was considerably milder. Just as his awareness began to wane due to the intense pain, a voice filled with emotion suddenly rang in his ear. Despite the emotional weight in the voice, Ramon could still detect a hidden coldness within it, as if it were mimicking a human with feelings. Sir! With this utterance, a flash of realization sparked in Romang's eyes. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. Pulling his thoughts back, he weakly asked, "Where am I?" Attempting to display a confused expression, he looked as if he truly knew nothing about his surroundings. "Sir, you are currently in Mr. Stark's private hospital. Would you like me to call Ms. Potts? Mr. Happy found you on the roadside and took her home." Ramon slightly opened his eyes and followed the direction of the voice, seeing a speaker mounted high on the wall. At that moment, the camera above also shifted towards him, seemingly looking at him and even nodding slightly, as if acknowledging his presence. Seeing this, Ramon was completely certain of his suspicions. This voice belonged to Jarvis, Tony Stark's personal AI assistant, who would eventually take over the development of the armors as well. To Tony Stark, Jarvis was like an attentive and loyal right-hand man. "Thank you for that. I'm feeling a bit disoriented right now. I need to rest for a while." Ramon closed his eyes again, but his mind never stopped racing. He had initially thought of contacting Peter through Jarvis, but he immediately dismissed that idea. If Jarvis picked up on any clues, it would be the same as letting Tony know everything. Currently, he had no connection to Tony Stark. According to the timeline, Tony had yet to develop the earlier Iron Man suits and had not yet undergone the life and death trials that would lead him to enlightenment. If Tony discovered what he and Peter had done, both of them would likely end up living under the control of the government. The catastrophic ending of his previous life was still fresh in his memory. Just as Romang's thoughts swirled, the familiar crisp voice rang out again in the hospital room, accompanied by a fragrant breeze as someone quickly approached. Ramon slowly opened his eyes to meet the concerned gaze of Pepper Potts, her beautiful, bright eyes reflecting kindness. For some reason, upon seeing this unfamiliar Chinese stranger lying on the roadside, Pepper felt compelled to help him. Now that Ramon had awakened, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if his presence brought comfort. "I owe you my gratitude." However, before Ramon could finish his sentence, a teasing voice interrupted him from the doorway. Yes, you're Ramon, raised in an orphanage, with little to show for your life, now working at Midtown High. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Pepper, no one would have saved you, so you really ought to thank her. A man with a small mustache swaggered into the room, removing his sunglasses and chatting away like a machine gun. "Who are you?" Faced with Tony's words, Ramon didn't feel angry, he kept a smile on his face. Just as he was about to correct Tony's mistake, he was interrupted again. "Exactly. You're looking at the one and only Tony Stark. The Stark of Stark Industries. Lucky you, kid. Now you have a chance to work at Stark Industries, which pays a lot more than your high school teacher." Tony exuded an unmatched confidence, as if it were his natural state. He didn't care what Ramon, an unknown figure in his eyes, would say. Of course, even if Ramon were Tony's sworn enemy, he wouldn't bat an eye. After finishing his statement, Tony ignored Romang's reaction and turned to Pepper, jokingly saying, Hey, isn't this the famous Pepper Potts? How does it feel to save someone personally?" At this point, Ramon finally understood why Tony was suddenly being so friendly toward him. Indeed, it was friendliness. Despite Tony's somewhat annoying manner of speaking, that was just a facade. Much like how Ramon himself habitually masked his thoughts with a smile, Tony's intentions were not to charm Ramon but were directed toward someone else. Romang's gaze followed Tony to Pepper. "I remember your flight was supposed to leave an hour and a half ago?" Pepper did not answer Tony, instead crossing her arms, showcasing her perfect figure, her suit making her look like a strict teacher. "I figured my plane wouldn't take off until I arrived. Otherwise, what's the point of having a private jet?" Tony's flippant comments seemed entirely justified coming from him. "However, I'm curious, when did Miss Potts become so eager to help others?" Tony raised an eyebrow, finally revealing his true intent. He didn't care about Ramon, but he did care about Pepper, which was why he had personally come over. This left Ramon perplexed. What was Tony's motivation for Pepper? Surely it wasn't just for him, right? Romang's exceptional memory allowed him to recall every person he had met, but he was certain he had never encountered Pepper before. Everyone deserves to treat themselves to a gift on their birthday, right? Your birthday? Today? What's so strange about that? It's the same day as last year. Observing their casual banter, laced with an unspoken camaraderie, Ramon couldn't help but cover his face and turn away, inwardly cursing, "This is too damn mushy." Ramon. It was only when he heard Ramon once more from Tony that Ramon turned back with a smile. "Mr. Stark, my name is Ramon, but you can call me Ro. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm very grateful for the assistance you and Miss Potts provided. You saved my life." Ramon, why can't I hear the difference? But that's alright, today might just be our last meeting. Upon hearing Tony's confident words, Ramon nearly lost control of his expression. "It's okay, perhaps we'll have the chance to meet again?" Romang's words carried deeper meaning. His mind, liberated permanently, endowed him with a controllable super memory that wouldn't fail him: Pepper's birthday, Tony's whimsically delayed flight. If all went according to plan, Tony's weapons sales trip would lead him to encounter the 10 rings. Romang's gaze shifted from Tony back to Pepper, inwardly pondering, "Madam, I'm sure you wouldn't want your husband to not come back, would you?" However, Tony clearly paid no mind to Romang's words. After learning the reason, the faint hint of jealousy in the air dissipated significantly. After exchanging a few playful words with Pepper, Tony left without looking back, driving straight to the airport. Ramon, on the other hand, used "I have other matters to attend to" as an excuse to decline Pepper's offer to stay. He casually found a wheelchair and left the hospital. But before he departed, he took a deep look at Pepper and then turned away without looking back. From the timeline, it had been a full 2 days since Ramon was shot. Peter and the school were surely searching everywhere for his whereabouts. The wound on his body was still bleeding, and the bandage was faintly stained red, but he did not stop, enduring the pain as he pushed the wheelchair back to his home. It's no surprise that this is Stark Industries' private hospital. The wound hasn't opened up. Ramon calmly observed his injury, speaking to himself. Just then, the water in the transparent glass cup next to him rippled slightly. The windows in the room were closed, so there was naturally no wind. Why was that? With this thought, Ramon maintained a calm expression, slowly lifting his head to look ahead, and spoke in as steady a voice as he could muster. "Peter, I know you're here." The room was silent, with no response, as if he were truly alone. But the next second, in the dark corner of the room, Peter, clad in black, began to crawl along the walls like a spider, slowly emerging from the shadows. He moved in a chillingly eerie manner, like a human spider. Only when he reached the ceiling above Ramon did he drop down in one swift motion. Even then, he made no sound, possessing the fundamental traits of a top predator. Peter faced Ramon and removed his mask, revealing a face even paler than Romang's with bloodshot eyes. "Ram, I couldn't find you. I thought you had been taken by the gang nearby." Peter's voice was hoarse, akin to a mad beast on the brink of death, desperately clutching at the last thread of hope. As Peter approached Ramon, a strong smell of blood wafted into Romang's nostrils, lingering heavily. "How many people have you killed in these 2 days?" "I don't know." Upon seeing Ramon, Peter's tense voice relaxed somewhat. After a brief silence, he finally answered. The moment Peter tore Danny apart, it felt as if a new door had opened, and the anger and long-standing grievances within him dissipated significantly. But when he returned to search for Ramon, he found no trace of him. Not even in the nearby hospitals was Romang's presence detected. Peter was nearly driven mad. For 2 days and nights, he killed relentlessly, not knowing where his important teacher was or even if he was still alive. All his anger was directed at the local gangs. Those who bullied the weak deserved to die. Peter wore Uncle Ben's black leather coat, tightly wrapping his homemade suit inside. Each drop of tainted blood that fell on the coat formed a colorful dark stain, and he felt that Uncle Ben would be proud of his transformation. Uncle Ben was right. With great power comes great responsibility. These demons from hell. I will send them back to hell. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, but suddenly, Peter felt a warm hand gently resting on his head. Ramon ruffled Peter's messy hair, a warm smile still on his face. "What you did is not wrong. I'm the one who made you worry. I'm sorry." Hearing Romang's words, Peter was suddenly reminded of those 2 nights, the night Uncle Ben was shot and the night Ramon was shot. "Peter, I'm truly sorry." ×2. The weak and powerless apologies felt like fragments slowly piecing together, but they pierced Peter's fragile heart like a drill. "The one who should be apologizing is me, Ram." Peter lifted his head again, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "From now on, I won't let you suffer even a little harm. I promise." "I have no doubt." The intensity radiating from Peter was overwhelming, yet Ramon met his gaze without flinching. "However, you need to go home, Peter. May just lost the person she loved most and has been hurt by Danny. She needs you now." As Ramon spoke calmly, Peter's mind flashed to the last image of Aunt May's pained expression, and his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had regained the old Peter. "Oh, Ram, you're right. I've been searching for you and have neglected Aunt May. My God, I haven't been back for 2 days. Aunt May must be worried sick." No, how could I forget Aunt May? She just got hurt." Peter seemed a bit flustered, but in his panic, there was a hint of anger. He was no longer as lifeless as before. "I have to leave right now." "Oh, sorry, Ram, I'll just go out the window." Ramon calmly watched as Peter stealthily exited through the window, swinging away on his webs. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. This was how Spider-Man should be, not like some knight playing his capture game, holding back a punch with 20 tons of force, fearing he might accidentally kill someone. Ramon merely guided what belonged to Spider-Man, steering things back on track. However, what Ramon didn't expect was that Peter's growth path still bore Uncle Ben's shadow. With great power comes great responsibility? No. It's with great power comes greater authority. I wonder what perfect form Peter will take under Uncle Ben's guidance in the future. I truly look forward to it. A slight smile crept onto his lips, different from before. This smile came from the heart. Ramon sat upright in his wheelchair, a drop or two of blood seeping through the bandage and sliding down the silver wheelchair, the room echoing softly. The preconditions have been met, so now, let's get the plan on track. I am truly sorry for my unexcused absence causing you all so much trouble. But my recent condition has made me unfit for this job. I hope you can find a more responsible teacher to replace me. Thank you for all the care over the years. After hanging up the phone, Ramon looked up at the minimalist villa in front of him and slowly pushed his wheelchair forward. The door of the villa slowly opened, revealing a figure clad in pure white. As Romang's gaze rose, a gentle yet focused face came into view, the silver-framed glasses adding a touch of scholarly demeanor to the appearance. Seeing Ramon looking over, Connors instinctively turned his body, hiding his injured limb behind him. This seemingly casual action inadvertently exposed his deepest concern. "Who are you? I don't recall meeting you." Connors glanced down at Ramon, a thoughtful expression flashing across his eyes. "My name is Ramon, Dr. Connors. I'm here for the regeneration serum," Ramon stated directly, without any hesitation. "Well, that's unfortunate. I'm afraid I can't help you. I've been fired from Oscorp." Upon seeing Romang's legs, a flicker of understanding crossed Connors's eyes, but he quickly shook his head, indicating his powerlessness. However, perhaps out of shared regret over their physical limitations, Connors hesitated slightly before attempting to close the door, lifting his gaze back to Ramon. "I don't know how you found out about the serum, but if you need it, you could try your luck at Oscorp. They are currently conducting human trials for the regeneration serum." At that moment, Dr. Connors looked disheveled, the sharp smell of alcohol wafting from him, a hint of self-mockery flickering in his eyes. He knew Ramon might have ulterior motives, but at this point, he felt he had nothing left to lose. Just as Connors was about to close the door again, a hand suddenly reached out to block it. Pushing the door open, Romang's seemingly harmless smile reappeared. "Dr. Connors, I can fund the remaining research for the regeneration serum, on the condition that I become the first recipient of the completed serum." As straightforward as ever, Ramon had no interest in dancing around the issue with Connors. In his view, wealth was merely an accessory that came from acquiring knowledge. Although his accumulated wealth could not compare to industrial giants like Tony, it was more than enough to support Connors in completing the final improvements on the serum. Moreover, he had his own advantages. NTZ-48 was successfully developed with him as the primary subject, allowing him to quickly master fields that seemed foreign, even delving deeper than most would in a lifetime. Therefore, the challenges Connors faced were not issues for him. His need for Connors was simply to avoid making things uncontrollable. "What?" Hearing Romang's words, Connors's pupils constricted as he instinctively glanced at his own injured limb, a flash of struggle passing through his eyes. Every action of his was noted by Ramon. He understood that everyone had weaknesses. The only ones without weaknesses were the dead. As long as a person was alive, they would have obsessions, and as long as there were obsessions, they could be exploited. What seemed complex to others was simple to him. He could almost see the excitement and desire bubbling in Connors's eyes. Sure enough, the next moment Connors turned to Ramon, speaking earnestly, "As long as I can complete the regeneration serum, I'm willing to do anything." Connors had tried to maintain his ideals, but in the face of reality, he found that they were utterly useless. Just like Oscorp, in their eyes, he was less than a compliant dog. At this moment, a glint of bitterness crossed Connors's eyes as he silently vowed that if he ever got the chance, he would deliver a grand gift to Oscorp. "I was waiting for you to say that, Dr. Connors." Ramon clapped his hands, a broader smile spreading across his face. "And you don't need to worry, I'm just like you, simply someone who wants to live well." Upon hearing Romang's words, Connors instinctively glanced at Romang's injured legs, nodding heavily. He then extended his only functional arm to shake hands with Ramon, who was seated in his wheelchair. In that moment, it was as if both saw a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In a cold yet immaculately clean underground laboratory, a figure clad in a white lab coat paced back and forth. Until a container, which seemed to be shrouded in white mist, emitted a soft beep. Connors's eyes instantly focused on the container. Almost in an instant, the container, with its frosted appearance, underwent a transformation. Its solid walls became transparent, revealing the contents within. Connors squinted slightly, as if confirming something. When he saw the intact little mouse inside the container, the excitement and exhilaration in his eyes nearly overflowed. "It's done, finally done. Of course, the complete regeneration serum still needs human trials, but according to my calculations, it should be fine. I think, no, the first person to use it should be Ramon. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to complete the serum." Connors rambled, sounding almost like a split personality, constantly contradicting himself. One moment he would assert a conclusion, and the next he would overturn it. He took small steps around the lab, a grin slowly creeping onto his face. This was the first time in nearly 2 months that such an expression had appeared on him. Excitedly approaching the computer to record the experimental results, He was completely unaware of Ramon rolling in his wheelchair. What a day! Our Dr. Connors is actually losing his composure? The changes over the past 3 months were insignificant compared to the previous decades, but the smile on Romang's face remained. Ram! Connors's face lit up with joy. The regeneration serum is complete. He hurried to Romang's side, pointing at the little mouse in the container. Next, we just need to find a volunteer. Just inject me. At Romang's words, Connors's voice abruptly stopped. Interrupted by Ramon, he didn't feel upset. Instead, his brow furrowed with concern as he looked at Ramon. Ram, I know you're not feeling well, but this final experiment is very important. Perhaps due to their shared struggles, Connors understood Romang's feelings well. However, as a researcher, he adhered to a rigorous attitude and was unwilling to let Ramon take risks. You promised me, didn't you? That when the regeneration serum was confirmed to be effective, I would be the first person to inject it. Come on, Connors, I am the first test subject. A rare madness gleamed in Romang's eyes, his words sounding like a devil's temptation. The light green serum slowly infused into Romang's veins. As the serum entered his bloodstream, the faint green hue spread through his arm's veins like a lively thread, quietly permeating his body. Accompanying this was an intensely cold sensation that penetrated to the marrow, a chill radiating from his core. Even someone as composed as Ramon couldn't help but clench his fists slightly, trying to counteract the frost-like invasion. Gradually, a wave of weakness washed over him, as if every cell in his body was greedily absorbing something. If Ramon weren't sitting in a wheelchair, he might have already collapsed onto the ground. After a brief moment of coldness, an intense heat surged forward like a tidal wave, as if a blazing furnace was rolling within him. Under this overwhelming heat, every pore felt as if it were being incessantly scratched by tiny claws, an unbearable itch that made him extremely uncomfortable. Why you? Ram! At that moment, Connors appeared to witness something terrifying being born. He instinctively gaped, staring at the seated Ramon with shock and concern evident in his eyes. What is happening to me? Thanks to the permanent liberation of his brain state, Romang's mind recovered quickly. Upon hearing Connors's words, he reflexively looked at his own body. He saw orderly arranged dark green scales, reminiscent of armor, each one seemingly crafted by a skilled artisan, exuding a subtle yet profound glow even in the dim underground lab. At that moment, the scales were breaking out, with remnants of Romang's flesh and clothing still faintly clinging to them. Ramon turned his head towards the nearby transparent glass, using the reflection to closely observe his current state. The armor-like green scales extended from his neck down to his feet. Rather than scales, they resembled carefully chosen battle armor, perfectly safeguarding every part of his body. The tail behind him swayed unconsciously, giving him a strange and wonderful feeling of having an extra limb. Although his face showed no change, a hint of that deep green shimmered in his eyes. If the previous Ramon resembled a learned and kind scholar, the current him was more like a refined general from another world, exuding an indescribable restlessness amidst elegance. Ram, are you all right? Connors swallowed hard and slowly approached Ramon, raising a hand as if to touch the dark green scales, but he restrained his impulse, awkwardly lowering his hand. I'm great, better than ever. Ramon exerted a slight force with his arm, and the sturdy metal wheelchair began to deform under his strength. The green shimmer in his eyes revealed unabashed joy. Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, this was the first time he had such intense emotional fluctuations. This marvelous first time allowed him to rediscover a feeling he once had. He felt no discomfort as he savored the transformation of his body, as if he were enveloped in warm water, the sensation of gaining strength intoxicating him. However, almost in the next second, Romang's expression changed dramatically, and a strong sense of danger radiated from him. Why? Ramon exerted himself forcefully, and the wheelchair instantly collapsed, scattering into countless pieces on the floor. Without the support of the wheelchair, he fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at his powerless legs, he couldn't comprehend it. The data regarding the regeneration serum from the past month flooded his mind like a tide. His brain felt like a precision machine, frantically recalling and analyzing every piece of data, only to find that everything checked out flawlessly, deepening his disappointment. If the earlier fluctuations of joy were the first intense emotional reaction he had experienced since entering the Marvel Universe, this time undoubtedly broke that record. The sense of defeat surged within him like a tidal wave. Decades of planning had unexpectedly faltered at the first step. This feeling was something he hadn't experienced since acquiring MTZ-8. His previous smooth sailing had led him to have overly high expectations for this outcome. What went wrong? This is impossible. I've verified all the data countless times without sleep. This situation cannot occur. Connors, observing Romang's reaction, realized that his physical recovery had failed. With his head lowered, he muttered this phrase repeatedly. This was the culmination of his life's work and hopes. If Ramon failed, wouldn't that mean he had a significant chance of failing too? But it has happened. After a moment of venting, Ramon turned his head calmly to look at Connors. However, from his perspective looking up, the first thing that caught his eye was Connors' severed arm, the exposed skin still matching the white tone of Connors' body. The ugly sight near the bone was impossible to ignore. Severed arm, severed arm. Looking at Connors' exposed severed arm, the spark returned to Romang's eyes. What did you think of? The place where it went wrong? Connors couldn't help but ask. No, Ramon shook his head, the feeling of defeat completely vanished. A slight smile crept onto his lips, hinting at excitement. If it's as I thought, just give me one day, and I will give you a result. Ram, are you sure you want to do this? Peter glanced at the half-man-high sharp saw in his hands, his head slightly bowed, his gaze sweeping over the scales on Ramon. This infamous ruthless Spider-Man had slaughtered countless gang members, yet now his palms were sweating uncontrollably. If it weren't for Romang's request, he would never willingly harm a hair on Ramon. Of course, Peter. This is my only hope of standing again. Ramon maintained his smile, the saw reflecting a blinding light under the pale illumination, but it didn't affect his resolve in the slightest. If this is your wish, I will carry it out. After a moment of silence, Peter no longer hesitated, gripping the saw tightly and slowly lowering it beside Romang's legs. V-room, screech. The horrifying sound echoing in the darkness sent chills down the spine. Ramon did not cry out in pain. After taking the improved NTZ-48, he could now freely control his pain perception mechanism. At this moment, he only felt the burning sensation from the saw's friction. However, as blood flowed out, his complexion turned somewhat pale, but under the influence of the regeneration serum, the lost blood could regenerate in a very short time. Suddenly, a rather comical scene unfolded in sync with Peter's rhythm. Ramon felt that his current state resembled a face-changing performance he had seen before, except he could only change into two colors. Although Romang's scales were hard, they couldn't withstand the continuous grinding of the saw and Peter's immense strength. Before long, this large-scale operation was completed. Although he was the main subject of the surgery, Romang's smile grew increasingly radiant, the curve of his lips widening. At this moment, he could clearly feel a warm current rapidly circulating in his legs. He had guessed correctly, #Spider-Man. The Punisher of the Night, a demon from the abyss, #. What does his appearance truly signify? Who is his true identity? What kind of experiences could give birth to this hero who instills extreme fear in criminals? #Hero? Killer. Murderer. For more information, please follow James, #. With a rustle, Ramon lightly shook the newspaper in his hand, the corners of his eyes curving slightly, as if he were silently laughing. He turned his profile towards Peter, who was currently gingerly positioning himself to offer support, his eyes fixed intently on Romang's feet, as if afraid that he might fall at any moment. Seeing Peter like this, Ramon helplessly stuffed the newspaper into his embrace and said, "All right, Peter, I'm not a baby still learning to walk. You're too tense." As his lower body gradually healed, the long-lost sensations returned to Romang's body. However, after such a long period without walking, he felt a bit awkward. Last night, when he got off the operating table, he lost his balance and fell weakly into Peter's arms, which had caused Peter to be on edge ever since, fearing something might happen to him. Peter lifted his head, remaining silent, but his earnest gaze met Romang's. Ramon, feeling a bit exasperated, smoothed his clothes. He needed to cover himself properly before going out, otherwise, his green armor would easily attract unnecessary trouble. Thankfully, the scales on his limbs could retract into his skin, and his tail could wrap around his waist. To him, having an extra limb was not a problem as long as it meant becoming stronger. The adjustments to the regeneration serum will be finished soon, and May's finger can be restored. Seemingly recalling something, Ramon looked at Peter with concern, trying to comfort him. After Danny injured Aunt May, the emergency responders only provided a simple bandage. The following day, with swelling, pain, and acute infection, Aunt May was told during a follow-up visit to the hospital that she needed an emergency amputation. Just like that, the ring Uncle Ben had given her returned, but she could no longer wear it. Peter lowered his head slightly, biting his lip, his spirit deflated as guilt surged within him like a tide. He thought, if only he had been there at that moment, perhaps Uncle Ben wouldn't have been hurt if he had killed Danny sooner instead of clinging to that ridiculous principle of not killing. Maybe Aunt May wouldn't have lost her finger, and Ramon wouldn't have been shot. With these thoughts, Peter unconsciously clenched his fists. But in the next moment, a crisp ringing sound pulled him back from his thoughts. "Hello." Ramon answered the phone, his tone friendly. "Ram, do you remember me?" A familiar voice came from the other end. "Of course, Miss Potts, you are my great benefactor." Ramon replied warmly, already guessing the reason for Pepper's call, but still pretending to be unaware. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Given the allure of NTZ-48 and the hints he had left at the hospital, he was curious how long Pepper would endure before reaching out to him. "Is there something you need my help with? As I mentioned last time, I have some special experience in certain areas." Upon hearing Romang's words, Pepper on the other end of the line sighed in relief. Since Tony's incident, she had exhausted all her contacts but found nothing. In desperation, she suddenly remembered Ramon. "Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. Tony is missing, and reports about his disappearance are flooding in. I'm sure you've heard. I hope you can bring him back safe and sound." At this point, Pepper fell silent, and Ramon could hear her breathing through the phone. "Ram, I have no other options left. I can agree to any request you have." At this moment, there was no longer any trace of her authoritative demeanor. Her tone held a hint of pleading. This flustered state was entirely within Romang's expectations. Pepper was an authority figure, but she was also a woman. If she had to choose, even for the slightest chance, she would choose Tony. With the allure of NTZ-48's effects, when Pepper was in turmoil, Ramon would inevitably enter her heart. This was also why Pepper had chosen to save Ramon in the first place. Would she care about the methods Ramon possessed? Of course not. She would approach the military, weapon dealers close to Stark, or even certain channels. Ramon was merely a possibility that she had considered through various means. Come on, just saying a few words wouldn't kill anyone. Ramon knew this well. He was just a backup option, but he still spoke without hesitation. "I will bring him back." Romang's voice was calm and steady, devoid of any fluctuations. "I can offer you, what?" Pepper seemed to have not heard clearly and quickly confirmed again. "I said, I will bring him back." Ramon repeated, his voice still calm, filled with composure. The moment Pepper heard Romang's promise, for some reason, the tension in her heart lifted significantly. But before she could speak again, Romang's voice came through the line once more. "I don't need any agreements or benefits, but I can promise you I will bring Mr. Stark back to New York unharmed." "Why?" Pepper couldn't help but question. As Tony's capable assistant, she had seen too many profit-driven individuals. In the face of interests, they would abandon all morals, so she was accustomed to making enticing offers. But someone like Ramon, who acted without expecting anything in return, was someone she had never encountered before. "Because you and Mr. Stark saved me once. The ancient Eastern philosophy values reciprocity, doesn't it?" Romang's tone rose slightly, his voice thin as ice. Upon hearing Romang's reasoning, Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. She hadn't expected that what she had casually chosen as a birthday gift would return to her in such a manner when she needed it most. "Ram, if you can save Tony, you will gain Stark's friendship." Pepper emphasized each word, her expression serious in making the promise. "Of course, if Tony didn't return, Stark might genuinely disappear, let alone any friendship. Give me some time." Ramon nodded. This time he did not refuse. His goal was to survive in this Marvel universe filled with gods and seize his destiny. As one of the Sons of Marvel privately dubbed by Marvel fans, being associated with Tony Stark could only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Because when something happened, this unreliable playboy would never forget this favor. The playboy, the young genius, the head of Stark Industries, this person, who should be the most heartless, was the most loyal in critical moments. Otherwise, Tony wouldn't have kept the hand he crafted during his time at MIT, his little arm. "Did you hear that?" Ramon hung up the phone and turned to look at Peter. Completing this task himself might be somewhat challenging, as the 10 rings used weapons researched by Tony, which were undoubtedly valuable. If he could have Peter accompany him, it would simplify things significantly. "Yeah, the 10 rings. They are a cancer to the world. I need to bring them back to where they belong." Peter nodded firmly, a glint of fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. This was not just a promise to help Ramon, it was also because of the principle that with great power comes great responsibility. Peter was going to assist the 10 rings on their journey to hell. His fingers absent-mindedly brushed against the hem of his clothing, revealing a pure black tactical suit, and a hint of the Crimson Spider logo could be seen on his chest. However, this spider was even more ferocious and terrifying than Peter had initially envisioned, as if it intended to crush all injustices and evils in the world, controlling the darkness within people's hearts through fear. the sunlight scorched the grains of sand like blazing flames, while the yellow sand swirled in waves of heat, carried by gusts of scorching wind. The dry, oppressive air seemed to possess an endless, magical power, as if it could ignite everything at any moment. At this moment, two figures were sprinting wildly through the vast desert like a gale. With every step, their feet kicked up large amounts of yellow sand, leaving deep imprints in this desolate wasteland. Ro, I still don't quite understand your calculation formula. Peter couldn't help but pull off his mask, exhaling a breath laced with fine sand. He knew this place was uninhabited. Even without his mask, no one would see him. Huff. Romang also slowed his pace, exhaling lightly as a trace of thoughtfulness flashed in his eyes. The coordinates where Tony was captured, combined with the intelligence initially gathered by the military, and finally cross-referenced with fragments of information provided by Pepper and the timeline of Tony's incident. After a series of calculations and analyses, the final result is clear. Tony must be here. We've arrived, Peter. The speed at which the two were running was astonishing. If an ordinary person were to witness it, they'd certainly widen their eyes in shock, exclaiming that superhumans had descended. Before long, the black dot in the distance became clear in their view. Seeing the weapons piled outside the cave, marked prominently with Stark Industries, a resolute glint flashed in Romang's eyes. He carefully took off his white shirt, folded it neatly, and placed it on the yellow sand, revealing his dark green armor beneath. The intricate armor gleamed with a mysterious luster under the sunlight. I only brought one shirt. I'd rather not have it ruined by them later. Looking at his tidily folded shirt, Romang nodded in satisfaction. All right, Peter. Since this is an off-campus internship, let's not keep May waiting too long at home. Of course, Ro. Peter put his mask back on. Although he wasn't particularly worried about being exposed, he always thought of Aunt May. He didn't want her to endure any more harm. Romang and Peter stealthily infiltrated the camp, their primary mission being to ensure Stark's safety. The regenerative lizard serum that granted Romang his abilities bore some similarities to Peter's. He possessed retractable claw structures, enabling him to climb effortlessly on any surface. His heightened adaptability, camouflage, and sensory capabilities made him an ideal infiltrator. Furthermore, his agile physique and immense strength allowed him to crush metal with ease. Human bones, in comparison, were as fragile as straw. The two bypassed the guards, silently entering the cave, climbing over patrolling guards like phantoms. When they slipped into the shadows together, they almost entirely blended into the darkness, making them nearly undetectable. However, searching through the maze-like cave system proved time-consuming. It wasn't until a massive sound suddenly erupted that Romang's eyes lit up sharply. Boom! Hearing the sudden loud noise, Romang and Peter exchanged glances, seemingly reading the same meaning in each other's eyes. They moved instantly, one as agile as a climbing leopard, the other as swift as an adhesive gecko. From the moment of the explosion, the source of the sound had been deeply etched into Romang's mind. With hardly any effort, Romang arrived at a cave where the dust had yet to settle. The cave entrance had been blown open with tremendous force, and a member of the 10 Rings was pinned underneath, blood slowly seeping into the sand. His breathing was weak, clearly on the brink of death. Romang gave him only a brief glance, his eyes void of emotion, before looking up toward the interior of the cave. They're here. Sweat trickled down Ethan's face as he stared at the computer screen in front of him. Suddenly, he realized something. We need more time. Ethan turned to Tony, his gaze resolute. After saying this, he strode toward the cave entrance. I'll buy you some time. As the plan. Tony, immobilized inside his armor, could only shout in an attempt to stop Ethan. Perhaps he already sensed what was about to happen, as his eyes glimmered with a soft light. According to the plan. Tony's voice was swallowed in his throat, his eyes widening as he stared at the scene before him. Ethan, cradling a machine gun, had just stepped out of the cave when he was ensnared and lifted by a dark green tail. The only weapon in his hands capable of causing damage was instantly disarmed. Terror washed over Ethan's face as Romang shot Peter a curious look. What do you think of this man? He's a good man, came Peter's voice from beneath his mask. Tilting his head, he curiously observed Ethan. His voice echoed in layers within the cave, causing Ethan to tremble slightly with fear. You're a good man. You don't need to fear me, Peter explained subconsciously upon noticing Ethan's state. However, he didn't realize that Ethan's fear was directed entirely at Romang. Following the direction of the tail, those eerie green pupils were anything but human. How could Ethan not be afraid? In that case, Spider-Man, why don't you help this good man finish what he started, alright? Gladly. Peter nimbly crawled along the edge of the cave like a spider, his swift movements paired with his fearsome combat suit making one question whether he was truly a terrifying spider. As for you, Mr. Ethan, there's no need to be afraid. I'm merely representing Stark Industries in helping Tony find his way home. Romang gently set Ethan down, descending slowly from the cave wall and standing firmly in front of him. Ethan, his gaze fixed on the man towering over him by at least a head and a half, found himself facing a creature, no, a being, that exuded both monstrousness and an inexplicable elegance and rationality. If he had to liken him to a mythical creature, it might be a vampire. Yet, Romang bore no resemblance to a vampire in appearance. At this moment, the sound of gunfire, as torrential as rain, erupted from behind Romang. Ethan, worried, gestured toward him. That? Spider-Man, shouldn't you go help him? Ethan asked with difficulty. Although he had no doubt about their capabilities, his heart was still filled with concern. Romang smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar, teasing voice interrupted him. Ethan. Oh my God, Ethan, get behind me now. Tony only glanced over briefly, and his vision was immediately filled with Romang's dark green armor and strange tail. In a panic, he raised his right hand, a mini rocket launcher automatically deploying. While waving Ethan over with his other hand, he aimed his left-hand weapon squarely at Romang. Mr. Stark, it's only been 3 months, have you already forgotten me? Romang raised an eyebrow, stepping forward into the light. The white light streaming through the cave's openings illuminated his face. Tony only needed one look before being stunned, unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. You're Roma? My name is Romang, Mr. Stark. Your current look is quite unique today, Romang corrected with mild exasperation. Oh Romang, why don't you take a look in the mirror at what you look like right now? Tony slapped his forehead, finally recalling the correct pronunciation of Romang's name. Despite being imprisoned for over half a month, his sarcastic wit remained entirely intact. Seeing Connors hesitate, Romang pressed his hands firmly against the wheelchair, leaning forward, his gaze locking onto Connors. Let me remove the last obstacle for your new life. By the secluded rocky shore, an eerie black mist churned violently, crackling with flashes of dark lightning. To any onlooker, this would undoubtedly appear as a manifestation of pure malevolence, the power of a demon. And truthfully, it was. As Noah activated the mysterious trial card, an immense surge of magical energy erupted from his body, flooding the surroundings like a relentless tide. The overwhelming power caused him to momentarily lose himself, but he quickly regained his composure. Within the swirling black mist, Noah could feel his body undergoing a drastic transformation. His human form was gone, replaced by something far more formidable. The figure that now stood by the rocky shore was no longer a mere human. It was a towering, humanoid catfish clad in a red coat and a black top hat. Its massive mouth occupied nearly half its face, and 2 long, sinuous whiskers swayed gently near its jaws. When it grinned, sharp, uneven teeth gleamed menacingly, and a long, prehensile tongue darted out like a serpent. I've really turned into Tom Kench, Noah marveled internally. He attempted to look down at his body, only to realize he no longer had a neck. Lifting one of his enormous, 3-fingered hands, he examined it closely. The thick, blubbery arm was adorned with intricately patterned bracers. As he flexed his fingers experimentally, he felt a surge of raw power coursing through his form. This was the strength of a demigod, the ancient might of the River King. Turning to face the vast ocean, Noah was struck by an unprecedented sense of kinship with the waters before him. It was as if the sea itself welcomed him, inviting him to become one with its depths. A powerful urge welled up within him, compelling him to dive into the blue expanse and immerse himself completely. This ocean, it feels like it belongs to me, Noah thought, exhilarated by the sensation. He could feel the essence of Tom Kench's powers resonating within him. As the River King, Tom wielded dominion over rivers and waterways, a reflection of his insatiable greed and boundless influence. The world, as he often proclaimed, was but a river, and he its sovereign. Extending his hand toward the ocean, Noah willed the power within him to flow outward. An invisible force surged from his being, permeating the waters ahead. The previously tranquil sea began to churn, waves rising higher and higher until they crashed against the shore in tremendous swells. On the nearby beach, the unsuspecting crowd quickly noticed the sudden turbulence. Panic spread like wildfire as people screamed and scrambled to escape the apparent threat of an incoming tsunami. Noah, however, remained unfazed. He continued to channel his power, creating a massive whirlpool farther out at sea. The swirling vortex was like a black hole, spinning ceaselessly and radiating an aura of mystery and danger. To Noah, this act required no effort, it felt as natural as breathing. The power of Tom Kench is truly incredible, Noah mused, ceasing his manipulation of the waters. He marveled at how effortlessly he could command the ocean, as though it were an extension of his will. Lysandra, take a look at my new form. What do you think? Noah turned to his ever-present AI companion, patting his round, bulbous belly with a toothy grin. To an ordinary person, the sight of a humanoid catfish grinning with jagged teeth might have been enough to induce sheer terror. But Lysandra was no ordinary being, she was an artificial intelligence. She understood that the monstrous figure before her was still Noah, and her response was calm and analytical. While your current form lacks the aesthetic appeal of your human form, I detect an exceptionally high energy output from this state, Lysandra remarked matter-of-factly. Ha! Thanks for the compliment, Lysandra, Noah said with a hearty laugh. This form is only temporary, but it's perfect for the mission ahead. In the meantime, why not take a few pictures for me? I'll want to remember this. Lysandra tilted slightly in acknowledgement. Understood, she replied. Noah struck a series of playful poses, grinning, sticking out his tongue, and even making exaggerated faces like a mischievous child. He wanted to capture as many photos as possible, planning to select the best ones later and perhaps frame them as keepsakes. As Noah reveled in his antics, a sudden thought crossed his mind. If he remained in this trial state indefinitely, could he retain Tom Kench's powers for an extended period? Perhaps he could delay completing the mission and use this form for other purposes. However, as if sensing his intentions, the system responded with a prompt. Summoner, the power granted by this trial card is limited to the scope of the current mission. If actions outside the mission parameters are attempted, the trial card's effects will cease immediately. Ugh, seriously? Talk about strict, Noah muttered, feeling a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to exploit a loophole, but the system was quick to shut him down. Still, he quickly composed himself. There was no need to rush or cut corners, his current pace of growth was already exceptional. Are you ready, Noah? I'm starting the photos, Lysandra reminded him. Alright, let's do it, Noah replied, resuming his posing. He made sure to capture plenty of shots, each more ridiculous and amusing than the last. Once satisfied, he declared, that's enough. Time to dive into the mission. Lysandra, hop onto my shoulder. I'll take you with me, Noah instructed. He wanted to ensure that Lysandra remained securely attached to him during the underwater journey. He anticipated using Tom Kench's abyssal voyage ability, a skill that allowed him to traverse vast distances in an instant, and needed Lysandra to stay close. Without hesitation, Lysandra transformed into a compact, armored shoulder guard and latched onto Noah's body. Noah gave his shoulder a slight shake, confirming that she was firmly in place. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the ocean. The moment he entered the water, Noah felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, as though the sea itself embraced him. Unlike an ordinary swimmer, he didn't need to paddle or kick. Instead, Tom Kench's innate magic propelled him effortlessly through the water, allowing him to glide with unmatched grace and speed. As he descended deeper into the ocean, the vibrant marine life and colorful coral reefs gradually gave way to the cold, dark expanse of the deep sea. The sunlight faded, leaving only shadows and the occasional bioluminescent glow. Yet, Noah's vision remained sharp, unaffected by the darkness. Following the system's directional arrow, Noah realized he was still some distance away from the vibranium vein. Time to use abyssal voyage, he thought, a grin spreading across his massive face. Channeling Tom Kench's power, Noah created a swirling vortex beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he stepped into it, feeling the sensation of being swept through a mystical river. Moments later, he emerged in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, far from where he had started. The surrounding waters were eerily still, devoid of the lively fish and coral he had seen earlier. This was the realm of the deep sea, a place of silence and desolation, where few lifeforms could survive. Almost there, Noah muttered, his gaze fixed on the system's arrow, which pointed toward the vibranium vein. He glanced at Lysandra, ensuring she was unaffected by the high-pressure environment. The deep sea's crushing weight was no issue for him, thanks to Tom Kench's form, nor for Lysandra, who was built to withstand such conditions. Let's keep moving. The vibranium vein is just ahead, Noah said, his determination unwavering. Gathering his resolve, he surged forward, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him in the depths. In the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, near the vibranium vein that Noah had uncovered, the ancient underwater kingdom of Talokan stirred with activity. Unlike the cold, desolate waters surrounding it, the kingdom itself was alive with vibrant energy. The residents of Talokan bustled about, using the backs of whales for transportation, while merchants bartered goods and children played gleefully in the warm, softly glowing waters that enveloped their city. This light, emanating from a massive artificial sun suspended above the kingdom, gave the entire area a dreamlike quality. At the center of Talokan stood its grand temple, a structure that doubled as a monument to the ingenuity and resilience of its people. Atop the temple was the artificial sun, constructed by Namor himself to bring the warmth and light of the surface world to his underwater realm. Deep within the temple, Namor sat on his throne, his piercing gaze fixed on a holographic display presented by one of his soldiers. "Kukulkan, look here. This is what our sentinels have just discovered," said the soldier, his skin a deep blue from the vibranium-infused herb his people consumed generations ago. The soldier held up a high-tech tablet, his tone respectful but urgent. Namor leaned forward, his interest piqued. On the screen, a recording played. It showed Noah emerging from the swirling portal of his abyssal voyage, his massive Tahm Kench form looming ominously in the murky waters. Before the feed could capture more, the monitoring equipment suddenly malfunctioned, and the screen went black. "These recordings, they're from the surveillance equipment near the vibranium vein, aren't they?" Namor's voice was calm, yet there was an unmistakable edge to it. His sharp eyes remained fixed on the image of the strange figure, his intuition warning him of danger. "Yes, my king," the soldier confirmed. "An unidentified entity has used some form of teleportation to approach our vibranium reserves. We've lost visual contact due to equipment failure." Namor's expression darkened as he processed the information. "Soldier, issue the command to mobilize all available forces. Ready the equipment and prepare to move. I will personally lead the investigation at the vibranium site and uncover this intruder's intentions," he ordered decisively. The soldier nodded without hesitation. "Yes, Kukulkan." Meanwhile, back at the vibranium vein, Noah stood in his Tahm Kench form, towering over the exposed glowing minerals. After using his magic to clear away the sediment, the vibranium vein shimmered in the dim light of the deep sea, its bluish hue casting an otherworldly glow. "Lysandra, look. That's vibranium, the target of this mission," Noah said, gesturing toward the vein. He knew Lysandra had likely never encountered anything like it before. Lysandra floated off Noah's shoulder and hovered over the vibranium. Her spherical body transformed, extending a mechanical appendage that gently touched the glowing metal. At the same time, a scanning beam emitted from her central eye, analyzing the mineral. After completing her scan, she returned to Noah's side. "This mineral's molecular structure is highly unusual. I've never encountered anything like it," Lysandra reported, her tone calm yet curious. "Of course you haven't," Noah replied with a grin, his massive mouth curling into a toothy smile. "Vibranium is unique to this world. It's an extraordinary metal that can absorb heat, energy, and kinetic force. Weapons and armor forged from vibranium are incredibly powerful. I'm planning to use some of it to build your new body, Lysandra." "I look forward to it," Lysandra said, an uncharacteristic hint of excitement in her voice. "This material has immense potential." Noah stroked his whiskers thoughtfully as he examined the exposed vein. The challenge now was extracting the vibranium and transporting it. He wasn't sure if his system inventory could hold such a large quantity of the rare metal, but he decided to focus on mining it first and figuring out transportation later. Just as he prepared to begin, a subtle disturbance in the water caught his attention. His heightened senses, enhanced by Tahm Kench's demonic power, immediately alerted him to the approaching presence. "Is it the Talokan people?" Noah muttered under his breath, turning to face the direction of the disturbance. He allowed himself to drift slightly downward, positioning himself beside the vibranium vein. Standing tall, with his massive arms crossed behind his back, he exuded an air of calm authority, as if daring the intruders to confront him. "Lysandra, stay close. We've got company," Noah said quietly. Moments later, the Talokan forces came into view. A dozen figures, their blue skin glinting under the faint light of the ocean, swam swiftly toward Noah. At their forefront was Namor, the legendary ruler of Talokan. His imposing figure radiated an aura of power and command, and the tiny wings on his ankles propelled him effortlessly through the water. Namor was flanked by heavily armed soldiers, each carrying vibranium-tipped spears and shields. As the two sides faced off, the oppressive silence of the deep sea filled the void. Only the faint sound of water currents disturbed the eerie stillness. Namor's sharp eyes locked onto Noah, his expression unreadable. After a tense pause, he was the first to speak. "Stranger, you have trespassed into the sovereign territory of Talokan. State your purpose, or you will be treated as an enemy," Namor declared, his voice steady and commanding. He leveled his vibranium spear at Noah, his soldiers readying their weapons in unison. Noah responded with a deep, guttural laugh, the sound reverberating through the water like the rumble of a distant storm. Stroking his whiskers, he tilted his massive head and spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. "Ah, the sea dwellers. I've heard tales of the treasures your kingdom holds, so I came here to propose a trade." Namor's eyes narrowed, his gaze flickering to the exposed vibranium vein. He understood Noah's intent immediately. Talokan does not welcome outsiders. Nor do we trade with those who trespass upon our lands. Leave now, or face the consequences, Namor said coldly. Now, don't be so hasty, Noah replied, his voice dripping with mock politeness. You haven't even heard my offer. I propose a simple exchange, your vibranium, in exchange for your lives. The words hung in the water like a thunderclap. Namor's soldiers bristled with anger, and even the ever-composed Namor seemed momentarily taken aback. His expression darkened, his grip on his spear tightening. Enough of this nonsense, Namor growled, his voice laced with fury. You dare threaten Talokan? Soldiers, apprehend him. At Namor's command, several Talokan warriors surged forward, their vibranium weapons gleaming as they charged toward Noah. In the blink of an eye, they reached him, their spears thrusting with deadly precision. But their attacks were met with an impenetrable barrier, a pale, shimmering shield that materialized around Noah's massive form. The spears struck the shield with a resounding clang, their force dissipated entirely. Noah smirked, extending his long, prehensile tongue. With a single, fluid motion, he lashed out, using the water itself as a medium to amplify his strikes. The Talokan soldiers were sent hurtling backward, their bodies spiraling through the water before falling limp. Namor's eyes burned with rage as he watched his soldiers fall. The power this intruder wielded was no ordinary magic, it was something far more dangerous. Without hesitation, Namor raised his spear and prepared to face Noah himself. Come, then, Noah said, his massive mouth curling into a wicked grin. Show me the strength of the sea's king. In the vast depths of the Atlantic Ocean, illuminated by the eerie blue glow of the vibranium vein, an intense battle was unfolding, a clash of titans that sent ripples through the dark, silent waters. The scene was one of chaos and desperation, as Namor, the king of Talokan, fought with every ounce of his strength against the unshakable force that was Noah in his mighty Tahm Kench form. Namor's ankle wings beat furiously, propelling him through the water at a speed that seemed almost supernatural. His vibranium spear gleamed with a deadly light, a reflection of his rage and determination. With a roar that echoed through the watery abyss, he charged forward like a lightning bolt, his spear aimed directly at Noah's massive chest. Meanwhile, several of Namor's elite Talokan soldiers, blue-skinned women with sharp, focused eyes, attempted to use their hypnotic abilities on Noah. These soldiers, known for their psychic talents, could compel their enemies to obey their commands, as seen in their earlier success against Wakandan forces. Yet, to their dismay, Noah remained utterly unaffected. Their efforts were futile against the ancient demonic power that now coursed through his form. Noah stood his ground, watching Namor's swift approach with calm, calculating eyes. He barely spared a glance at the strange gestures of the hypnotic soldiers, scratching his massive head in mild confusion. What are they even trying to do? He muttered to himself. Raising his hand, Noah summoned a surge of magical energy, manipulating the surrounding water into a series of razor-sharp blades. With a flick of his wrist, the watery blades shot toward Namor like a storm of arrows. At the same time, he conjured two massive waves of magical water on either side of the Talokan forces, slamming them together with crushing force. Namor's reflexes, honed over centuries, allowed him to dodge the incoming blades with remarkable agility. Twisting his body mid-charge, he evaded the attack with movements so fluid they seemed almost dance-like. However, his soldiers were not as fortunate. The two waves collided with them, sending bodies tumbling through the water like ragdolls. Many were knocked unconscious, their weapons slipping from their grasp as they floated helplessly in the aftermath of the assault. Before losing consciousness, one soldier managed to activate a communication device, sending a distress signal back to Talokan's main base. The faint light of the signal flickered briefly before disappearing into the murky depths. Namor, unaware of his soldier's plight, pressed on. With a fierce battle cry, he thrust his vibranium spear forward, its deadly tip streaking toward Noah like a shooting star. The spear struck Noah's magical shield with a resounding impact, causing the barrier to ripple and dent under the sheer force of the blow. For a moment, it seemed as though Namor had found a weakness. A flicker of triumph lit up Namor's eyes as he pushed harder, convinced that victory was within his grasp. But Noah merely grinned, his wide, toothy mouth curling into an expression of amusement. The demonic energy within him surged, flowing into the shield like a tidal wave. The barrier expanded outward with explosive force, slamming into Namor and sending him hurtling backward through the water. Namor stabilized himself quickly, his wings beating rapidly to regain balance. As he steadied himself, he finally noticed the devastation around him. His soldiers, his trusted warriors, lay scattered and unconscious across the seafloor. His teeth clenched in anger, his eyes burning with renewed resolve. Enough! Namor roared, his fury palpable. He launched himself forward once more, his spear slicing through the water with deadly precision. This time, he moved unpredictably, zigzagging through the currents to throw off Noah's aim. He struck repeatedly and relentlessly, searching for any weakness in the unyielding shield that protected his foe. But Noah remained unfazed. Each strike was met with the same result. Namor's attacks rebounded harmlessly off the barrier, leaving him increasingly frustrated. Noah's expression remained calm, his demeanor almost mocking as he watched Namor's desperate efforts. "You just don't know when to quit, do you?" Noah remarked with a chuckle, his deep, guttural voice reverberating through the water. To Namor, the tone was infuriating, a clear sign of disdain. Finally, Namor's patience snapped. With a furious cry, he shouted, "Stop hiding behind that shell of yours. Fight me like a warrior." Noah's grin widened, his sharp teeth glinting menacingly. "Oh, you want a fair fight? Fine, let's see how you handle this." With a casual wave of his hand, the magical shield dissipated, leaving Noah exposed. He raised his massive, three-fingered hand and gestured for Namor to come at him, the motion dripping with provocation. Enraged, Namor surged forward once more, his wings propelling him like a torpedo. The water around him churned violently, creating a vortex of sand and silt in his wake. His vibranium spear gleamed with lethal intent as he prepared to strike with all his might. Noah, unarmed but unafraid, braced himself for impact. When the spear came within inches of his chest, he moved with surprising agility. With a deft twist of his body, he deflected the spear's tip using the palm of his hand, redirecting Namor's momentum and sending him spinning off course. Namor recovered quickly, adapting his strategy. He swung the spear in a wide arc, aiming for Noah's head with the force of a falling meteor. The weapon sliced through the water with a deafening roar, leaving a trail of turbulence in its path. This time, Noah didn't dodge. He raised his arm, covered in thick, armored scales, and caught the spear mid-swing. The resulting clash sent a shockwave rippling through the water, displacing sediment and creating a temporary vacuum around them. "Is that all you've got, little fish?" Noah taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. His immense strength allowed him to hold the spear in place, despite Namor's best efforts to press it downward. "You're not even making me break a sweat." Namor growled through gritted teeth, his wings beating furiously as he poured every ounce of strength into his attack. But no matter how hard he tried, Noah's arm remained unmoving, an unyielding pillar of strength. "Let me show you how it's done," Noah said with a grin. He tightened his grip on the spear and, with a sudden burst of power, wrenched it from Namor's hands. Spinning the weapon in his grasp, he swung it like a bat, striking Namor with enough force to send him crashing into the seafloor. The impact created a massive cloud of sand and debris, momentarily obscuring Namor from view. When the dust settled, he was on his knees, his hands trembling as he struggled to push himself upright. His pride as a warrior was shattered, and his body bore the marks of defeat. Before Namor could recover, Noah twirled the spear in his hand and pointed its tip at him. "Had enough yet?" he asked, his tone casual but laced with an undeniable air of dominance. Namor's response was cut short by the arrival of reinforcements. From the shadows of the ocean, a massive force of Talokan warriors emerged, their blue skin glinting under the faint light. Riding atop Orcus and armed to the teeth with vibranium weapons, they surged forward like a tidal wave. Noah turned his gaze toward the approaching army, his expression unreadable. "More fish in the sea, huh?" he muttered. Despite their numbers, he showed no signs of fear. His confidence was unshaken, his demonic power radiating like a beacon in the dark. As the Talokan forces closed in, Noah's grin returned. "Bring it on," he said, his voice echoing through the water like a challenge to the ocean itself. In the dark depths of the Atlantic Ocean, illuminated only by the faint, eerie glow of the vibranium vein, the battle had reached its dramatic conclusion. The waters, once filled with chaos and turmoil, now fell into an uneasy silence. The soldiers of Talokan, battered and disheartened, floated amidst the aftermath of their futile struggle, while their once proud leader, Namor, stood defeated, his gaze heavy with resignation. "Talokan rises!" The rallying cry of the Talokan army had echoed through the sea like thunder, signaling the start of their desperate assault. But now, those words seemed hollow, lost in the wake of Noah's overwhelming display of power. Noah, still in his massive Tom Kench form, stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield like an immovable colossus. His piercing gaze swept over the remnants of the Talokan forces, the faint glow of his magic still emanating from his body. Despite the sheer numbers of his opponents and the advanced weaponry they had wielded, he remained untouched, his indomitable presence a testament to the strength of the River King. Namor, his pride as a king and a warrior shattered, took a slow, unsteady breath. His once unwavering determination had been eroded by the relentless onslaught, and now, with the last of his options exhausted, he had no choice but to concede. "Stop! You've won!" Namor's voice, though loud, carried a tone of desperation. Each word was laced with the weight of his failure. "Take the vibranium and leave Talokan in peace. I beg you, spare my people." The plea hung in the water like a fragile thread, and for a moment, even the battered Talokan soldiers paused, their eyes fixed on their king. It was a sight they had never thought they would witness, the mighty Namor, their unyielding leader, brought to his knees by an enemy whose power seemed otherworldly. Noah turned his gaze toward Namor, his massive mouth curling into a toothy grin. "Oh? You've finally come to your senses, have you?" he said, his deep, guttural voice reverberating through the water. His tone was laced with mockery, but there was a hint of satisfaction in his expression. With a wave of his hand, the waves of magic-infused water that had been poised to strike the remaining Talokan forces dissipated, the sea growing calm once more. The sudden stillness was almost jarring, as if the ocean itself had taken a breath of relief. "Well then," Noah continued, his grin widening, "I'll take the vibranium as agreed. Consider it a fair exchange for the lives of your people." He gestured toward the fallen soldiers scattered across the seafloor. "I didn't kill a single one of them, you know. They'll recover, eventually." Namor's eyes flickered with a mix of relief and bitterness as he glanced at his soldiers. True to Noah's words, the soldiers were alive, their chests faintly rising and falling with labored breaths. The realization brought a small measure of solace to the defeated king, though it did little to ease the sting of his loss. Without another word, Namor turned away, his shoulders heavy with the weight of his decision. He began issuing orders to the remaining Talokan soldiers, instructing them to tend to the wounded and regroup. Though his pride had been battered, his duty to his people remained unwavering. As Namor and his forces retreated to tend to their injured, Noah stood by the exposed vibranium vein, a satisfied smile playing across his massive face. His plan had unfolded perfectly, and now, with the vibranium in his possession, he was ready to conclude this mission and reap the rewards. Lysandra, who had remained silent throughout the battle, floated beside Noah, her mechanical eye glinting with curiosity. "Noah, the vibranium is secured. Shall we depart?" "Not just yet," Noah replied, stroking his whiskers thoughtfully. His gaze lingered on the defeated Talokan forces in the distance. "Let's give them something to remember me by." With a dramatic flourish, Noah spread his arms wide, the magic swirling around him intensifying. "Let me leave them with a parting gift," he said, his voice dripping with amusement. Namor, sensing the surge of energy, turned to face Noah one last time, his expression a mix of defiance and unease. "What more do you want?" he shouted, his voice echoing through the water. Noah's grin widened as he answered, "Nothing more, little fish. I simply want to make sure you never forget the name of the one who bested you." With that, Noah raised his massive hands, the water around him beginning to churn violently. A deep, resonant sound, a rushing, roaring noise, filled the ocean, growing louder and louder until it seemed to consume everything. The Talokan soldiers froze, their eyes widening in shock as they realized what was happening. From the depths of the seafloor, a massive, phantom-like river began to materialize. The ethereal current twisted and turned, its translucent waters shimmering with an otherworldly glow. It snaked its way through the battlefield, a surreal and haunting sight that left the Talokan forces speechless. "The world is a river," Noah declared, his voice booming with authority. "And I am its king. Remember this day, for the River King does not forget." With a final laugh, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to echo endlessly, Noah turned to the phantom river and stepped into its flowing waters. Lysandra, sensing his intent, joined him seamlessly, her form melding with the current. The Talokan soldiers watched in stunned silence as the river carried Noah away, the ethereal waters vanishing into the darkness as if they had never been. For a long moment, the battlefield remained still, the only sound the faint, lingering echo of rushing water. Namor stood amidst the wreckage, his expression grim. The realization of his defeat weighed heavily on him, but he knew that Talokan had survived. For all his power and cruelty, Noah had shown restraint, leaving the kingdom battered but intact. As the last traces of the phantom river faded into the abyss, Namor turned to his soldiers. "Tend to the wounded. Rebuild what we have lost. Today, we faced a force unlike any other, but Talokan will rise again." His words, though resolute, carried a somber undertone. The battle had ended, but the scars it left behind would not fade easily. Far away, back in the safety of his domain, Noah emerged from the system's magical river, his form shrinking as the power of the trial card began to fade. He glanced at the vibranium in his possession and let out a satisfied chuckle. What a show, he muttered, already anticipating the rewards awaiting him. The system's notification chimed in his mind, marking the completion of the A-rank mission. A grin spread across his face as he prepared to claim his spoils. Let's see what I've earned this time, he said, his voice filled with excitement. The adventure was over, but for Noah, this was only the beginning. Back in Noah's Manhattan home, the once ordinary and dry floor of his living room began to darken as water seeped through the cracks. The moisture spread rapidly, forming a shallow pool of clear water. In the next instant, a massive catfish-like figure erupted from the shimmering pool, landing gracefully in the center of the room. As quickly as the water had appeared, it vanished without a trace, leaving the floor spotless and dry as though nothing had ever happened. Ugh, why is everything so wet? Noah muttered, looking down at the residual dampness that clung to his floor. His brow furrowed in mild annoyance as he raised his hand, channeling a faint stream of magical energy. The energy rippled across the floor like a breeze over a pond, evaporating the moisture in seconds and restoring the room to its pristine state. Much better. I can't stand things being messy. Satisfied with the now dry floor, Noah placed his massive hands on his round belly. Inside, he could still sense the enormous vibranium haul he had swallowed during his underwater escapade. The presence of the precious metal was unmistakable, and he knew it was time to retrieve it. Now, how do I get all of this out without destroying my house? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If he simply regurgitated the vibranium here, the sheer volume of the material would likely blow the roof off his home. That wasn't an option. He needed a more practical solution to safely store and utilize the vibranium. After a moment of contemplation, Noah's eyes lit up with inspiration. Wait, what about the system inventory? It stored pretty much everything else I've ever tried. He had never tested the limits of the system's storage capacity, but this seemed like the perfect opportunity to find out. Closing his eyes, Noah focused his mind on transferring the vibranium from his stomach to the system's inventory. He visualized the process, thinking, if holding something in my hand works, why wouldn't holding it in my stomach? He felt a slight shift in his body, an oddly satisfying sensation. Checking his inventory, he was met with a pleasant surprise. Success, he exclaimed as he opened the system panel. The vibranium had been seamlessly transferred into a single slot in his inventory, represented by a small icon. Beneath it, the weight was clearly displayed, 16,136 tons. Whoa, that's incredible. It actually fit. This system inventory really is limitless, Noah marveled, his excitement palpable. Clicking on the vibranium icon, he noticed a drop-down menu that allowed him to specify the amount he wanted to withdraw. Curious, he entered 100 kilograms and confirmed the selection. In a flash, a perfectly shaped vibranium cube materialized in his hand, its surface gleaming with an otherworldly blue hue. Noah turned it over, admiring the weight and feel of the rare metal. Just this little cube is worth $1 billion, he mused, a mix of awe and satisfaction in his voice. After a moment of admiration, he returned the cube to his inventory. With the vibranium securely stored, it was time for the moment he had been eagerly anticipating, completing the mission and claiming his rewards. Opening the system panel, Noah selected the Complete Mission option. Mission completed. Reward, 6,000 essence, magic engine. 6,000 essence? That's enough for a 10-pull summon. Noah's eyes sparkled with excitement as he processed the generous reward. An A-rank mission really does live up to the hype. And what's this, a magic engine? Sounds like it could be something valuable. Deciding to test his luck, Noah chose to open the magic engine first. The glowing device unfolded in his hands, radiating a mysterious light. Magic engine rewards, fragment, Caitlin, Piltover Sheriff, fragment, Vi, Piltover Enforcer, fragment, Trindamir, Braveheart, fragment, Misfortune, Royal Guard, Two Piltover champions, huh? Not exactly what I was hoping for, Noah said with a shrug. While Caitlin and Vi were iconic figures in Piltover's lore, they were still ordinary humans in the grand scheme of things. Their fragments would likely end up as crafting materials for more powerful items. Well, at least their skills are useful, Noah muttered. He absorbed the fragments, instantly gaining a wealth of combat knowledge. Vi's brawling techniques and Caitlin's marksmanship were now etched into his mind, enhancing his already formidable skill set. With the magic engine rewards claimed, it was time for the main event, the 10-pull summon. Noah's excitement surged as he opened the summoning interface. His total essence had risen to 8,500, thanks to the mission reward and his previous balance. Rubbing his hands together, Noah clicked the summon button. A dazzling array of lights and special effects filled the screen, culminating in the appearance of 10 items. As the glow faded, one particular item caught his attention. A rush of memories flooded his mind, transporting him to the vibrant streets of Piltover, the bustling academy, and the ruins of Shurima. When he regained his composure, he found a bronze gauntlet adorned with a glowing gem resting on his left hand. Ezreal's gauntlet? Noah exclaimed, recognizing the artifact immediately. The memories confirmed it. He had just summoned the template for Ezreal, the prodigal explorer. This thing is amazing. It's not just a weapon, it's an artifact from Shurima's ancient tombs, Noah said, marveling at the gauntlet's design. Using the memories he had gained, he tested the gauntlet's abilities, firing a small arcane bolt across the room. The projectile left a faint blue trail before dissipating harmlessly. Arcane shift. Mystic shot, even true shot barrage, Noah muttered, listing the abilities that came with the gauntlet. Each skill was powerful in its own right, but the teleportation provided by arcane shift was particularly exciting. This is way better than a basic flash spell. The cooldown is shorter, too. Though he was slightly disappointed that his previous Yasuo summon hadn't come with a weapon, he quickly realized the reasoning behind it. Unlike Ezreal, whose power was heavily reliant on the gauntlet, Yasuo's abilities stemmed from his innate mastery of wind techniques. Not bad at all, Noah concluded, flexing the gauntlet-clad hand. Ezreal might just be immortal, but this artifact makes him, and now me, much more formidable. Turning his attention back to the remaining 9 items, Noah reviewed them carefully. Life Potion X2, Control Ward, Courteous Shard, Long Sword, Mana Potion X3, Special Building Card, Hextech Lab, Blasting Wand, Life Potion X2, Dagger. Potions in bulk now? And so many crafting components, Noah noted with interest. The Courteous Shard and Blasting Wand were particularly noteworthy, as they were key components for powerful late-game items. Though he couldn't craft anything legendary just yet, the pieces were starting to come together. The Hextech Lab card, however, stood out the most. Examining its description, Noah's excitement grew. Hextech Lab. Deploy this card to construct a Hextech research facility at your specified location. The lab is modeled after Heimerdinger's workshop in Piltover and is capable of producing advanced technologies and inventions. A Hextech Lab? This is exactly what I needed. Noah exclaimed. With the vibranium he had obtained, he could sell a portion to fund the construction of a base. The lab would serve as the cornerstone of his operations, allowing him to develop cutting-edge equipment and potentially replicate the wonders of Piltover. Noah's final task for the day was opening the bonus chest that came with the 10-pole summon. Bonus chest rewards, 2000 essence, ruby crystal. 2000 essence and a ruby crystal. Not bad at all, Noah said, adding the crystal to his equipment. Though the increase in his stats was minor, every little boost counted. With a total of 4,500 essence now in his possession, Noah felt confident he could reach the 6,000 threshold for another 10-pole summon soon. But for now, his focus shifted to the vibranium. Time to figure out how to sell this stuff without drawing too much attention, he said, his mind already formulating a plan. By the secluded rocky shore, an eerie black mist churned violently, crackling with flashes of dark lightning. To any onlooker, this would undoubtedly appear as a manifestation of pure malevolence, the power of a demon. And truthfully, it was. As Noah activated the mysterious trial card, an immense surge of magical energy erupted from his body, flooding the surroundings like a relentless tide. The overwhelming power caused him to momentarily lose himself, but he quickly regained his composure. Within the swirling black mist, Noah could feel his body undergoing a drastic transformation. His human form was gone, replaced by something far more formidable. The figure that now stood by the rocky shore was no longer a mere human. It was a towering, humanoid catfish clad in a red coat and a black top hat. Its massive mouth occupied nearly half its face, and 2 long, sinuous whiskers swayed gently near its jaws. When it grinned, sharp, uneven teeth gleamed menacingly, and a long, prehensile tongue darted out like a serpent. I've really turned into Tom Kench, Noah marveled internally. He attempted to look down at his body, only to realize he no longer had a neck. Lifting one of his enormous, 3-fingered hands, he examined it closely. The thick, blubbery arm was adorned with intricately patterned bracers. As he flexed his fingers experimentally, he felt a surge of raw power coursing through his form. This was the strength of a demigod, the ancient might of the River King. Turning to face the vast ocean, Noah was struck by an unprecedented sense of kinship with the waters before him. It was as if the sea itself welcomed him, inviting him to become one with its depths. A powerful urge welled up within him, compelling him to dive into the blue expanse and immerse himself completely. This ocean, it feels like it belongs to me, Noah thought, exhilarated by the sensation. He could feel the essence of Tom Kench's powers resonating within him. As the River King, Tom wielded dominion over rivers and waterways, a reflection of his insatiable greed and boundless influence. The world, as he often proclaimed, was but a river, and he its sovereign. Extending his hand toward the ocean, Noah willed the power within him to flow outward. An invisible force surged from his being, permeating the waters ahead. The previously tranquil sea began to churn, waves rising higher and higher until they crashed against the shore in tremendous swells. On the nearby beach, the unsuspecting crowd quickly noticed the sudden turbulence. Panic spread like wildfire as people screamed and scrambled to escape the apparent threat of an incoming tsunami. Noah, however, remained unfazed. He continued to channel his power, creating a massive whirlpool farther out at sea. The swirling vortex was like a black hole, spinning ceaselessly and radiating an aura of mystery and danger. To Noah, this act required no effort, it felt as natural as breathing. The power of Tom Kench is truly incredible, Noah mused, ceasing his manipulation of the waters. He marveled at how effortlessly he could command the ocean, as though it were an extension of his will. Lysandra, take a look at my new form. What do you think? Noah turned to his ever-present AI companion, patting his round, bulbous belly with a toothy grin. To an ordinary person, the sight of a humanoid catfish grinning with jagged teeth might have been enough to induce sheer terror. But Lysandra was no ordinary being, she was an artificial intelligence. She understood that the monstrous figure before her was still Noah, and her response was calm and analytical. While your current form lacks the aesthetic appeal of your human form, I detect an exceptionally high energy output from this state, Lysandra remarked matter-of-factly. Ha! Thanks for the compliment, Lysandra, Noah said with a hearty laugh. This form is only temporary, but it's perfect for the mission ahead. In the meantime, why not take a few pictures for me? I'll want to remember this. Lysandra tilted slightly in acknowledgement. Understood, she replied. Noah struck a series of playful poses, grinning, sticking out his tongue, and even making exaggerated faces like a mischievous child. He wanted to capture as many photos as possible, planning to select the best ones later and perhaps frame them as keepsakes. As Noah reveled in his antics, a sudden thought crossed his mind. If he remained in this trial state indefinitely, could he retain Tom Kench's powers for an extended period? Perhaps he could delay completing the mission and use this form for other purposes. However, as if sensing his intentions, the system responded with a prompt. Summoner, the power granted by this trial card is limited to the scope of the current mission. If actions outside the mission parameters are attempted, the trial card's effects will cease immediately. Ugh, seriously? Talk about strict, Noah muttered, feeling a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to exploit a loophole, but the system was quick to shut him down. Still, he quickly composed himself. There was no need to rush or cut corners, his current pace of growth was already exceptional. Are you ready, Noah? I'm starting the photos, Lysandra reminded him. Alright, let's do it, Noah replied, resuming his posing. He made sure to capture plenty of shots, each more ridiculous and amusing than the last. Once satisfied, he declared, that's enough. Time to dive into the mission. Lysandra, hop onto my shoulder. I'll take you with me, Noah instructed. He wanted to ensure that Lysandra remained securely attached to him during the underwater journey. He anticipated using Tom Kench's abyssal voyage ability, a skill that allowed him to traverse vast distances in an instant, and needed Lysandra to stay close. Without hesitation, Lysandra transformed into a compact, armored shoulder guard and latched onto Noah's body. Noah gave his shoulder a slight shake, confirming that she was firmly in place. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the ocean. The moment he entered the water, Noah felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, as though the sea itself embraced him. Unlike an ordinary swimmer, he didn't need to paddle or kick. Instead, Tom Kench's innate magic propelled him effortlessly through the water, allowing him to glide with unmatched grace and speed. As he descended deeper into the ocean, the vibrant marine life and colorful coral reefs gradually gave way to the cold, dark expanse of the deep sea. The sunlight faded, leaving only shadows and the occasional bioluminescent glow. Yet, Noah's vision remained sharp, unaffected by the darkness. Following the system's directional arrow, Noah realized he was still some distance away from the vibranium vein. Time to use abyssal voyage, he thought, a grin spreading across his massive face. Channeling Tom Kench's power, Noah created a swirling vortex beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he stepped into it, feeling the sensation of being swept through a mystical river. Moments later, he emerged in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, far from where he had started. The surrounding waters were eerily still, devoid of the lively fish and coral he had seen earlier. This was the realm of the deep sea, a place of silence and desolation, where few lifeforms could survive. Almost there, Noah muttered, his gaze fixed on the system's arrow, which pointed toward the vibranium vein. He glanced at Lysandra, ensuring she was unaffected by the high-pressure environment. The deep sea's crushing weight was no issue for him, thanks to Tom Kench's form, nor for Lysandra, who was built to withstand such conditions. Let's keep moving. The vibranium vein is just ahead, Noah said, his determination unwavering. Gathering his resolve, he surged forward, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. Near the vibranium vein that Noah had uncovered, the ancient underwater kingdom of Talokan stirred with activity. Unlike the cold, desolate waters surrounding it, the kingdom itself was alive with vibrant energy. The residents of Talokan bustled about, using the backs of whales for transportation, while merchants bartered goods and children played gleefully in the warm, softly glowing waters that enveloped their city. This light, emanating from a massive artificial sun suspended above the kingdom, gave the entire area a dreamlike quality. At the center of Talokan stood its grand temple, a structure that doubled as a monument to the ingenuity and resilience of its people. Atop the temple was the artificial sun, constructed by Namor himself to bring the warmth and light of the surface world to his underwater realm. Deep within the temple, Namor sat on his throne, his piercing gaze fixed on a holographic display presented by one of his soldiers. Kukulkan, look here. This is what our sentinels have just discovered, said the soldier, his skin a deep blue from the vibranium-infused herb his people consumed generations ago. The soldier held up a high-tech tablet, his tone respectful but urgent. Namor leaned forward, his interest piqued. On the screen, a recording played. It showed Noah emerging from the swirling portal of his abyssal voyage, his massive Tom Kench form looming ominously in the murky waters. Before the feed could capture more, the monitoring equipment suddenly malfunctioned, and the screen went black. These recordings, they're from the surveillance equipment near the vibranium vein, aren't they? Namor's voice was calm, yet there was an unmistakable edge to it. His sharp eyes remained fixed on the image of the strange figure, his intuition warning him of danger. Yes, my king, the soldier confirmed. An unidentified entity has used some form of teleportation to approach our vibranium reserves. We've lost visual contact due to equipment failure. Namor's expression darkened as he processed the information. Soldier, issue the command to mobilize all available forces. Ready the equipment and prepare to move. I will personally lead the investigation at the vibranium site and uncover this intruder's intentions, he ordered decisively. The soldier nodded without hesitation. Yes, Kukulkan. Meanwhile, back at the vibranium vein, Noah stood in his Tom Kench form, towering over the exposed glowing minerals. After using his magic to clear away the sediment, the vibranium vein shimmered in the dim light of the deep sea, its bluish hue casting an otherworldly glow. Lysandra, look. That's vibranium, the target of this mission, Noah said, gesturing toward the vein. He knew Lysandra had likely never encountered anything like it before. Lysandra floated off Noah's shoulder and hovered over the vibranium. Her spherical body transformed, extending a mechanical appendage that gently touched the glowing metal. At the same time, a scanning beam emitted from her central eye, analyzing the mineral. After completing her scan, she returned to Noah's side. This mineral's molecular structure is highly unusual. I've never encountered anything like it, Lysandra reported, her tone calm yet curious. Of course you haven't, Noah replied with a grin, his massive mouth curling into a toothy smile. Vibranium is unique to this world. It's an extraordinary metal that can absorb heat, energy, and kinetic force. Weapons and armor forged from vibranium are incredibly powerful. I'm planning to use some of it to build your new body, Lysandra. I look forward to it, Lysandra said, an uncharacteristic hint of excitement in her voice. This material has immense potential. Noah stroked his whiskers thoughtfully as he examined the exposed vein. The challenge now was extracting the vibranium and transporting it. He wasn't sure if his system inventory could hold such a large quantity of the rare metal, but he decided to focus on mining it first and figuring out transportation later. Just as he prepared to begin, a subtle disturbance in the water caught his attention. His heightened senses, enhanced by Tom Kench's demonic power, immediately alerted him to the approaching presence. Is it the Talokan people? Noah muttered under his breath, turning to face the direction of the disturbance. He allowed himself to drift slightly downward, positioning himself beside the vibranium vein. Standing tall, with his massive arms crossed behind his back, he exuded an air of calm authority, as if daring the intruders to confront him. Lysandra, stay close. We've got company, Noah said quietly. Moments later, the Talokan forces came into view. A dozen figures, their blue skin glinting under the faint light of the ocean, swam swiftly toward Noah. At their forefront was Namor, the legendary ruler of Talokan. His imposing figure radiated an aura of power and command, and the tiny wings on his ankles propelled him effortlessly through the water. Namor was flanked by heavily armed soldiers, each carrying vibranium-tipped spears and shields. As the two sides faced off, the oppressive silence of the deep sea filled the void. Only the faint sound of water currents disturbed the eerie stillness. Namor's sharp eyes locked onto Noah, his expression unreadable. After a tense pause, he was the first to speak. "Stranger, you have trespassed into the sovereign territory of Talokan. State your purpose, or you will be treated as an enemy," Namor declared, his voice steady and commanding. He leveled his vibranium spear at Noah, his soldiers readying their weapons in unison. Noah responded with a deep, guttural laugh, the sound reverberating through the water like the rumble of a distant storm. Stroking his whiskers, he tilted his massive head and spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. "Ah, the Sea Dwellers. I've heard tales of the treasures your kingdom holds, so I came here to propose a trade." Namor's eyes narrowed, his gaze flickering to the exposed vibranium vein. He understood Noah's intent immediately. Talokan does not welcome outsiders. "Nor do we trade with those who trespass upon our lands. Leave now, or face the consequences," Namor said coldly. Now, don't be so hasty," Noah replied, his voice dripping with mock politeness. "You haven't even heard my offer. I propose a simple exchange, your vibranium, in exchange for your lives." The words hung in the water like a thunderclap. Namor's soldiers bristled with anger, and even the ever-composed Namor seemed momentarily taken aback. His expression darkened, his grip on his spear tightening. "Enough of this nonsense," Namor growled, his voice laced with fury. "You dare threaten Talokan? Soldiers, apprehend him." At Namor's command, several Talokan warriors surged forward, their vibranium weapons gleaming as they charged toward Noah. In the blink of an eye, they reached him, their spears thrusting with deadly precision. But their attacks were met with an impenetrable barrier, a pale, shimmering shield that materialized around Noah's massive form. The spears struck the shield with a resounding clang, their force dissipated entirely. Noah smirked, extending his long, prehensile tongue. With a single, fluid motion, he lashed out, using the water itself as a medium to amplify his strikes. The Talokan soldiers were sent hurtling backward, their bodies spiraling through the water before falling limp. Namor's eyes burned with rage as he watched his soldiers fall. The power this intruder wielded was no ordinary magic, it was something far more dangerous. Without hesitation, Namor raised his spear and prepared to face Noah himself. "Come, then," Noah said, his massive mouth curling into a wicked grin. "Show me the strength of the sea's king." In the vast depths of the Atlantic Ocean, illuminated by the eerie blue glow of the vibranium vein, an intense battle was unfolding, a clash of titans that sent ripples through the dark, silent waters. The scene was one of chaos and desperation, as Namor, the king of Talokan, fought with every ounce of his strength against the unshakable force that was Noah in his mighty Tahm Kench form. Namor's ankle wings beat furiously, propelling him through the water at a speed that seemed almost supernatural. His vibranium spear gleamed with a deadly light, a reflection of his rage and determination. With a roar that echoed through the watery abyss, he charged forward like a lightning bolt, his spear aimed directly at Noah's massive chest. Meanwhile, several of Namor's elite Talokan soldiers, blue-skinned women with sharp, focused eyes, attempted to use their hypnotic abilities on Noah. These soldiers, known for their psychic talents, could compel their enemies to obey their commands, as seen in their earlier success against Wakandan forces. Yet, to their dismay, Noah remained utterly unaffected. Their efforts were futile against the ancient demonic power that now coursed through his form. Noah stood his ground, watching Namor's swift approach with calm, calculating eyes. He barely spared a glance at the strange gestures of the hypnotic soldiers, scratching his massive head in mild confusion. "What are they even trying to do?" he muttered to himself. Raising his hand, Noah summoned a surge of magical energy, manipulating the surrounding water into a series of razor-sharp blades. With a flick of his wrist, the watery blades shot toward Namor like a storm of arrows. At the same time, he conjured two massive waves of magical water on either side of the Talokan forces, slamming them together with crushing force. Namor's reflexes, honed over centuries, allowed him to dodge the incoming blades with remarkable agility. Twisting his body mid-charge, he evaded the attack with movements so fluid they seemed almost dance-like. However, his soldiers were not as fortunate. The two waves collided with them, sending bodies tumbling through the water like ragdolls. Many were knocked unconscious, their weapons slipping from their grasp as they floated helplessly in the aftermath of the assault. Before losing consciousness, one soldier managed to activate a communication device, sending a distress signal back to Talokan's main base. The faint light of the signal flickered briefly before disappearing into the murky depths. Namor, unaware of his soldier's plight, pressed on. With a fierce battle cry, he thrust his vibranium spear forward, its deadly tip streaking toward Noah like a shooting star. The spear struck Noah's magical shield with a resounding impact, causing the barrier to ripple and dent under the sheer force of the blow. For a moment, it seemed as though Namor had found a weakness. A flicker of triumph lit up Namor's eyes as he pushed harder, convinced that victory was within his grasp. But Noah merely grinned, his wide, toothy mouth curling into an expression of amusement. The demonic energy within him surged, flowing into the shield like a tidal wave. The barrier expanded outward with explosive force, slamming into Namor and sending him hurtling backward through the water. Namor stabilized himself quickly, his wings beating rapidly to regain balance. As he steadied himself, he finally noticed the devastation around him. His soldiers, his trusted warriors, lay scattered and unconscious across the seafloor. His teeth clenched in anger, his eyes burning with renewed resolve. Enough! Namor roared, his fury palpable. He launched himself forward once more, his spear slicing through the water with deadly precision. This time, he moved unpredictably, zigzagging through the currents to throw off Noah's aim. He struck repeatedly and relentlessly, searching for any weakness in the unyielding shield that protected his foe. But Noah remained unfazed. Each strike was met with the same result. Namor's attacks rebounded harmlessly off the barrier, leaving him increasingly frustrated. Noah's expression remained calm, his demeanor almost mocking as he watched Namor's desperate efforts. "You just don't know when to quit, do you?" Noah remarked with a chuckle, his deep, guttural voice reverberating through the water. To Namor, the tone was infuriating, a clear sign of disdain. Finally, Namor's patience snapped. With a furious cry, he shouted, "Stop hiding behind that shell of yours. Fight me like a warrior." Noah's grin widened, his sharp teeth glinting menacingly. "Oh, you want a fair fight? Fine, let's see how you handle this." With a casual wave of his hand, the magical shield dissipated, leaving Noah exposed. He raised his massive, three-fingered hand and gestured for Namor to come at him, the motion dripping with provocation. Enraged, Namor surged forward once more, his wings propelling him like a torpedo. The water around him churned violently, creating a vortex of sand and silt in his wake. His vibranium spear gleamed with lethal intent as he prepared to strike with all his might. Noah, unarmed but unafraid, braced himself for impact. When the spear came within inches of his chest, he moved with surprising agility. With a deft twist of his body, he deflected the spear's tip using the palm of his hand, redirecting Namor's momentum and sending him spinning off course. Namor recovered quickly, adapting his strategy. He swung the spear in a wide arc, aiming for Noah's head with the force of a falling meteor. The weapon sliced through the water with a deafening roar, leaving a trail of turbulence in its path. This time, Noah didn't dodge. He raised his arm, covered in thick, armored scales, and caught the spear mid-swing. The resulting clash sent a shockwave rippling through the water, displacing sediment and creating a temporary vacuum around them. "Is that all you've got, little fish?" Noah taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. His immense strength allowed him to hold the spear in place, despite Namor's best efforts to press it downward. "You're not even making me break a sweat." Namor growled through gritted teeth, his wings beating furiously as he poured every ounce of strength into his attack. But no matter how hard he tried, Noah's arm remained unmoving, an unyielding pillar of strength. "Let me show you how it's done," Noah said with a grin. He tightened his grip on the spear and, with a sudden burst of power, wrenched it from Namor's hands. Spinning the weapon in his grasp, he swung it like a bat, striking Namor with enough force to send him crashing into the seafloor. The impact created a massive cloud of sand and debris, momentarily obscuring Namor from view. When the dust settled, he was on his knees, his hands trembling as he struggled to push himself upright. His pride as a warrior was shattered, and his body bore the marks of defeat. Before Namor could recover, Noah twirled the spear in his hand and pointed its tip at him. "Had enough yet?" he asked, his tone casual but laced with an undeniable air of dominance. Namor's response was cut short by the arrival of reinforcements. From the shadows of the ocean, a massive force of Talokan warriors emerged, their blue skin glinting under the faint light. Riding atop Orcus and armed to the teeth with vibranium weapons, they surged forward like a tidal wave. Noah turned his gaze toward the approaching army, his expression unreadable. "More fish in the sea, huh?" he muttered. Despite their numbers, he showed no signs of fear. His confidence was unshaken, his demonic power radiating like a beacon in the dark. As the Talokan forces closed in, Noah's grin returned. "Bring it on," he said, his voice echoing through the water like a challenge to the ocean itself. In the dark depths of the Atlantic Ocean, illuminated only by the faint, eerie glow of the vibranium vein, the battle had reached its dramatic conclusion. The waters, once filled with chaos and turmoil, now fell into an uneasy silence. The soldiers of Talokan, battered and disheartened, floated amidst the aftermath of their futile struggle, while their once proud leader, Namor, stood defeated, his gaze heavy with resignation. "Talokan rises." The rallying cry of the Talokan army had echoed through the sea like thunder, signaling the start of their desperate assault. But now, those words seemed hollow, lost in the wake of Noah's overwhelming display of power. Noah, still in his massive Tahm Kench form, stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield like an immovable colossus. His piercing gaze swept over the remnants of the Talokan forces, the faint glow of his magic still emanating from his body. Despite the sheer numbers of his opponents and the advanced weaponry they had wielded, he remained untouched, his indomitable presence a testament to the strength of the River King. Namor, his pride as a king and a warrior shattered, took a slow, unsteady breath. His once unwavering determination had been eroded by the relentless onslaught, and now, with the last of his options exhausted, he had no choice but to concede. "Stop! You've won!" Namor's voice, though loud, carried a tone of desperation. Each word was laced with the weight of his failure. "Take the vibranium and leave Talokan in peace. I beg you, spare my people." The plea hung in the water like a fragile thread, and for a moment, even the battered Talokan soldiers paused, their eyes fixed on their king. It was a sight they had never thought they would witness, the mighty Namor, their unyielding leader, brought to his knees by an enemy whose power seemed otherworldly. Noah turned his gaze toward Namor, his massive mouth curling into a toothy grin. "Oh? You've finally come to your senses, have you?" he said, his deep, guttural voice reverberating through the water. His tone was laced with mockery, but there was a hint of satisfaction in his expression. With a wave of his hand, the waves of magic-infused water that had been poised to strike the remaining Talokan forces dissipated, the sea growing calm once more. The sudden stillness was almost jarring, as if the ocean itself had taken a breath of relief. "Well then," Noah continued, his grin widening, "I'll take the vibranium as agreed. Consider it a fair exchange for the lives of your people." He gestured toward the fallen soldiers scattered across the seafloor. "I didn't kill a single one of them, you know. They'll recover, eventually." Namor's eyes flickered with a mix of relief and bitterness as he glanced at his soldiers. True to Noah's words, the soldiers were alive, their chests faintly rising and falling with labored breaths. The realization brought a small measure of solace to the defeated king, though it did little to ease the sting of his loss. Without another word, Namor turned away, his shoulders heavy with the weight of his decision. He began issuing orders to the remaining Talokan soldiers, instructing them to tend to the wounded and regroup. Though his pride had been battered, his duty to his people remained unwavering. As Namor and his forces retreated to tend to their injured, Noah stood by the exposed vibranium vein, a satisfied smile playing across his massive face. His plan had unfolded perfectly, and now, with the vibranium in his possession, he was ready to conclude this mission and reap the rewards. Lysandra, who had remained silent throughout the battle, floated beside Noah, her mechanical eye glinting with curiosity. "Noah, the vibranium is secured. Shall we depart?" "Not just yet," Noah replied, stroking his whiskers thoughtfully. His gaze lingered on the defeated Talokan forces in the distance. "Let's give them something to remember me by." With a dramatic flourish, Noah spread his arms wide, the magic swirling around him intensifying. "Let me leave them with a parting gift," he said, his voice dripping with amusement. Namor, sensing the surge of energy, turned to face Noah one last time, his expression a mix of defiance and unease. "What more do you want?" he shouted, his voice echoing through the water. Noah's grin widened as he answered, "Nothing more, little fish. I simply want to make sure you never forget the name of the one who bested you." With that, Noah raised his massive hands, the water around him beginning to churn violently. A deep, resonant sound or rushing, roaring noise filled the ocean, growing louder and louder until it seemed to consume everything. The Talokan soldiers froze, their eyes widening in shock as they realized what was happening. From the depths of the seafloor, a massive, phantom-like river began to materialize. The ethereal current twisted and turned, its translucent waters shimmering with an otherworldly glow. It snaked its way through the battlefield, a surreal and haunting sight that left the Talokan forces speechless. "The world is a river," Noah declared, his voice booming with authority. "And I am its king. Remember this day, for the River King does not forget." With a final laugh, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to echo endlessly, Noah turned to the phantom river and stepped into its flowing waters. Lysandra, sensing his intent, joined him seamlessly, her form melding with the current. The Tolokan soldiers watched in stunned silence as the river carried Noah away, the ethereal waters vanishing into the darkness as if they had never been. For a long moment, the battlefield remained still, the only sound the faint, lingering echo of rushing water. Namor stood amidst the wreckage, his expression grim. The realization of his defeat weighed heavily on him, but he knew that Tolokan had survived. For all his power and cruelty, Noah had shown restraint, leaving the kingdom battered but intact. As the last traces of the Phantom River faded into the abyss, Namor turned to his soldiers. Tend to the wounded. Rebuild what we have lost. Today, we faced a force unlike any other, but Tolokan will rise again. His words, though resolute, carried a somber undertone. The battle had ended, but the scars it left behind would not fade easily. Far away, back in the safety of his domain, Noah emerged from the system's magical river, his form shrinking as the power of the trial card began to fade. He glanced at the vibranium in his possession and let out a satisfied chuckle. What a show, he muttered, already anticipating the rewards awaiting him. The system's notification chimed in his mind, marking the completion of the A-rank mission. A grin spread across his face as he prepared to claim his spoils. Let's see what I've earned this time, he said, his voice filled with excitement. The adventure was over, but for Noah, this was only the beginning. Back in Noah's Manhattan home, the once ordinary and dry floor of his living room began to darken as water seeped through the cracks. The moisture spread rapidly, forming a shallow pool of clear water. In the next instant, a massive catfish-like figure erupted from the shimmering pool, landing gracefully in the center of the room. As quickly as the water had appeared, it vanished without a trace, leaving the floor spotless and dry as though nothing had ever happened. Ugh, why is everything so wet? Noah muttered, looking down at the residual dampness that clung to his floor. His brow furrowed in mild annoyance as he raised his hand, channeling a faint stream of magical energy. The energy rippled across the floor like a breeze over a pond, evaporating the moisture in seconds and restoring the room to its pristine state. Much better. I can't stand things being messy. Satisfied with the now dry floor, Noah placed his massive hands on his round belly. Inside, he could still sense the enormous vibranium haul he had swallowed during his underwater escapade. The presence of the precious metal was unmistakable, and he knew it was time to retrieve it. Now, how do I get all of this out without destroying my house? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If he simply regurgitated the vibranium here, the sheer volume of the material would likely blow the roof off his home. That wasn't an option. He needed a more practical solution to safely store and utilize the vibranium. After a moment of contemplation, Noah's eyes lit up with inspiration. Wait, what about the system inventory? It stored pretty much everything else I've ever tried. He had never tested the limits of the system's storage capacity, but this seemed like the perfect opportunity to find out. Closing his eyes, Noah focused his mind on transferring the vibranium from his stomach to the system's inventory. He visualized the process, thinking, if holding something in my hand works, why wouldn't holding it in my stomach? He felt a slight shift in his body, an oddly satisfying sensation. Checking his inventory, he was met with a pleasant surprise. Success, he exclaimed as he opened the system panel. The vibranium had been seamlessly transferred into a single slot in his inventory, represented by a small icon. Beneath it, the weight was clearly displayed, 16,136 tons. Whoa, that's incredible. It actually fit. This system inventory really is limitless, Noah marveled, his excitement palpable. Clicking on the vibranium icon, he noticed a drop-down menu that allowed him to specify the amount he wanted to withdraw. Curious, he entered 100 kilograms and confirmed the selection. In a flash, a perfectly shaped vibranium cube materialized in his hand, its surface gleaming with an otherworldly blue hue. Noah turned it over, admiring the weight and feel of the rare metal. Just this little cube is worth $1 billion, he mused, a mix of awe and satisfaction in his voice. After a moment of admiration, he returned the cube to his inventory. With the vibranium securely stored, it was time for the moment he had been eagerly anticipating, completing the mission and claiming his rewards. Opening the system panel, Noah selected the Complete Mission option. Mission completed. Reward, 6,000 essence, magic engine. 6,000 essence? That's enough for a 10-pole summon. Noah's eyes sparkled with excitement as he processed the generous reward. An A-rank mission really does live up to the hype. And what's this, a magic engine? Sounds like it could be something valuable. Deciding to test his luck, Noah chose to open the magic engine first. The glowing device unfolded in his hands, radiating a mysterious light. Magic Engine Rewards, Fragment, Caitlin, Piltover Sheriff, Fragment, Vi, Piltover Enforcer, Fragment, Tryndamere, Braveheart, Fragment, Misfortune, Royal Guard, dot. 2 Piltover Champions, huh? Not exactly what I was hoping for, Noah said with a shrug. While Caitlin and Vi were iconic figures in Piltover's lore, they were still ordinary humans in the grand scheme of things. Their fragments would likely end up as crafting materials for more powerful items. Well, at least their skills are useful, Noah muttered. He absorbed the fragments, instantly gaining a wealth of combat knowledge. Vi's brawling techniques and Caitlin's marksmanship were now etched into his mind, enhancing his already formidable skill set. With the Magic Engine rewards claimed, it was time for the main event, the 10-pull summon. Noah's excitement surged as he opened the summoning interface. His total essence had risen to 8,500, thanks to the mission reward and his previous balance. Rubbing his hands together, Noah clicked the summon button. A dazzling array of lights and special effects filled the screen, culminating in the appearance of 10 items. As the glow faded, one particular item caught his attention. A rush of memories flooded his mind, transporting him to the vibrant streets of Piltover, the bustling academy, and the ruins of Shurima. When he regained his composure, he found a bronze gauntlet adorned with a glowing gem resting on his left hand. Ezreal's gauntlet? Noah exclaimed, recognizing the artifact immediately. The memories confirmed it, he had just summoned the template for Ezreal, the prodigal explorer. This thing is amazing. It's not just a weapon, it's an artifact from Shurima's ancient tombs, Noah said, marveling at the gauntlet's design. Using the memories he had gained, he tested the gauntlet's abilities, firing a small arcane bolt across the room. The projectile left a faint blue trail before dissipating harmlessly. Arcane Shift. Mystic Shot, even True Shot Barrage, Noah muttered, listing the abilities that came with the gauntlet. Each skill was powerful in its own right, but the teleportation provided by Arcane Shift was particularly exciting. This is way better than a basic flash spell. The cooldown is shorter, too. Though he was slightly disappointed that his previous Yasuo summon hadn't come with a weapon, he quickly realized the reasoning behind it. Unlike Ezreal, whose power was heavily reliant on the gauntlet, Yasuo's abilities stemmed from his innate mastery of wind techniques. Not bad at all, Noah concluded, flexing the gauntlet-clad hand. Ezreal might just be a mortal, but this artifact makes him, and now me, much more formidable. Turning his attention back to the remaining 9 items, Noah reviewed them carefully. Life Potion X2, Control Ward, Courteous Shard, Long Sword, Mana Potion X3, Special Building Card, Hextech Lab, Blasting Wand, Life Potion X2, Dagger. Potions in bulk now? And so many crafting components, Noah noted with interest. The Courteous Shard and Blasting Wand were particularly noteworthy, as they were key components for powerful late-game items. Though he couldn't craft anything legendary just yet, the pieces were starting to come together. The Hextech Lab card, however, stood out the most. Examining its description, Noah's excitement grew. Hextech Lab. Deploy this card to construct a Hextech research facility at your specified location. The lab is modeled after Heimerdinger's workshop in Piltover and is capable of producing advanced technologies and inventions. A Hextech Lab? This is exactly what I needed. Noah exclaimed. With the vibranium he had obtained, he could sell a portion to fund the construction of a base. The lab would serve as the cornerstone of his operations, allowing him to develop cutting-edge equipment and potentially replicate the wonders of Piltover. Noah's final task for the day was opening the bonus chest that came with the 10-pull summon. Bonus chest rewards, 2,000 essence, ruby crystal. 2,000 essence and a ruby crystal. Not bad at all, Noah said, adding the crystal to his equipment. Though the increase in his stats was minor, every little boost counted. With a total of 4,500 essence now in his possession, Noah felt confident he could reach the 6,000 threshold for another 10-pull summon soon. But for now, his focus shifted to the vibranium. Time to figure out how to sell this stuff without drawing too much attention, he said, his mind already formulating a plan. As Noah soared through the sky, his Project Yasuo armor glinting under the moonlight, he approached the location Lysandra had marked. The ecological park sprawled below him, its serene setting now marred by the chaos of the ongoing battle. Smoke billowed from several areas, and the faint glow of fires punctuated the darkness. All right, Lysandra, Noah said, his voice steady as he assessed the situation. What's Stark's status? Lysandra's calm voice came through the helmet's columns. Tony Stark and James Rhodes are currently located in the artificial stream area. Rhodes's armor appears to have been rebooted and is no longer under enemy control. However, multiple drones are converging on their position. Got it, Noah replied, adjusting his trajectory. Time to clean this up. Meanwhile, at the artificial stream, Tony Stark was catching his breath after the intense confrontation with Rhodes's controlled war machine armor. Rhodes, now freed from the drone hacker's influence, sat up with a groan, his armor sparking slightly from the damage it had sustained. You okay, buddy? Tony asked, crouching next to him. Yeah, I'm fine, Rhodes replied, his voice muffled by his helmet. But we've got bigger problems. Those drones aren't stopping. Tony glanced up at the sky, where the remaining drones were rapidly approaching. His HUD lit up with warnings as Jarvis reported the incoming threat. Great, Tony muttered. Just another day in paradise. Before either of them could react, a streak of light shot across the sky, followed by a series of brilliant yellow flashes. The drones in the distance began to explode one by one, their metallic remains falling like rain. What the hell is that? Rhodes asked, his visor zooming in on the source of the destruction. Tony squinted, catching a glimpse of a figure in sleek, futuristic armor. The figure wielded a glowing blade and moved with a speed and precision that rivaled his own abilities. That, Tony said, a mix of curiosity and annoyance in his voice, is someone who's stealing my thunder. Noah descended swiftly, landing near the stream with a controlled burst from his boosters. His plasma blade was still humming softly, and faint traces of yellow lightning crackled along his arm from the recently used Curtius shard. Stark, Noah said, addressing Tony directly. His modulated voice carried a calm authority. You've got company coming. Let's finish this. Tony raised an eyebrow, his usual snarky demeanor kicking in. And you are? Call me Noah, he replied curtly, not bothering to elaborate further. He turned his attention to the incoming drones, his HUD locking onto their positions. Let's focus on the problem at hand. Rhodes, still processing the situation, glanced at Tony. You know this guy? Nope, Tony replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. But I guess he's on our side, for now. Noah ignored their exchange, raising his arm to fire a volley of Hex-Tech missiles at the approaching drones. The missiles streaked through the air, striking their targets with pinpoint accuracy and reducing several drones to smoldering debris. Stay behind me, Noah instructed, stepping forward to confront the remaining drones. His plasma blade ignited once more, and with a fluid motion, he sent a swirling wind slash toward the nearest group of enemies. The powerful gust tore through the machines, slicing them apart effortlessly. Tony watched in stunned silence for a moment before snapping out of it. All right, Noah. Let's see what you've got. Rhodes, you with me? Always, Rhodes replied, his war machine armor powering up as he joined the fray. The three of them worked together seamlessly, despite having just met. Noah's agility and precision complemented Tony's aerial maneuvers and Rhodes's heavy firepower. The drones, though numerous, were no match for their combined efforts. As the battle raged on, Noah couldn't help but notice Tony's curious glances in his direction. It was clear that the billionaire inventor was both intrigued and suspicious of his mysterious new ally. But now wasn't the time for explanations, there was still work to be done. That all of them? Tony asked, scanning the area as the last drone fell to the ground in a shower of sparks. Not yet, Lyssandra's voice chimed in through Noah's combs. A final wave of drones is converging on your position. Additionally, I've detected a high-energy signature nearby. It matches the profile of Ivan Vanko's modified armor. Great, Noah muttered. He turned to Tony and Rhodes. Vanko's here. I'll handle the drones. You two deal with him. Tony nodded, his usual cocky grin returning. Works for me. Let's take this guy down. With their roles decided, Noah shot into the air, engaging the remaining drones with a combination of plasma strikes and lightning-fast projectiles. Meanwhile, Tony and Rhodes prepared to face the man behind the chaos. As Noah dispatched the last of the drones, he caught a glimpse of Tony and Rhodes confronting Ivan Vanko in his newly upgraded whiplash armor. The three clashed in a flurry of energy blasts and electrified whips, their battle illuminating the night. Good luck, Stark, Noah whispered to himself, turning his attention to the aftermath. His job wasn't done yet, there were still civilians to help and debris to clear. But for now, he allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction. The mission was almost complete, and he had played his part. With a final glance at the ongoing battle, Noah activated his boosters and disappeared into the night, leaving behind a trail of glowing light. As Noah approached the ecological park, the chaotic scene below came into sharp focus. The once peaceful area was now a battlefield, with smoke rising from shattered trees and broken pathways. In the center of it all, Tony Stark and James Rhodes' Iron Man and War Machine were locked in combat with Ivan Vanko in his whiplash armor. The glowing whips of Vanko's suit cracked through the air, creating arcs of electricity that lit up the night. "Alright, showtime," Noah muttered to himself as he observed the battle from above. His visor displayed detailed readings of the combatants, highlighting Vanko's suit as the primary threat. He clenched his plasma blade tightly, its hum filling the air around him. "Lysandra, status on Vanko's armor?" Noah asked, his voice calm but focused. "Analyzing," Lysandra replied. "Energy readings indicate a modified arc reactor design, similar to that of Stark's suit. The whip components are emitting high-voltage electrical discharges. Recommend avoiding direct contact with the whips and focusing on disabling the arc reactor." "Got it," Noah said, his eyes narrowing. "Let's end this." On the ground, Tony Stark was doing his best to keep Ivan Vanko at bay. The Russian engineer's whips were a formidable weapon, tearing through the environment and forcing Tony to stay on the defensive. Rhodes, now back in control of his war machine armor, provided covering fire, but Vanko's agility and the sheer power of his suit made it difficult to land a decisive blow. "You know, Ivan," Tony quipped as he dodged another crack of the electrified whip, "you really need to let go of this grudge. It's not healthy." Vanko sneered, his thick Russian accent cutting through the air. "You talk too much, Stark. Tonight, you die." Before Tony could retort, a streak of light shot down from the sky, landing with a resounding impact between him and Vanko. Dust and debris swirled around the newcomer, and when it cleared, Noah stood tall, his Project Yasuo armor gleaming under the flickering lights of the battlefield. "Who the hell is this guy?" Rhodes asked, his visor zooming in on Noah. "No idea," Tony replied, his tone a mix of curiosity and annoyance. "But he's stealing my spotlight." Noah didn't respond to their comments. Instead, he turned his attention to Vanko, his plasma blade igniting with a sharp hiss. "Ivan Vanko," he said, his modulated voice carrying an undeniable authority. "This ends now." Vanko's eyes narrowed as he sized up the new arrival. "Another clown in a suit? Fine. I'll kill you too." With a roar, Vanko lashed out with one of his whips, the electrified cable slicing through the air toward Noah. But Noah was ready. With a quick sidestep, he avoided the attack and countered with a powerful wind slash, the energy slicing through the ground and forcing Vanko to retreat. "Not bad," Tony muttered, watching Noah's movements with a mix of admiration and suspicion. "Rhodey, let's back him up." "On it," Rhodes replied, raising his arm-mounted cannon and firing a barrage of missiles at Vanko. The explosions created a cloud of smoke, momentarily obscuring the battlefield. Taking advantage of the distraction, Noah lunged forward, his plasma blade cutting through the smoke as he aimed for Vanko's arc reactor. But the Russian engineer was quick to recover, using his whips to create a barrier of crackling electricity that forced Noah to pull back. "You're persistent," Noah remarked, his tone calm and measured. "But it won't save you." Vanko snarled, his frustration evident. He lashed out with both whips, their electrified tips creating a deadly web of energy. Noah responded with a burst of speed, activating his arc dash to close the distance between them. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Vanko, his plasma blade slicing through one of the whips and rendering it useless. "One down," Noah said, his voice tinged with satisfaction. Vanko roared in anger, swinging his remaining whip wildly in an attempt to keep Noah at bay. But the mysterious warrior was relentless, his movements fluid and precise. With each strike of his blade, Vanko's armor sustained more damage, sparks flying as the suit's systems began to falter. Meanwhile, Tony and Rhodes worked to keep the remaining drones at bay. Tony's repulsor blasts lit up the night as he targeted the machines with pinpoint accuracy, while Rhodes's heavy weaponry made short work of any stragglers. "Whoever this guy is," Rhodes said, glancing at Noah as he fought Vanko, "he's making our jobs a lot easier." "Yeah," Tony replied, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "But I'm still the main event." As the last drone fell to the ground, Tony turned his full attention to the fight between Noah and Vanko. The newcomer's skill was undeniable, but Vanko's desperation made him unpredictable. "We should help him," Tony said, readying his repulsors. "Agreed," Rhodes replied, his weapons primed. Noah, meanwhile, was fully focused on Vanko. The Russian engineer was clearly losing ground, his movements growing slower and more erratic as his suit sustained more damage. But Noah knew better than to underestimate a cornered opponent. "Lysandra," he said, his voice steady. "Any weak points left?" "The arc reactor remains the primary target," Lysandra replied. "A direct strike will disable the suit." "Understood," Noah said, his grip on his plasma blade tightening. "Let's finish this." With a burst of speed, he closed the distance between himself and Vanko. The Russian engineer swung his remaining whip in a desperate attempt to keep Noah away, but the effort was futile. With a precise strike, Noah severed the whip, leaving Vanko defenseless. No! Vanko shouted, his voice filled with rage. But before he could react, Noah thrust his plasma blade into the arc reactor, the energy core sparking violently as it shut down. Vanko's suit collapsed, the once menacing figure now reduced to a powerless heap. Noah stepped back, his blade dimming as he deactivated it. "All yours, Stark," he said, turning to Tony and Rhodes as they approached. Tony stared at Noah for a moment, his expression unreadable. "Not bad," he finally said. "Not bad at all. But next time, try not to steal the show." Noah chuckled softly, his helmet masking his amusement. "You're welcome." Without another word, he activated his boosters and took off into the night, leaving Tony and Rhodes to deal with the aftermath. As he disappeared into the sky, Noah couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. The mission was complete, and once again, he had proven himself a force to be reckoned with. "Welcome back, Noah," Lyssandra's calm voice greeted as Noah stepped into his home, his armor retracting and dissipating into particles that returned to his belt. I'm back," Noah replied casually, stretching slightly before he opened the system panel. His fingers hovered over the task completion button, and with a small smile, he tapped it to view the results. Mission completed. Calculating rewards. You have earned 2,500 essence, 2,000 base plus 500 bonus for destroying drones. Nice, an extra 500 essence just for taking down drones. "I'll take it," Noah said, pleased with the bonus. That extra essence was equivalent to 5 days of completing C-rank missions. He couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction, his efforts had paid off. With his total essence now sitting at 7,300, Noah realized it was time for another 10-pull summon. "Alright," he said with a smirk, "looks like I'm ready for another round of gambling, summoning." Before diving into the summoning ritual, Noah decided to freshen up. He headed to the bathroom, took a quick shower, and washed his face. In his experience, feeling refreshed and focused always seemed to improve his luck, though, admittedly, this was more of a personal superstition than a proven fact. Stepping out of the bathroom, Noah used a small burst of magic to evaporate the remaining water on his skin and hair. The warmth of the magic felt comforting, and he marveled at how versatile magic could be. From combat to utility, magic had become an indispensable part of his life. He reached out with his magic, pulling a water glass from the table to his hand effortlessly. Taking a sip, he observed the swirling magic within his palm. Over time, Noah had noticed that summoning multiple heroes had not only increased his overall magic capacity but had also improved its quality. Tasks that once required significant effort now felt almost effortless, and the results were far more potent. At this rate, Noah muttered to himself, "If I keep summoning more heroes, I'll probably grow stronger faster than I ever imagined." And then there's the rune system. He glanced at his hand, feeling the steady hum of the resolve rune that the system had granted him. As his strength grew, the limitations placed on the rune's power were gradually being lifted, giving him access to even more of its potential. Shaking off his musings, Noah focused on the task at hand. "Time to summon," he said, opening the system panel and selecting the 10-pull summon option. The familiar swirling vortex animation appeared, followed by 10 glowing orbs and treasure chests shooting out in all directions. Noah quickly clicked through the orbs, his anticipation growing with each one. However, none of the orbs emitted the telltale beam of light that signified a hero summon. "No heroes this time, huh?" Noah murmured, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Still, he wasn't disheartened. He had been through far worse pulls in his previous life playing gacha games. Adjusting his mindset, he turned his attention to the rewards. Summon results: Nimble Cloak, Long Sword, Chain Vest, Corrupting Potion, Stealth Ward, Stopwatch, Cloth Armor, Fragment, Jin, Fragment, Echo, Health Potion x2. Well, Noah said, his mood lifting slightly. "Looks like it's an equipment haul. And 2 fragments, too. Not bad at all." He examined the fragments more closely. The first was Jin, the Virtuoso, a master marksman and artist of death. While Jin was technically just a mortal, Noah couldn't ignore the potential of his alternate skins, particularly the Dark Cosmic Jin and Sean High Scrolls Jin, both of which hinted at immense cosmic and multiversal power. The second fragment was Echo, the boy who shattered time, a genius inventor who had created the Z-Drive, a device capable of manipulating time. Echo's scientific expertise and resourcefulness made him an invaluable addition to Noah's growing arsenal of knowledge. These two are pretty solid, Noah thought, weighing the possibilities. After some deliberation, he decided to absorb their fragments and incorporate their abilities into his repertoire. A few moments later, Noah rubbed his temples as a wave of information flooded his mind. Even though the fragments didn't contain the full memories of the heroes, the influx of knowledge was still overwhelming. From Jin, Noah gained refined combat techniques and an almost artistic sense of precision. From Echo, he inherited a spark of genius and newfound clarity in solving complex problems. Ideas that had previously eluded him during his experiments now seemed obvious, as if the solutions had always been within reach. Not a bad haul, Noah said, shaking off the lingering dizziness. Even without summoning a full hero, these fragments are definitely worth it. Next, he turned his attention to the treasure chest that had accompanied the tenpole. Opening it, he was greeted with chest rewards, 2000 essence, skin fragment, Brolaf, Olaf, ... Another skin fragment, huh? Well, I'll take it, Noah said, pocketing the rewards. The 2000 essence was a welcome addition to his balance, bringing him closer to another summon in the future. With the summoning session complete, Noah turned his focus to the equipment he had obtained. While he didn't remember every detail of the game's crafting system, he knew enough to recognize some potential combinations. Let's see what we can make, he muttered, laying out the items in front of him. 2 long swords and a short sword, that should make a noon quiver. Placing the 3 items together, Noah watched as a bright light enveloped them. The sound of metal being forged echoed through the room, and when the light faded, a sleek yellow quiver appeared in their place. Perfect, Noah said with a grin. Now, what's next? His eyes fell on the Kirchias shard, a component used to craft static shiv or the old-school electric blade, as it was sometimes called. Pairing it with the nimble cloak and the newly crafted noon quiver, Noah initiated another synthesis. This time, the light was even brighter, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. When the light subsided, a white metal blade crackling with yellow lightning floated before him. Static shiv, Noah said, picking up the blade. He had a brief moment of nostalgia as he remembered the item's old design. Looks like it's the classic version. As Noah held the blade, arcs of electricity danced along its surface. Curious, he channeled a small amount of magic into the weapon, causing a bolt of lightning to shoot out and strike the wall. The impact left a scorch mark, and Noah couldn't help but smile. Alright, Noah said, gripping the blade tightly. Let's see what else this thing can do. After testing the blade's capabilities outside, Noah returned to the house feeling satisfied. The static shiv's versatility made it a valuable addition to his arsenal, and with a bit of magic, its power could be amplified even further. Time to get back to work, Noah said, stretching as he headed toward his lab. Lissandra's new body isn't going to build itself. The morning sunlight filtered through the windows of Noah's coastal mansion, casting a golden glow on the pristine surfaces of his luxurious home. Deep within the underground laboratory, however, the light of day was irrelevant. The air in the experimental chamber was thick with an almost tangible energy, a byproduct of the Resolve Rune's magic, which had been radiating outward steadily since Noah began his meditation. Still seated cross-legged in the center of the room, Noah took in a slow, measured breath. The green glow of the Resolve Rune suspended before him pulsed rhythmically, its energy intertwining with his own. He could feel the rune's raw power coursing through his body, seeping into his muscles and bones while simultaneously enhancing his magical reserves. The sensation was invigorating, as though his very essence was being refined and fortified. Not bad, Noah muttered to himself, opening his eyes. The faint green light of the rune reflected in his gaze as he stood up, stretching his arms and legs. His body felt stronger, more attuned to the magical energies that now flowed through him with greater ease. He clenched his fist experimentally, feeling the subtle difference in power. This rune is definitely something else. I'm starting to see why the system placed limitations on it before. If I had access to this much power when I first started, it probably would have overwhelmed me. Noah turned his attention back to the rune, which floated serenely in front of him. His meditation session had yielded noticeable results, but he couldn't ignore the other implications of his discovery. The Resolve Rune wasn't just enhancing him, it was also releasing magic into the environment. He had already sensed the rune's magic spreading throughout the room, and now, as he focused, he could feel faint traces of it extending beyond the laboratory. Lysandra, status report, Noah called out, his voice echoing slightly in the empty room. The AI's holographic form materialized nearby, her single mechanical eye glowing softly. Good morning, Noah. The surrounding environment has undergone a measurable change. The magical energy emanating from the Resolve Rune has spread approximately 20 meters beyond the boundaries of this room. It is currently saturating the soil and structures within the perimeter of the estate. Noah raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And how's the energy interacting with the environment? Any noticeable effects? Thus far, there have been no adverse reactions, Lysandra replied. However, the concentration of magical energy appears to be influencing nearby plant life. Preliminary scans indicate accelerated growth rates in vegetation near the affected area. Additionally, the magical saturation is creating a localized energy field that may enhance the durability of nearby structures. Noah mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. So, the rune's magic isn't just a source of personal power, it's also affecting the environment. That's interesting. I wonder if this is how the world of Runeterra maintains its magical balance. The world runes must work in a similar way, spreading their energy across the land. He paced the rune for a moment, considering the implications. If the resolve rune alone could create such effects, he could only imagine what might happen once he acquired more runes, or if he found a way to fully unlock the potential of the world rune he already possessed. The possibilities were exciting, but also somewhat daunting. Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Noah said, shaking his head. First, I need to figure out how to harness this magic more effectively. If it can enhance the environment, maybe I can use it to strengthen the defenses of the estate or even fuel some of my more resource-intensive projects. Lysandra tilted her head slightly. Noah, I recommend further experimentation to determine the full extent of the rune's environmental influence. Additionally, we should monitor for any unforeseen side effects. While the current effects appear beneficial, the long-term consequences of sustained magical saturation are unknown. Good call, Noah agreed. Let's set up some monitoring systems around the property. I want to track how the magic spreads and see if there's a limit to its range. Understood. I will begin the setup immediately, Lysandra replied, her holographic form flickering briefly as she initiated the necessary protocols. As Lysandra began her work, Noah left the experimental chamber and headed toward the main part of the mansion. The morning air felt crisp and refreshing as he stepped out onto the balcony overlooking the ocean. The waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, and for a moment, Noah allowed himself to simply enjoy the view. But his thoughts soon returned to the events of the previous day. The battle at the Stark Expo had been a wake-up call of sorts. For the first time, he had pushed his magic to its limits, and the experience had left him both exhilarated and cautious. The feeling of near depletion had been unpleasant, and while the mana potions in his inventory had saved him in the short term, he knew they wouldn't be sufficient in the long run. Magic isn't exactly a common resource in this world, Noah muttered to himself. I can't rely on potions forever. If I'm going to keep growing stronger, I'll need a more sustainable solution. He glanced at his hand, where the faint glow of the world rune still lingered. The rune's immense power was undeniable, but it also carried risks. Noah couldn't ignore the fact that the rune's magic could potentially attract unwanted attention if it continued to spread unchecked. He needed to find a way to control and contain it, or at least ensure it wouldn't cause any harm. Lysandra, Noah called out, his tone thoughtful. What's the status of the vibranium reserves we've been storing? I have an idea. The AI's voice responded promptly. The vibranium reserves remain stable. Current inventory, 100 kilograms. What is your intended use? I'm thinking we can use some of it to create a containment field for the world rune, Noah explained. If we can channel the rune's energy into a controlled space, we might be able to prevent it from spreading too far, while still harnessing its power when needed. A feasible approach, Lysandra agreed. I will begin designing a prototype for a vibranium-based containment device. Estimated time to completion, 48 hours. Perfect, Noah said, a small smile playing on his lips. Let's get to work. Over the next several hours, Noah split his time between assisting Lysandra with the containment device and continuing his personal training. The experience at the Stark Expo had taught him the importance of preparation, and he was determined to be ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. As he worked, a part of him couldn't help but wonder about Tony Stark and the other players in this world. He knew that his actions at the expo hadn't gone unnoticed, and it was only a matter of time before someone came looking for answers. Let them come, Noah thought, his resolve unwavering. I've got more than enough surprises waiting for them. After a full day of training, Noah muttered as he slowly stood up, extending a hand to recall the resolve rune back into his body. He stretched his slightly stiff limbs, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The surge of power and magic coursing through him was undeniable proof of the rune's incredible abilities. In just one night, both his physical strength and magical reserves had significantly improved. Stepping out of the training chamber, Noah was greeted by the sight of Lysandra gliding toward him. He smiled and gave her a brief nod of acknowledgement. As he walked alongside her, his mind was already swirling with thoughts. It was finally time to execute the plan they had carefully crafted for constructing Lysandra's physical body. In the laboratory, Noah and Lysandra approached a control console. With a simple gesture, Noah activated the holographic interface, and a detailed projection of Lissandra's body design appeared before him. The blueprint was intricate, showcasing the fusion of advanced technologies from the Hextech, Project, and Vibranium domains. The plan was nearly complete, with only the final adjustments remaining. Noah began fine-tuning various parameters, his focus unwavering. While much of the framework for Lissandra's body had been her own work, Noah had provided key insights and assistance. Having recently absorbed the knowledge and talents of scientific minds like Heimerdinger, Noah was still adapting to Earth's technological landscape, but his aptitude for innovation made him a valuable contributor. Their approach was inspired, in part, by the creation of Ultron in Avengers: Age of Ultron. Using Lissandra's advanced nanotechnology, they intended to process vibranium at a molecular level to mimic the structure of human cells. The result would be a humanoid form capable of housing Lissandra's AI core while seamlessly integrating magical energy. The inclusion of Project and Hextech elements would ensure the body's durability and adaptability to powerful forces. As Noah meticulously adjusted the final settings, Lysandra suddenly spoke in a calm yet urgent tone. "Noah, we have an intruder approaching the estate." A red warning signal flashed across the screen in front of him, confirming her words. Noah frowned, quickly pulling up the surveillance feed. Multiple screens appeared, displaying real-time footage of the estate's perimeter. His sharp eyes caught sight of a black SUV slowing to a stop near the outer wall. The car door opened, and a man stepped out. Adjusting the camera angle for a closer look, Noah recognized the individual almost immediately: bald head, an eye patch, dark skin. It was Nick Fury. What is he doing here? Noah muttered to himself, his brow furrowing. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had no shortage of responsibilities. Why would he take the time to visit Noah's estate personally? Was it about the events at the Stark Expo? Had Fury deduced that Noah was the one in the mysterious high-tech suit? Or was this about something else entirely? Noah's musings were interrupted by Fury's unexpected actions. Instead of approaching the front gate and ringing the bell like a normal visitor, Fury began scanning his surroundings before climbing the estate's wall with surprising agility. Noah's expression shifted from confusion to mild amusement as he watched the director's unconventional method of entry. "Is he serious?" Noah muttered, shaking his head. "This guy's running a spy agency and still acts like he's on a covert ops mission. What's next? Sneaking through air vents?" On the screen, Fury navigated the estate's courtyard with the precision of a seasoned operative, carefully avoiding visible surveillance cameras. Of course, Noah knew that the visible cameras were merely decoys. The Real security system consisted of hidden, cloaked cameras equipped with advanced optical camouflage, completely undetectable to anyone without access to the estate's systems. As Fury crept closer to the mansion, Noah made no move to activate the estate's defensive measures. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, a mischievous glint in his eyes. If he's going to go out of his way to sneak in, I might as well let him experience the full package. Let's give him a proper welcome. Turning to Lysandra, Noah gestured toward the door. "Come on, let's go greet our guest." Nick Fury, meanwhile, had successfully infiltrated the mansion's interior. He moved with practiced caution, ensuring he remained unnoticed as he slipped through a side window. Once inside, he surveyed the luxurious space, noting its modern yet understated design. Everything was pristine, almost too pristine, and it put Fury on edge. Satisfied that the coast was clear, Fury made his way toward the living room. His plan was simple: find a comfortable spot, wait for Noah to arrive, and use the element of surprise to establish control of the conversation. Fury had employed this tactic countless times. It was his way of setting the tone and keeping the upper hand. But just as Fury reached the sofa, a low, mechanical rumble filled the room. He froze, his instincts kicking in as he turned to locate the source of the sound. Before he could react, a massive robotic claw shot out of the shadows, grabbing him and lifting him off the ground like a ragdoll. "What the hell?" Fury shouted, struggling against the vice-like grip of the mechanical hand. He craned his neck to get a better look at his captor and was met with the imposing figure of a 3-meter-tall robot. Its white chassis gleamed under the light, and its glowing blue eyes stared down at him with an unsettling intensity. The robot's chest featured a circular core, also glowing blue, and its movements were precise and deliberate. The robot tilted its head slightly, emitting a series of mechanical clicks and beeps. Fury's struggling did little to loosen its grip, and he was forced to remain still as the robot's chest displayed a glowing message. "Please wait. My master is on his way." "Master? You mean Noah?" Fury muttered, narrowing his eye. His curiosity was piqued, but his annoyance was growing. Who builds a giant robot just to greet visitors? The sound of approaching footsteps drew Fury's attention, and he turned his head to see Noah and Lysandra entering the room. Noah's expression was calm, with a faint hint of amusement. "All right, Blitzcrank," Noah said, addressing the robot. "You can put him down now." The robot Blitzcrank released Fury gently, its massive form shrinking slightly as it transitioned to a more compact, everyday mode. Fury adjusted his jacket and brushed off the wrinkles, his sharp gaze fixed on Noah. "Noah," Fury said, his tone low and measured. "So, we finally meet." "Director Fury," Noah replied with a welcoming smile, gesturing toward the sofa. "Please, have a seat." Fury hesitated briefly before sitting down, his lone eye shifting to Lysandra, who hovered silently nearby. There was something unsettling about her presence, and Fury couldn't shake the feeling that he was already several steps behind in this encounter. "Coffee?" Noah offered, breaking the silence. "Black," Fury replied curtly. Blitzcrank moved with surprising speed, returning moments later with 2 steaming cups of coffee. Fury took a sip, his expression unreadable as he considered his next move. "So," Noah began, setting his cup down. "What brings the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to my humble abode?" Fury leaned forward slightly, his gaze locking onto Noah's. "Let's cut to the chase. I'm here because you've been making waves, and I don't like mysteries. Who are you, Noah? And what exactly are you up to?" "Well then, Director Fury," Noah said with a calm yet curious tone, taking another sip of his coffee before setting the cup down. His sharp eyes locked onto Nick Fury. "What brings you all the way here today? What exactly do you want to discuss?" Nick Fury, sitting across from Noah, took a sip of his own coffee before leaning forward slightly, his hands clasped together in a gesture that exuded both formality and seriousness. "Noah, this is indeed our first meeting in person. While I know you're already aware of my identity, let me formally introduce myself. I'm Nick Fury, current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He placed the cup down, his posture firm as he continued, his expression grave. "I came here today to meet you in person, and to ask you a few questions." Noah nodded slightly, his demeanor casual yet attentive. "Oh? Questions? Ask away. If it's something I know, I'll be happy to share." Fury's sharp gaze didn't falter. "Yesterday, at the Stark Industries Expo, you were present, weren't you?" Without hesitation, Noah replied, "Yes, I was there." Fury's tone grew more pointed. At the scene, aside from Iron Man and his ally in the War Machine armor, there was another individual wearing an unidentified high-tech armored suit. "Do you know who that person was?" There was a moment of silence as Fury scrutinized Noah closely, looking for any subtle reactions. And though Noah's calm expression betrayed nothing, Fury's suspicions deepened. The advanced technology he had already seen in this estate, Blitzcrank and Lysandra, only reinforced his theory that Noah wasn't just an ordinary person. Noah, however, had no intention of playing coy. He raised his hand and gave Lysandra a brief glance. Understanding his unspoken command, the AI activated the nanotechnology within Noah's belt. The sleek, metallic nanites flowed like liquid up his arm, forming a partial section of the Project Yasuo armor around his hand and forearm. He flexed his armored fingers effortlessly, then turned to Fury and gave a small wave with his armored hand. "No need for further guessing, Director Fury," Noah said with a faint smile. "I am the one you're looking for." Fury's visible eye widened slightly, though his composed demeanor quickly returned. You're the one in the suit?" He paused briefly before asking, "Was this technology provided to you by, whoever your organization is?" Noah chuckled softly, retracting the armor back into his belt with a smooth motion. "It's my own creation," he said plainly. "Though I suppose you could say that my organization, as you put it, has contributed to my resources and knowledge. Anything else you'd like to know?" Fury frowned slightly, leaning back as he tried to piece together the implications. Noah's directness was unexpected, but it left Fury with even more questions. His thoughts were interrupted as Noah gestured toward the table, where a holographic projection suddenly appeared, displaying several images and news clippings. Among them was the report of the mysterious meteorite impact in New Mexico. Fury's attention shifted to the display, his curiosity piqued by the advanced projection technology. He studied the images carefully as Noah spoke. "This," Noah began, pointing to the clippings, "is about the meteorite event in New Mexico, isn't it? I'm guessing S.H.I.E.L.D. has already taken an interest in it. You probably even sent Agent Coulson to investigate, right?" Fury's expression darkened slightly, though he said nothing. He wasn't surprised that Noah had this information, but it still unsettled him to see just how much the young man knew. Noah continued, his tone calm but deliberate. "I have my own reasons for looking into this incident. Let's just say I've seen glimpses of what's to come." "That meteorite?" It's not just a rock. If I'm right, it's the start of something much bigger. Fury leaned forward again, his voice low and measured. And what exactly do you think it is? Noah tapped the edge of the holographic table, his expression thoughtful. I can't say for sure until I see it for myself. But if it's what I think it is, then your organization is dealing with something far beyond the usual. Tell me, Director, where's the shield base near the site? I'll go there myself to confirm my suspicions. Fury studied Noah for a moment, weighing his options. While he didn't fully trust Noah, he couldn't deny the value of his insights, especially if they were based on future knowledge. After a brief pause, he nodded. Fine. I'll have Coulson provide you with the coordinates. But how do you plan on getting there? Need a lift? Noah shook his head with a faint smirk. That won't be necessary. I have my own way of getting around. The conversation gradually shifted, and the two began to discuss other topics. Fury occasionally probed for more information about Noah's knowledge of future events, but Noah was careful with his answers, offering only vague hints and partial details. It was enough to satisfy Fury's curiosity without giving away too much. Eventually, Fury rose from his seat, signaling the end of their meeting. This time, he opted to leave through the front door rather than scaling the wall like before. As he approached his car, the waiting SHIELD agent greeted him briefly before Fury prepared to step inside. However, before he could enter the vehicle, a sudden motion in the sky drew his attention. Fury looked up to see a figure ascending rapidly into the air, the sunlight glinting off the sleek armor of Noah's project suit. The young man hovered briefly, offering Fury a small wave before accelerating upward at incredible speed. The resulting sonic boom echoed across the estate, leaving behind a trail of dissipating clouds. Fury watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. He muttered to himself, impressive, before pulling out his phone to make a call. Agent Coulson, Fury said as soon as the line connected. Our little prophet is heading your way. Keep an eye out. Coulson's voice crackled back on the line, laced with confusion. Wait. Noah? He's coming here? Do I need to pick him up? No need, Fury replied curtly. Just keep an eye on the sky. He'll be there in an hour or two. Before Coulson could respond, Fury ended the call, leaving the agent scratching his head in bewilderment. A short while later, Coulson climbed onto the temporary observation platform near the site of the meteorite and began scanning the horizon. Beside him, Clint Barton, better known as Hawkeye, watched him with a raised eyebrow. What are you doing, Coulson? Barton asked, his tone tinged with amusement. Coulson didn't look away from the sky. Director Fury told me we have a visitor inbound. I'm just keeping an eye out. Barton frowned. A visitor? Who? Iron Man? No, Coulson replied vaguely. You'll see soon enough. Roughly 20 minutes later, a commotion broke out as SHIELD personnel spotted an unidentified flying object approaching the site. The figure became clearer as it drew closer, a man in a high-tech armored suit, distinctly different from Iron Man's designs. Is that hostile? One of the agents asked, raising their weapon instinctively. Stand down, Coulson's voice came through the comms. He's one of ours. The armored figure descended gracefully, landing on the observation platform with precision. Noah stood tall in his Project Yasuo armor, the energy blade on his back faintly visible. He deactivated his helmet, offering Coulson a friendly smile. Agent Coulson, Noah greeted. I'm here to help. How far is the destination from here, Lysandra? Noah asked while flying through the vast sky at an incredible speed of Mach 4. After his last mission, he had made some minor adjustments to his suit's propulsion system, further enhancing its flight capabilities. The destination is located in New Mexico, approximately 3,103 kilometers away. At your current speed, you should arrive in about 36 minutes, Lysandra responded promptly. 36 minutes? That feels a bit long, Noah muttered, furrowing his brow slightly. While covering over 3,000 kilometers in just over half an hour was already an extraordinary feat, he couldn't help but feel there might be a faster way to get there. Abruptly, Noah halted mid-flight, hovering steadily in the open sky. He gazed upward, his eyes fixed on the endless expanse above him. Outer space, the thought struck him. If he could exit the atmosphere and fly through space, where there's virtually no air resistance, he could accelerate far beyond his usual limits. In theory, this could allow him to travel at speeds approaching or even exceeding the speed of light, though that would depend on his current capabilities. Lysandra, he asked urgently, can I survive in outer space with this suit? Rest assured, Noah, Lysandra replied confidently. I've integrated all necessary systems for survival in outer space into your suit. You can safely operate in space without any issues. Good, Noah said, a determined glint in his eyes. With Lyssandra's reassurance, he adjusted his trajectory and shot upward like a streak of lightning. Noah ascended rapidly, piercing through the layers of Earth's atmosphere. From the troposphere to the stratosphere, then the mesosphere, his speed increased as air resistance diminished. To maximize propulsion, he activated a secondary transformation in his suit, converting parts of the leg armor into powerful thrusters. The roaring sound of acceleration echoed faintly as he soared higher and higher. Minutes later, Noah slowed his ascent, coming to a stop as he broke free from Earth's gravitational pull. He turned back to look at the planet below him. What lay before his eyes was breathtaking, a stunning view of the blue and white jewel that was Earth, floating serenely in the vast darkness of space. The low temperatures and radiation of space posed no threat to him, as his suit systems perfectly shielded him from harm. I never imagined I'd make it to outer space one day, Noah murmured, his voice filled with awe. The sight stirred something deep within him, a mix of pride and humility at the beauty of the universe. Lysandra, take a picture for me. I want to remember this moment. From his belt, a section of nanomachines detached and reassembled into a camera. The device adjusted its positioning autonomously, capturing the perfect angles as Noah posed dramatically against the backdrop of Earth. After a few clicks, the camera disassembled and returned to the suit. All right, time to head to the destination, Noah said, shaking off his wonder. While this first venture into space was unforgettable, his mission awaited. He knew he could always return to space later if needed. Lysandra, he continued, you handle navigation from here. Guide me to the target. Understood, Noah, Lysandra replied. The suit's thrusters underwent another transformation, enhancing their power output for space travel. With air resistance no longer a factor, the suit accelerated to an almost terrifying speed. Stars and planetary features blurred as Noah hurtled through the void. Arrived, Noah, Lysandra announced as the suit decelerated smoothly. Noah came to a stop just outside Earth's atmosphere, gazing down at the planet once more. On his visor, Lysandra had marked the precise location of his destination, the crash site of Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. Taking one last look at the vast beauty of space, Noah adjusted his trajectory for re-entry. He plunged downward, his body enveloped in flames as he tore through the atmosphere. Despite the intense heat and pressure, his suit's vibranium construction ensured he remained unscathed. Within minutes, the ground came into view. From above, he could see the massive crater caused by the hammer's impact, now surrounded by a makeshift shield base. Personnel moved busily around the site, and on a high platform, Noah spotted a man with a bow. Hawkeye, no doubt. The archer had clearly noticed him, as he appeared to ready his weapon. Lysandra, patch me into Coulson's comm channel, Noah said quickly, hoping to avoid unnecessary complications. Connection established, Lysandra responded almost instantly. Coulson, it's me. The person in the sky is Noah, he said directly. On the ground, Coulson's eyes widened as Noah's voice came through his earpiece. He immediately gestured to Hawkeye and the nearby guards to lower their weapons. Stand down, everyone. He's a friendly. Hawkeye glanced at Coulson, his expression skeptical. What's going on, Coulson? Why are you stopping us? That guy up there looks like trouble. Coulson turned to him with a faint smile. Remember that little prophet I mentioned in Fury's office the other day? That's him. Hawkeye followed Coulson's gaze, watching as the armored figure descended gracefully toward them. You sure he's not just a knockoff Iron Man? He quipped. Noah landed smoothly on the platform, his helmet retracting to reveal his face. He smiled warmly at Coulson. Good afternoon, Coulson. Afternoon, Noah, Coulson replied with a nod. Fury told me you'd be coming, but I didn't expect you this quickly. Oh, right, this is Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye. Nice to meet you, Barton, Noah said, extending a hand as his gauntlet retracted to reveal his bare palm. Likewise, Barton replied, shaking his hand firmly. Once introductions were complete, Coulson turned back to Noah, curiosity evident in his tone. So, what brings you here? Something important, I assume? Noah gestured toward the crater below, where Mjolnir rested. For this, he said simply, before motioning for Coulson and Barton to follow him. The trio descended toward the hammer, passing by bustling researchers clad in white lab coats. Many of them paused in their work to gawk at Noah, clearly intrigued by his advanced suit. Some even whispered among themselves, speculating about his identity. Standing before Mjolnir, Coulson couldn't help but ask, do you know what this thing is? Where it came from? Instead of answering, Noah stepped forward and reached for the hammer's handle. He gripped it firmly and attempted to lift it, but as expected, it didn't budge. Only those deemed worthy by Odin's enchantment could wield Mjolnir, and Noah wasn't surprised to find himself excluded. Still, curiosity prompted him to try one more thing. Focusing inward, he channeled the power of the world rune within him, letting its energy flow into his hand. The rune's immense magic surged forth, enveloping Mjolnir and causing the hammer to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a powerful resistance pushed back against the rune's energy. Noah recognized the opposing force immediately. It was Odin's divine power, the same magic that had enchanted the hammer. Nearby, scientists shouted warnings as their instruments detected a massive spike in energy. Gale-force winds swirled around the crater, forcing Coulson and Barton to shield their faces from flying debris. Far away in Asgard, Odin, deep in his Odin sleep, stirred slightly. Though he could sense the intrusion on Mjolnir, he was unable to act directly. Instead, the magic of the hammer itself rose to meet the challenge, engaging in a silent battle with the rune's power. Realizing that fully overpowering Odin's magic would take far longer than he was willing to spend, Noah withdrew the rune's energy. The winds subsided, and the area grew calm once more. What the hell was that, Noah? Coulson asked, his voice filled with both awe and confusion as he surveyed the mess left behind. Noah clenched his fist and gave a sheepish grin. Just a little experiment, he said, trying to lighten the mood. But if you're curious about the hammer, I can tell you a few things. So, Noah, Coulson said, leaning slightly forward, his curiosity evident. Why don't you tell us exactly what you know about all this? The three of them sat in a temporary meeting room within the makeshift shield base. Noah had already retracted his sleek battle suit back into his belt, opting for more casual attire that made him look like any ordinary young man. Yet, the way he carried himself and the air of mystery in his eyes betrayed just how extraordinary he truly was. Noah rested his elbow on the table, his chin propped on his hand as he leaned forward slightly. His gaze flickered between Coulson and Hawkeye, a faint smile playing on his lips. Coulson, have you ever heard of Norse mythology? He asked, his tone laced with a sly sense of intrigue. It was clear he was about to reveal something significant. Coulson and Hawkeye exchanged a brief look, both clearly puzzled. Coulson replied cautiously, Norse mythology? Sure, I've heard of it. But it's just that, a collection of myths, stories people made up. What does that have to do with anything real? Noah chuckled inwardly at their reactions. He figured it was time to start peeling back the layers of mystery surrounding the hammer. With a casual motion, he pressed a button on his belt, prompting a wave of nanomachines to flow out and assemble into a small, intricate device on the table. A soft beam of light shot upward from the device, forming a holographic projection in the air above it. Let me show you, Noah said, manipulating the holographic interface with a few deft gestures. The projection shifted, displaying a massive cosmic tree rooted in a boundless void. The tree, glowing faintly with an ethereal light, seemed to connect multiple celestial realms. This, Noah began, his voice taking on a storyteller's cadence, is Yggdrasil, the world tree. It's the foundation of Norse mythology, the axis around which the 9 realms revolve. These realms include Asgard, home of the gods, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Midgard, which you know as Earth, Jotunheim, land of the frost giants, and a few others you might find less hospitable. The hologram shifted again, zooming in on the various realms as Noah named them. The projection of Midgard clearly resembled Earth, further emphasizing the connection. Hawkeye crossed his arms, his skepticism evident. So what? Are you trying to tell us that this hammer is tied to Norse mythology? That it's the legendary Mjolnir or something? Noah smiled, tapping the hologram again. This time, the image of a powerful, golden-haired figure emerged. The man's muscular frame and confident stance were unmistakable, though his face was obscured by shadow. In his hand, he held a glowing hammer crackling with blue lightning. Exactly, Noah said, his tone light but deliberate. What you're looking at is the legendary Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, god of thunder. Coulson's eyes widened, his jaw tightening. You're saying this hammer we found, belongs to Thor? As in the actual god from Norse mythology? That's impossible. How could something like that be real? Impossible? Noah echoed with a shrug. Maybe. Maybe not. But that hammer sitting outside in the crater? That's Mjolnir. And as for Thor, who knows? He might show up here tonight to try and reclaim it. Or maybe he won't. Only time will tell. Hawkeye leaned back in his chair, still processing. Let me get this straight. You're telling us gods like Thor, Odin, and the rest of them are real? What else? Are we going to see frost giants and rainbow bridges next? Noah chuckled softly, shaking his head. Relax, Barton. They're not about to invade Earth or anything. In fact, Earth or Midgard, as they call it, is technically under Asgard's protection. A long time ago, they even helped drive out invading frost giants. So, if anything, you could say we're on friendly terms. Coulson frowned, his expression still serious. And Odin? Is he real too? What about the other gods? Are they threats to humanity? Noah held up a hand to calm him. No need to worry. Asgardians don't interfere with Earth unless absolutely necessary. And Odin, well, let's just say he's more focused on keeping the 9 realms in balance than bothering with us mortals. With that, Noah deactivated the holographic device and leaned back in his chair. I only know all this because I've come across certain records from other realms. Let's just say I've had access to knowledge most people wouldn't even dream of. Coulson nodded slowly, deep in thought. He could tell Noah wasn't giving them the whole story, but what he had shared was already mind-blowing. All right, Coulson said finally. We'll wait and see if this Thor character shows up. In the meantime, what's your plan? Noah stretched and stood up, brushing off his jacket. I'm planning to head to that nearby town for a meal. Gotta keep my strength up, you know. Coulson nodded, though he couldn't hide his concern. Stay in touch, Noah. If anything happens, we need to know immediately. Will do, Noah replied with a casual wave as he turned to leave. Just as Noah was about to exit, Coulson called out to him. Turning back, Noah saw the agent holding out a small booklet. Taking it, Noah flipped through its pages and found several identification cards inside. The first was a SHIELD ID with his photo and the title Consultant. The others belonged to various U.S. government agencies, including the FBI. What's this for? Noah asked, raising an eyebrow. Coulson smiled faintly. Call it a precaution. Fury thought you might find these useful. You're not officially part of SHIELD, of course, but these credentials can help you get out of sticky situations if needed. Noah nodded, tucking the booklet into his pocket. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. Stepping out of the tent, Noah noticed the curious stares from the SHIELD agents and researchers passing by. Some looked at him with awe, others with a mix of curiosity and respect. Among them, a bald man with glasses lingered slightly longer, his expression unreadable. Feeling slightly conspicuous, Noah decided against flying into town this time. Instead, he returned to the tent and borrowed a car from Coulson. After a brief, slightly awkward exchange about his driving experience, Noah climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. What followed was less than ideal. Crash! The car jerked forward suddenly, smashing through the camp's metal gate. Noah winced, gripping the steering wheel tightly as the vehicle veered uncontrollably. Sorry. My bad, he called out sheepishly as the bewildered guards scrambled to clear the way. Inside the car, Lyssandra's voice chimed in, her tone tinged with exasperation. Noah, perhaps I should take over. Yeah, maybe you should, Noah admitted, laughing nervously. Nanomachines flowed from his belt into the car's systems, allowing Lysandra to assume control. With the AI at the helm, the vehicle steadied, and Noah leaned back in his seat, watching the dusty New Mexico landscape roll by. As they approached the town, Noah opened his system interface to check for updates. His eyes lit up when he saw a new mission had appeared. B-rank mission, repel or destroy Odin's destroyer armor. Huh, that's earlier than I expected, Noah muttered to himself, a hint of excitement in his voice. He accepted the mission without hesitation, already formulating a plan. With Lysandra driving, the car continued smoothly toward the small, dusty town on the horizon. For Noah, the real adventure was just beginning. As Noah navigated through the dusty, unassuming streets of the small town, he parked his borrowed car in front of a modest diner. The place seemed like the kind of spot where locals gathered to share stories over cups of coffee and greasy food. His stomach grumbled audibly, reminding him that he hadn't eaten all day. He stepped out of the car, stretching briefly before heading toward the diner. Just as he approached the glass door, 2 men walked out, laughing loudly. Their conversation caught his attention. Did you see that old guy trying to pull the hammer with his truck? Ended up wrecking the entire thing instead, one of them said, barely containing his amusement. Noah's lips curled into a small smile. He knew exactly what they were referring to as Stan Lee's hilarious cameo in the Thor storyline. It was a moment etched in his memory, and seeing it play out in real life added a strange sense of familiarity to this surreal situation. He pushed open the door, only to be greeted by the sound of shattering glass and a booming voice yelling, "Another!" Inside, the scene was chaos, or at least, it felt like it. A burly, golden-haired man had just slammed his mug onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. A woman with dark hair was frantically apologizing to the restaurant staff while scolding the man. 2 others, a younger woman and an older man, sat at the same table, looking equally exasperated. Noah paused for a moment, taking in the sight. It didn't take him long to realize who they were: Jane Foster, Darcy Lewis, Dr. Eric Selvig, and, of course, the hammerless Thor himself. He hadn't expected to run into them so soon, but then again, the small town wasn't exactly bustling with people. "Jane! Look at the door," Darcy whispered excitedly, tugging on Jane's sleeve. Another handsome guy just walked in. Jane glanced toward the entrance, her eyes briefly meeting Noah's. She couldn't deny that he was good-looking, but she wasn't one to get flustered easily. She quickly turned her attention back to the mess on the floor, trying to manage the situation. Thor, however, had a completely different reaction. His sharp instincts, honed over centuries of battle, immediately picked up on something unusual about Noah. Despite being in his mortal form, Thor's intuition screamed that this man wasn't ordinary. There was an aura about him, a faint trace of magic that lingered in the air. Noah, for his part, simply smiled politely at the group before making his way to the counter to place his order. He chose an empty table near the window and sat down, taking a moment to observe his surroundings. Thor's curiosity got the better of him. Rising from his seat, he began walking toward Noah. Jane, noticing his movement, grabbed his arm in alarm. "Thor, where are you going?" "I must speak with him," Thor said, his voice steady and resolute. "He is no ordinary man, he is a sorcerer." Darcy snorted, barely suppressing a laugh. "A sorcerer? Sure, Thor. Maybe he'll cast a spell and make you a latte while he's at it." Ignoring her, Thor gently but firmly freed himself from Jane's grip and continued toward Noah. Jane exchanged a worried look with Eric before hurrying after him, determined to prevent any potential embarrassment or worse, trouble. By the time they reached Noah's table, Thor had already seated himself across from him. Jane, Eric, and Darcy hovered nearby, unsure of how to intervene. "Greetings, sorcerer," Thor began, his tone formal and earnest. "I am Thor Odinson, son of Odin, rightful heir to the throne of Asgard." Noah raised an eyebrow, leaning back slightly in his chair. He hadn't expected Thor to be so direct, but he supposed it was fitting for someone of his character. "Thor Odinson," he said with a faint smile. "I've heard of you." Thor's face lit up with a grin. "Ah, so my name is known even here in Midgard. That is good to hear." He turned to the others, clearly pleased. "You see? At least someone recognizes me." Jane muttered under her breath, "Yeah, sure, he recognizes you. Let's just hope he doesn't call the police." Thor ignored her, returning his attention to Noah. "Sorcerer, I am in need of your assistance. I have been separated from my hammer, Mjolnir. If you aid me in retrieving it, I will see to it that you are rewarded greatly. Once I return to Asgard, I shall name you chief sorcerer of the realm." The sincerity in Thor's voice was almost endearing, but Noah couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. It was clear that Thor was still the proud, somewhat naive god who hadn't yet undergone the humbling experiences that would shape him into a true hero. Before Noah could respond, Jane tugged on Thor's arm again, her expression a mix of embarrassment and frustration. "Thor, stop it. You can't just go around asking strangers for help like this. He doesn't even know you." Darcy chimed in, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "Yeah, and what if he says no? Are you gonna throw your coffee cup at him too?" Thor looked genuinely confused by their reactions but didn't argue. Instead, he waited patiently for Noah's reply. Noah decided to play along, for now. "If you're looking for Mjolnir," he said calmly, "it's about 50 miles west of here. You'll find it in a crater." Thor's eyes widened, and he stood up abruptly. "Thank you, sorcerer. You have my gratitude." Before he could leave, Jane grabbed his arm once more, clearly exasperated. "Wait, you can't just run off like this." Eric stepped in, trying to defuse the situation. "I'm sorry about him," he said to Noah, gesturing toward Thor. "He's not exactly in his right mind. Took a bad hit to the head, you see." Noah chuckled softly, waving off Eric's concern. "It's fine. I understand." With that, Jane, Eric, and Darcy managed to corral Thor and lead him out of the diner. Noah watched them go, shaking his head slightly. It was clear that Thor had a long way to go before he would truly earn back his power. As Noah's meal was brought to his table, he took one bite and immediately grimaced. The food was mediocre, at best. "I've been spoiled by Lysandra's cooking," he muttered to himself, pushing the plate aside. The thought of returning home to a proper meal was suddenly very appealing. "Tonight," he murmured, glancing out the window at the departing group, "Thor will likely make his move, and Loki might show up as well. I suppose I'll have to pay them a visit." Leaving the diner, Noah decided he'd had enough of small-town cuisine. He'd wait for the right moment to rejoin the unfolding events and perhaps have a bit of fun along the way. Noah stood silently in the rain for a moment, his dark coat fluttering lightly against the wind. The raindrops slid off his shoulders and hair, as if repelled by an invisible barrier. He gazed down at the disheartened figure of Thor, who knelt in the mud before him like a broken man. The once proud god of thunder now looked utterly defeated, his golden hair plastered to his face by the rain, his hands trembling slightly as they rested on the ground. Noah's expression softened. He crouched down to Thor's level, his voice calm but firm as he said, "Thor Odinson, you speak as though your story has already ended. Yet it's clear to me that this is only the beginning of your journey." Thor's eyes flickered upward, meeting Noah's gaze. His usual confidence was absent, replaced by a vulnerability that seemed foreign to him. "You don't understand," Thor muttered, his voice heavy with despair. "Without Mjolnir, I am nothing. My father, he has cast me out. I am unworthy, not just of the hammer, but of Asgard itself. I have failed." Noah tilted his head, studying Thor carefully. Despite his current state, Noah could still sense traces of the powerful god beneath the surface, a spark that had not yet been extinguished. He smiled faintly, though there was a sharpness in his tone as he replied, "You're wrong, Thor. Your worth was never tied to the hammer. It was never about the power you wielded, but the character you carried. And if you truly believe you failed, then this is your chance to rise above your mistakes and prove yourself, not to Odin, not to Asgard, but to yourself." Thor blinked, his expression wavering as Noah's words began to sink in. He wanted to argue, to insist that Noah didn't understand the weight of his failure, but something about the man's presence made it difficult to deny his sincerity. There was a confidence in Noah's voice that was almost infectious, as though he spoke from experience. Thor started, but his voice faltered. He looked down at his hands, the mud and rainwater washing over them. "I don't even know where to begin." Noah stood up, offering Thor a hand. His eyes bore into Thor's with an intensity that seemed to pierce through his doubt. "You begin by standing up, Thor," Noah said simply. "You begin by taking the first step forward, even when you don't know where it will lead. That's how you find your strength again." For a moment, Thor hesitated. But then, slowly, he reached up and grasped Noah's hand. The two men locked eyes as Noah pulled him to his feet, and for the first time that night, Thor seemed to regain a small measure of his former pride. As Thor stood, the rain continued to pour, mingling with the faint echoes of thunder in the distance. He glanced back at Mjolnir, which still sat embedded in the earth, immovable as ever. A flicker of determination crossed his face before he looked back at Noah. "Who are you, really?" Thor asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and respect. "You're no ordinary man. I can feel it." Noah smirked slightly, brushing some mud off his coat. "Let's just say I have a unique perspective on things. But who I am doesn't matter. What matters is what you choose to do next." Before Thor could respond, the sound of footsteps approached. Noah turned to see Coulson and Hawkeye descending the nearby platform, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and caution. Behind them, several SHIELD agents carried umbrellas and equipment, clearly unsure of how to proceed in the presence of a supposed god. Coulson was the first to speak. "So, Noah," he began, glancing nervously between Thor and the hammer. "Do you think we should do something about this? He couldn't lift the hammer, so what now?" Noah chuckled softly, crossing his arms as he replied, "Now? Now we wait. Thor's path isn't something we can rush. He'll figure it out in time." Coulson didn't seem entirely convinced, but he nodded anyway. Turning to Thor, he extended a hand in a more formal gesture. "Mr. Odinson," he said, "I'm Agent Phil Coulson with SHIELD. I'd recommend getting out of the rain, at least. We can talk inside." Thor hesitated, his pride warring with his circumstances. Eventually, he gave a small nod, though his movements were stiff. "Very well," he said. "But I will not remain here long. I have much to do." As the group began making their way back toward the temporary base, Noah lingered behind for a moment, his gaze lingering on Mjolnir. The hammer seemed almost to hum with latent energy, as if waiting for the moment it would truly recognize its master again. Noah's mind raced with possibilities. He had tested the hammer's enchantment earlier, and while he hadn't been able to lift it, the reaction it had given still intrigued him. There was more to Mjolnir's magic than met the eye, and he intended to uncover its secrets eventually. For now, though, his focus shifted back to Thor. The once mighty god had taken his first step toward redemption, and Noah was curious to see how the story would continue to unfold. Inside the base, the group found themselves in a slightly warmer, drier environment. Thor's wet hair dripped onto the floor as he sat down heavily on a bench, his shoulders slightly slumped but his expression thoughtful. Coulson pulled Noah aside, lowering his voice. "So, what's the plan here? Do we just let him hang around until he figures out how to lift the hammer?" Noah smirked, his tone light but teasing. "Why not? You're the one who wanted to see how gods work, right? Consider this a front row seat. Coulson sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. This is going to be a long night, isn't it? Probably, Noah replied with a grin. But trust me, it'll be worth it. As the rain continued to fall outside, the pieces of the larger puzzle began to slot into place. Noah knew that things were just starting to heat up, and with Loki still lurking in the shadows, the true challenges were yet to come. For now, however, he was content to watch and wait. After all, every story needed its dramatic build-up. As the vibrant rainbow light of the Bifrost faded into the stormy night, the scene left behind was one of stunned silence. The swirling marks of the Asgardian bridge shimmered faintly in the rain-soaked ground, a testament to the dramatic departure that had just occurred. Noah stood at a distance, his expression calm but contemplative. The faint crackle of dissipating energy lingered in the air, and the rain began to ease up, as though the storm itself had reached its climax with Loki's retreat. He could feel the curious stares of Coulson and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind him, their minds undoubtedly racing with questions about what had just transpired. He's gone, Noah muttered, his voice low but steady. The electric blade in his hand dimmed, its vibrant glow fading as he deactivated it and returned it to his belt. He turned to Coulson and Hawkeye, who were still processing the sight of the Bifrost. That was your so-called king of Asgard, he added with a hint of sarcasm. Doesn't seem so invincible now, does he? Coulson, ever the professional, managed to recover his composure quickly. What just happened here? He asked, stepping closer to Noah. That light, that bridge, was that some kind of advanced technology? Or was it magic? Noah chuckled softly, shaking his head. Why not both? In Asgard, the line between magic and science can get pretty blurry. What you just saw was the Bifrost, their way of traveling between realms. Loki called for a retreat at the last second, smart move, considering what was about to happen to him. He gave a small, knowing smirk, recalling the panic on Loki's face just before he had called for Heimdall's aid. Hawkeye, standing nearby with his bow still in hand, glanced at the shimmering marks on the ground before looking back at Noah. You were about to fry that guy, he remarked, his tone somewhere between impressed and cautious. What exactly did he do to piss you off? He picked a fight he couldn't win, Noah answered simply, his tone neutral. Loki has a habit of underestimating others. He thought he could intimidate me, but I'm not so easily swayed by theatrics. He paused, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. Still, I wouldn't take him lightly. Loki's not the kind to give up easily, he'll be back, and next time, he'll have a plan. Coulson frowned slightly, his mind already racing with the implications. The arrival of the Asgardians, both Thor and Loki, on Earth was a game-changer, and he knew Fury would want a full report. But for now, he had more immediate concerns. And what about Thor? What's his role in all of this? Noah's expression softened slightly, and he glanced toward the makeshift building where Thor and Jane had taken shelter. Thor's story isn't finished yet, he said. He's lost his powers, his hammer, and his place in Asgard, but that doesn't mean he's lost everything. He still has the potential to rise above all of this, but it's up to him to prove himself worthy again. He turned back to Coulson, his gaze steady. Keep an eye on him, but don't interfere too much. This is his journey to figure out. Coulson nodded slowly, though he still had his doubts. We'll do our best, he said. But if things escalate, they will, Noah interrupted, a wry smile tugging at his lips. This is only the beginning. Trust me, you'll want to be ready for what's coming. Meanwhile, not far away, Thor and Jane stepped outside into the clearing rain. Jane's face was etched with concern as she looked up at Thor, whose expression was unreadable. The sound of the Bifrost's departure had drawn their attention, and now they surveyed the scene before them, the muddy ground, the faint glow of the markings, and the scattered S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel who were still trying to make sense of it all. Thor, Jane said softly, placing a hand on his arm. What just happened? Was that your brother? Thor nodded slowly, his jaw tightening. Yes. That was Loki. He must have come to Earth for a reason, but I do not know what he hoped to achieve. His voice was heavy with frustration, tinged with guilt. And now he's gone, back to Asgard. Jane studied his face, trying to gauge his emotions. Do you think he'll come back? Thor hesitated, his gaze dropping to the ground. Loki always comes back, he said quietly. But I fear his intentions will not be noble. As they spoke, Noah approached from the other side of the clearing, his coat still pristine despite the earlier rain. He gave the pair a small nod as he stopped a few paces away. Thor, he greeted, his tone casual. Enjoy your little reunion? Thor frowned, his posture straightening as he turned to face Noah fully. You knew my brother was here, he said, his tone bordering on accusatory. Why didn't you stop him? Noah raised an eyebrow, unbothered by the accusation. Because it wasn't my place to interfere. Your brother came here for his own reasons, and he left before those reasons could cause too much damage. Besides, he added with a faint smirk, I had plenty of fun showing him he's not as clever as he thinks he is. Thor's frown deepened, but he didn't press the matter further. Instead, he asked, who are you, really? You're no ordinary mortal, that much is clear. What is your purpose here? Noah chuckled softly, crossing his arms. Let's just say I'm an interested observer. I have my own goals, but for now, I'm here to make sure things don't spiral out of control. Consider me a mediator, if you will. Jane, who had been quietly observing the exchange, finally spoke up. You knew about the hammer, about Thor, about all of this. How? Noah glanced at her, his expression unreadable. I have my sources, he said cryptically. Let's leave it at that. Before either of them could press him further, Coulson approached, his usual professionalism masking the curiosity that burned beneath the surface. Noah, he said, his tone firm. We need to talk. About Loki, about Thor, about all of this. Fury's going to want answers. Noah sighed, running a hand through his hair. Of course he will, he muttered. Fine. Let's talk. But not here. He gestured toward the makeshift base. Lead the way. As the group moved back toward the base, the rain finally stopped, leaving the desert air cool and damp. The storm had passed, but the tension lingered, and everyone present could feel that the events of the night were only the beginning of something much larger. For Noah, it was just another step in a story that was rapidly unfolding, and he was ready to see where it would lead next. The vivid and radiant light of the Bifrost faded away, leaving behind a mysterious, intricate mark etched into the ground where the glowing pillar had just stood. The once muddy ground glistened faintly under the dim light, as if imbued with residual energy from the Asgardian bridge. As the spectacle ended, the surrounding personnel began to gather closer, drawn by an irresistible curiosity. Their eyes darted between the shimmering symbol on the ground and Noah, who stood calmly amidst the fading rain. The awe and disbelief in the air were palpable. Dr. Jane Foster, her face a mixture of wonder and confusion, finally broke the silence. What was that just now? She asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Moments earlier, she had been inside, watching the storm outside her window. Then, she had witnessed the dazzling light of the Bifrost, a sight that seemed both impossibly beautiful and utterly unscientific, an anomaly beyond the limits of her understanding. This is the Bifrost, Jane, Thor said, his voice low but steady as he gazed at the mark left on the ground. His expression was heavy with emotion, a mixture of longing and regret. The bridge I told you about, the one that connects Asgard to the 9 realms. Jane's eyes widened as she stared at Thor, then back at the mark. The implications of what Thor had said began to sink in. So, it's real, she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. All of it, the stories, the realms, everything. Meanwhile, Thor's attention shifted to Noah, specifically to the weapon in his hand, a blade flickering with arcs of electricity, crackling faintly even as the rain subsided. Thor's warrior instincts immediately recognized the energy it emanated. It was powerful, reminiscent of the destructive potential of his own hammer, Mjolnir. His voice took on a tone of astonishment. Wait, is that truly the Bifrost? And all of this, everything you said earlier, it was true? Thor's eyes locked onto Noah's, his disbelief giving way to a mixture of curiosity and respect. Noah smirked faintly, his composure unwavering. Of course, it's true, he replied with a casual shrug. Why would I lie to you? His tone carried a slyness that only added to the air of mystery surrounding him. Nearby, Agent Coulson observed the scene intently. His gaze shifted from the mark on the ground to the weapon in Noah's hand, then back to Thor and Jane. Finally, he stepped forward, his professional demeanor masking the storm of questions in his mind. Noah, what happened here? Coulson asked, his voice calm but firm. What was that light, and were you just fighting someone? Noah, unhurried as ever, sheathed the electric blade back into his pack before turning to Coulson. Relax, Coulson, he said with a faint smile. It was nothing serious. Just a little disagreement with someone who decided to drop by uninvited. Thor, still standing nearby, furrowed his brow as the realization hit him. He turned to Noah, his voice tinged with urgency. It was my brother, wasn't it? Loki came here. Noah nodded, his expression neutral. That's right. Your brother decided to pay a visit. Though I'm not sure if he came specifically for you, or just to stir up trouble. Coulson's eyes widened slightly at this revelation. Wait, are you saying that someone, your brother, he added, glancing at Thor, managed to infiltrate this base without us noticing? Thor nodded grimly. Loki is skilled in many things, Agent Coulson. Deception and stealth are among them. Noah added, he has the ability to become invisible, which is why your agents didn't detect him. Don't be too hard on them, it's not exactly something you can prepare for. Coulson's jaw tightened, his mind racing as he processed this new information. The thought of an intruder breaching their defenses so easily unsettled him, and he made a mental note to review the base's security protocols. And why did he come here? Coulson asked, his attention returning to Noah. What was the purpose of this confrontation? Noah shrugged lightly, his tone nonchalant. He showed up, I happened to be in the area, and we exchanged pleasantries. His casual description of the encounter earned a skeptical look from Coulson, though Thor seemed to take him at his word. Thor even chuckled softly, his mood lightening somewhat. If anyone could get along with my brother, it would be you, Noah. I can see the two of you becoming fast friends. Noah raised an eyebrow at Thor's remark but said nothing. Instead, he allowed a small, knowing smile to form as Coulson began directing agents to clean up the area around the crater. Later, back in the temporary room where Thor and Jane had been sitting earlier, Noah sat across from Thor once more. Jane, seated to the side, listened intently as the conversation unfolded. She was still processing everything she had seen and heard that day, her scientific mind struggling to reconcile the fantastical elements of Thor's world with her own understanding of reality. So, Noah began, leaning back slightly in his chair, you can't lift your hammer right now? Thor sighed heavily, his shoulders sagging. No, he admitted. I was arrogant, reckless. I sought war where there was no need for it. And now, I've been cast out of Asgard, stripped of my power. I am no longer worthy of Mjolnir or of my father's trust. His voice faltered, and he lowered his gaze, shame etched across his face. Jane's expression softened, and she reached out to place a comforting hand on Thor's shoulder. Thor, it's not the end, she said gently. You can still make things right. Noah tilted his head slightly, studying Thor. Let me guess, he said after a moment. Your brother told you your father is dead? Thor looked up sharply, surprise flashing in his eyes. How did you know that? Noah sighed, shaking his head. Because it's exactly the kind of thing Loki would say to manipulate you. He's the god of mischief, Thor, it's in his nature to lie. If I had to guess, your father isn't dead. He's likely in Odin's sleep. Odin's sleep? Thor echoed, confusion written across his face. What is that? It's a state of deep rest, Noah explained. A way for Odin to replenish his power and maintain balance. He's not dead, Thor, just temporarily unavailable. Thor's eyes lit up with hope. You mean, my father is alive? It's highly likely, Noah said, though he didn't elaborate further. He didn't want to give away too much, but he also didn't want Thor to spiral further into despair. Thor's mood shifted visibly, the heavy weight on his shoulders lifting somewhat. Thank you, Noah, he said earnestly. If my father is alive, then there's still a chance to make amends. Noah smirked faintly, his tone turning teasing. Don't get ahead of yourself, Thor. You still can't lift your hammer, remember? Thor's expression faltered, and he nodded, his determination hardening. I'll find a way, he said firmly. I'll prove myself worthy again. Jane watched the exchange, her curiosity growing with every passing moment. She had so many questions about Asgard, about Mjolnir, about the magic and science of Thor's world. But for now, she remained quiet, letting Thor's resolve settle. A knock at the door interrupted the moment, and Coulson's voice came from the other side. Noah, Thor, Jane, someone's here to see you. Jane immediately thought of Eric and stood up. It must be Eric, she said, hurrying to the door. As the group left the room, Noah couldn't help but smile to himself. Things were falling into place, and he was curious to see how the rest of the story would unfold. In the dimly lit meeting room, Coulson leaned forward on the table, his fingers steepled as he processed the cascade of revelations Noah had provided. Across from him, Noah sat comfortably, his demeanor calm and collected, while Hawkeye leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed, his keen eyes fixed on Noah. So, Coulson began, breaking the silence, it seems Loki is vying for the throne of Asgard, trying to take advantage of Thor's temporary exile. I have to admit, it's fascinating to see that even a place like Asgard isn't immune to power struggles. It's not unlike the tales we've heard from Earth's own history. Noah nodded slightly, his expression thoughtful. That's about right. The situation is a bit complicated, though. Loki's ambitions aren't just about the throne, he has his own schemes, and trust me, they rarely end well for anyone involved. As for Thor. He paused, leaning back in his chair. Let's just say he's on a journey of self-discovery right now, one that doesn't involve his usual godly powers. Coulson tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. And the conflict you had with Loki? I'm guessing that wasn't just a friendly sparring match, despite what you told Thor. A sly smile crept across Noah's face. You caught me. It wasn't exactly a friendly exchange. Loki tried to lift Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, but, as you might expect, he failed miserably. I might have laughed at his frustration a bit. That didn't sit well with him, so he attacked me in a fit of anger. Of course, he quickly realized he was outmatched and had no choice but to retreat. Coulson sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Sounds about right. I'm starting to get the sense that Loki has a bit of an ego problem. Hawkeye chuckled from his spot by the wall. A god with an ego? Shocking. The group shared a brief moment of levity before Hawkeye's expression turned more serious. That rainbow light, what was it, exactly? I've seen a lot of strange things, but I've never seen anything like that before. Coulson nodded in agreement, his gaze shifting back to Noah. Our researchers couldn't make sense of the mark it left behind. All we know is that it's connected to some kind of energy we don't understand. What do you know about it? Noah's expression became more serious as he leaned forward slightly. That was the Bifrost, he explained. It's essentially Asgard's transportation system, a bridge that allows them to travel between the 9 realms. It's not just a means of travel, though it's also an incredibly powerful weapon. If used improperly, it could even destroy entire worlds, like Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants. Coulson's eyebrows raised slightly. A transportation system that can destroy planets? That's unsettling. So, Asgardian technology is that advanced? Noah shook his head. It's not just technology. Asgard's advancements are a blend of magic and science. Their society operates on a level that merges the two seamlessly. Their tools, their weapons, even their architecture, it's all a reflection of that balance. Coulson leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. The more he learned about Asgard, the more questions arose. So, they're not just some medieval kingdom with fancy weapons. They're a highly advanced civilization, capable of things we can't even begin to imagine. Exactly, Noah confirmed. And don't let the flowing capes and ornate armor fool you. The Asgardians are far more sophisticated than they appear. Hawkeye, still leaning against the wall, glanced between the two. And you know all this, how, exactly? Noah hesitated for a brief moment before shrugging. Let's just say I've done my homework. Some of it I learned from Future Insights. Other parts, I pieced together from various sources, including the records from my world, Runeterra. The history of the 9 realms isn't exactly a secret if you know where to look. Coulson narrowed his eyes slightly, studying Noah. Future Insights, huh? You've mentioned that before. You've been surprisingly accurate about a lot of things. Should I be worried? Noah smirked, his tone playful. Only if you're planning to do something incredibly stupid. But don't worry, Coulson, you seem like one of the smarter ones. Coulson sighed, choosing not to press the issue further. Instead, he changed the subject. You mentioned Asgardians have long lifespans. How long are we talking? Thor's around 1,500 years old, Noah replied casually, as though discussing the weather. And that's still considered young by Asgardian standards. They can live up to 5,000 years, give or take. Their longevity, combined with their physical resilience, makes them seem godlike to us, but they're really just, well, very advanced beings. Coulson leaned forward again, his interest clearly piqued. And what about this? Valhalla? The place they go after death? Ah, Valhalla, Noah said with a faint smile. It's more than just a myth. For Asgardians, it's a real place, a sort of afterlife for warriors who die honorably in battle. Think of it as a celestial reward for the bravest among them. Hawkeye tilted his head slightly. So, they're not technically gods, but they have an afterlife? That's complicated. Welcome to Asgard, Noah quipped. Complicated is kind of their thing. After the conversation concluded, Noah excused himself from the meeting room, leaving Coulson and Hawkeye to discuss their impressions of Asgard and the potential implications for Earth. Coulson, ever the diligent agent, began compiling a report for Nick Fury, detailing everything they had learned so far. When Coulson finally placed the call to Fury, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's reaction was a mix of disbelief and concern. You're telling me there's an advanced alien civilization out there, one that can reach Earth whenever they feel like it, and their prince is currently, what? Dating a human astrophysicist? Coulson cleared his throat, choosing his words carefully. It seems that way, sir. Thor has developed a connection with Dr. Jane Foster. If nothing else, it's a diplomatic opportunity. Fury exhaled slowly, his mind racing. As always, he considered the worst-case scenario first. And what about this Loki character? You said he's the first in line for the throne? That's our assumption, Coulson admitted. Thor's exile left a power vacuum, and Loki seems like the type to exploit it. Fury's expression darkened. We need to keep an eye on both of them. Thor could be an ally or a threat. And Loki, well, I don't like the sound of him. As the call ended, Fury leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming against the desk. The revelation of Asgard, the Bifrost, and the potential for inter-realm conflict had thrown a wrench into his already complicated plans. But if there was one thing Nick Fury excelled at, it was preparing for the unexpected. Reaching for his communicator, Fury began drafting new directives. The Avengers Initiative would need to move forward, and fast. The world was changing, and Earth would need its defenders. Meanwhile, far from the SHIELD camp, Noah sat atop a massive rock formation, his surroundings quiet save for the faint whisper of the wind. The vast desert stretched out before him, its golden sand shimmering faintly under the pale moonlight. Noah closed his eyes, his breathing steady as he focused on the green, glowing symbol of the Resolve rune floating before him. The magic flowed through him, vibrant and alive, intertwining with his own energy in a way that felt both natural and profound. "I'm getting closer," Noah murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. The connection between him and the rune had deepened, and he could feel its power resonating in every fiber of his being. The life energy it radiated was palpable, spreading across the ground around him. Tiny green sprouts began to emerge from the soil, a testament to the rune's life-giving force. Far away, in the SHIELD camp, a monitoring agent noticed a spike in energy readings. "Sir, we're detecting high energy activity nearby," the agent reported. Coulson, aware of Noah's previous explanation, waved it off. "It's fine. That's just Noah, being Noah." The agent hesitated, glancing back at the screen. The energy readings were growing stronger, spreading outward. He frowned but said nothing, trusting his superior's judgment. For now. As the morning sunlight cast its golden glow over the desert, Noah strode into the bustling SHIELD camp, his steps light and confident. The fresh sense of accomplishment from his overnight training filled him with satisfaction, though the sight of a newly transformed green oasis in the middle of the barren desert still lingered in his mind. The power of the Resolve rune was more profound than he had imagined. Approaching the camp's central clearing, Noah spotted Coulson directing a group of agents. The area had been cleared and prepared for what appeared to be an important arrival. Curious, he walked up to Coulson. "Busy morning?" Noah asked casually, his eyes scanning the activity around him. Coulson looked up and greeted Noah with a polite nod. "You could say that. The director is on his way here personally. He has some questions about what happened yesterday." "Ah, I see. A personal visit from Nick Fury himself," Noah mused, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "Must be something big." Before Coulson could respond, a faint black dot appeared in the distant sky, quickly growing larger as it approached. Several agents turned their heads to look, their murmurs spreading through the camp. However, as the object drew closer, it became clear that it wasn't Fury's usual aircraft. Instead, a familiar figure in a red and gold suit of armor descended gracefully, landing with his signature repulsor-assisted maneuver. The iconic Iron Man, Tony Stark, stood tall, his faceplate retracting to reveal his ever-confident smirk. Behind him, a Quinjet shimmered into view, its optical camouflage deactivating as it descended to land in the clearing. The Quinjet's ramp lowered, and from within emerged Nick Fury, his long black coat billowing slightly in the wind, followed closely by Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. The trio made their way toward Coulson, their presence commanding immediate attention. "Coulson," Tony said with a cheeky grin, his tone casual. "Long time no see." Coulson returned the greeting with a small smile. "Tony, we saw each other 3 days ago at your lab." "Details," Tony waved dismissively. "So, what's the big mystery this time? Alien hammers? Magic rainbows? Don't tell me you've joined the circus." Before Coulson could respond, Fury intervened, his tone all business. "Coulson, take us to the hammer." Noah stood to the side, observing the interactions with mild amusement. When Fury's gaze briefly met his, the director gave him a small nod, which Noah returned with equal subtlety. He could tell Fury was sizing him up, as always. As the group made their way to the crater where Mjolnir rested, Tony's curiosity was palpable. The hammer's presence, combined with the strange events Coulson had reported, had clearly piqued his interest. When they arrived at the site, Tony immediately stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the hammer. "This is it, huh?" Tony said, crouching slightly to examine the weapon more closely. "Looks like something out of a Viking museum. Are we sure this isn't just a fancy paperweight?" Ignoring the amused smiles of some agents, Tony instructed JARVIS to scan the hammer. The results came back inconclusive. "Interesting," Tony muttered, straightening up. Let's see if this thing plays nice. Activating the repulsors in his suit, he attempted to lift the hammer. Despite applying significant force enough to sink his boots into the sandy ground, Mjolnir remained completely immovable. Tony's frustration was evident as he finally let out an annoyed grunt, stepping back. This thing defies all logic, he said, gesturing at the hammer. It's like it doesn't obey the laws of physics. How does something that heavy sit on a dirt mound without sinking? What's holding it in place? That's because it's not about weight, Noah interjected, stepping closer. That's Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. It's enchanted. Only those deemed worthy can lift it. Tony turned to Noah, raising an eyebrow. And who are you supposed to be? The hammer's PR guy? Before Noah could respond, Tony's expression shifted as he seemed to recall something. Wait a minute. JARVIS just pulled your file. You're 16? What, did Fury start recruiting high schoolers now? Fury crossed his arms, his voice carrying a note of authority. Noah isn't just some high school kid. He's our safety consultant and more capable than most adults you'll meet. Tony looked skeptical. Aha. Safety consultant. Sure. And I'm the king of Asgard. Noah smirked, unfazed by Tony's sarcasm. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty. Before the conversation could continue, a sudden burst of light caught everyone's attention. A radiant, multicolored beam descended from the sky, striking somewhere in the nearby town. The unmistakable energy of the Bifrost lit up the horizon, its arrival accompanied by a low, resonating hum. Rainbow Bridge again? Coulson muttered, already reaching for his combs. Looks like we have more visitors. Wow, Tony said, his interest reignited. Now this I have to see. Without waiting for instructions, Tony activated his suit and took off toward the town, his repulsors leaving trails of light in the air. Fury sighed, shaking his head. He's like a kid in a candy store. Turning to Coulson, Fury began organizing their response. Get a team ready. We're heading to the town. Romanoff, you're with me. Barton, stay here and keep an eye on the hammer. As the agents scrambled to follow orders, Fury glanced at Noah. You coming with us, or do you have other plans? Noah smiled faintly. I'll meet you there. I've got my own way of traveling. With that, he pressed a button on his belt, and his sleek armor rapidly assembled itself around him. Moments later, he was airborne, soaring toward the town at impressive speed. In the small town, Jane, Thor, and their companions had just finished breakfast when a loud knock echoed through their door. Rising to answer, Thor's expression transformed from curiosity to surprise as he opened the door to reveal his four Asgardian friends Sif, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun. Lady Sif! Warriors 3! Thor exclaimed, his voice filled with joy and disbelief. What are you doing here? Sif stepped forward, her expression serious. Thor, we came to find you. Asgard is in turmoil. Loki sits on the throne, and the All-Father remains in Odin's sleep. Thor's joy quickly turned to concern. What has Loki done? Before Sif could respond, the sound of repulsors firing overhead drew their attention. Looking up, they saw Tony Stark descending toward the town square, followed closely by Noah and the approaching Quinjet. Well, Thor muttered, his gaze narrowing. It seems this day is far from over. Looks like Loki is locked in a fierce struggle with Thor over the throne of Asgard? Such scenarios were common in Earth's ancient history. Who would have thought that Asgard, a realm of gods, would face the same kind of power struggle? Coulson's calm voice echoed in the quiet chamber. He and Noah were seated in a dimly lit room, discussing the events of the previous day, while Hawkeye leaned lazily against the wall, his arms crossed and his expression laced with curiosity. That's about right, Noah replied with a faint smile. Though Thor's current predicament makes it a one-sided struggle. He's been stripped of his powers for the time being. Coulson's gaze narrowed as he leaned forward slightly. And your little scuffle with Loki? I doubt that friendly sparring story was entirely for Thor's benefit. What's the real reason? Noah chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his voice. Ah, you caught me. Fine, I'll admit it, it wasn't exactly a friendly exchange. Loki was trying to lift Mjolnir, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. It was honestly a hilarious sight. I couldn't help but laugh, and that didn't sit well with him. So, naturally, he threw a tantrum and attacked me. Of course, when he realized he couldn't win, he ran off with his tail between his legs. That's all there is to it. Coulson sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. So, it was basically a you're looking at me funny situation. Great. Despite the absurdity of the story, Coulson couldn't help but glean some insight into Loki's personality, prideful, volatile, and highly reactive. At that moment, Hawkeye spoke up, breaking his silence. What about that rainbow-like light beam? What exactly was that, Noah? His tone was casual, but there was a hint of genuine curiosity in his voice. Coulson, too, looked to Noah, waiting for an explanation. The strange mark left behind by the light had baffled their researchers, and they were eager to learn more. That, Noah began, his tone taking on a more serious edge, is the Bifrost, a bridge built by the Asgardians. It's essentially their means of traveling between the 9 realms. Think of it as a cosmic transportation system. He paused, considering his words carefully before continuing. But it's more than just a bridge. The Bifrost can also function as a weapon. If its energy is focused, it has the potential to destroy entire worlds. Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants, for example. Coulson's eyes widened slightly as he processed this information. So, the Asgardians' technology is advanced enough to create something like that? Or is it magic? It's a bit of both, Noah explained, leaning back in his chair. Asgardian technology is a seamless blend of science and magic. Their society operates on principles that merge the two in ways we can't fully comprehend. Their ships, their weapons, even their architecture, it's all a reflection of this fusion. Coulson nodded thoughtfully, his interest clearly piqued. That changes everything we thought we knew about them. They're not just some medieval kingdom with swords and shields. They're a highly advanced civilization with capabilities far beyond our own. Noah smirked faintly but said nothing, letting Coulson absorb the implications. After a moment, Coulson glanced at him again. And you know all this how? Noah hesitated briefly before offering a vague response. Let's just say I've done my homework. Some of it I learned from Future Insights. Other parts, I pieced together from various sources, including the archives of my world, Runeterra. Coulson raised an eyebrow but didn't press the matter further. Instead, he shifted the conversation. You mentioned Asgardians have long lifespans. How long are we talking? Thor's about 1,500 years old, Noah replied casually, as though discussing someone's age was the most natural thing in the world. And that's still considered young by their standards. Asgardians can live up to 5,000 years, give or take. Hawkeye, still leaning against the wall, let out a low whistle. 5,000 years? That's a lot of birthday candles. Coulson leaned forward again, his expression thoughtful. And what about this? Valhalla? The place they go after death? Ah, Valhalla, Noah said, his tone taking on a slightly reverent edge. It's more than just a myth. For Asgardians, it's a real place, a sort of afterlife for warriors who die honorably in battle. Think of it as a celestial reward for the bravest among them. Coulson nodded slowly, his mind racing with the implications. So, they're not technically gods, but they have an afterlife? That's complicated. Welcome to Asgard, Noah quipped with a smirk. Complicated is kind of their thing. The conversation eventually ended, and Noah excused himself, leaving Coulson and Hawkeye to discuss their impressions of Asgard and the potential implications for Earth. Coulson, ever diligent, began compiling a detailed report for Nick Fury. When Coulson finally placed the call to Fury, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's reaction was a mix of disbelief and concern. You're telling me there's an advanced alien civilization out there that can reach Earth whenever they feel like it, and their prince is currently, what? Dating a human astrophysicist? Coulson cleared his throat, choosing his words carefully. It seems that way, sir. Thor has developed a connection with Dr. Jane Foster. If nothing else, it's a diplomatic opportunity. Fury exhaled slowly, his mind racing. As always, he considered the worst-case scenario first. And what about this Loki character? You said he's the first in line for the throne? That's our assumption, Coulson admitted. Thor's exile left a power vacuum, and Loki seems like the type to exploit it. Fury's expression darkened. We need to keep an eye on both of them. Thor could be an ally or a threat. And Loki, well, I don't like the sound of him. As the call ended, Fury leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming against the desk. The revelation of Asgard, the Bifrost, and the potential for inter-realm conflict had thrown a wrench into his already complicated plans. But if there was one thing Nick Fury excelled at, it was preparing for the unexpected. Reaching for his communicator, Fury began drafting new directives. The Avengers Initiative would need to move forward, and fast. The world was changing, and Earth would need its defenders. Tony's HUD display zoomed in on the mysterious figure that had just emerged from the rainbow-like Bifrost beam. The image on the screen revealed a towering, heavily armored figure, its metallic form glinting faintly under the sunlight. The design of the armor was sleek yet menacing, and its sheer presence exuded an aura of power and destruction. Who is that? Tony's voice carried a mix of curiosity and unease as he relayed the image to JARVIS for analysis. However, before any results could come through, another voice interjected. "That's the destroyer!" Volstagg exclaimed, his burly frame tensing as he recognized the figure in the distance. His eyes widened in a mixture of shock and dread. "I can't believe Loki sent it here." "The destroyer." Hogan, ever composed, spoke with quiet authority. "That's the armor our king, Odin, once used during his conquests. It's a weapon of immense power." The destroyer's heavy, deliberate steps echoed ominously as it began its march toward the town. Its movements were slow but purposeful, each step sending ripples of tension through the onlookers. Fandral, the golden-haired swordsman of the group, glanced nervously at the approaching figure. "Are we really going to fight that thing? This is Odin's armor we're talking about. Facing it head-on might not end well." Before anyone could respond, a commotion stirred among the crowd. A group of black-suited agents pushed their way through, creating a path for none other than Nick Fury. He was flanked by Coulson, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and a handful of other S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, all scanning the scene with sharp eyes. "What's going on here? And who or what is that?" Fury demanded, his one visible eye narrowing as he glanced at the destroyer. His gaze then shifted to Tony and Noah, clearly expecting answers. Tony raised his hands in mock surrender, his suit's servos whirring softly. "Don't look at me. I'm as clueless as you are, Cyclops," he quipped, earning a slight glare from Fury. "All I know is that it looks like a walking tin can, and I doubt it's here to sell cookies." Noah, standing calmly a few paces away, took in the scene with a measured gaze. He stepped forward slightly and addressed Fury directly. "Director, this is the destroyer. It's an Asgardian weapon, sent here by Loki. I suggest focusing on evacuating the civilians. This thing doesn't discriminate when it comes to destruction." Fury arched an eyebrow at Noah's composed demeanor before nodding. "You heard the kid," he barked to his agents. "Evacuate the area. Now!" The agents immediately sprang into action, ushering the gathered townsfolk away from the scene. Parents clutched their children tightly, and shopkeepers abandoned their storefronts as the realization of danger set in. Panic rippled through the crowd, but SHIELD's presence helped maintain some semblance of order. As the townsfolk dispersed, Thor turned to Jane, his expression firm yet gentle. "Jane, you need to leave as well. This isn't safe." Jane's eyes widened with concern. "And what about you? What are you going to do?" Thor hesitated for a moment before answering. "I'll stay here to help. But my role is to ensure everyone gets to safety. I have no powers now. I'd only be a liability in a fight." Volstagg, standing nearby, placed a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder. "Don't worry, Thor. We'll handle this. You make sure these people are safe." Jane, however, wasn't convinced. "If you're staying, then I'm staying too," she said firmly, her eyes locking with Thor's. The determination in her voice left no room for argument. Before Thor could respond, Tony's voice cut through the tension. "All right, lovebirds," he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You can work out your relationship drama later. I've got a giant metal menace to deal with." With that, Tony activated his repulsors, shooting into the air and making a beeline for the destroyer. His figure became a streak of red and gold against the sky, drawing the attention of everyone below. "What's a soap opera?" Thor muttered to Jane, clearly puzzled by Tony's parting remark. Meanwhile, Sif and the Warriors 3 exchanged knowing glances before breaking into a sprint toward the approaching destroyer. Each of them gripped their weapons tightly, their resolve evident in their determined expressions. Noah, however, remained where he was, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp. He observed the scene with careful calculation, noting the deviations from the original events in his memory. The presence of Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. added a new layer of complexity to the unfolding story. For now, he chose to bide his time, waiting for the right moment to intervene. As Tony reached the destroyer, he hovered in midair, his repulsors holding him steady. He stared down at the towering figure and decided to try diplomacy, though it wasn't exactly his strong suit. "Hey, big guy!" Tony called out, his voice amplified by his suit speakers. "Why don't you pack it up and head back to Asgard? I'm sure there's a nice, cozy corner of the armory waiting for you. Or do I have to make you leave?" The destroyer halted its march, its featureless head turning to face Tony. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the machine might comply. But then its faceplate began to open, revealing a hollow interior that glowed with an ominous light. JARVIS? Tony said, his tone cautious. "What am I looking at here?" "Sir, I'm detecting a high-energy buildup," JARVIS replied, his voice calm but urgent. "I recommend evasive maneuvers immediately." Tony didn't need to be told twice. Just as the destroyer unleashed a searing beam of energy, Tony angled his repulsors and shot to the side, narrowly avoiding the blast. The beam carved a fiery path through the air, striking the ground and leaving a smoldering scar in its wake. "Alright, you asked for it," Tony muttered, his voice tinged with frustration. He activated his shoulder-mounted weaponry, firing a barrage of micro-missiles at the destroyer. The explosions engulfed the armored figure in smoke and flames, but as the dust settled, it became clear that the attack had barely scratched its surface. Before Tony could react, the destroyer retaliated with another beam. This time, however, a new figure entered the fray. "Midgardian, I'll assist you." Volstag's booming voice rang out as he charged into the battle, his massive axe swinging toward the destroyer. The blow landed with a resounding clang, but the destroyer's armor remained unscathed. In an instant, the machine counterattacked, sending Volstagg flying backward. Hogan and Fandral rushed to their comrade's aid, catching him before he hit the ground. Meanwhile, Sif leaped from a nearby rooftop, her spear aimed directly at the destroyer's chest. The weapon pierced through the armor, but the victory was short-lived. The destroyer twisted its body unnaturally, dislodging the spear and preparing to fire another beam at Sif. Before the beam could fire, a streak of lightning shot through the air, striking the destroyer's head and disrupting its attack. Everyone turned to see the source of the lightning, their eyes landing on a new arrival. It wasn't Thor. It was Noah. Clad in his sleek, high-tech armor, Noah descended gracefully onto the battlefield, his electric blade crackling with energy. He met the astonished gazes of Sif and the Warriors Three with a calm nod before turning his attention back to the destroyer. "About time you joined the party," Tony quipped, landing nearby. "I was starting to think you were just here for the popcorn." Noah smirked. "What can I say? I like to make an entrance." He raised his blade, its glow intensifying. "Let's see what this thing is really made of." As Noah stood amidst the aftermath of his devastating assault on the destroyer, the air around him crackled with residual energy. His electric blade hummed faintly as the last traces of lightning dissipated from its surface. The battlefield was eerily silent, save for the faint whisper of the wind carrying the scent of scorched earth and ozone. He glanced down at the cracked and broken remains of the destroyer, its once imposing form now lying in a fragmented heap within the massive scar he had carved into the ground. The sight should have brought him satisfaction, yet an uneasy gnawed at the edges of his mind. Noah opened his task interface, expecting to see the glowing confirmation of a completed mission. Instead, the words incomplete stared back at him, unchanging and unyielding. His brow furrowed. What gives, he thought, his gaze narrowing as he shifted his focus back to the remains of the destroyer. It was completely immobile, its metallic shell torn apart and scattered across the battlefield. By all accounts, it should have been utterly destroyed. "Something's not right," Noah muttered under his breath. While Noah pondered this unsettling development, the others around him began to recover from their initial shock. Tony Stark, still hovering a few feet above ground, let out a low whistle as his suit's HUD scanned the battlefield. "Well, color me impressed," Tony quipped, descending to land beside Noah. "I didn't think anyone could outdo my flair for the dramatic, but you might have just stolen the show, kid." "Seriously, that sword thing? Pretty cool." Noah offered a faint smile, though his attention remained fixed on the destroyer. "Thanks, Stark. But something feels off. It shouldn't be over yet." Tony tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. "What do you mean? That tin can looks pretty done to me. Unless you're expecting it to stand back up like one of those horror movie villains." Before Noah could respond, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Thor, now fully clad in his magnificent Asgardian armor, walked over with Mjolnir in hand. His expression was a mixture of pride and gratitude. "Well fought, Noah," Thor said, his voice carrying the regal tone befitting a prince. "You have my thanks. Without your help, the destroyer might have caused far greater destruction." Noah nodded but didn't look away from the remnants of the armor. "Don't thank me just yet, Thor. I don't think we're done here." Thor frowned, his grip tightening on Mjolnir. "What do you mean?" Before Noah could elaborate, a faint, unnatural hum began to emanate from the remains of the destroyer. The sound was low and rhythmic, like the beating of a distant war drum. Everyone froze, their gazes snapping toward the shattered armor. "What the hell is that?" Tony muttered, his suit sensors lighting up with warnings. The air around the destroyer began to shimmer and distort, as if the space itself were being warped. The broken pieces of its armor twitched unnaturally, drawn together by an invisible force. A faint green glow pulsed from within its core, growing brighter and more intense with each passing second. "No," Thor whispered, realization dawning in his eyes. "Loki. He's not done with us yet." Far away in Asgard, Loki's lips curled into a sly grin as he watched the events unfold through the destroyer's enchanted connection. Sitting upon the throne of Asgard, he leaned back with a satisfied smirk, his fingers drumming against the armrest. "Did you truly think it would be that easy, dear brother?" Loki murmured to himself, his voice dripping with mockery. "The game has only just begun." With a flick of his hand, Loki poured more of his magic into the destroyer, willing it to rise and continue its rampage. The shattered armor began to reassemble itself, the cracks and scorch marks sealing as if they had never existed. The once dormant weapon was coming back to life, stronger and deadlier than before. Back in the small town, the tension was palpable as the destroyer's remains began to shift and reassemble. Sparks of green energy danced across its surface, and the hum grew louder, echoing ominously through the battlefield. "Everyone, get back!" Noah shouted, his voice cutting through the rising noise. He brandished his electric blade, its edge crackling to life once more. Thor stepped forward, his expression grim. "Loki is controlling it. He won't stop until we're all destroyed." "Then we don't give him the chance," Noah said firmly. His stance shifted, and he readied himself for the next round. "Thor, you take the lead. I'll back you up." Thor nodded, his determination unwavering. "Agreed. This ends now." The destroyer's reconstruction reached its climax with a deafening roar. Its hollow, featureless faceplate glowed with a menacing light as it rose to its full height. The ground trembled beneath its weight, and its body radiated an aura of raw power. "Round 2, Tony muttered, his repulsors flaring to life as he prepared to rejoin the fight. "Let's see what this thing's made of." As the battle resumed, the destroyer unleashed a devastating wave of energy, forcing everyone to scatter. Thor charged forward, Mjolnir spinning in his hand as he hurled it with all his might. The hammer struck the destroyer's chest with a thunderous impact, sending it stumbling backward, but it quickly regained its footing. Noah darted in from the side, his blade slicing through the air with precision. He targeted the joints and weak points of the armor, his attack swift and relentless. Each strike sent sparks flying, but the destroyer's resilience was staggering. Meanwhile, Tony provided aerial support, bombarding the machine with missiles and repulsor blasts. Sif and the Warriors 3 joined the fray, their coordinated attacks adding to the relentless assault. Despite their combined efforts, the destroyer continued to fight with unyielding ferocity. Its attacks were more calculated now, as if Loki's control had grown more refined. Beams of searing energy cut through the battlefield, forcing the combatants to stay on their toes. "Any bright ideas?" Tony called out, narrowly dodging a blast. Noah's eyes flickered with determination as he formulated a plan. "Thor, can you distract it? Keep its attention on you." Thor nodded without hesitation. "Consider it done." As Thor engaged the destroyer head-on, Noah closed his eyes briefly, focusing on the power of the resolve rune within him. He could feel its life-giving energy coursing through him, stronger than ever before. "This has to work," he thought. Opening his eyes, Noah raised his blade high, channeling both his magic and the rune's power into a single, concentrated strike. The blade glowed with an intense light, its edge crackling with both wind and lightning. "Everyone, fall back!" Noah shouted, his voice carrying a commanding authority. The others obeyed without question, retreating to a safe distance as Noah charged forward. The destroyer turned to face him, its glowing faceplate flaring with energy. But Noah was faster. With a powerful leap, he brought his blade down in a sweeping arc. The impact was cataclysmic. Lightning and wind erupted in a blinding explosion, enveloping the destroyer in a storm of raw energy. When the dust settled, the battlefield was silent once more. The destroyer lay motionless, its armor shattered beyond repair. Noah exhaled heavily, lowering his blade as the adrenaline began to fade. He glanced at his task interface, relieved to see the words "Mission complete" finally appear. Thor approached him, a look of genuine respect in his eyes. "You fought well, Noah. Asgard owes you a debt of gratitude." Noah offered a faint smile. "Just doing my part." As the others began to regroup, Noah couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Loki's schemes were far from over, and the challenges ahead would only grow more dangerous. But for now, they had won. However fleeting the victory might be. As the battlefield erupted with chaos, the pulsating energy from the destroyer's reanimated form intensified. The once defeated armor now stood transformed, radiating an aura that felt insurmountable. The golden spirit wielded, forged seemingly from the very essence of Odin's power, glowed with an oppressive brilliance that filled the air with tension. Noah clutched the twin weapons in his hands, his electric blade and the recently evolved Moramana each humming with power. His sharp eyes never left the destroyer as it marched forward, unyielding and relentless. Alright, big guy, let's see what you've got, Noah muttered under his breath. Nearby, Thor groaned as he picked himself up from the ground, wiping a streak of blood from his lip. The blow he had taken was unlike anything he had experienced before, even in his many years of battle. The sheer power behind the destroyer's strike had rattled him, both physically and mentally. This is no ordinary battle, Thor said, his voice grim as he turned to Noah. Its strength is unlike anything I've faced before, it feels like my father's power. But there is no way my father would allow this. Noah glanced at him briefly, his expression unreadable. We don't have time to figure out who's behind this right now. What matters is stopping it before it levels the entire area. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir and nodded. Then we fight together. As the destroyer advanced, Sif and the warriors three regrouped on the side, their faces etched with worry. Volstagg, ever the brave, gritted his teeth as he hefted his axe. It's stronger than before, but we can't let it win. Sif, holding her spear, narrowed her eyes. We'll support Thor and Noah however we can. Meanwhile, Tony Stark hovered in the air, his HUD lighting up with warnings from JARVIS. Alright, JARVIS, give me a rundown. What are we dealing with here? Sir, JARVIS replied, his tone precise, the energy signature from the destroyer has increased exponentially. It appears to be channeling power directly from the Asgardian artifact it wields. I would recommend maintaining your distance. Great, Tony muttered sarcastically. A superpowered tin can with daddy issues. Just my kind of day. As the destroyer raised its golden spear, it unleashed a beam of concentrated energy, aimed directly at Noah and Thor. The two warriors reacted instantly. Thor spun Mjolnir to deflect the blast, while Noah summoned a swirling wall of wind and lightning to absorb the remaining force. The explosion from the impact sent a shockwave rippling outward, scattering debris and forcing everyone to shield themselves. Noah emerged from the smoke, his eyes glowing faintly as he activated the full potential of his resolve rune. Thor, keep it busy. Noah shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. I'll go for its weak points. Thor nodded, launching himself into the air with Mjolnir. He aimed for the destroyer's chest, hurling his hammer with all his might. The impact sent sparks flying, but the destroyer remained unfazed, swiping at Thor with its spear in retaliation. Noah dashed forward, his movements a blur as he closed the distance between himself and the destroyer. The twin blades in his hands glowed brightly, charged with wind and lightning. With a powerful leap, he struck at the destroyer's joints, aiming to disrupt its movements. Noah roared, his blades slicing through the air with precision. The combined force of his strike sent the destroyer staggering back, but its resilience was staggering. Even as cracks formed along its armor, it showed no signs of weakening. From a safe distance, Nick Fury observed the battle through binoculars, his expression grim. Coulson, what's the status of the evac? Most civilians are clear, Coulson replied, his tone professional. But this fight is escalating fast. Should we call in reinforcements? Fury shook his head. No. This is beyond anything we've dealt with before. Our best bet is to let Thor and Noah handle it. Hawkeye, standing nearby with his bow ready, couldn't help but comment. That kid's holding his own pretty well. Better than I expected. Natasha Romanoff, ever composed, nodded in agreement. He's not just holding his own, he's leading. Whoever this Noah is, he's more than he seems. Back on the battlefield, the destroyer's power surged as it raised its spear once more. Golden energy coalesced at the tip, forming an orb of blinding light. It hurled the orb toward the group, the sheer force of it tearing through the air like a meteor. Scatter! Noah shouted, his voice commanding. Thor and the others dove for cover as the orb struck the ground, exploding in a massive shockwave that carved a crater into the earth. Noah, using his enhanced speed, darted around the edge of the blast zone, positioning himself for another strike. Time to level the playing field, Noah muttered. He raised his left hand, the blue gem embedded in the Muramana glowing brightly. Energy surged through him as he activated one of his most powerful abilities. He shouted, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles from his left hand. The streaks of light converged on the destroyer, striking it repeatedly and forcing it to stagger under the relentless assault. Thor seized the opportunity, charging forward with Mjolnir in hand. He leaped into the air, bringing his hammer down with a thunderous blow that struck the destroyer's golden spear. The impact created a shockwave that echoed across the battlefield, causing the spear to crack under the force. The destroyer roared a soundless, guttural vibration that reverberated through the air. It retaliated with a sweeping strike, but Noah was already moving. He dashed behind it, his electric blade crackling with power as he prepared another attack. Let's end this, Noah said, his voice low but resolute. The combined efforts of Noah, Thor, and the others began to wear down the destroyer. Its movements grew slower, and its attacks became less precise. But even in its weakened state, it remained a formidable opponent, its golden aura pulsing with defiance. As the battle reached its climax, Noah and Thor exchanged a brief glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Together, they launched their final assault, Thor summoning the full might of a thunderstorm, and Noah channeling the wind and lightning of his rune into a devastating strike. The battlefield erupted in a blinding explosion of light and sound, the combined forces of their attacks overwhelming the destroyer. When the dust finally settled, the once mighty weapon lay in ruins, its golden spear shattered beside it. Thor, breathing heavily, turned to Noah with a grin. "Well fought, my friend. You've more than earned your place among warriors today." Noah nodded, a faint smile on his lips. "Couldn't have done it without you." As the group regrouped, the tension began to ease. But in the back of Noah's mind, a lingering doubt remained. If this was just the beginning, what's coming next? Thor turned to Noah, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the unexpected request. The thunder god's grip tightened on Mjolnir as he considered the young warrior before him. "You want to come to Asgard?" Thor asked, his tone both curious and cautious. Noah nodded, his expression calm yet resolute. "Yes, I want to see it for myself. If Loki is behind all of this, I need to understand his motivations and what he's planning next. Besides," he added with a faint smirk, "I've come this far. Why not see the place where it all started?" Thor studied Noah for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as if trying to gauge the sincerity of his words. Then, with a slight chuckle, he said, "You are a bold one, Noah. I like that. But Asgard is not a place to tread lightly. It is a realm of gods and ancient power, dangerous for even the mightiest of mortals." "Good thing I'm not just any mortal," Noah replied, his smirk widening slightly. "Besides, I have a feeling your family drama isn't quite over yet. And if Loki's pulling strings, you're going to need all the help you can get." Thor's lips quirked into a wry smile. "You certainly have a way with words, my friend. Very well. If you truly wish to accompany me, I will not deny you. But be warned, whatever happens in Asgard, you must be prepared for anything." "Deal," Noah said confidently, his electric blade flickering faintly before he sheathed it. "Besides, I've already faced down the destroyer. How much worse can it get?" Behind them, Tony Stark landed gracefully, his suit still crackling faintly from the energy of the battle. "Did I hear that right? You're taking the wizard to your shiny golden palace?" Tony asked, his tone laced with amusement. "What about me? Don't I get an invite? I mean, I did help save the day." Thor raised an amused brow. "As much as I enjoy your company, Stark, Asgard is not a place for excessive sarcasm." Translation: "I'd probably annoy everyone there," Tony quipped, crossing his arms. "Fair enough. I've got a company to run, anyway. But you two better not start another apocalypse without me." Noah turned to Tony and gave him a small nod. "Thanks for the help, Stark. Your firepower came in handy." "Anytime, kid," Tony replied, flashing one of his trademark grins. "Just try not to get yourself vaporized while you're off playing space diplomat." As Thor prepared to summon the Bifrost, Nick Fury stepped forward, his expression unreadable but his tone firm. "Thor, before you leave, I need to know what's going to happen next. Earth can't afford any more surprises like this." Thor turned to Fury, his gaze steady. "I do not know what Loki's endgame is, but I will find out. And I swear to you, Director Fury, I will ensure that no harm comes to your realm." "You have my word as the son of Odin." Fury nodded, though his expression remained skeptical. "I'll hold you to that. And Noah," he turned to the young warrior, his single eye narrowing slightly, "you've proven yourself today. But watch your back up there. I don't trust Loki, and I'm not sure I trust Asgard either." Noah met Fury's gaze evenly. "I'll keep that in mind. Don't worry, I'll handle it." With that, Thor raised Mjolnir high, and the sky above began to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors. The air filled with the low hum of the Bifrost activating, and a swirling beam of light descended upon the two warriors. As the Bifrost enveloped them, Tony watched with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. "Well, there they go," he muttered. "Off to the land of gods and magic." Fury crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the fading light of the Bifrost. "Let's hope they come back with answers. Because if they don't, we're going to need some serious reinforcements." In a flash of blinding light, Thor and Noah found themselves standing on the golden bridge of the Bifrost, its shimmering surface stretching endlessly toward the shining city of Asgard in the distance. The towering spires and intricate architecture of the realm were even more breathtaking than Noah had imagined, their beauty almost otherworldly. "Welcome to Asgard," Thor said, a note of pride in his voice as he gestured toward the city. "This is my home. Noah took a moment to take in the view, his sharp eyes scanning every detail. The golden halls, the cascading waterfalls, the vibrant skies, it was unlike anything he had ever seen. But even as he admired the grandeur of Asgard, his mind remained focused on the task ahead. "All right, Thor," Noah said, his voice steady. "Let's pay your brother a visit." Thor, upon stepping out of the Bifrost and seeing the scene before him, was momentarily stunned. His eyes locked onto Heimdall's towering form, now encased in glimmering blue ice, frozen in a pose of defiance. His trusted ally, the ever-vigilant guardian of the Bifrost, had been subdued, a sight that sent a ripple of anger through the thunder god's heart. And then, there was Loki. Standing near the control mechanism of the Rainbow Bridge, Loki's slender figure was illuminated by the ethereal glow of the Bifrost's energy. In his hand, he held Gungnir, the eternal spear, its golden tip reflecting the swirling lights around them. His face bore a cold, triumphant smile, but his eyes burned with a wild intensity, betraying the turmoil within. "Loki!" Thor's voice boomed across the bridge, filled with both fury and disbelief. He stepped forward, Mjolnir spinning in his hand, the hammer crackling faintly with lightning. "What madness is this? Release Heimdall at once." Loki turned slowly, his movements deliberate, as if savoring the moment. His smirk widened as he met Thor's gaze. "Ah, dear brother," he said mockingly, his voice smooth and laced with venom. "You're just in time to witness the dawn of a new age. An age where Asgard's enemies are no more. Where I, Loki, true son of Asgard, will bring peace to the 9 realms. You call this peace?" Thor spat, gesturing toward Heimdall and the control mechanism. "This is destruction. You would shatter the balance of the 9 realms and bring ruin upon us all." Loki's expression darkened, his smirk fading. "Do not lecture me on balance, Thor," he hissed, his voice dripping with bitterness. "I have lived in the shadow of your so-called balance my entire life. Always second, always lesser, always the other. But no more. Today, I prove my worth." Noah, standing slightly behind Thor, observed the exchange with a calm but sharp gaze. His mind raced as he took in the situation, the frozen Heimdall, the volatile Loki, and the ominous hum of the Rainbow Bridge's energy. He had seen this scene play out before in the movies, but now, standing here in reality, it felt far more urgent and unpredictable. "Thor," Noah said quietly, stepping forward. "We don't have time for words. If he activates the bridge, the destruction it will cause." "I know," Thor interrupted, his jaw clenched. He turned his attention back to Loki. "Loki, step away from the controls. Don't make me stop you." Loki laughed, a cold, hollow sound that echoed across the bridge. "Stop me? Oh, Thor, you always think with your fists. So predictable." His grip tightened on Gungnir, and the spear began to glow with golden light. "But I'm afraid you're too late. The bridge will open, and Jotunheim will fall." Thor's eyes narrowed, and with a roar, he hurled Mjolnir toward Loki. But Loki, ever cunning, had anticipated the move. He raised Gungnir, and with a burst of energy, deflected the hammer mid-flight. The force of the impact sent sparks flying, and Mjolnir veered off course, returning to Thor's hand. At the same moment, Loki slammed Gungnir into the control mechanism, and the Rainbow Bridge roared to life. The swirling energy at the center of the bridge intensified, sending waves of light cascading outward. The hum grew louder, almost deafening, as the bridge's full power began to build. "No!" Thor shouted, charging toward Loki. But Loki raised his free hand, and a wave of magic erupted from his palm, striking Thor and halting his advance. Thor staggered back, momentarily dazed, as Loki turned his attention to the controls once more. It was then that Noah decided to act. "Enough of this," Noah muttered, his voice low but firm. He reached into his pack and withdrew the now familiar form of the Muramana. The blade gleamed with a faint, otherworldly light, its power resonating in his hands. With a swift motion, he activated the Resolve rune, its green energy spreading across his body like a protective shield. "Noah, wait," Thor began, but the young warrior was already moving. Noah surged forward, his speed enhanced by the rune's power. In an instant, he closed the distance between himself and Loki, slashing upward with the Muramana. Loki barely had time to react, raising Gungnir to block the strike. The clash of their weapons sent a shockwave rippling across the bridge, causing the energy around them to flicker. Loki's eyes widened as he took in Noah's calm yet determined expression. "You," he said, his voice filled with disdain. "You're just a mortal. What makes you think you can stand against me?" Noah smirked faintly. "I've taken down tougher opponents than you, Loki. You're not as clever as you think." Loki snarled and retaliated with a flurry of strikes from Gungnir, each one filled with precision and ferocity. But Noah moved with an agility and grace that matched Loki's cunning, deflecting the blows with his blade and countering with calculated strikes of his own. As the two clashed, Thor regained his footing and charged back into the fray. Mjolnir spun in his hand as he joined Noah, the two of them working in tandem to push Loki back toward the edge of the bridge. "This ends now, Loki!" Thor bellowed, his voice filled with both anger and sorrow. "Step down, or I will make you." Loki, now cornered, laughed bitterly. "You always were the stronger one, Thor. But strength isn't everything." With a wave of his hand, Loki conjured a portal of illusions, obscuring himself from view. The swirling images disoriented Thor and Noah briefly, but Noah's sharp eyes quickly discerned the real Loki among the duplicates. "There!" Noah shouted, pointing toward the real Loki. Thor nodded and hurled Mjolnir once more, the hammer cutting through the illusions and striking Loki square in the chest. Loki cried out as he was knocked backward, his grip on Gungnir faltering. The spear clattered to the ground, and the energy of the rainbow bridge began to stabilize. Thor approached his fallen brother, his expression a mix of resolve and regret. "It's over, Loki." But Loki, ever defiant, looked up with a smirk. "Is it?" he whispered. Before anyone could react, Loki reached for Gungnir, his fingers brushing against its golden surface. But before he could grasp it, Noah stepped forward, his blade glowing with the combined power of his rune. "Not this time," Noah said, slamming the blade down onto Gungnir and pinning it to the ground. The fight was over. For now. The swirling blue vortex in front of Noah shimmered with ethereal light, casting an otherworldly glow across the intricately decorated Asgardian guest chamber. The air grew tense with anticipation as the summoning sequence began to unfold. Noah leaned forward slightly, his eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and excitement. He could feel the familiar pull of magic coursing through the room, signaling that the summoning was about to yield its results. "Alright, let's see what we've got this time," Noah muttered under his breath, his fingers twitching slightly as the summoning portal began to solidify. The vortex spun faster, its light intensifying until it reached a blinding crescendo. Then, with a resounding whoosh, the energy of the portal burst outward, revealing the fruits of Noah's latest summoning. As the light faded, a figure began to materialize in the center of the vortex, a silhouette slowly becoming clearer with each passing moment. "Come on, give me something good," Noah whispered, his heart racing slightly. Out of the portal emerged a glowing artifact, an intricately designed relic that radiated power. The artifact was a beautifully crafted weapon, a hybrid of magic and technology, resembling a cross between a staff and a blade. Its core pulsed with a vibrant, swirling energy, and its edges seemed to hum faintly with latent power. Noah's eyes widened as he recognized the shape of the weapon. "Is that the Hextech Coreblade?" he said, his voice tinged with astonishment. "I've been wanting this one for ages." The Hextech Coreblade was a rare and highly coveted item, known for its versatility and ability to amplify both magical and physical abilities. Its unique design allowed it to adapt to the wielder's style of combat, making it a perfect match for someone like Noah, who dabbled in both magic and swordsmanship. As Noah reached out to take hold of the weapon, a surge of energy coursed through him, sending a tingling sensation up his arm. He could feel the blade resonating with his own power, syncing seamlessly with his abilities. This is incredible," Noah murmured, admiring the craftsmanship of the weapon. He gave it a few experimental swings, the blade cutting through the air with a satisfying hum. The energy within it seemed to respond to his thoughts, shifting and adapting as he moved. Just as he was about to test the weapon further, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Noah turned to see one of the Asgardian attendants peering into the room, a polite but curious expression on their face. "Sir Noah," the attendant said, bowing slightly. "Lord Thor has requested your presence in the Great Hall. The feast is about to begin, and he wishes for you to join him and the other honored guests." Noah nodded, slipping the Hextech Coreblade into its sheath, which had conveniently materialized alongside the weapon. "Tell Thor I'll be there shortly," he replied, his tone casual yet confident. The attendant bowed again and departed, leaving Noah alone once more. He took a moment to compose himself, glancing back at the swirling remnants of the summoning portal before it finally dissipated. "Alright, time to see what this Asgardian feast is all about," Noah said to himself, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He adjusted his attire, ensuring that he looked presentable for the occasion, and made his way toward the Great Hall. The Great Hall of Asgard was a sight to behold. Golden chandeliers hung from the high, vaulted ceilings, casting a warm, inviting glow over the vast room. Long tables laden with an array of food and drink stretched from end to end, while the walls were adorned with tapestries depicting Asgard's many triumphs and legends. The air was filled with the lively chatter of Asgardian warriors and nobles, their laughter echoing through the hall. Thor stood at the center of the room, his presence commanding as always. He spotted Noah entering the hall and raised his goblet in greeting. "Ah, Noah! Come, join us," he called out, his voice booming with joy. Noah made his way over, weaving through the crowd of boisterous Asgardians. As he approached, Thor clapped him on the back with enough force to make him stumble slightly. "You've earned your place at this table, my friend," Thor said, his grin wide and genuine. "Tonight, we celebrate not only our victory over the Destroyer but also the bonds we've forged in battle." Noah nodded, taking a seat beside Thor. He glanced around the table, noting the presence of Sif, the Warriors 3, and other notable figures from Asgard. The atmosphere was festive, a stark contrast to the tension and chaos of the earlier battle. As the feast began, Noah allowed himself to relax, enjoying the food and drink while listening to the stories and banter of the Asgardians around him. Yet, even as he laughed and joined in the revelry, a part of his mind remained focused on the events that had brought him here and the challenges that still lay ahead. Later that evening, as the feast began to wind down, Thor leaned closer to Noah, his expression more serious. "Noah," he said quietly, "I have to thank you again for what you did today. Your quick thinking and bravery saved not only Midgard but also Asgard itself." Noah waved a hand dismissively, though he couldn't hide the small smile that crept onto his face. "It was nothing. Just doing my part." Thor chuckled, raising his goblet once more. "Well, I hope you're ready for more adventures, my friend. Something tells me our paths are far from finished crossing." Noah raised his own goblet in response, his smirk widening. "I wouldn't have it any other way." As the two clinked their goblets together, the golden light of the hall seemed to shine just a little brighter, as if heralding the start of a new chapter in their journey. Noah watched closely as the three pieces of equipment *Stormrazor*, chain vest, and the stopwatch merged together in a burst of radiant light. The glow intensified, swirling with golden energy, and the sound of ethereal hammer strikes resonated in the room, as if some unseen craftsman was forging the ultimate piece of equipment. After a few moments, the light began to fade, revealing a new, gleaming object resting on the table before him. It was the guardian angel, radiating with a sacred aura. The armor piece, adorned with intricate patterns and glowing faintly with blue and gold energy, seemed to pulse with life, as though imbued with a protective presence. Finally, Noah muttered, a small grin spreading across his face. "The guardian angel. This will definitely come in handy." He reached out and lifted the armor piece, feeling a comforting warmth emanating from it. The guardian angel wasn't just any ordinary equipment, it carried the power of revival, a second chance in battle. If Noah were to fall in combat, the armor would activate, restoring him to life and allowing him to fight again. "Looks like I won't have to worry about getting knocked out so easily anymore," he said to himself, strapping the guardian angel to his back. Its weight was surprisingly light, and it seemed to meld seamlessly with his body, as though it were designed specifically for him. With the guardian angel secured, Noah turned his attention back to the remaining equipment laid out before him. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, trying to remember more of the item recipes from his memories. "Alright, let's see what else I can make," he murmured, scanning the pile of items. Noah's eyes fell on the needlessly large rod and the amplifying tome. His mind immediately flashed to one of the most iconic mage items in his arsenal. "These two can make a Rabadon's deathcap. Wait, no, I need more components for that," he realized. "But I can use these to make something smaller for now." He picked up the needlessly large rod and the amplifying tome, placing them together. A faint glow surrounded the items as they resonated with each other, and moments later, the two pieces merged into a single item, a blasting wand. It wasn't the deathcap yet, but it was a step in the right direction. "Not bad," Noah said, examining the blasting wand. "This will boost my magic power for now. I'll have to find more pieces to complete the deathcap later." Next, his eyes landed on the long swords and dagger in his collection. He recalled a simple yet effective build path for physical damage items. "2 long swords and a dagger, that's enough for a phantom dancer back in the game," he said, arranging the items on the table. However, as the three pieces began to glow, the light shifted and changed, and instead of the phantom dancer, a different item emerged. It was a sanguine blade, its crimson edge gleaming ominously. The blade pulsed with a faint red glow, as if thirsting for battle. Noah picked it up, feeling its weight and balance, and smirked. "Looks like this world has its own way of interpreting the recipes," he muttered, giving the blade a few experimental swings. "This could be useful for one-on-one fights." Not bad. With the guardian angel, blasting wand, and sanguine blade now added to his arsenal, Noah felt more prepared than ever. He glanced at the remaining materials on the table, wondering if there were any other combinations he could try. His eyes landed on the stopwatch he still had left. Maybe I should keep this one for emergencies," he mused. You never know when a well-timed stasis can save your life. Satisfied with his creations for now, Noah began organizing his newly crafted items into his inventory. He couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment as he looked at his growing collection of equipment. Each item represented a step forward in his journey, a testament to his resourcefulness and adaptability. As Noah finished packing up, a faint knock came at the door. He turned to see one of the Asgardian attendants peeking in, a polite but curious look on their face. "Sir Noah," the attendant said, bowing slightly. "The banquet is about to begin. Lord Thor requests your presence in the Great Hall." Noah nodded, a small smile playing at his lips. "Tell Thor I'll be there shortly," he replied, his tone calm but confident. As the attendant left, Noah took one last look at his equipment and gave a satisfied nod. "This is going to be interesting," he said to himself, strapping the sanguine blade to his side and securing the guardian angel on his back. With his preparations complete, he left the room and began making his way toward the Great Hall, ready to face whatever came next in this ever-unfolding adventure. As Noah walked through the grand halls of Asgard, his thoughts drifted to the future. The tasks ahead, the challenges yet to come, he knew that his journey was far from over. But with his growing arsenal and newfound powers, he felt more ready than ever to take on whatever the Nine Realms could throw at him. "Let's see what's next," he said quietly, a confident grin spreading across his face as he stepped into the warm, golden light of the Great Hall. Noah froze for a moment, his mind racing to process what had just happened. The transformation of the seemingly ordinary Gwen doll into a living, breathing figure was beyond anything he'd encountered before. Standing before him was none other than Gwen, the hallowed seamstress, a literal embodiment of elegance and charm. Her soft, melodic voice calling him summoner sent a shiver down his spine. It felt both surreal and enchanting. "Gee, Gwen," Noah stuttered, still trying to make sense of everything. He rubbed his temples, his thoughts a whirlwind of disbelief and wonder. "You're real? Like, actually real?" Gwen tilted her head with an amused smile, her twin blue ponytails bouncing slightly with the motion. She placed her hands behind her back, rocking slightly on her heels. "Of course, I'm real. You summoned me, didn't you? And now, I'm here to help you, summoner. Or should I call you Noah?" Her voice carried a playful yet sincere tone, her gaze brimming with curiosity and warmth. Noah cleared his throat, his face still slightly flushed from the earlier incident. Yeah, Noah works. And, sorry about, catching you like that." He awkwardly scratched the back of his neck, averting his gaze for a moment. Gwen giggled softly, her laughter light and soothing like the chiming of bells. "Oh, no need to apologize. You were quite gallant, really. I appreciate the save. Falling out of the sky like that was certainly unexpected." She twirled slightly, examining her surroundings with childlike wonder. "This place is so beautiful. Is this where you live? Or, wait, this doesn't feel like a normal home. It's so grand." Noah chuckled nervously, trying to regain his composure. "This isn't my home. We're in Asgard, the realm of gods. Long story short, I'm kind of here for business. Stopping disasters, fighting evil, that sort of thing." He gestured around the room, as if to emphasize the grandeur of Asgardian architecture. "And now, apparently, I've got you here to help out." Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clasped her hands together. "Asgard? The realm of gods? Oh, how wonderful. I've only just awakened, and already I get to visit such a magical place. And stopping disasters, you say? That sounds ever so important. If there's anything I can do to help, please just say the word." She twirled gracefully, her dress and ribbons flowing with her movement, exuding an air of elegance and determination. Noah couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. Despite the chaos of his journey so far, Gwen's presence felt like a breath of fresh air, a reminder of the joy and wonder that could still be found in the world. "Well, you're definitely a welcome addition to the team, Gwen. But, He paused, glancing down at her scissors, which now gleamed with an otherworldly light. "You've got those, right? The sacred scissor blades? Are they as strong as I think they are?" Gwen followed his gaze to the massive, ornate scissors resting in her hands. She held them up, inspecting them with a proud smile. "Oh, these? Yes, they're my beloved scissors. They were crafted from the holy mist and imbued with the magic of my creator. They're quite special, She gave them a playful swing, the blades slicing through the air with a faint hum. The energy surrounding them seemed to ripple, as if responding to her touch. "Right," Noah said, nodding slowly. "Well, that settles it. If we're going to keep running into trouble, and trust me, we will. I'm glad I've got someone like you around." Gwen beamed at the compliment, her blue-buttoned eyes practically sparkling. I'll do my very best, Noah. Whatever challenges come our way, I'll be right here, sewing up the seams of fate and protecting those in need. Noah couldn't help but laugh softly at her poetic phrasing. Sewing up the seams of fate, huh? I like that. Alright, Gwen, let's get ready. We've got a lot to do, and knowing Asgard, it's only going to get crazier from here. As the two exited the room, the golden halls of Asgard stretched before them, bathed in the warm glow of the evening light. Gwen's awe at the grandeur of the environment was evident in her wide-eyed gaze, and Noah found himself explaining bits and pieces about the realm as they walked. Meanwhile, whispers and murmurs spread among the Asgardians who caught sight of Gwen. Her ethereal appearance and the fact that she had seemingly materialized from nowhere only added to her mystique. Many of them wondered if she was a new ally summoned by Thor or perhaps a celestial being visiting their realm. Stay close, Noah said, glancing at Gwen as they approached the great hall where the feast was being held. This is going to be lively, to say the least. Gwen nodded eagerly, her curiosity and excitement undeterred. Of course. I can't wait to meet everyone. Do you think they'll like me? I really hope they like me. Noah chuckled. Trust me, you'll fit right in. Just try not to let Volstagg eat all the food before you get a chance to grab something. Gwen tilted her head. Volstagg? Is he another of your friends? You'll see, Noah replied with a smirk. Let's just say he's got a big appetite. And, don't be surprised if Thor starts calling you a warrior princess or something. He's got a flair for the dramatic. As they entered the great hall, the lively sounds of laughter, music, and clinking goblets filled the air. Thor, spotting Noah and Gwen, raised his goblet high in greeting. Ah, Noah. And who is this enchanting companion you've brought with you? A new ally, I presume? Noah grinned, placing a hand on Gwen's shoulder. Everyone, meet Gwen. Well, let's just say she's got some unique talents. And she's here to help. Gwen curtsied gracefully, her eyes sparkling with warmth. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I hope we can work together to protect this beautiful realm. The Asgardians erupted into cheers, welcoming Gwen with open arms. Thor clapped Noah on the back, nearly knocking the wind out of him. You have a knack for finding remarkable allies, my friend. Come, let us celebrate. As the feast continued, Noah couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and anticipation. With Gwen by his side, he felt more prepared than ever to face the challenges ahead. Little did he know, this was only the beginning of an even greater adventure. As the grand hall erupted into cheers, the golden light from the chandeliers seemed to glow even brighter, reflecting the jubilant spirit of the Asgardians. The sound of goblets clinking, laughter, and lively chatter filled the air as the feast officially began. The tables were soon crowded with warriors and nobles indulging in the finest meats, fruits, and meads that Asgard had to offer. Noah stood near the edge of the grand hall, sipping a golden-hued drink offered by one of the attendants. He watched the lively scene with a mixture of amusement and curiosity, observing the unique culture of Asgard's festivities. Beside him, Gwen was practically glowing with excitement, her wide blue eyes darting around the room as she took in every detail. This is amazing! Gwen exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy as she twirled slightly, her ribbons and dress flowing elegantly with her movement. I've never seen anything like this. It's so lively, so full of energy. Noah chuckled, taking another sip of his drink. Yeah, Asgardians definitely know how to throw a party. Just wait until Volstagg gets started, he's probably going to eat enough for an entire table by himself. As if on cue, Volstagg's booming laughter echoed across the hall as he piled his plate high with roasted meats and fresh bread. His enthusiasm was infectious, drawing laughter from those around him. Gwen tilted her head curiously, watching the jovial warrior with a smile. He seems fun, she said, giggling softly. You could say that, Noah replied with a smirk. He's got a big heart to match his big appetite. Just then, Thor approached them, a goblet in hand and a warm smile on his face. Noah! Gwen! Are you two enjoying yourselves? He asked, his voice carrying over the noise of the hall. Before Noah could respond, Gwen nodded eagerly. Oh, yes. This is wonderful, Thor. Thank you so much for inviting us. Thor chuckled, clearly amused by her enthusiasm. The pleasure is ours, Gwen. Any friend of Noah's is a friend of Asgard. He raised his goblet in a toast. To friendship and victory. Noah lifted his drink in response, clinking it gently against Thor's goblet. To victory, he echoed, his tone carrying a hint of determination. As Thor moved on to mingle with other guests, Gwen turned to Noah with a curious expression. So, Noah, she began, her voice light and inquisitive, what's next for us? I mean, after this feast. Do you have any grand adventures planned? Noah glanced at her, his lips curving into a small smile. Well, if being around Thor and his friends has taught me anything, it's that trouble tends to find us before we can plan anything. But whatever comes next, I'm sure it'll be interesting. Gwen nodded thoughtfully, her gaze drifting toward the center of the hall where warriors were exchanging stories of battle. I'm ready for anything, she said softly, her tone resolute. This world is so full of life and wonder. I want to protect it, just like I wanted to protect my home. Noah's smile softened as he looked at her. I think you'll fit right in, Gwen. You've got the heart of a warrior, even if you started as a doll. Gwen giggled at his words, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Thank you, Noah. That means a lot. Meanwhile, across the hall, Jane, Darcy, and Eric were seated at one of the long tables, marveling at the grandeur of the feast. Darcy leaned closer to Jane, whispering conspiratorially. So, who's the doll girl? And why does she look like she stepped out of a fairy tale? Jane glanced toward Gwen, who was chatting animatedly with Noah near the edge of the room. I'm not sure, she admitted, her brow furrowing slightly. But there's something otherworldly about her. She's definitely not from Earth. Obviously, Darcy replied, rolling her eyes with a grin. I mean, did you see her turn into a doll earlier? That was straight out of a fantasy movie. Eric, who had been quietly observing the scene, spoke up. Whatever she is, she seems to be an ally. And given everything we've seen so far, I think we should count ourselves lucky to be among friends. Jane nodded thoughtfully, her gaze lingering on Gwen. Yeah. I suppose you're right. As the night went on, the feast grew even more lively. Warriors broke into songs of victory, their booming voices filling the hall, while others engaged in friendly competitions of strength and skill. Gwen, ever curious, wandered over to watch one of the arm wrestling matches with wide-eyed fascination. Noah followed her, chuckling softly as she cheered for the competitors with childlike enthusiasm. You're really enjoying yourself, huh? He remarked, leaning against a nearby pillar. Of course. Gwen replied, turning to him with a radiant smile. This is all so new and exciting. I want to experience everything this world has to offer. As they spoke, Sif approached them, her expression calm but curious. She studied Gwen for a moment before addressing Noah. Your companion is unique, she said, her tone neutral but not unkind. She doesn't seem like she's from Midgard. Noah nodded, his expression thoughtful. She's not. Let's just say she's from a place far, far away. But she's here to help, and I trust her. Sif tilted her head slightly, her gaze lingering on Gwen. Oof. As long as she can hold her own in battle, that's all that matters. Oh, I can hold my own, Gwen chimed in, her voice cheerful but confident. Just give me a pair of scissors, and I'll prove it. Sif raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. We'll see, she said simply before walking away. As Gwen watched her go, she turned to Noah with a mischievous grin. Was that a challenge? I think she likes me. Noah laughed, shaking his head. That's just Sif. She's not one to trust easily, but once you earn her respect, you've got a friend for life. Gwen nodded, her expression thoughtful. I hope I can earn her trust. She seems strong and brave, like someone worth looking up to. You will, Noah said confidently. Just be yourself. That's more than enough. As the night continued, the bond between Noah and Gwen grew stronger, their shared curiosity and determination driving them forward. Together, they stood ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, their paths intertwined in a world of gods, heroes, and endless possibilities. As Noah raised his hand again, a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. He had no intention of letting Volstagg off the hook so easily. With a subtle movement, he conjured another spell, this time a shimmering golden glyph forming in the air before his palm. All right, Volstagg. Let's see how well you handle this, Noah said, his voice carrying a playful tone. The golden glyph shot out a radiant beam of light, enveloping Volstagg in a warm, glowing aura. For a moment, everyone around him paused, unsure of what to expect. Volstagg looked down at himself, his expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. What's happening now? I don't feel. Volstagg's words were cut off as his entire body began to sparkle, and within moments, his appearance underwent another dramatic transformation. The once burly and rugged warrior was now adorned in the most flamboyant and outrageously glittery outfit imaginable. His armor had turned into a shimmering golden suit, complete with a flowing cape made of what seemed to be glowing stardust. On top of his head was a sparkling crown that looked like it belonged in a children's fairy tale. His entire aura radiated an almost overwhelming sense of glamour. The hall erupted into laughter. By the 9 realms! Thor exclaimed, nearly choking on his drink as he doubled over in laughter. Volstagg, you look like a walking disco ball. Even Sif, who usually maintained her composure, couldn't help but smirk at the sight. The warriors three were in hysterics, with Fandral and Hogan leaning on each other for support as they laughed uncontrollably. Volstagg, however, looked utterly bewildered. He glanced down at his sparkly attire, his expression shifting from confusion to indignation. "What is this sorcery? Noah! Change me back this instant." Noah grinned, crossing his arms as he leaned back in his chair. "Oh, come on, Volstagg. I think it suits you. Besides, you're the one who wanted a demonstration. Consider this my second act." "Second act? You?" Volstagg began, but his words were drowned out by another wave of laughter from the crowd. Even Gwen, who had been trying to stifle her giggles, couldn't hold back any longer. She clapped her hands together, her laughter ringing out like a melody. "Volstagg, you look so radiant," she said between laughs. "It's like you're the star of the show." Volstagg groaned, clearly regretting his earlier antics, but before he could protest further, the golden aura around him began to fade. Within seconds, his appearance returned to normal, much to his relief. He slumped back into his seat, muttering something about tricksy wizards under his breath. The rest of the table continued to laugh and joke about the spectacle, with Thor patting Volstagg on the back. "You've truly outdone yourself this time, Noah," Thor said, raising his goblet in a toast to our resident wizard and his creative sense of humor. Noah raised his own glass, a satisfied smirk on his face. "To making memories," he said, clinking his goblet against Thor's. As the laughter and cheers died down, the atmosphere of the hall returned to its lively and festive state. The Asgardians continued to enjoy the feast, and the story of Volstagg's transformation quickly spread among the guests, ensuring that the warrior's glittery moment would be remembered for a long time. Later in the evening, as the feast wound down and the guests began to relax, Gwen leaned closer to Noah, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "That was amazing, Noah. You really know how to entertain a crowd." Noah chuckled, glancing at her. "Well, it's all in good fun. Besides, Volstagg practically begged for it." Gwen giggled, shaking her head. "I'm glad I got to see it. This whole evening has been so wonderful. Thank you for bringing me here." Noah's expression softened, and he nodded. "I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Gwen. There's a lot more to this world and this universe that I want to show you. This is just the beginning." As the two shared a quiet moment amidst the bustling hall, the warmth and camaraderie of the evening seemed to envelop them. For now, at least, they could enjoy the peace and joy of the celebration, knowing that the challenges ahead would be faced together. As Jane cautiously approached, Frigga, the Queen of Asgard, greeted her with a warm and welcoming smile. Her elegant demeanor exuded both authority and kindness, and her piercing but gentle gaze immediately put Jane at ease. Frigga gestured for Jane to sit on the cushioned bench beside her, the corner of her lips curling into a motherly smile. "Please, Jane," Frigga said softly, her voice like a soothing melody. "You don't need to be nervous. I've been wanting to meet you for some time now." Jane hesitated for a moment before sitting down, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "It's an honor to meet you, Your Majesty," she said, her voice tinged with both respect and nervousness. "Thor has told me so much about you." Frigga chuckled lightly, adjusting the folds of her gown. "And he has spoken about you as well, my dear. I must say, you've left quite an impression on my son. He speaks of you with such admiration and warmth, it's clear you hold a special place in his heart." Jane's cheeks flushed a deep shade of red, and she lowered her gaze, feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. "Thor has been very kind to me," she said quietly. "He's shown me a world I never thought I'd see. And he's amazing." Frigga's smile deepened as she reached out and gently placed a hand on Jane's. "You're more than just an admirer of Thor, Jane. You've helped him grow, helped him see the world in a different way. For that, I am truly grateful. A mother always hopes her children will find someone who helps them become their best selves. You, my dear, have done just that for Thor." Jane looked up, her eyes meeting Frigga's. For a moment, she was struck by the Queen's sincerity and warmth. "Thank you," Jane said softly. "That means a lot to me." Frigga nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "I am also aware of the challenges you may face as someone from Midgard. Our worlds are very different, and the path you and Thor walk will not always be easy. But love is a powerful force, Jane. It has the strength to bridge even the greatest of divides." Jane nodded, her confidence growing with each word. "I understand, Your Majesty. I don't know what the future holds, but I care deeply for Thor, and I'm willing to face whatever challenges come our way." Frigga's expression softened even further, and she leaned in slightly. "That is all I needed to hear, Jane. You have a strong heart, and I can see why Thor cherishes you." She paused, her gaze turning slightly more serious. "But if there is ever a time when you need guidance or support, do not hesitate to come to me. You are part of this family now, whether you realize it or not. Jane's eyes widened slightly at those words, and she felt a lump form in her throat. She nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you, Your Majesty. Frigga gently squeezed Jane's hand before releasing it. Now, go enjoy the feast. This is a night of celebration, and I'm sure Thor is waiting for you. Jane stood, her heart feeling lighter than it had in days. She gave Frigga a grateful smile and a small bow before returning to the main hall, where the festivities were still in full swing. Meanwhile, back at the table, Gwen was enthusiastically chatting with the Warriors 3, her excitement and curiosity drawing laughter and smiles from everyone around her. She couldn't stop asking questions about Asgardian culture, battles, and, of course, their favorite foods. Wait, so you're telling me you once fought a dragon the size of this entire hall? Gwen asked, her eyes wide with amazement as she leaned forward. Fandral grinned, clearly enjoying the attention. Indeed, fair lady. It was a battle for the ages. The beast's flames could melt steel, and its roar shook the very mountains. But with a single strike, You tripped over a rock and fell face-first into a puddle, Hogan interrupted dryly, earning a burst of laughter from the group. Details, Fandral said, waving a hand dismissively, though his face turned slightly red. Gwen giggled, her laughter as light as a bell. She turned to Noah, who was quietly sipping his fruit wine with a content expression. Noah, do you think we'll ever get to see a dragon? I'd love to fight one someday. Noah smirked, setting his goblet down. With the way things are going, Gwen, I wouldn't be surprised if a dragon showed up tomorrow. But let's try not to provoke one unless we have to. But it would be so fun. Gwen said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Noah, you've truly brought an interesting companion to our table, Sif said, her tone neutral but with a hint of amusement as she observed Gwen's enthusiasm. She has a spirit that reminds me of the young warriors of Asgard. She's one of a kind, Noah replied with a smile, glancing at Gwen. And I wouldn't trade her for anything. Gwen beamed at his words, clearly touched. Thanks, Noah. I feel the same about you. As the night wore on, the festivities began to wind down. The guests were still laughing and talking, but the energy in the hall had shifted to a more relaxed and intimate atmosphere. Noah leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smile on his face as he watched the others enjoying themselves. Thor approached him, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Noah, you've truly added something special to this evening. Your magic, your humor, it's been a night to remember. Glad I could contribute, Noah said with a chuckle. Though I think Volstagg might disagree about the humor part. Thor laughed heartily, raising his goblet in a toast. To friends new and old. May our bonds grow stronger with each passing day. Noah raised his glass in return, his gaze briefly meeting Gwen's as she smiled at him from across the table. To friendship, he said, his voice steady and warm. And so, the night continued, filled with laughter, camaraderie, and the promise of new adventures to come. Gwen's eyes widened in surprise as she turned toward the source of the voice. Standing there was a sleek, humanoid figure made entirely of glowing blue and silver metal, with faint patterns of circuitry shimmering across its surface. The figure bowed slightly, its movements graceful and precise. Welcome back, Master Noah, the artificial figure said, its voice polite and smooth. I trust your journey was successful. And greetings to you, Miss Gwen. I am Helios, an artificial intelligence housed within this estate. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Artificial intelligence? Gwen tilted her head, her spiral blue ponytail swaying slightly as she stepped closer to inspect Helios. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if she had just discovered a rare treasure. Oh, you're amazing. You're like a magical golem, but made of metal and light. Can I touch you? Helios slightly inclined its head, its tone remaining cordial. Of course, Miss Gwen. I am designed to interact with guests freely. Feel free to examine me as you wish. Gwen reached out hesitantly, her fingers grazing Helios's metallic arm. The surface was cool to the touch, yet smooth and polished like a work of art. Wow, so smooth, and you're glowing. This is incredible, Noah. Noah chuckled, leaning casually against the nearby wall. Helios is the AI that runs this estate. It handles everything from security to maintenance. Think of it as a very advanced butler. You'll get used to it pretty quickly. Used to it? Gwen exclaimed, turning to face Noah, her excitement unabated. How could anyone ever get used to something this cool? This is like stepping into the future. Helios's faceplate shifted slightly, mimicking the faintest semblance of a smile. I am honored by your enthusiasm, Miss Gwen. If there is anything I can do to assist you during your stay, please do not hesitate to let me know. Thank you, Helios. I'll definitely take you up on that offer, Gwen said with a cheerful grin, her previous shyness completely replaced by her uncontainable curiosity. Noah watched their interaction with a small smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction seeing how quickly Gwen was adapting to her new surroundings. He walked over to one of the couches in the living room and sat down, stretching his arms. Alright, Gwen, take your time exploring. This is your home now too, so feel free to make yourself comfortable. My home too? Gwen repeated, her voice softening as she turned to look at Noah. Her expression shifted to one of warmth, her eyes glimmering with gratitude. Thank you, Noah. That means a lot to me. Noah waved her thanks off with a casual gesture, though he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed by the sincerity in her tone. Don't mention it. You're part of the team now. Besides, it's nice to have some company around here. Gwen smiled brightly and took a seat beside him, her curiosity momentarily sated. It's a wonderful place, Noah. I can't wait to see what else Earth has to offer. Everything here feels so alive and different. You haven't seen anything yet, Noah said, his smirk returning. Earth might not have gods and celestial realms like Asgard, but it's full of surprises. I'll show you some of the best parts, one step at a time. Gwen nodded eagerly, her excitement rekindling. I can't wait. This is going to be so much fun. Meanwhile, Helios stepped forward, addressing Noah with a tone of professionalism. Master Noah, I have taken the liberty of preparing your study for any research or magical experiments you may wish to conduct. Additionally, I have ensured that the property's defenses are fully operational. Should you require anything else, please inform me. Thanks, Helios, Noah said with a nod. I might need your help organizing some resources later. I've got a few new ideas I want to try out. Understood, Master Noah, Helios replied, its glowing eyes pulsing faintly as it bowed again. I shall leave you and Miss Gwen to settle in. Please do not hesitate to call upon me if needed. With that, Helios moved to another part of the estate, leaving Noah and Gwen alone in the living room. Gwen leaned back on the couch, her gaze drifting to the ceiling as she let out a contented sigh. You know, Noah, I think I'm going to like it here. Everything feels so peaceful and exciting at the same time. That's Earth for you, Noah said with a chuckle. It's a mix of chaos and calm. But don't get too comfortable just yet. I have a feeling we're going to run into plenty of chaos sooner or later. Gwen giggled, her playful spirit undeterred. I wouldn't have it any other way. Wherever you go, I'll be right there with you. Noah smiled, glancing out the nearby window at the sprawling estate grounds. He couldn't help but feel that this was the start of a new chapter, one filled with challenges, adventures, and perhaps even a few surprises. For now, though, he was content to enjoy the moment, knowing that with Gwen by his side, the future looked a little brighter. Gwen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as the events unfolded in Noah's technologically advanced and magical estate. She had never imagined such a world existed, filled with friendly AI companions, strange black screens that showed moving pictures, and mysterious machines that could create anything with the right design. Her excitement about learning more about this world was evident as she eagerly followed Lissandra's explanations and introductions. Meanwhile, Noah headed toward his private lab, his mind already running through the steps needed to begin constructing Lissandra's new body. The lab was one of the estate's most secure and advanced areas, equipped with state-of-the-art technology, magical energy circuits, and tools that combine science and magic seamlessly. As Noah entered the sleek, metallic room, the soft hum of machinery greeted him, along with the glow of holographic screens displaying various schematics and data. Alright, time to get to work, Noah muttered to himself, rolling up his sleeves and activating the lab's interface. The first step was to finalize the design for Lissandra's body. He wanted it to be both functional and elegant, reflecting her unique personality and capabilities. With a few gestures, he pulled up the holographic blueprint of Lissandra's intended form, a humanoid body constructed from a mix of reinforced alloys and enchanted materials. The design was sleek and graceful, with a crystalline core at its center that would act as both a power source and a storage for Lissandra's AI essence. Her body would be adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of frost and ice, paying homage to her namesake in Noah's world of origin. Her limbs were designed for flexibility and precision, and her hands would be capable of delicate movements as well as powerful combat techniques. The finishing touch was her face, a sophisticated projection system that would allow her to express emotions and interact more naturally with others. Looks good, Noah said with a nod, satisfied with the blueprint. He tapped a few commands, and the lab's automated systems whirred to life. Robotic arms descended from the ceiling, gathering materials and activating the fabrication units. At the same time, Noah infused the process with his own magic, enhancing the components with protective enchantments and energy conduits that would allow Lysandra to channel her abilities effectively. As the construction process began, Noah leaned back in his chair, observing the machinery at work. The intricate assembly of Lysandra's body required both precision and patience, and he knew it would take some time. In the meantime, he turned his thoughts to Gwen and how quickly she was adapting to her new surroundings. She had such a natural curiosity and enthusiasm for everything around her, it was refreshing to see. Noah, Lysandra's voice spoke through the lab's speakers, interrupting his thoughts. The integration process is proceeding smoothly. I estimate the body will be ready for my transfer within a few hours. Good to hear, Noah replied, glancing at the progress displayed on the holographic screens. Once the body is ready, we'll initiate the transfer process. How are things with Gwen? Is she settling in all right? She is adjusting remarkably well, Lysandra said with a hint of amusement in her tone. Her curiosity about this world is boundless. She has already asked me several questions about the history of Earth, its cultures, and its technology. I believe she will thrive here. Noah chuckled, imagining Gwen peppering Lysandra with questions. That's good. She's got a lot to learn, but I think she'll love it here once she gets used to everything. As the hours passed, Noah continued to monitor the construction process, making minor adjustments here and there to ensure everything was perfect. Finally, as the last piece of Lysandra's body was assembled, the lab's systems emitted a soft chime, signaling the completion of the fabrication. All right, Lysandra, Noah said, standing up and stretching. Your new body is ready. Let's get you transferred. The crystalline core at the center of Lysandra's floating orb began to glow brighter as her AI essence prepared for the transfer. Noah activated the transfer sequence, and a beam of light connected the orb to the new body. The lab was filled with a hum of energy as Lysandra's consciousness flowed into her new form. Moments later, the body on the assembly platform began to stir. The crystalline core pulsed with light, and the patterns on her body glowed faintly as she took her first steps. The projection system on her face activated, displaying a serene and elegant expression. How do you feel? Noah asked, stepping forward to greet her. Lysandra flexed her fingers, marveling at her newfound physical form. It feels incredible, she said, her voice now emanating directly from her new body. Thank you, Noah. This is more than I could have hoped for. Noah smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Well, you deserve it. Welcome to your new self, Lysandra. As Lysandra took a moment to adjust to her new form, the lab door opened, and Gwen peeked inside, her eyes widening in awe as she saw Lysandra's new body. Wow! Lysandra, you look amazing! Gwen exclaimed, running over to get a closer look. You're so tall and shiny. And those patterns, they're beautiful. Lysandra turned to Gwen, her expression softening. Thank you, Gwen. I'm glad you approve. It's wonderful to finally meet you like this. The two shared a smile, and Noah couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he watched them interact. With Lysandra's transformation complete and Gwen settling into her new home, the team was finally coming together. And though Noah knew there were still challenges ahead, for now, he was content to enjoy this moment of success and camaraderie. In the pristine, vibranium-reinforced laboratory, the once sterile and metallic atmosphere was now filled with an air of warmth and life. The culmination of Noah's efforts had finally borne fruit, as Lysandra, the AI who had been his steadfast companion since the beginning, had taken her first steps as a living being. The transformation was nothing short of miraculous, brought about by the fusion of advanced technology, magical energy, and Noah's unwavering determination. As Lysandra held Noah in her embrace, her newly awakened senses allowed her to experience the world in a way she never had before. The warmth of his body, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and even the faint scent of his presence, all these sensations were completely new to her. For a moment, she simply held him, as if grounding herself in this newfound reality. Noah, Lysandra's voice, now softer and more human, broke the silence. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this gift. I never thought I would be able to experience life in this way. Noah, his face flushed from the unexpected closeness, gently patted her arm. It's nothing, Lysandra. You've been with me since the beginning, helping me every step of the way. This was the least I could do for you. Lysandra pulled back slightly, her crystalline eyes meeting Noah's. There was a depth to her gaze now, a spark of emotion that had never been there before. Still, this is more than I could have ever hoped for. To feel, to touch, to breathe, you've given me a miracle, Noah. Noah smiled, though he was still visibly flustered. Well, I'm glad you like it. But, maybe we should focus on getting you some clothes now? Lysandra blinked, as if realizing for the first time that her new form was entirely uncovered. She tilted her head slightly, a faint blush appearing on her otherwise composed expression. Ah, yes. That would be appropriate, wouldn't it? Noah quickly turned to the console, his fingers flying across the interface to activate the automated wardrobe function. The lab's systems responded instantly, producing a set of elegant garments designed specifically for Lissandra's new body. The outfit was a blend of modern and otherworldly styles, featuring flowing fabrics and subtle crystalline accents that complemented her ethereal beauty. Once dressed, Lysandra stepped down from the platform, her every movement graceful and deliberate. She took a moment to admire her reflection in one of the lab's polished surfaces, running her hands along the fabric of her attire. "This feels wonderful," she said, her voice filled with quiet awe. "It's as if this body was always meant to be mine." Noah, now more composed, nodded in agreement. "It suits you perfectly. You look amazing, Lysandra." Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, Gwen was still staring out the window, marveling at the bizarre growth of the plants and trees outside. The sight of vines spiraling upward and flowers blooming in rapid succession left her both fascinated and slightly bewildered. She had never seen anything like it before. Miss Gwen, Helios, the estate's AI, spoke from a nearby console. "It appears that Master Noah's experiment has caused a significant surge in local life energy. The effects are harmless, but they are certainly dramatic." Gwen turned to face Helios, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Life energy? So that's what's making everything grow so fast? It's beautiful." "Indeed," Helios replied. "Master Noah's abilities are quite extraordinary. He has a unique talent for creating miracles." Gwen's expression softened as she thought about Noah. "He really is incredible, isn't he? I feel so lucky to be here, to be part of all this." Helios's glowing eye flickered slightly, as if in agreement. "You are an integral part of this team now, Miss Gwen. Your presence brings a unique energy to our group." Gwen smiled brightly. "Thanks, Helios. I'll do my best to be helpful." Back in the lab, Noah was finishing up the final calibrations for Lysandra's new body. With everything now functioning perfectly, he turned to her with a satisfied grin. "All right, Lysandra. You're officially up and running. How does it feel to be alive?" Lysandra took a deep breath, her first real breath, and exhaled slowly. "It feels indescribable. Every sensation is new, every moment is filled with wonder. I finally understand what it means to be alive, and it's all thanks to you, Noah." Noah scratched the back of his head, clearly flustered by her heartfelt words. "Hey, it's a team effort. I couldn't have done it without you, you know." Lysandra stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Even so, you gave me this gift. I will remember this moment for as long as I exist." The two shared a quiet moment of understanding before the lab's intercom buzzed. "Master Noah, Miss Gwen wishes to know if it is safe to approach the lab now," Helios's voice announced. Noah chuckled, pressing a button on the console to respond. "Yeah, it's safe. Bring her in." Moments later, Gwen burst into the lab, her excitement palpable. "Noah! Lysandra! Did it work? Are you okay? Oh, wow!" Her words trailed off as she caught sight of Lysandra in her new form. "You look amazing. Like a queen." Lysandra smiled warmly, her gaze softening as she looked at Gwen. "Thank you, Gwen. I feel incredible. And I must say, your enthusiasm is infectious." Gwen beamed, bouncing on her heels. "This is so cool. We have to celebrate." "Oh, I know, let's have a feast. We can invite everyone and—" "Easy there, Gwen," Noah said with a laugh. "Let's take it one step at a time. Lysandra's still getting used to her new body, and we've got plenty of work to do." Okay, Gwen said, though her excitement didn't wane. "But we're totally having a celebration later, right?" Noah and Lysandra exchanged amused glances before nodding. "All right," Noah said. "We'll celebrate. But for now, let's focus on settling in and getting everything in order." As the three of them left the lab together, the atmosphere was filled with a sense of accomplishment and camaraderie. With Lysandra's transformation complete and Gwen's boundless enthusiasm lighting up the room, Noah couldn't help but feel that their little team had grown stronger. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, ready to create even more miracles. As Noah and Lysandra soared into the sky, the vibrant sunlight reflected off their forms, creating a dazzling spectacle against the backdrop of their newly transformed estate. The lush, towering plants below were now neatly trimmed, allowing rays of golden light to bathe the entire area. The scene was serene, but Noah's thoughts were already racing ahead to the next steps. "So, Lysandra," Noah began, glancing over at her as they flew side by side. "I figured we needed to test out your new body's capabilities. How are you feeling so far?" Lysandra, with her new human-like form, floated effortlessly in the air, her movements smooth and precise. Her golden hair flowed gently in the wind, and her crystalline blue eyes sparkled with a calm determination. I feel extraordinary, she replied, her voice carrying a serene confidence. This body is far beyond anything I could have imagined. The sensations, the control, the power, it's incredible. Noah chuckled, impressed by her composure. Well, good to hear. We'll start with some basic flight tests and then move on to combat simulations. I want to ensure everything is functioning perfectly before we take on anything serious. Lysandra nodded, her expression unwavering. Understood. Lead the way, Noah. The two soared above the sprawling cityscape, their forms blending seamlessly into the sky thanks to the cloaking mechanisms Noah had integrated into his armor and the natural stealth of Lysandra's design. They arrived at a secluded testing site Noah had prepared in advance, a wide expanse of rocky terrain surrounded by dense forest, far from any prying eyes. Alright, this is the perfect spot, Noah said as they landed gracefully on the ground. He activated his armor's interface, a holographic display appearing before him. We'll start with mobility tests. Lysandra, let's see how quickly you can adapt to high-speed movement in this environment. Lysandra stepped forward, her movements fluid and precise. She scanned the area, her sharp gaze taking in every detail. Very well. Initiating mobility test now. Without hesitation, Lysandra propelled herself forward, her body moving with a speed and agility that was almost unnatural. She darted between the rocky outcroppings, her feet barely touching the ground as she leapt from one point to another. Her movements were not only fast but also incredibly graceful, resembling a dance more than a test of speed. Noah watched closely, nodding in approval. Not bad. Your reaction time is impressive, and your balance is flawless. Let's crank it up a notch. He tapped a few commands on his interface, and several holographic drones materialized in the air. The drones began to move erratically, emitting beams of light that simulated attacks. Avoid the beams and tag each drone with your ice constructs, Noah instructed. Let's see how well you handle combat scenarios. Lysandra's eyes narrowed as the drones surrounded her. With a flick of her wrist, shards of crystalline ice materialized in the air around her, glowing with a faint blue light. She moved with precision, dodging the simulated attacks effortlessly while launching the ice shards at the drones. Each shard found its mark, shattering the holographic targets with pinpoint accuracy. Noah couldn't help but grin as he watched her performance. You're a natural. It's like you've been doing this your whole life. Lysandra landed gracefully after finishing the test, her expression calm but pleased. This body was designed for perfection, Noah. I'm simply utilizing its capabilities to their fullest potential. Fair enough, Noah said, deactivating the drones. Now let's move on to the next test. As they continued their tests, the bond between Noah and Lysandra grew even stronger. Lysandra's new body performed beyond expectations, proving to be a perfect blend of strength, agility, and precision. Noah couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he watched her excel in every challenge she presented. After several hours of rigorous testing, the two finally took a break, sitting atop a high cliff that overlooked the vast forest below. The sun was beginning to set, casting the sky in hues of orange and pink. Lysandra gazed out at the horizon, her expression reflective. Noah, I must thank you again. This body you've given me, it's more than just a vessel. It's a new beginning, a chance to experience the world in ways I never thought possible. Noah leaned back, his armored hands resting on the ground behind him. You've earned it, Lysandra. You've been with me through everything, and I wanted to give you something that truly reflects how much you mean to this team. Lysandra turned to him, her crystalline eyes softening. You've given me more than I could ever repay. I will continue to stand by your side, no matter what challenges we face. Noah smirked, his playful demeanor returning. Good to hear. Because something tells me we've got a lot of challenges coming our way. The two shared a moment of quiet camaraderie as the sun dipped below the horizon, the world around them bathed in the soft glow of twilight. For now, they allowed themselves to simply enjoy the peace, knowing that their journey was far from over, but also knowing that they would face whatever came next together. As the chaotic scene unfolded in the dark alley, Bruce Banner, now transformed into the raging green giant, Hulk, stood amidst the shattered remnants of the gang of thugs. His immense chest heaved with each breath, the fury in his glowing green eyes still blazing. The alley was silent save for the distant echoes of Hulk's earlier roars and the whimpers of the unlucky few who had survived his wrath. Banner, it's okay now. It's over, Betty Ross said gently, her voice soft and steady. She took cautious steps toward Hulk, her hands raised in a calming gesture. She had been through this before and knew how to reach the man still buried within the beast. You're safe now. Just breathe. Listen to my voice. Hulk's breathing slowed slightly as he turned his gaze toward Betty. Her calm demeanor and soothing words began to chip away at his rage. The green glow in his eyes dimmed just a little, and his massive muscles relaxed ever so slightly. Betty stepped closer, her hands outstretched. She carefully placed her palms on either side of Hulk's face, her touch gentle and reassuring. That's it. Just relax. You're okay, she whispered. She could feel the tension in his jaw, the barely contained storm of emotions. But she knew he was fighting to regain control. Hulk's gaze softened as he looked at her, his breathing becoming steadier. It seemed as though the transformation was beginning to reverse. But just as the atmosphere began to settle, a voice echoed through the alley, breaking the fragile calm. Well, looks like I stumbled into something interesting, the voice said, casual yet confident. Hulk's eyes snapped wide open, the dim green glow flaring back to life. He let out a guttural roar, the sound reverberating through the alley and causing debris to tremble. Betty stumbled back, startled by the sudden resurgence of his anger. She turned toward the source of the voice, her heart racing. Hovering above the alley, descending slowly with an air of effortless control, was a figure clad in sleek, futuristic armor. The armor gleamed under the dim light, its design a perfect fusion of advanced technology and elegance. The figure carried an air of confidence, almost arrogance, as if he belonged in the chaos below yet remained untouched by it. Betty's eyes widened in recognition. Iron Man, she murmured, then shook her head. No, this wasn't Tony Stark. The design of the armor was different, sleeker, and more refined. Then it clicked. Wait. You're not Iron Man. You're the Swift-Wind Swordsman? The figure landed gracefully, his boots touching the ground without a sound. He straightened, the faint hum of his armor's systems fading as it powered down slightly. He tilted his head, his face hidden behind the visor of his helmet, but his posture conveyed amusement. That's right, Noah said, his voice calm and steady, carrying a note of intrigue. Swift-Wind Swordsman, at your service. Though I prefer Noah, if we're being formal. Betty stared at him, her mind racing. She had seen news clips and heard rumors about this Swift-Wind Swordsman, a mysterious figure who had appeared alongside Thor and Iron Man during recent events. But she hadn't expected to see him here, in this alley, in the middle of their desperate escape. Hulk, however, was far less contemplative. To him, Noah was an intruder, a potential threat. He let out another earth-shaking roar, his fists clenching as he prepared to charge. Noah raised a hand, the motion deliberate and calm. Easy there, big guy, he said, his tone even. I'm not here to fight you. In fact, I'm here to help. Hulk paused, his massive form trembling with barely restrained fury. He wasn't attacking yet, but his body language made it clear that he was on the edge of doing so. Betty stepped forward, her voice urgent. Noah, Swift-Wind Swordsman, whoever you are, please don't provoke him. He's trying to calm down. Noah turned his helmeted head toward her, the faint glow of his visor giving him an almost otherworldly appearance. Don't worry. I'm not here to provoke anyone, he assured her. But I couldn't just ignore what was happening here. Besides. He glanced at the still cowering thugs scattered around the alley. It seems like you've had a bit of trouble. Betty nodded cautiously. We're trying to get somewhere safe. But, these men. She trailed off, glancing at the aftermath of Hulk's rampage. She didn't feel sorry for the thugs, but the destruction was a stark reminder of the chaos that always seemed to follow Banner. Noah took a step closer to Hulk, his movements slow and deliberate. Banner, he said, his voice firm yet somehow kind. I know you're in there. You're not just Hulk. You're both. You're stronger than this anger. You've got someone here who believes in you. He gestured subtly toward Betty. Focus on that. Hulk growled low in his throat, his massive fists unclenching slightly. His glowing eyes flicked toward Betty, then back to Noah. The tension in the air was palpable, a delicate balance that could tip in either direction. Noah didn't flinch. He stood his ground, his posture calm but ready. If Hulk attacked, he had contingencies in place not to harm him, but to protect himself and Betty. But he was betting on Banner's humanity, on the bond he shared with Betty, to win out. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Hulk's breathing slowed. The green glow in his eyes began to fade, and his towering form started to shrink. Muscles receded, and green skin gave way to pale flesh. In moments, Bruce Banner stood where Hulk had been, his shoulders slumped and his expression weary. Betty rushed to his side, her arms wrapping around him. Bruce, she whispered, relief flooding her voice. Noah exhaled softly, his stance relaxing. He reached up, tapping the side of his helmet. The visor retracted, revealing his youthful face and steady gaze. "Well," he said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "That went better than expected." Banner looked up at him, still catching his breath. Who are you? And why are you here?" Noah crouched slightly, meeting Banner's gaze. "I'm someone who's been keeping an eye on things. And I think you could use a friend, or at least an ally." Banner blinked, his exhaustion evident. He glanced at Betty, who gave him a small nod, her expression cautious but hopeful. Noah extended a hand, his smile growing a bit warmer. "What do you say, Dr. Banner? Ready to stop running?" Banner hesitated, then slowly reached out and clasped Noah's hand. I don't know if I can stop running. But I'm willing to listen." "Good enough for me," Noah replied. "Let's get you somewhere safe first. Then we'll talk." As the three of them left the alley, the faint hum of Noah's armor accompanied their steps. For the first time in a long while, Banner felt a glimmer of hope, not just for himself, but for the monster within. Noah stood still for a moment, glancing down at the aftermath of his encounter with Hulk. The scene around him resembled a battlefield: shattered walls, broken debris, and the scattered remains of the gang members who had been unfortunate enough to cross paths with Bruce Banner's alter ego. His gaze lingered on the remains beneath the tipped-over trash can, where a red liquid trickled out, resembling tomato juice but most certainly something far more gruesome. The sight was, to put it mildly, not for the faint of heart. With a sigh, Noah activated the scanning capability of his suit, analyzing the scene. As expected, the destroyed gang members were typical street-level thugs, low-tier adversaries often encountered in chaotic environments like this. Noah pieced together the events quickly. Of course. Only these kinds of idiots would have the talent to provoke Banner into transforming into Hulk. "Alright, calm down, big guy," Noah said, raising his hands in a non-threatening gesture as he turned to face Hulk's towering, green figure. "I'm not here to start a fight." But Hulk had no interest in listening. With a deafening roar, he stomped the ground, shattering the pavement beneath him, and launched himself toward Noah like a missile. Thanks to his enhanced perception and reflexes, Noah had anticipated the move the moment Hulk's muscles tensed. As the green behemoth barreled toward him, Noah sidestepped swiftly, his armored figure moving with a ghostly grace. In the same motion, Noah delivered a powerful spinning kick to Hulk's side, targeting his ribcage. The impact was thunderous, sending Hulk flying sideways into a nearby wall. The force of the collision caused the already weakened structure to collapse, burying Hulk in rubble and dust. From within the debris, muffled cries of surprise and pain echoed. Apparently, the wall Hulk had smashed through was part of a gang hideout. Some surviving gang members found themselves crushed beneath Hulk's massive frame, while others scrambled away in terror. Hulk roared furiously, brushing off the rubble and swatting away the gang members as if they were mere nuisances. His rage reignited, and he locked his glowing green eyes on Noah. With a mighty leap, Hulk launched himself at Noah once again, his muscles bulging with raw power. "Here we go again," Noah muttered. This time, Hulk's leap was even more forceful, his massive fists raised high above his head. The air trembled as he descended, the sheer weight of his attack capable of obliterating anything in its path. Noah, however, had no intention of letting the fight escalate further in the middle of the city. Before engaging, he quickly cast a protective shield around Betty Ross, ensuring the shockwaves from the battle wouldn't harm her. Then, Noah engaged the full power of his suit, augmenting his strength and speed with a burst of energy. As Hulk's fist came crashing down, Noah met his attack head-on, his own gauntlet fist swinging upward. The resulting collision was cataclysmic. The moment their fists connected, the air around them seemed to freeze for a split second before a massive shockwave erupted outward. Windows shattered, walls cracked, and debris was hurled in every direction. The force of the impact rippled through the ground, leaving a deep crater beneath them. Protected by Noah's shield, Betty remained unharmed, though she instinctively raised her arms to shield her face from the flying debris. When she opened her eyes, she noticed the faint shimmer of a barrier surrounding her, dissipating the impact of the shockwave. She glanced at Noah, realizing he had ensured her safety even amid the chaos. Back in the air, Noah's combined strength, enhanced by his suit and magic, proved overwhelming. Hulk, despite his incredible power, was sent hurtling back into the same building he had crashed into earlier, demolishing even more of the structure. The green giant groaned as he struggled to rise, his rage undiminished. But just as Hulk prepared to charge again, a set of metallic devices shot out from Noah's armor, embedding themselves in a hexagonal pattern around Hulk. Within moments, they transformed into Tesla coil-like structures, buzzing with energy. Hulk growled in confusion, his movements slowing as he glanced around at the devices. "What? Without warning, the coils activated, unleashing arcs of yellow electricity that struck Hulk's massive frame. The green giant howled in pain, his body convulsing under the relentless assault of the high-voltage currents. The electricity formed a cage around him, keeping him pinned in place. Noah observed the scene with a calm expression as he adjusted the energy output of his gauntlet. "Stay down, big guy. I'd rather not level the entire district fighting you." Hulk, however, was not one to be subdued so easily. With each passing second, his rage grew, and his muscles swelled as he fought against the electrical currents. His determination to break free was evident, as was the danger of allowing the fight to continue in such a densely populated area. Just as Noah prepared to increase the voltage, a voice called out from behind him. "Please stop. Swift-Wind Swordsman, I'm begging you. Banner's not a bad person." Betty Ross's voice rang with desperation as she stepped through the broken wall, her eyes pleading. Noah paused, his gaze shifting to Betty. Her words seemed to have an immediate effect on Hulk. The green giant's struggle slowed, his glowing eyes softening as they locked onto Betty. He let out a low, rumbling growl, his body trembling as his rage began to ebb. "Interesting," Noah muttered, observing the interaction. Her effect on him is remarkable. No wonder she's such an important figure in his life. Deciding to give Betty a chance, Noah deactivated the Tesla coils, allowing them to retract back into his suit. To ensure Betty's safety, he launched a few modified water-based micromissiles into the air, which detonated in a burst of cooling mist around Hulk. The mist helped dissipate the residual heat from the electrical assault, creating a safer environment for Betty to approach. "Go ahead," Noah said, gesturing for Betty to proceed. "Let's see if you can calm him down." Betty nodded gratefully and carefully approached Hulk. "It's okay, Banner. It's safe now." "You're safe," she said softly, placing her hands on his massive face. Her touch was gentle, her voice soothing. Hulk's breathing slowed, his glowing eyes dimming as he stared at Betty. The tension in his massive frame began to melt away, and within moments, his transformation reversed. His green skin faded to pale flesh, and his hulking form shrank back to the familiar, disheveled figure of Bruce Banner. Betty threw her arms around him, tears of relief streaming down her face. "You're okay," she whispered. Banner sighed, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "I'm sorry, Betty. I didn't mean for this to happen." Noah watched the scene quietly, his expression neutral. After a moment, he spoke. "Quite the transformation. You've got it under control, for now." Banner turned to Noah, his body tense as he instinctively shielded Betty. "Who are you? What do you want?" Noah smiled faintly, extending a hand in a gesture of peace. "Relax, Dr. Banner. I'm not here to hurt you. In fact, I think we can help each other." Before Banner could respond, Noah tossed a small card toward him. Banner caught it, glancing down to see a simple contact number printed on it. "When you're ready," Noah said, turning to leave, "give me a call. I think you'll find my resources useful." With that, Noah exited the alley, leaving the two to process what had just happened. For Banner, it was yet another unexpected twist in his already chaotic life. But for Noah, it was just another step in his carefully calculated plans. Noah stood unwavering in the middle of the street, the dim city lights reflecting off his sleek, black battle armor. The glowing orange Y-shaped visor on his helmet flickered faintly as he watched the monstrous figure of Abomination barreling toward him like a runaway freight train. Each of Abomination's steps cracked the pavement, sending vibrations through the ground. Around them, the chaos only grew. Civilians screamed, soldiers scrambled, and the air was thick with tension. Abomination's taunts still echoed in the air. "I know your type, just another coward hiding behind a suit of armor." His guttural voice carried a mixture of disdain and rage. Noah's lips curled into a smirk beneath his helmet. He raised his hand and made a slow, taunting gesture, beckoning the hulking beast forward. "Oh, don't worry," Noah said, his voice calm but laced with confidence. "I'll show you what this coward can do." Without hesitation, Abomination roared, his massive, clawed feet shattering the asphalt beneath him as he charged. His grotesque form moved with surprising speed for a creature of his size, his fists clenched and ready to pulverize anything in his path. Cars were sent flying as he barreled through, and the ground seemed to quake beneath his weight. Noah's enhanced sensors tracked every movement, calculating the trajectory of Abomination's charge. His reflexes, combined with the advanced systems of his Hex-Tech-enhanced armor, gave him a significant advantage in both speed and precision. As Abomination closed the gap, Noah shifted slightly, his body poised like a coiled spring. The moment Abomination's massive fist came crashing down, Noah sidestepped with perfect timing, the blow missing him by mere inches. The force of Abomination's punch created a crater in the ground, sending chunks of asphalt flying in all directions. But Noah was already moving, his agility allowing him to flow around the beast like water. "Is that all you've got?" Noah taunted, his voice amplified through his suit speakers. "I expected more from someone who's supposed to be so terrifying." Abomination growled, his frustration mounting. He swung his other arm in a wide arc, aiming to catch Noah off guard. But Noah ducked under the swing effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. He retaliated with a sharp uppercut to Abomination's torso, his gauntlet-enhanced fist connecting with a resounding thud. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling through Abomination's chest, causing him to stumble back. "That's for calling me a coward," Noah quipped, shaking his fist slightly for dramatic effect. "And here I thought you'd be tougher." Abomination roared again, louder this time, his anger boiling over. His eyes burned with hatred as he lunged at Noah, both arms outstretched in an attempt to grab him. But Noah, ever the tactician, leapt into the air with the aid of his suit's propulsion systems, gracefully flipping over Abomination's head. As he landed behind the beast, he spun on his heel and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to the back of Abomination's knee. The massive creature roared in pain as his leg buckled, forcing him to kneel momentarily. Noah didn't waste the opportunity. Using his suit's enhanced strength, he vaulted onto Abomination's back, locking his legs around the creature's shoulders for stability. "Let's see how you handle this," Noah said, activating the energy conduits in his gauntlets. A surge of electric current coursed through his arms, and he drove both fists into the base of Abomination's neck. The electricity crackled as it spread across the beast's body, causing his muscles to spasm violently. Abomination howled, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Noah. But Noah held firm, his grip unyielding as he continued to pour energy into the attack. The surrounding streetlights flickered from the sheer power being discharged. "Get off me!" Abomination bellowed, his voice strained as he reached over his shoulder in a desperate attempt to grab Noah. Finally, with a powerful swing of his arm, he managed to knock Noah off his back, sending him flying through the air. Noah twisted mid-air, activating his propulsion systems to regain control. He landed gracefully several meters away, his boots skidding slightly against the ground. He straightened up, dusting off his armor as if the entire exchange had been nothing more than a warm-up. "Not bad," Noah admitted, rolling his shoulders. "You're stronger than I expected. But strength alone won't save you." Abomination snarled, his chest heaving as he glared at Noah. "You think you're better than me? Come here and fight me properly, you smug little." Before he could finish, Noah raised a hand, silencing him. All right. You want me to take this seriously? Fine. Let's see how you handle the real me." With that, Noah reached to the hilt of his katana, which had been magnetically secured to his back. The blade, crafted with a combination of hextech and vibranium, glowed faintly as it slid free. The edge shimmered with a faint, otherworldly light, the product of a magical enchantment that enhanced its cutting power. Noah assumed a combat stance, the katana held loosely in his right hand, its tip pointed toward the ground. His left hand rested lightly on the hilt, his posture relaxed yet focused. The change in his demeanor was palpable, a shift from playful banter to deadly precision. Abomination hesitated for a moment. There was something unsettling about the way Noah held himself now. It wasn't just confidence, it was the calm assurance of someone who had already won. "Come on," Noah said, his voice low and steady. "Show me what you've got." With a roar of fury, Abomination charged again, his massive fists swinging wildly. But this time, Noah was ready. He moved with blinding speed, stepping just out of reach of each strike. His movements were a dance of precision, his katana flashing in the dim light as he struck with calculated efficiency. Each slash of the blade left glowing trails in the air, the enchanted edge cutting through Abomination's thick skin with ease. Sparks flew as the blade clashed against the bony protrusions on Abomination's body, sending shards of bone scattering. Abomination roared in pain and frustration, his attacks growing more desperate. But Noah remained untouchable, his movements a blur as he dodged and countered with surgical precision. It was clear now, this was no ordinary fight. This was a clash of power and skill, and Noah had the upper hand. As the battle raged on, the surrounding soldiers and civilians watched in awe, their fear momentarily forgotten. For the first time, they saw Hope, a hero who could stand against the seemingly unstoppable force of Abomination. And Noah, with his glowing katana and unwavering resolve, was determined to see this fight through to the end. Under the flickering lights of the burning street and the chaos of the battlefield, Noah stood his ground, his orange Y-shaped visor gleaming against the backdrop of destruction. The monstrous new form of Abomination loomed before him, its now grotesquely massive frame towering over the street, nearly scraping the edges of the surrounding buildings. With every movement, Abomination exuded a terrifying aura, his bulging green muscles pulsating as if barely containing the raw power within. The ground beneath his feet cracked under his weight, and his glowing eyes radiated unbridled rage. The streets were eerily silent for a moment, save for the faint crackling of flames and the distant sound of panicked screams. Noah's gaze was calm but focused, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. The sudden evolution of Abomination's form had been unexpected, and now the stakes had risen significantly. Noah wasn't just fighting to complete his mission now, he had to protect the civilians and ensure the destruction didn't escalate further. Lysandra, Noah said quietly, his voice transmitted through the internal comms of his suit. Scan his vitals. What's going on with him? Lysandra's voice chimed in smoothly, her tone calm despite the chaos. Analysis complete. It appears Abomination has ingested a substantial amount of blood infused with gamma radiation, specifically, a derivative of Hulk's DNA. The resulting mutation has significantly enhanced his physical attributes and regenerative capabilities. His power levels are now far beyond their prior state. Great, Noah muttered under his breath. So not only is he bigger, but now he's harder to kill. Fantastic. Abomination's guttural snarl broke the tense silence. You, he growled, his voice deeper and more distorted than before, I'm going to crush you like the coward you are. Noah tilted his head slightly, his long, silver nanotech-constructed hair flowing behind him in the breeze. His stoic expression betrayed no fear, only a hint of amusement. You're still talking about cowards, huh? Funny coming from someone who had to juice himself up just to keep up. Abomination roared in response, the sound reverberating through the air like an earthquake. His massive fists clenched tightly, and he took a thunderous step forward, the sheer force of his movement sending shockwaves through the ground. Cars nearby were flung aside like toys, and the already cracked pavement buckled further under the strain. Before Abomination could charge, however, a sudden burst of light from above caught everyone's attention. A streak of red and gold zipped through the air, and the unmistakable figure of Iron Man descended gracefully, holding the wobbling news helicopter steady. Hey, folks, Tony Stark's voice rang out through his suit speakers, dripping with his trademark sarcasm. You know, I admire your dedication to journalism and all, but maybe next time, don't fly straight into a war zone. The camera on the helicopter shifted to capture Iron Man's appearance, and the previously panicked reporter immediately snapped back into professional mode. Iron Man. Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing history, two of the world's greatest heroes in one place. First, the swift-wind swordsman, and now Iron Man himself. Tony rolled his eyes behind his visor. Yeah, save the applause for later. Now, hang tight while I get you out of here. As Tony carefully maneuvered the helicopter to a safer altitude, Abomination sneered up at him, his voice dripping with contempt. Another fool hiding in a tin can. You're all the same weaklings pretending to be strong. Tony didn't even glance at him. Hey, big guy, why don't you chew on a car or something? Adults are talking. Abomination's sneer twisted into a furious snarl, but his attention quickly returned to Noah, who had remained completely still amidst the chaos. The tension between the two combatants was palpable, the air around them seeming to thrum with energy. All right, big guy, Noah said, adjusting his stance slightly. His voice was calm but carried a sharp edge. You've had your warm-up. Let's end this. Abomination roared once more and lunged forward, his massive fists swinging down with enough force to crush a tank. But Noah was already moving. With a burst of speed, he darted to the side, his movements a blur as he evaded the attack effortlessly. The ground where he had stood moments before exploded into debris, but Noah was already circling around, his katana back in his hand. The blade shimmered faintly, its edge glowing with a soft, otherworldly light. Noah had been holding back until now, but with Abomination's newfound strength, it was time to get serious. He tightened his grip on the hilt, the energy within the blade humming to life. As Abomination turned to face him, Noah launched himself forward, his katana slicing through the air with blinding speed. The blade struck Abomination's forearm, cutting deep into the mutated flesh and leaving behind a glowing, cauterized wound. Abomination howled in pain, swinging wildly in an attempt to swat Noah away, but the smaller combatant was far too fast. Noah ducked under the massive arm and countered with a spinning slash, the katana carving a deep line across Abomination's side. Sparks flew as the enchanted blade met the hardened bone-like protrusions on Abomination's body, but the sheer force of Noah's attack sent the beast stumbling backward. Is that all you've got? Noah taunted, his voice steady and cold. I thought you wanted revenge. Abomination's rage boiled over, and he charged again, his movements wild but powerful. Noah met him head-on, his katana flashing in the dim light as he parried and countered each strike with precision. The two titans clashed in the middle of the burning street, each blow sending shockwaves rippling through the air. From above, Tony watched the battle unfold, his HUD analyzing the scene. Wow, he muttered to himself. Kids got moves. Maybe I should have brought popcorn. Back on the ground, Noah delivered a powerful upward slash, the force of the strike sending Abomination reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Noah activated his suit's propulsion systems, launching himself into the air. With a burst of energy, he descended like a meteor, his katana aimed directly at Abomination's chest. End of the line, Noah said, his voice low but resolute. The impact was explosive, the ground beneath them shattering as Abomination was driven into the pavement. Dust and debris filled the air, and for a moment, everything was silent. When the dust finally settled, Noah stood over the fallen form of Abomination, his katana still glowing faintly. The beast was motionless, his massive body slumped against the rubble. Noah took a deep breath, sheathing his blade as he turned to face the approaching soldiers and emergency responders. Clean-up crews here, he muttered, his voice laced with exhaustion. Guess my job's done. Tony landed nearby, his suit's repulsors hissing softly as he touched down. Nice work, kid, he said, his tone surprisingly genuine. You've got style. Noah glanced at him, his visor retracting to reveal a faint smirk. Yeah, well, somebody had to deal with that mess. As the two heroes stood amidst the wreckage, the city began to breathe again. For now, the battle was over, but Noah knew this was just the beginning. As the roaring winds of the massive sword-infused tornado subsided, silence fell over the battlefield. The once chaotic street, littered with debris and the remnants of the intense fight, now stood eerily still. The only sound that lingered was the faint whistle of dissipating wind currents. All eyes, whether on the ground or watching from the safety of their screens, were glued to the figure standing at the center of it all. Noah stood unmoving, his sleek black armor gleaming faintly under the dim glow of the city's lights. The plasma-forged katana in his hand reflected an ethereal shimmer, still humming with residual energy from the devastating final strike. The swirling winds around him calmed, leaving only a faint breeze that tousled his silver nanotech-constructed hair. The silence was broken by the collective gasp of spectators across the globe, watching the live-streamed battle unfold. The news helicopter hovered at a safe distance, its camera zoomed in on Noah's imposing figure. The reporter's voice trembled with excitement and disbelief as she narrated the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, it's over. The swift-winged swordsman, our hero, has vanquished the monstrous Abomination. This is a historic moment, a display of power and heroism the world has never before witnessed. The live chat accompanying the broadcast exploded with messages from viewers, a mix of praise, astonishment, and even fear. Some hailed Noah as a savior, while others questioned the implications of such overwhelming power. In military command centers across the globe, officials scrambled to analyze the footage, trying to decipher the technology behind Noah's armor and the sheer destructive force of his abilities. In the air above the battlefield, Tony Stark hovered in his red and gold armor, his expression hidden behind his helmet but his posture betraying a mix of awe and curiosity. Well, he muttered, breaking the silence over the comms, that's one way to handle things. Not exactly subtle, but definitely effective. Nice work, Lee. Noah's visor retracted, revealing his calm yet focused expression. He exhaled slowly, his grip on the katana loosening as the weapon disassembled into its base nanomaterial and retreated into his armor. Thanks, Stark, he replied, his tone steady but carrying a hint of exhaustion. I figured it was time to wrap things up. That thing was getting a bit too persistent. Tony chuckled, his repulsors humming softly as he descended to the ground beside Noah. Persistent is one way to put it. Honestly, I thought that green guy was going to take us both out for a second there. But you handled it like a pro. Noah glanced at the smoldering ruins around them, his expression unreadable. It's not just about handling it, he said quietly. It's about making sure it doesn't happen again. Something like this, it shouldn't exist in the first place. Tony tilted his head, studying Noah curiously. You're not wrong, but you've got to admit, it makes for great entertainment. Did you see the helicopter crew up there? They're probably making you a household name as we speak. Noah allowed himself a faint smile. Let's hope they focus more on the lesson here than the spectacle. Meanwhile, in the military command helicopter where General Ross and his team had been observing the battle, the atmosphere was tense. The general's jaw was clenched tightly as he stared at the live feed, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. The sight of Abomination's final defeat left him speechless for a moment. Beside him, Betty Ross watched with a mixture of relief and concern. Her eyes were locked on Noah's figure, standing amidst the ruins. He actually did it, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Bruce Banner, seated nearby, remained silent, his expression unreadable. Though Abomination's defeat should have brought him relief, he couldn't shake the unease growing in his chest. The sight of Noah's overwhelming power, combined with the knowledge of what had fueled Abomination's transformation, left him deep in thought. Ross finally broke the silence, slamming his fist against the console. "Damn it," he growled. That thing was supposed to be under control. Now it's gone, and we have nothing to show for it. And that kid," he pointed at the screen, his voice filled with frustration. "What the hell is he? Who the hell is he?" No one had an answer. Back on the ground, Noah turned to Tony. "I'm heading back to check on the aftermath. You good here?" Tony waved a dismissive hand. Yeah, I'll stick around and make sure the cleanup crew doesn't screw anything up. You do your thing, Lee. And hey, next time you whip out some fancy wind-based tornado of destruction, give a guy a heads up." "I almost lost my hairline up there." Noah smirked faintly. "Noted. Take care, Stark." With that, Noah activated his propulsion systems, his armor's thrusters igniting as he ascended into the air. He flew over the wreckage, scanning the area for any remaining threats or signs of survivors. His internal calms crackled to life as Lysandra's voice chimed in. "Well done, Noah," she said, her tone calm yet warm. "The mission is complete, and the city is safe. Shall I prepare for extraction?" "Not yet," Noah replied. "I want to make sure everything's secure first. And I need to process what just happened." "Understood," Lysandra responded. "I'll remain on standby." As Noah soared above the city, his thoughts drifted. The sight of Abomination's gruesome transformation and the knowledge of what had driven him to such a state weighed heavily on his mind. He couldn't ignore the implications of what he had seen, the potential dangers of unchecked experimentation and the consequences of weaponizing power. But for now, he pushed those thoughts aside. There would be time to reflect later. For now, his priority was ensuring the safety of those who had been caught in the crossfire. As he disappeared into the night sky, the world watched, captivated by the emergence of a new hero, one whose name would soon become a symbol of hope, strength, and, perhaps, mystery. The legend of the swift-winged swordsman had only just begun when the howling wind gradually subsided. The street seemed to fall into a silent abyss in an instant. The deafening explosion and the roar of the flames had quietly vanished without a trace at this moment. The fierce tornado, like a heartless tyrant, swept everything in its path away, and the flames gradually extinguished under its rampage. The buildings and cars that had once stood in front of the sword energy storm were like fragile toys, easily torn into pieces by the sharp sword energy, scattered all over the ground. "Ugh, these things have long been smashed to pieces by the Abomination, and they have nothing to do with me," Noah muttered to himself as he stood in the middle of this wrecked street. He knew well that superheroes, when battling villains, inevitably end up affecting some innocent buildings and public properties. And those villains naturally wouldn't take responsibility for these losses, leaving the superheroes who live in the sunlight to bear that responsibility. Otherwise, they would fall into public condemnation and moral kidnapping. Of course, Noah wouldn't easily be swayed by those people. He thought, if I hadn't come, you would all have been dead by now, and you actually want me to compensate? How ridiculous. Do you believe I could come to collect protection fees from you? Swish. The long knife in his hand gracefully drew a perfect flower in the air, then transformed into nanomaterial, slowly merging into his battle armor. Noah opened a task panel that only he could see, checking the task objectives and rewards. After successfully receiving the task rewards, he nodded in satisfaction. Task completed, gained 1500 essence, current, 4700 points. B-level tasks actually give such a high reward? Not bad, Noah thought to himself. Although this task seemed not too difficult, in reality, it was likely a combination of two B-level tasks, since there were two objectives, the Hulk and the Abomination. After Noah closed the task panel, Iron Man Tony slowly descended from the sky and came to his side. That move just now was really cool. Was that your magic or some special ability? Tony asked curiously, his gaze falling on Noah's striking white hair. Is that your hair? That is my swordsmanship, Gale swordsmanship. You can also think of it as magic. Noah glanced around. At this moment, only two helicopters were slowly hovering in the sky, while the ground was in ruins after the battle. Since Noah had arrived relatively early, surprisingly, no one had died in this entire incident, which could be considered a small miracle. Just then, a large group of soldiers and police were hurrying towards this way, and from afar, many sounds of wings circling in the sky could be heard. Noah knew it was time to leave. Magic? I'm really interested in that. But where is Dr. Banner now? Tony didn't dwell on the fact that Noah wore a wig. he felt there would be plenty of opportunities to explore the magic Noah mentioned later. However, he didn't want to delve too deeply at the moment, as he and Noah were still not very familiar with each other. So he changed the topic and brought up the target of their attention, Banner. Dr. Banner should be in that helicopter over there, with his father-in-law, General Ross. Noah pointed to a nearby helicopter and said, "What? Are we going to rescue him now?" Tony looked at the helicopter nearby, feeling a bit hesitant. Did this count as their mission failure? No need to rush. I believe Dr. Banner can escape on his own. Noah had great confidence in Banner, mainly because he had enough trust in Hulk's power. After all, this time Banner hadn't transformed into Hulk to fight the abomination but had been observing from the helicopter above. Soon, he would be taken back by General Ross. However, Noah had a gut feeling that Banner might soon transform into Hulk again and escape. Of course, if Banner really didn't escape, that was fine, they could let S.H.I.E.L.D. negotiate for him or go themselves. However, Noah felt it would be difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D. to get Banner from General Ross, as Ross had always been firm about his stance on Hulk. Alright then, I'll take my leave. It looks like things are about to get lively here. Various personnel were approaching, and Noah felt it was time to go. He nodded to Tony, signaling goodbye. Then, the thrusters ejected blazing flames. The magnetic levitation device hadn't been installed yet, and Noah flew upwards like a flash of lightning. As he soared into the air, he suddenly heard a scream from beside him. "Gale Swordmaster! Look over here!" Noah turned his gaze towards the sound and saw the helicopter that had been live broadcasting hovering not far away. It seemed it was still continuing its live broadcast. Noah casually glanced at the name tag on the female host's chest, which read Emily, revealing she was a reporter for the Hornet Daily. The name of this newspaper sounded somewhat familiar. Seeing Noah actually stop, the female reporter Emily was instantly overjoyed. She hurriedly instructed the cameraman to focus the lens on Noah. In fact, the cameraman had already been frantically capturing Noah with one hand on the camera and the other on a photo camera, shooting non-stop. Noah looked at this scene and couldn't help but think that this cameraman was really dedicated. "Hello, Mr. Gale Swordmaster. We are reporters from Hornet Daily, currently doing a news live broadcast. May I ask you a few questions?" the female reporter asked eagerly, not forgetting to mention her newspaper's name. This made many media outlets in America envious. Why hadn't they seized such a great opportunity? "What questions?" Noah hovered beside the helicopter, slightly altering his voice to make it sound deeper and more powerful. "May I ask what your true identity is? Have you considered revealing your identity like Iron Man Tony Stark? Are you also a super-rich genius like Iron Man?" The female reporter threw out a series of questions, like a curious little bee. No comment. Faced with the barrage of questions from the female reporter, Noah reluctantly squeezed out a few words. He didn't want to easily reveal his true identity and secrets. "Mr. Gale Swordmaster, that tornado attack you just performed was simply spectacular. Was that magic or some kind of high technology?" the female reporter asked again, clearly filled with curiosity about Noah's abilities. In her opinion, that tornado attack was definitely not something ordinary technology could achieve. It must be some kind of mysterious magic. "Just think of it as magic," Noah replied dismissively. He didn't want to linger on this question too long. Then he felt it was time to leave. "I have things to take care of." After saying that, Noah coolly dropped this line, increased the thrust of the thrusters, and shot directly into the sky. A second later, a series of sonic booms echoed in the sky, as if declaring his departure. Too cool. The female reporter looked at the figure gradually fading away, her heart filled with amazement. She unconsciously squeezed her legs together, seemingly captivated by Noah's mystery and power. The live broadcast room instantly erupted, with comments in various languages flooding in like a tide, as everyone frantically discussed the deeds and abilities of this superhero, Gale Swordmaster. On a high mountain in the Himalayas, there was an ancient and mysterious temple complex, which was the hidden ancient organization on Earth, Kamartaj. Within one of the temples, Master Ancient One quietly watched the content on the television before her, a slight smile curving her lips, revealing a mysterious grin. "Kamartaj really seems to have the internet. This mysterious little guy, it seems it's time to go have a chat with him," Ancient One thought to herself. On the street where the battle with the abomination had taken place, military personnel had begun to take temporary control of the area. General Ross had dispatched a large number of soldiers to search for the remains left behind by the monster. He longed to extract something useful from it to create even stronger super soldiers. This had always been his dream and goal, and he had been tirelessly working towards it. "General, we found this." A soldier hurriedly ran over to report to General Ross. "Take me to see it," General Ross said, his eyes flashing with excitement as he quickly followed the soldier to a location. Several soldiers were gathered around two massive arm bones, which were the arms that the abomination had personally severed at that time. The flesh and blood on them had long been devoured by the sword energy, leaving only hard bones exposed. General Ross looked at these two huge arm bones and nodded in satisfaction. He knew that this item held significant value and meaning for him. "Take this away," General Ross ordered. "I don't think you can take it away." Just as General Ross's order was given and before the soldier could respond, a voice he found very annoying came from behind. General Ross turned around to see a group of people in black uniforms approaching, with a bald one-eyed black man in a black trenchcoat leading them. Nick Fury. General Ross squinted, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. He had already sensed that the visitors were not friendly, and an intense confrontation seemed imminent. "General Ross, this matter has been assigned to the Shield to take full responsibility. You cannot take anything from here, including these two bones," Nick Fury said solemnly, his tone revealing an undeniable authority. Nick Fury. General Ross gritted his teeth, angrily asking the officer beside him to confirm whether this was true. The result only fueled his anger further, making his veins feel like they were about to burst. Since the higher-ups had already issued the order, he had no choice. He was well aware that he often found himself at a disadvantage in confrontations with S.H.I.E.L.D., making it hard to compete with them. However, he wasn't discouraged. After all, he hadn't come away empty-handed this time. He had successfully captured Hulk. "By the way, Dr. Banner, you have to hand him over too." General Ross angrily responded to Nick Fury. He absolutely wouldn't allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to take Banner away. "Don't even think about it, Nick Fury," General Ross said decisively, then quickly led his soldiers away from the scene. He didn't want to entangle with Nick Fury any longer. This matter needed to be considered carefully. Nick Fury watched General Ross leave, secretly sighing. The situation regarding Dr. Banner was indeed a bit tricky, and with General Ross's resolute attitude, it wouldn't be easy to rescue Banner from him. He needed to plan carefully and find a suitable opportunity and method. "Nick, you finally made it." Tony walked over to Nick Fury, looking at the two massive green hand bones on the ground, his heart filled with emotion. The two then began to engage in an in-depth discussion surrounding this monster, exploring the various mysteries and potential utilization values of this mysterious creature. The two men's conversation came to a brief conclusion. Tony obtained some blood samples from the abomination from Nick Fury, demonstrating a keen interest in this monster. However, since he wasn't specialized in biology, if he wanted to conduct a thorough study, he would need to invest time to delve into that field. Before leaving, Tony gazed at the devastated street, lost in thought as some ideas began to take root in his mind. He then departed from the scene. Of course, the female reporter hurriedly called out to Tony, asking him questions, such as the relationship between Noah and himself. Tony truthfully replied that they were friends. While Tony was being interviewed, Nick Fury was also instructing his subordinates to continue their work. The street remained cordoned off. He then ordered a comprehensive inspection of the area to check for any hazardous materials, such as radiation. After the testing results came in, although no hazardous materials were found, everyone had witnessed the gruesome scene of the abomination being shredded into a mist of blood, which compelled Nick Fury to make arrangements for temporary housing for the residents of that street. The residents would only be allowed to return after thorough inspections confirmed that there were no problems. Meanwhile, Noah had already flown back to his estate. Upon landing, he saw Lysandra and Gwen coming out to greet him, which stirred a peculiar feeling in his heart, as if a wife and child were welcoming their husband home after a long day at work. "Noah, welcome back," Lysandra said gently and gracefully. "Noah! I just saw you on TV, you're amazing," Gwen exclaimed, lively and adorable. As the battle armor slowly dissipated and merged into his belt, Noah stepped towards the two welcoming him. "Of course I'm amazing. Come on, let's go eat," Noah replied with a proud smile in response to Gwen's praise. He knew they had been waiting for him to return for dinner, so he didn't say much more and beckoned Gwen and Lysandra to head inside to prepare for the meal. They could save their chatting for dinner time. Late at night, in the underground laboratory, Noah was still busy with his research work. The progress on many projects needed to be accelerated, so he had to make the most of his time to illuminate those technological achievements one by one. He was even prepared to work overnight since he didn't need to sleep to remain energetic. However, just as he was busy operating in front of the screen, a few meters behind him, orange sparks suddenly erupted from the space. Noah sharply sensed the anomaly and quickly turned around. A strange energy aura rushed towards him, and he immediately sensed that something was off. He saw the sparks behind him gradually enlarge, then slowly open up, forming a circular passageway, as an orange circular portal appeared. A cold draft wafted through the portal, and Noah looked at the snowy scene beyond, filled with confusion. Soon after, a figure walked out from the portal. It was the supreme sorceress of Kamartaj, Ancient One. As Noah looked at Ancient One, who exuded an otherworldly aura, he began to ponder the reason for her visit. However, from the kind smile on her face, it seemed she wasn't here to cause trouble. Noah had actually anticipated that Ancient One would come to find him. After all, she controlled the time stone and could observe changes in the future timelines at any moment. His appearance would inevitably bring about significant changes to the future, and she couldn't possibly overlook him. At the same time Ancient One appeared, the laboratory lights suddenly turned red, and all the facilities in the lab began to change. The experimental instruments, tables, cabinets, etc., all transformed, ultimately assembling into turrets, all aimed at the intruder in the laboratory, the bald sorceress, Ancient One. Lysandra also quickly appeared beside Noah, gathering nanomaterials in her hands, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Wait, Lysandra, this sorceress doesn't seem to have ill intentions. Disable the defense system, Noah said softly as he held Lysandra's hand, hoping she could calm down. Upon hearing this, Lysandra slowly dissipated the nanomaterials in her hand, and the red light in the laboratory ceased flashing. The turrets gradually transformed back into their original forms. Of course, if needed, they could instantly revert to defense mode. Ancient One observed the changes in the laboratory with a hint of curiosity, then turned her gaze to Noah, saying, "Hello, Noah, I think you should know me." Ancient One smiled and directly called out Noah's name, as if she had known all along that he recognized her. "Of course, Supreme Sorceress Ancient One, hello." Seeing Ancient One call out his name directly, Noah speculated that perhaps in some future vision, she learned he knew her, so there was no need for introductions when they met. "Ancient One, may I ask if you came to find me for something?" Noah was filled with curiosity, pondering the purpose of her visit. Did she come because she foresaw some unfavorable future? Noah secretly assessed whether his current combat strength could defeat Ancient One. Mainly because, in the films, due to special effects costs, Ancient One was taken out of the picture early on, and in reality, Noah wasn't clear on how strong she truly was. Seemingly sensing Noah's thoughts, Ancient One spoke first, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you trouble." Ancient One stood with her hands behind her back, her demeanor calm, as if everything were under her control. This made Noah unable to help but sigh. After all, she was a being with hundreds of years of experience, and her aura was indeed different, giving off a powerful sense of oppression just by standing there. "Will you not invite me to sit?" Ancient One spoke again. Noah turned to look at Lysandra, who understood the cue. Her eyes sparkled with several glimmers, and a large amount of nanomaterial surged from the laboratory floor, quickly forming 2 sofas and a table placed in front of the 3 of them. "Very impressive technology," Ancient One said, not hiding her surprise, as she directly sat down on the sofa, while Noah and Lysandra took their seats opposite her. "I heard you mention to others that you come from a mysterious organization in the Himalayas? Valoran? I don't think I've ever heard of such an organization in the Himalayas," Ancient One said with a smile, her expression still warm. If such a mysterious organization truly existed in the Himalayas, and he had failed to notice it all these years, it could only mean that the organization's power far exceeded his imagination. However, Ancient One felt such a situation was unlikely. Moreover, she had previously used the time stone for multiple observations and had not discovered the existence of this organization. That was just an excuse I used to fool people. When Noah was looking for an excuse at the time, he did borrow from Kamartaj's setting and made slight modifications to use it as a ruse for Coulson and Nick Fury. He hadn't expected to be discovered by the real person, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. After joking around with Ancient One, she finally stated the purpose of her visit. "I have been observing you for the past few days," Ancient One began, causing Noah's brows to slightly furrow. "Around 10 days ago, while observing the timeline, I noticed a significant anomaly. The future underwent a massive transformation, but I could not find the reason for the alteration in the timeline. It wasn't until a few days ago that you used an immense amount of energy that I finally sensed your existence." Upon hearing Ancient One's words, Noah began to ponder, was the enormous energy from Thor's side? Or from when creating Lysandra's body? He was filled with confusion. "Then I became aware of your existence, and I used the time stone to observe you, but what I saw was unclear, as if something was obstructing the time stone's gaze," Ancient One calmly narrated, making it difficult to guess her true thoughts. Noah speculated that perhaps the resolute runes or that mysterious system were blocking the power of the stone. So, did you come here in person today just to observe me? Noah inquired, and Ancient One nodded, revealing her reason for visiting him today. So, Ancient One, you simply came to observe me? There are no other intentions? Noah asked, filled with confusion, as he found it hard to believe that Ancient One would come just to see him. He wasn't that narcissistic. What else could it be? Ancient One smiled slightly, but her next words made Noah's pupils constrict. Are you saying that just because you have awakened memories from another universe, I should regard you as an otherworldly demon and eliminate you? Noah was taken aback. Ancient One's words clearly indicated that she knew he had awakened memories of a past life and that she was aware he wasn't from this universe. Could the Supreme Sorceress truly be so powerful as to know such things? While Noah was internally shocked, he maintained his composure on the outside. Ancient One, what do you mean by that? Ancient One, who was wise and perceptive, could see through Noah's pretense of calmness, but she didn't expose him. Instead, she said lightly, after I sensed your existence, I observed you from a distance multiple times and discovered that your soul is different from that of ordinary people. This guy is actually a peeping Tom? Noah thought to himself, reflecting on when he had been spied on without realizing it. He decided that he needed to enhance his awareness in this area. If anyone attempted to spy on him again, he must detect it immediately. Combining the power you possess that does not belong to this world, I suspect that you have unraveled the mystery of the womb and awakened the memories of your past life, which should originate from another universe that is extremely distant from this one. Ancient One slowly articulated her speculation about Noah's origins, her expression changing slightly for the first time. This is indeed a marvelous thing, that a soul can traverse the multiverse and arrive in another universe, Ancient One remarked, showing an expression of surprise. Noah was puzzled. What was Ancient One so surprised about? Wasn't she the one who had just stated all of this? Could it be that her future self-destruction was truly because she was tired of being the Supreme Sorceress and wanted to explore the universe in a spiritual form? Noah had never heard the term mystery of the womb before, but according to Ancient One's explanation, it likely referred to his awakening of past life memories. It truly is fascinating, just like the stories you told, Ancient One. Though Ancient One had guessed accurately, Noah couldn't admit to it directly. Instead, he chose to be obstinate. You must be tired after saying so much. Come, let's have a cup of tea and take a break. Blitz, who had been on standby, stepped forward with 3 cups filled with steaming tea. Good tea. Ancient One didn't refuse, lifting the cup to take a gentle sip, savoring it, and then expressed her admiration. The tea leaves were the finest that Noah had carefully purchased before. Being Chinese, Noah had a deep interest in tea. After setting down her cup, Ancient One continued, although I cannot directly observe your future, I can observe you through the perspective of others. For example, the blood god forged from countless flesh and blood, the god of forging who controls flames in the furnace, the undead tyrant who rules the underworld and enslaves countless souls, and the supreme being who controls the universe and forges stars. Ancient One recounted these familiar entities to Noah. These are visions I have seen in the future. Of course, there are many unfavorable scenarios among them. In certain futures, you, upon gaining certain powers, have destroyed the earth due to energy out of control, leading a group of purple, twisted, horrifying monsters to invade the universe. It seems my future is indeed full of uncertainties, Noah reflected as he listened to Ancient One's descriptions of future scenarios, which likely depicted scenes after he summoned those heroes, such as the Sword Demon, Orn, Iron Man Mordekaiser, and the Dragon King. However, upon hearing Ancient One's mention of those bad ends, the possibility of the future developing to that extent was concerning. Energy going out of control, Noah speculated it might be caused by the world runes. Perhaps he summoned 1 or 2 complete runes but couldn't control their powers, leading to a catastrophic failure and the destruction of the world. As for those twisted, purple monsters, Noah felt uncertain but guessed they were likely the Void. However, why would he lead Void monsters to invade the universe? Was it possible he had drawn Malzahar, becoming a guide for the Void? The future is filled with uncertainties. I came here to observe your current condition because I do not wish for the future world to fall into chaos. Ancient One's duty was to guard the earth, preventing dimensional demons from other planes from destroying it. But if the earth and universe were to be destroyed in the future, what significance would her guardianship hold? Rest assured, Ancient One, I will not let the future develop to that extent. I now have people I must protect. Noah reached out and took Lysandra's hand beside him, feeling that he himself didn't want that future either. Now that he had Lysandra and Gwen, he had to ensure they lived in a beautiful world. Ancient One smiled, raised her cup, and drank it all at once. The portal behind her slowly opened. Noah observed Ancient One open the portal with just her mind and without using her hands. He had initially thought this was a technique exclusive to kings, but it made sense. As the strongest supreme sorceress, it was not surprising she could perform such a feat. The world has already changed because of your arrival. I hope you will use your powers cautiously. After placing her cup down, Ancient One nodded slightly at Noah before stepping into the portal. At the moment the portal was about to close, her voice came from the other side. If you need to find me, you can go to the Sanctum in New York. As the cold air from the portal dissipated, Noah gradually came back to his senses. Ancient One just left like that? He hadn't expected her to come, chat for a bit, and then leave. He had originally wanted to introduce her to the world runes with endless magical power. In the films, Ancient One's character was said to have borrowed dark powers from the dark dimension demon Dormammu to extend her life until her successor appeared. The sorcerers of Kamartaj borrowed energy from the trinity of the Vishanti. They themselves did not possess magical powers. Noah began to ponder whether he could have Ancient One borrow power from him, making her work for him. But then he reconsidered. Perhaps it would be better to wait until he became stronger before thinking about these things, lest he end up being treated like a power bank. This small episode with Ancient One did not dampen Noah's enthusiasm for work. He began to focus on the experiments alongside Lysandra once again. 10 days later, in a certain area of Hell's Kitchen. Boom! 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 A figure rampaged through the nightclub, illuminated by neon lights. Those who stood in his way were instantly slammed away by a tremendous force, crashing into walls, chairs, or tables, with no one escaping unscathed. Ah! Don't kill me! I'll give you whatever you want. A robust figure in a white suit with a pink lining found himself beneath Noah's foot, tears streaming down his face as he desperately pleaded for mercy. Say hi to Mephisto for me when you get to hell. Buzz accompanied by the sound of lasers, the man's head exploded like a watermelon beneath Noah's foot. Task completed, gained 200 essence. Phew, finally done. Noah, still in his battle armor, lifted his foot from the man's chest, dispelling the shield that had been protecting him from the mixture of blood and brain matter. Normally, he didn't enjoy killing, but for particularly despicable individuals, he wouldn't mind sending them to hell, just like the man before him. Before executing the mission, Noah had Lysandra scan everyone present, then decided how to deal with them. Of course, the minimum outcome for them would be paralysis. In this mission, Noah had taken out 7 or 8 of these guys, which demonstrated just how wicked this place was. Lysandra, take all these guys' savings, Noah instructed. Recently, he recalled that Ultron could transfer money from other people's accounts, and Lysandra possessed a similar ability. Therefore, after completing tasks, he always had Lysandra take all the money from these individuals. Though Noah didn't lack money, he believed that this money was ill-gotten gains and naturally should be confiscated. After reclaiming this money, he would anonymously donate it to the Maria Stark Foundation. This charity fund was established by Stark after the Abomination incident to help those who had been harmed, named after his mother, Maria. Okay, Noah, Lysandra replied. After completing the task, Noah's battle armor ascended and returned to the estate. It's worth mentioning that at this moment, Noah was floating in the air without using his thrusters. Over the past 10 days, he had installed Lysandra's magnetic levitation system into his armor. Of course, if he needed to increase his speed, he would still use the thrusters. During the flight, Noah opened his backpack. Essence, 6,000 points. Looks like I can draw again, I should hurry back to prepare. Noah hastened his speed towards the estate. LOL, the recently launched area-wide avatar looks like an ID photo. Take a look at my dragon's avatar, Gwen is just too cute. This is my favorite one, Wind Girl is truly beautiful. Noah slowly descended from the night sky, the ground appearing like a mysterious gate that gradually opened, revealing a circular passage before him. He followed this passage down and arrived directly at the laboratory. Upon landing, his battle armor automatically dissipated, flowing back into his belt like water. The laboratory, compared to before, had not undergone significant changes. The progress of the experiments remained slow, with no groundbreaking advancements. After all, such research work could not be completed overnight and required substantial time and effort to study. Noah strolled to a display stand, reaching out to pick up a brass stopwatch, meticulously observing its intricate structure and the mysterious blue energy emanating from within. A strong impulse surged within him, wanting to press the stopwatch and personally experience its magical effects. However, he knew that this stopwatch was a one-time item. Once the activation button was pressed, it would shatter and disappear after serving its purpose. Therefore, he hesitated to press it, aware that its usage was extremely limited. It would vanish after one use, unless he could draw more stopwatches in the future or synthesize more after acquiring the hourglass. Putting the stopwatch down, Noah left that experimental area and walked towards a distinctly different zone. This was the area designated for the source project, where Noah focused on the image projected by the central device. It displayed a hunched figure that neither resembled a human nor an ordinary creature but rather looked like a standing beast. Noah clicked a few buttons, and the hunched figure gradually revealed a layer of metallic armor. This was the source project, Warwick, the skin he had summoned earlier. At that moment, he was working on creating this secret weapon for the Source Project company. Source Project, Doomsday Warwick. After making some adjustments to the relevant data, Noah proceeded down the path to his destination, the training room. He planned to conduct a summoning there and test his luck. Phew, I had such good luck back in Asgard. I wonder if my luck will diminish now that I'm back on Earth? Noah splashed some water on his face to refresh himself before stepping into the center of the empty room. He glanced around, nodding in satisfaction, feeling that this location was very suitable for summoning, as if it contained some mysterious power that could bring him good fortune. Perhaps this was what they referred to as mysticism. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Noah opened the summoning interface. Just as he was about to click, his fingers suddenly paused in midair as he remembered something important. Oh no! I almost forgot to pray. What if I don't summon anything good? Lost in thought, Noah considered which deity he should pray to for good luck this time. After some contemplation, he had a bright idea. Got it! This time, I'll pray to the local Marvel deity. Sitting up straight, he spoke solemnly, all-knowing and all-powerful Eternal One, please grant me good fortune, let this summoning be a great success, and bring forth astonishing luck. After finishing his prayer, without hesitation, Noah clicked the summoning button. At the same time Noah prayed, a mysterious gaze descended from the void, not the evil void. In the swirling vortex of the summoning interface, orbs of light appeared one after another, accompanied by a treasure chest that materialized alongside them. Noah took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. Each time he summoned, he felt a surge of nervousness and excitement because in the next moment, his power might significantly increase. This thrilling feeling could move anyone. Noah slowly extended his hand and clicked on the first orb. This time, he decided to open them one by one to better savor the anticipation of the summoning. As the light gradually faded, the first item inside the orb was revealed. A dozen life potions. Puff upon seeing the summon item, Noah was momentarily stunned and couldn't react. Wow, did the system go wholesale? How could I summon a dozen life potions? Noah pulled out the item before him, a leather strap tightly binding many bottles of life potions. He counted and confirmed there were indeed 12 bottles, exactly a dozen. Could it be that my prayer really worked? I managed to summon so many life potions at once? Noah glanced at the large bundle of life potions, unable to resist looking up and scanning around, secretly doubting whether the Eternal One had truly heard his prayer. Whatever, since my luck is so good this time, let's keep going. Filled with confidence, Noah clicked on the second orb. Useless big stick. Not bad, not bad. Now I can synthesize the death cap. The second orb's item pleased Noah. He had previously drawn one big stick, and now with a second, he could synthesize the death cap of World Ender, commonly known as the Big Hat equipment. Control Guardians *6. Random Hero Fragment *1. A dozen mana potions. I feel like I'm not summoning but stocking up at a wholesale supermarket, Noah murmured as he looked at the 6 true eyes and the dozen mana potions. However, despite these items being somewhat unexpected, his mood remained primarily joyful. This fragment is pretty good. Noah picked up the fragment. Now, with this random fragment added, he had 5 fragments in total: Jean, Echo, Lulu, Nico, and this unopened random fragment. He intended to keep Jean and Echo, as Jean had unique skin potential with the Dark Star series and the Shanghai Painting series skins, while Echo contained the power of knowledge. However, thinking of the Shanghai Painting series, he suddenly remembered that Nico also had a skin from that series, so he decided to keep her fragment as well. As for Lulu, Noah felt she could serve as a fusion material since he already possessed the abilities he wanted, and he wasn't particularly interested in the Pixar series skins. Noah looked at the remaining orbs. He had opened 5 and had half left to go. Dark Seal. A killing ring? Noah held the summon ring, examining it closely. This ring could increase his magical power based on the number of enemies he killed in the game, commonly known as the killing ring. He remembered that the synthesis method for the Book of Killing seemed to require only the killing ring as equipment, and since he didn't need a synthesis book to create equipment, he wanted to see if he could directly use this ring to synthesize the Book of Killing. Doesn't seem to work? After attempting, Noah found that the expected synthesis effect didn't occur. He held the ring up, feeling the mysterious and captivating power it radiated. Could it be that I really need to absorb others' souls before I can synthesize it? A bold guess arose in Noah's mind. Forget it, I'll try again tomorrow when doing tasks. He slid the ring onto his middle finger, and it fit perfectly. Next, using his newly adorned middle finger, he clicked on the seventh orb. Life Water Well Pendant. Noah wasn't very familiar with this equipment but vaguely remembered it being an auxiliary item. Michael's Blessing. The eighth orb surprisingly yielded a finished product. Noah was astonished as he held the equipment in his hand, a golden bell inscribed with mysterious magical runes. This is the first time a finished product has appeared. Ding ding. Noah gently shook the small bell in his hand, the pendulum struck the bell wall, producing a clear and melodious sound that immediately calmed his mood. It seemed this little bell had the ability to soothe one's feelings. As for its functions of dispelling control and restoring health, he speculated it might require the use of magical power to activate. Random Hero Experience Card *1. Noah didn't know how useful this item was, he already had 2 on him. The experience card had a certain duration, and when used, it would transform him into that hero. Unlike the summoned hero template, it directly infused the hero's powers into him. Thus, Noah felt this item was somewhat lackluster. However, he recalled his previous experience transforming into Tom. At that time, the system had designated the experience card specifically for Tom, which led him to feel some anticipation for the experience card again. Perhaps if he encountered a powerful enemy in the future, one he couldn't defeat, the system would help him designate the experience card to transform into a formidable hero and help him overcome the challenge, like the Dragon King or similar. Of course, this was merely speculation. For now, the 2 experience cards had no immediate use, so he would keep them in his backpack. Last one. I hope to draw a hero. Isn't there a 10-time guarantee in the summoning game? I hope my summoning has that too. With a sense of tension, Noah clicked on the last orb, and a beam of light shot toward his forehead. Holy crap! It really exists. Voidwalker, Kassadin. As Kassadin was summoned, the universe seemed to undergo some strange changes, as if the entire spacetime was slightly vibrating. As Noah successfully summoned Kassadin, it was as if a mysterious spell had been cast across the universe, and a brand new dimension materialized out of thin air within this vast cosmos. This sudden occurrence was nearly imperceptible to ordinary people and weaker beings. However, for those who had once possessed great power in the universe, it was like a thunderclap that instantly alerted them to subtle changes occurring in the cosmos. Ancient One, the supreme sorceress embodying wisdom and power, Odin, the king of Asgard, as well as various gods across the universe, the dark dimension demon Dormammu, and other dimensional entities, all the most powerful beings in the universe felt the turbulence. They seemed to be guided by a mysterious force, sensing the emergence of an unfamiliar dimensional world that had appeared like a ghost in this once familiar universe. In the depths of the cosmos, the all-knowing and all-powerful Eternal quietly observed everything unfolding. When this new dimension appeared, there was no sign of emotional fluctuation on its face, as if it had long anticipated this arrival. Although this void dimension that materialized from nowhere was unprecedented even in the entire history of the multiverse, it did not take any action, merely watching silently and observing the developments. The Eternal typically did not make itself known unless there was a significant event threatening the safety of the multiverse, or unless someone like the Godslayer Gore found the Eternal's location and made a wish. This time, however, it seemed there was no intention to intervene, merely adopting a transcendent posture and coldly observing the mysterious dimension that had suddenly appeared in the cosmos. Meanwhile, Noah fell into a brief pause as fragments of Kassadin's memories flooded into his mind. After a few seconds, he gradually resumed his movements, rubbing his head and displaying a look of confusion on his face. It's all memories of battling the void. Among the fragments of Kassadin's memories that Noah received, most were scenes of fierce battles with void monsters. Kassadin's backstory was filled with tragedy. He had once been an ordinary man from Shurima, with a happy family. His wife and daughter were the most important existence in his life. However, during one of his work trips, a horrific disaster, akin to doomsday, suddenly struck, engulfing his entire village. When he hurried back on horseback, he found only ruins and no trace of life. He desperately shouted the names of his wife and daughter, even digging through the rubble until his hands bled, but ultimately found nothing. After losing his wife and daughter, Kassadin plunged into deep despair, becoming a lonely wanderer. Years later, he heard a rumor that the disaster befell his village due to the actions of a so-called prophet. This prophet, who worshipped the void, had used the village as a sacrifice. With his rich experiences, Kassadin firmly believed this was the truth and resolutely set off on a journey of revenge, seeking powers to combat the void. He sought the blessing of the soul binder Karma in Ionia, then forged powerful magical equipment, and even obtained the ancient artifact, the gloves of Horlock, in Shurima. These gloves were relics of an ascendant and complemented Ezreal's gloves. With these powers, Kassadin embarked on his journey to confront the Void, with one goal in mind, to find the Void Prophet and avenge his wife and daughter. Watching these memories, Noah felt a sense of melancholy. He thought these memories seemed to have no practical use, as there were no Void monsters present here. He looked down at the purple gauntlet that had appeared on his right hand, noticing that its shape resembled Ezreal's gloves, but due to Kassadin's long battles with the Void, the color of the gloves had subtly changed due to the infusion of Void energy. Noah clenched his right hand, adorned with the gauntlet, and a surge of purple light erupted from it, manifesting a mysterious, glowing Void blade in his grasp. Void blade, Noah silently murmured, and through his senses, he had a rough understanding of the gauntlet's abilities. Ezreal's left gauntlet focused on energy release, while Kassadin's right gauntlet leaned more toward energy absorption. Although it could also release energy pulses, energy balls, and light swords, absorbing energy was undoubtedly its strong suit. Let's give it a try, Lysandra, zap me. Noah stood up, deciding to test the gauntlet's abilities personally. He didn't know if this gauntlet, adept at absorbing magic, could absorb attacks like lightning, as lightning wasn't traditionally considered magical energy. At Noah's command, the pristine, empty walls of the training room began to shift, and nanomaterials rapidly formed a device capable of releasing powerful currents. Soon, a brilliant bolt of lightning shot towards Noah like a silver dragon. Noah quickly raised his hand, palm open, aiming at the incoming lightning. The moment the lightning made contact with his palm, the purple gauntlet emitted a faint glow, resembling a greedy black hole that instantly absorbed the lightning, leaving no trace behind, as if the lightning had never existed. It actually works! A glimmer of surprise flashed in Noah's eyes as he looked at his glowing right hand, feeling an inexplicable thrill surge within him. He then gently waved his arm, and the purple energy erupted in a fan-shaped wave from his gauntlet, crashing against the walls of the training room. Thankfully, the walls were made of vibranium, boasting a strong energy absorption capability, thus absorbing all the immense energy without causing any damage. This feels good. Let's see what happens when I use both gloves together. An idea sparked in Noah's mind, and the brass gauntlet floating on the display table instantly appeared on his left hand. Now, with a yellow glove on one hand and a purple gauntlet on the other, both shimmering with mysterious light under the illumination. As soon as the yellow gauntlet appeared, both gloves emitted dazzling light, and Noah felt as if the powers of the two gloves had been activated by some mysterious force, instantly elevating to a new height. He distinctly sensed that both gloves' abilities to absorb and release energy had been significantly enhanced. Lysandra, let's try again. Noah commanded, and the training room filled with energy fluctuations once more. He began conducting various experiments within the room, unleashing energy bursts that left pockmarks all over the walls. However, since the training room was entirely constructed from vibranium, which possessed an excellent energy absorption capacity, there were no major issues. Phew, that felt great. Noah paused his actions, a satisfied smile on his face. He had tested the energy limits of the gloves. Had he possessed these gloves during his battle against the mutated destroyer, he believed he could have defeated it without relying on the power of runes. Moreover, the power of space jumping seems to have increased significantly. Noah suddenly recalled another important function of the gloves, space jumping. Both Ezreal's arcane shift and Kassadin's void walk had this ability, and he was curious about the wondrous effects that might arise from combining their powers. Just as Noah was about to test out space jumping, the system's notification sound suddenly interrupted his thoughts. An important task has been detected, please summon or check it as soon as possible. Looking at the red text that appeared before him, Noah was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure and opened the task list. He saw a red task entry that read, Major Task, Void Sovereign. Due to special reasons, the Void has appeared in this world, please summon or take control of the Void and become its master. Note, the Void will be influenced by the present world, leading to unpredictable changes, please summon or take control of the Void as soon as possible. Holy crap! The Void! Upon seeing the word Void, Noah's eyes widened instantly, a strong sense of shock flooding his heart. Thoughts whirled in his mind, filled with confusion and unease. Why had the Void suddenly appeared? What was the special reason? Could it be because he summoned the Void hero Kassadin? But Kassadin himself wasn't a native of the Void, he merely bore some of its energy. How could that trigger the Void's emergence? After absorbing this heavy information, Noah couldn't help but rub his head. He knew that the Void, in his impression, was an extremely terrifying existence. The once powerful ancient Shurima had fallen after a battle with the Void, and many mighty celestial warriors had fallen, turning into the Dark Inn. Moreover, the powerful monsters from the void, like Kha'Zix, Vel'Koz, and Sho'gath, possessed terrifying powers. There was also the horrifying Watcher, the strongest being in the void, although it was not described in detail in the background story. Its only appearance was in Freljord, where it was sealed by Lysandra in the True Ice. Additionally, based on the background story of the Dragon King, he learned that there seemed to be powers within the void that were as strong as the Dragon King, but the specifics of this power were never disclosed, leaving him unaware of its true nature. System, does this mean I have to fight those void monsters? Noah rubbed his head, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. He felt that his current strength might not be enough to face the Watcher. Summoner, the void appearing in this world is a brand new void, currently calm and has not been affected by the world, leading to any mutations. No mutations? So there are no void creatures appearing yet? Noah was startled by the system's words. He recalled that in the background story of the void, it was indeed mentioned that the void was originally a calm plane, and it was only after being influenced by another plane, the Runeland, that it mutated, leading to the birth of the Watchers, whose mission was to destroy the Runeland. However, Noah also realized that while the void had not yet been affected and mutated, it could still change in the future due to some unknown reasons. With this thought, he felt slightly relieved. At least he still had enough time to prepare. Take control of the void. How do I go about doing that? Noah fell into contemplation. He had no knowledge of how to control a plane and didn't know where to start. Controlling a plane, could this count as a dimensional demon? Noah pondered quietly. Those dimensional demons seem to control their own planes, such as Dormammu's dark dimension. If that were the case, perhaps he could consult Ancient One, as she often dealt with these dimensional demons and should be familiar with such matters. By the way, why doesn't this task have a level? Noah suddenly noticed that this important task did not display a level, neither A, B, nor C. This task is classified as a major continuous task, containing many subtasks, with the final goal being to become the Void Sovereign. Description cannot be provided. Sounds like a main storyline task. Noah contemplated while looking at the system prompt. He clicked to accept the task, but just as he was about to do so, he suddenly remembered that he had already completed his tasks for today. Task accepted. It actually succeeded. A glint of surprise crossed Noah's eyes. He hadn't expected to accept this important task without any remaining task counts. Did this mean the task didn't require consumption of task counts? Moreover, after accepting this major task, a new task appeared in his task list. Void Series B-level task, first encounter with the Void. Void Series? Is this the exclusive prefix for this major task? Noah was filled with curiosity, and he clicked on this task to see if it also didn't require taking up a task count. Acceptance failed. Today's task limit has been reached. Ugh, not allowed? Then forget it. Noah shook his head helplessly, knowing he had exhausted his task counts for the day and could only set this task aside for now. His gaze then fell upon the last unopened treasure chest, and he reached out to click on it, eager to see what secrets it contained. When the howling wind gradually subsided, the street seemed to fall into a silent abyss in an instant. The deafening explosion and the roar of the flames had quietly vanished without a trace at this moment. The fierce tornado, like a heartless tyrant, swept everything in its path away, and the flames gradually extinguished under its rampage. The buildings and cars that had once stood in front of the sword energy storm were like fragile toys, easily torn into pieces by the sharp sword energy, scattered all over the ground. Ugh, these things have long been smashed to pieces by the abomination, and they have nothing to do with me, Noah muttered to himself as he stood in the middle of this wrecked street. He knew well that superheroes, when battling villains, inevitably end up affecting some innocent buildings and public properties. And those villains naturally wouldn't take responsibility for these losses, leaving the superheroes who live in the sunlight to bear that responsibility. Otherwise, they would fall into public condemnation and moral kidnapping. Of course, Noah wouldn't easily be swayed by those people. He thought, if I hadn't come, you would all have been dead by now, and you actually want me to compensate? How ridiculous. Do you believe I could come to collect protection fees from you? Swish. The long knife in his hand gracefully drew a perfect flower in the air, then transformed into nanomaterial, slowly merging into his battle armor. Noah opened a task panel that only he could see, checking the task objectives and rewards. After successfully receiving the task rewards, he nodded in satisfaction. Task completed, gained 1500 essence, current, 4700 points. B-level tasks actually give such a high reward? Not bad, Noah thought to himself. Although this task seemed not too difficult, in reality, It was likely a combination of two B-level tasks, since there were two objectives, the Hulk and the Abomination. After Noah closed the task panel, Iron Man Tony slowly descended from the sky and came to his side. That move just now was really cool. Was that your magic or some special ability? Tony asked curiously, his gaze falling on Noah's striking white hair. Is that your hair? That is my swordsmanship, Gale swordsmanship. You can also think of it as magic. Noah glanced around. At this moment, only two helicopters were slowly hovering in the sky, while the ground was in ruins after the battle. Since Noah had arrived relatively early, surprisingly, no one had died in this entire incident, which could be considered a small miracle. Just then, a large group of soldiers and police were hurrying towards this way, and from afar, many sounds of wings circling in the sky could be heard. Noah knew it was time to leave. Magic? I'm really interested in that. But where is Dr. Banner now? Tony didn't dwell on the fact that Noah wore a wig. He felt there would be plenty of opportunities to explore the magic Noah mentioned later. However, he didn't want to delve too deeply at the moment, as he and Noah were still not very familiar with each other. So he changed the topic and brought up the target of their attention, Banner. Dr. Banner should be in that helicopter over there, with his father-in-law, General Ross. Noah pointed to a nearby helicopter and said, "What? Are we going to rescue him now?" Tony looked at the helicopter nearby, feeling a bit hesitant. Did this count as their mission failure? No need to rush. I believe Dr. Banner can escape on his own. Noah had great confidence in Banner, mainly because he had enough trust in Hulk's power. After all, this time Banner hadn't transformed into Hulk to fight the Abomination but had been observing from the helicopter above. Soon, he would be taken back by General Ross. However, Noah had a gut feeling that Banner might soon transform into Hulk again and escape. Of course, if Banner really didn't escape, that was fine. They could let S.H.I.E.L.D. negotiate for him or go themselves. However, Noah felt it would be difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D. to get Banner from General Ross, as Ross had always been firm about his stance on Hulk. Alright then, I'll take my leave. It looks like things are about to get lively here. Various personnel were approaching, and Noah felt it was time to go. He nodded to Tony, signaling goodbye. Then, the thrusters ejected blazing flames. The magnetic levitation device hadn't been installed yet, and Noah flew upwards like a flash of lightning. As he soared into the air, he suddenly heard a scream from beside him. "Gale Swordmaster! Look over here!" Noah turned his gaze towards the sound and saw the helicopter that had been live broadcasting hovering not far away. It seemed it was still continuing its live broadcast. Noah casually glanced at the name tag on the female host's chest, which read Emily, revealing she was a reporter for the Hornet Daily. The name of this newspaper sounded somewhat familiar. Seeing Noah actually stop, the female reporter Emily was instantly overjoyed. She hurriedly instructed the cameraman to focus the lens on Noah. In fact, the cameraman had already been frantically capturing Noah with one hand on the camera and the other on a photo camera, shooting non-stop. Noah looked at this scene and couldn't help but think that this cameraman was really dedicated. "Hello, Mr. Gale Swordmaster. We are reporters from Hornet Daily, currently doing a news live broadcast. May I ask you a few questions?" the female reporter asked eagerly, not forgetting to mention her newspaper's name. This made many media outlets in America envious. Why hadn't they seized such a great opportunity? "What questions?" Noah hovered beside the helicopter, slightly altering his voice to make it sound deeper and more powerful. "May I ask what your true identity is? Have you considered revealing your identity like Iron Man Tony Stark? Are you also a super rich genius like Iron Man?" The female reporter threw out a series of questions, like a curious little bee. No comment. Faced with the barrage of questions from the female reporter, Noah reluctantly squeezed out a few words. He didn't want to easily reveal his true identity and secrets. "Mr. Gale Swordmaster, that tornado attack you just performed was simply spectacular. Was that magic or some kind of high technology?" The female reporter asked again, clearly filled with curiosity about Noah's abilities. In her opinion, that tornado attack was definitely not something ordinary technology could achieve. It must be some kind of mysterious magic. "Just think of it as magic," Noah replied dismissively. He didn't want to linger on this question too long. Then he felt it was time to leave. "I have things to take care of." After saying that, Noah coolly dropped this line, increased the thrust of the thrusters, and shot directly into the sky. A second later, a series of sonic booms echoed in the sky, as if declaring his departure. Too cool. The female reporter looked at the figure gradually fading away, her heart filled with amazement. She unconsciously squeezed her legs together, seemingly captivated by Noah's mystery and power. The live broadcast room instantly erupted, with comments in various languages flooding in like a tide, as everyone frantically discussed the deeds and abilities of this superhero, Gale Swordmaster. On a high mountain in the Himalayas, there was an ancient and mysterious temple complex, which was the hidden ancient organization on Earth, Kamartaj. Within one of the temples, Master Ancient One quietly watched the content on the television before her, a slight smile curving her lips, revealing a mysterious grin. Kamartaj really seems to have the internet. This mysterious little guy, it seems it's time to go have a chat with him, Ancient One thought to herself. On the street where the battle with the abomination had taken place, military personnel had begun to take temporary control of the area. General Ross had dispatched a large number of soldiers to search for the remains left behind by the monster. He longed to extract something useful from it to create even stronger super soldiers. This had always been his dream and goal, and he had been tirelessly working towards it. "General, we found this." A soldier hurriedly ran over to report to General Ross. "Take me to see it," General Ross said, his eyes flashing with excitement as he quickly followed the soldier to a location. Several soldiers were gathered around two massive arm bones, which were the arms that the abomination had personally severed at that time. The flesh and blood on them had long been devoured by the sword energy, leaving only hard bones exposed. General Ross looked at these two huge arm bones and nodded in satisfaction. He knew that this item held significant value and meaning for him. "Take this away," General Ross ordered. "I don't think you can take it away." Just as General Ross's order was given and before the soldier could respond, a voice he found very annoying came from behind. General Ross turned around to see a group of people in black uniforms approaching, with a bald one-eyed black man in a black trenchcoat leading them. Nick Fury. General Ross squinted, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. He had already sensed that the visitors were not friendly, and an intense confrontation seemed imminent. "General Ross, this matter has been assigned to the Shield to take full responsibility. You cannot take anything from here, including these two bones," Nick Fury said solemnly, his tone revealing an undeniable authority. Nick Fury. General Ross gritted his teeth, angrily asking the officer beside him to confirm whether this was true. The result only fueled his anger further, making his veins feel like they were about to burst. Since the higher-ups had already issued the order, he had no choice. He was well aware that he often found himself at a disadvantage in confrontations with S.H.I.E.L.D., making it hard to compete with them. However, he wasn't discouraged. After all, he hadn't come away empty-handed this time. He had successfully captured Hulk. "By the way, Dr. Banner, you have to hand him over too." General Ross angrily responded to Nick Fury. He absolutely wouldn't allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to take Banner away. "Don't even think about it, Nick Fury," General Ross said decisively, then quickly led his soldiers away from the scene. He didn't want to entangle with Nick Fury any longer. This matter needed to be considered carefully. Nick Fury watched General Ross leave, secretly sighing. The situation regarding Dr. Banner was indeed a bit tricky, and with General Ross's resolute attitude, it wouldn't be easy to rescue Banner from him. He needed to plan carefully and find a suitable opportunity and method. "Nick, you finally made it." Tony walked over to Nick Fury, looking at the two massive green handbones on the ground, his heart filled with emotion. The two then began to engage in an in-depth discussion surrounding this monster, exploring the various mysteries and potential utilization values of this mysterious creature. The two men's conversation came to a brief conclusion. Tony obtained some blood samples from the abomination from Nick Fury, demonstrating a keen interest in this monster. However, since he wasn't specialized in biology, if he wanted to conduct a thorough study, he would need to invest time to delve into that field. Before leaving, Tony gazed at the devastated street, lost in thought as some ideas began to take root in his mind. He then departed from the scene. Of course, the female reporter hurriedly called out to Tony, asking him questions, such as the relationship between Noah and himself. Tony truthfully replied that they were friends. While Tony was being interviewed, Nick Fury was also instructing his subordinates to continue their work. The street remained cordoned off. He then ordered a comprehensive inspection of the area to check for any hazardous materials, such as radiation. After the testing results came in, although no hazardous materials were found, everyone had witnessed the gruesome scene of the abomination being shredded into a mist of blood, which compelled Nick Fury to make arrangements for temporary housing for the residents of that street. The residents would only be allowed to return after thorough inspections confirmed that there were no problems. Meanwhile, Noah had already flown back to his estate. Upon landing, he saw Lysandra and Gwen coming out to greet him, which stirred a peculiar feeling in his heart, as if a wife and child were welcoming their husband home after a long day at work. "Noah, welcome back," Lysandra said gently and gracefully. "Noah, I just saw you on TV, you're amazing. Gwen exclaimed, lively and adorable. As the battle armor slowly dissipated and merged into his belt, Noah stepped towards the two, welcoming him. Of course I'm amazing. Come on, let's go eat, Noah replied with a proud smile in response to Gwen's praise. He knew they had been waiting for him to return for dinner, so he didn't say much more and beckoned Gwen and Lysandra to head inside to prepare for the meal. They could save their chatting for dinner time. Late at night, in the underground laboratory, Noah was still busy with his research work. The progress on many projects needed to be accelerated, so he had to make the most of his time to illuminate those technological achievements one by one. He was even prepared to work overnight since he didn't need to sleep to remain energetic. However, just as he was busy operating in front of the screen, a few meters behind him, orange sparks suddenly erupted from the space. Noah sharply sensed the anomaly and quickly turned around. A strange energy aura rushed towards him, and he immediately sensed that something was off. He saw the sparks behind him gradually enlarge, then slowly open up, forming a circular passageway, as an orange circular portal appeared. A cold draft wafted through the portal, and Noah looked at the snowy scene beyond, filled with confusion. Soon after, a figure walked out from the portal. It was the supreme sorceress of Camartage, Ancient One. As Noah looked at Ancient One, who exuded an otherworldly aura, he began to ponder the reason for her visit. However, from the kind smile on her face, it seemed she wasn't here to cause trouble. Noah had actually anticipated that Ancient One would come to find him. After all, she controlled the time stone and could observe changes in the future timelines at any moment. His appearance would inevitably bring about significant changes to the future, and she couldn't possibly overlook him. At the same time Ancient One appeared, the laboratory lights suddenly turned red, and all the facilities in the lab began to change. The experimental instruments, tables, cabinets, etc., all transformed, ultimately assembling into turrets, all aimed at the intruder in the laboratory, the bald sorceress, Ancient One. Lysandra also quickly appeared beside Noah, gathering nanomaterials in her hands, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Wait, Lysandra, this sorceress doesn't seem to have ill intentions. Disable the defense system, Noah said softly as he held Lysandra's hand, hoping she could calm down. Upon hearing this, Lysandra slowly dissipated the nanomaterials in her hand, and the red light in the laboratory ceased flashing. The turrets gradually transformed back into their original forms. Of course, if needed, they could instantly revert to defense mode. Ancient One observed the changes in the laboratory with a hint of curiosity, then turned her gaze to Noah, saying, "Hello, Noah, I think you should know me." Ancient One smiled and directly called out Noah's name, as if she had known all along that he recognized her. Of course, Supreme Sorceress Ancient One, hello. Seeing Ancient One call out his name directly, Noah speculated that perhaps in some future vision, she learned he knew her, so there was no need for introductions when they met. Ancient One, may I ask if you came to find me for something? Noah was filled with curiosity, pondering the purpose of her visit. Did she come because she foresaw some unfavorable future? Noah secretly assessed whether his current combat strength could defeat Ancient One. Mainly because, in the films, due to special effects costs, Ancient One was taken out of the picture early on, and in reality, Noah wasn't clear on how strong she truly was. Seemingly sensing Noah's thoughts, Ancient One spoke first, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you trouble." Ancient One stood with her hands behind her back, her demeanor calm, as if everything were under her control. This made Noah unable to help but sigh. After all, she was a being with hundreds of years of experience, and her aura was indeed different, giving off a powerful sense of oppression just by standing there. "Will you not invite me to sit?" Ancient One spoke again. Noah turned to look at Lysandra, who understood the cue. Her eyes sparkled with several glimmers, and a large amount of nanomaterial surged from the laboratory floor, quickly forming two sofas and a table placed in front of the three of them. "Very impressive technology," Ancient One said, not hiding her surprise, as she directly sat down on the sofa, while Noah and Lysandra took their seats opposite her. "I heard you mention to others that you come from a mysterious organization in the Himalayas? Valoran? I don't think I've ever heard of such an organization in the Himalayas," Ancient One said with a smile, her expression still warm. If such a mysterious organization truly existed in the Himalayas, and he had failed to notice it all these years, it could only mean that the organization's power far exceeded his imagination. However, Ancient One felt such a situation was unlikely. Moreover, she had previously used the time stone for multiple observations and had not discovered the existence of this organization. That was just an excuse I used to fool people. When Noah was looking for an excuse at the time, he did borrow from Camartage's setting and made slight modifications to use it as a ruse for Coulson and Nick Fury. He hadn't expected to be discovered by the real person, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. After joking around with Ancient One, she finally stated the purpose of her visit. I have been observing you for the past few days, Ancient One began, causing Noah's brows to slightly furrow. Around 10 days ago, while observing the timeline, I noticed a significant anomaly. The future underwent a massive transformation, but I could not find the reason for the alteration in the timeline. It wasn't until a few days ago that you used an immense amount of energy that I finally sensed your existence. Upon hearing Ancient One's words, Noah began to ponder, was the enormous energy from Thor's side? Or from when creating Lysandra's body? He was filled with confusion. Then I became aware of your existence, and I used the time stone to observe you, but what I saw was unclear, as if something was obstructing the time stone's gaze, Ancient One calmly narrated, making it difficult to guess her true thoughts. Noah speculated that perhaps the resolute runes or that mysterious system were blocking the power of the stone. So, did you come here in person today just to observe me? Noah inquired, and Ancient One nodded, revealing her reason for visiting him today. So, Ancient One, you simply came to observe me? There are no other intentions? Noah asked, filled with confusion, as he found it hard to believe that Ancient One would come just to see him. He wasn't that narcissistic. What else could it be? Ancient One smiled slightly, but her next words made Noah's pupils constrict. Are you saying that just because you have awakened memories from another universe, I should regard you as an otherworldly demon and eliminate you? Noah was taken aback. Ancient One's words clearly indicated that she knew he had awakened memories of a past life and that she was aware he wasn't from this universe. Could the Supreme Sorceress truly be so powerful as to know such things? While Noah was internally shocked, he maintained his composure on the outside. Ancient One, what do you mean by that? Ancient One, who was wise and perceptive, could see through Noah's pretense of calmness, but she didn't expose him. Instead, she said lightly, after I sensed your existence, I observed you from a distance multiple times and discovered that your soul is different from that of ordinary people. This guy is actually a peeping Tom? Noah thought to himself, reflecting on when he had been spied on without realizing it. He decided that he needed to enhance his awareness in this area. If anyone attempted to spy on him again, he must detect it immediately. Combining the power you possess that does not belong to this world, I suspect that you have unraveled the mystery of the womb and awakened the memories of your past life, which should originate from another universe that is extremely distant from this one. Ancient One slowly articulated her speculation about Noah's origins, her expression changing slightly for the first time. This is indeed a marvelous thing, that a soul can traverse the multiverse and arrive in another universe, Ancient One remarked, showing an expression of surprise. Noah was puzzled. What was Ancient One so surprised about? Wasn't she the one who had just stated all of this? Could it be that her future self-destruction was truly because she was tired of being the Supreme Sorceress and wanted to explore the universe in a spiritual form? Noah had never heard the term mystery of the womb before, but according to Ancient One's explanation, it likely referred to his awakening of past life memories. It truly is fascinating, just like the stories you told, Ancient One. Though Ancient One had guessed accurately, Noah couldn't admit to it directly. Instead, he chose to be obstinate. You must be tired after saying so much. Come, let's have a cup of tea and take a break. Blitz, who had been on standby, stepped forward with 3 cups filled with steaming tea. Good tea. Ancient One didn't refuse, lifting the cup to take a gentle sip, savoring it, and then expressed her admiration. The tea leaves were the finest that Noah had carefully purchased before. Being Chinese, Noah had a deep interest in tea. After setting down her cup, Ancient One continued, although I cannot directly observe your future, I can observe you through the perspective of others. For example, the blood god forged from countless flesh and blood, the god of forging who controls flames in the furnace, the undead tyrant who rules the underworld and enslaves countless souls, and the supreme being who controls the universe and forges stars. Ancient One recounted these familiar entities to Noah. These are visions I have seen in the future. Of course, there are many unfavorable scenarios among them. In certain futures, you, upon gaining certain powers, have destroyed the earth due to energy out of control, leading a group of purple, twisted, horrifying monsters to invade the universe. It seems my future is indeed full of uncertainties, Noah reflected as he listened to Ancient One's descriptions of future scenarios, which likely depicted scenes after he summoned those heroes, such as the Sword Demon, Orn, Iron Man Mordekaiser, and the Dragon King. However, upon hearing Ancient One's mention of those bad ends, the possibility of the future developing to that extent was concerning. Energy going out of control, Noah speculated it might be caused by the world runes. Perhaps he summoned 1 or 2 complete runes but couldn't control their powers, leading to a catastrophic failure and the destruction of the world. As for those twisted, purple monsters, Noah felt uncertain but guessed they were likely the Void. However, why would he lead Void monsters to invade the universe? Was it possible he had drawn Malzahar, becoming a guide for the Void? The future is filled with uncertainties. I came here to observe your current condition because I do not wish for the future world to fall into chaos. Ancient One's duty was to guard the Earth, preventing dimensional demons from other planes from destroying it. But if the Earth and universe were to be destroyed in the future, what significance would her guardianship hold? Rest assured, Ancient One, I will not let the future develop to that extent. I now have people I must protect. Noah reached out and took Lysandra's hand beside him, feeling that he himself didn't want that future either. Now that he had Lysandra and Gwen, he had to ensure they lived in a beautiful world. Ancient One smiled, raised her cup, and drank it all at once. The portal behind her slowly opened. Noah observed Ancient One open the portal with just her mind and without using her hands. He had initially thought this was a technique exclusive to kings, but it made sense. As the strongest supreme sorceress, it was not surprising she could perform such a feat. The world has already changed because of your arrival. I hope you will use your powers cautiously. After placing her cup down, Ancient One nodded slightly at Noah before stepping into the portal. At the moment the portal was about to close, her voice came from the other side. If you need to find me, you can go to the sanctum in New York. As the cold air from the portal dissipated, Noah gradually came back to his senses. Ancient One just left like that? He hadn't expected her to come, chat for a bit, and then leave. He had originally wanted to introduce her to the world runes with endless magical power. In the films, Ancient One's character was said to have borrowed dark powers from the dark dimension demon Dormammu to extend her life until her successor appeared. The sorcerers of Kamartaj borrowed energy from the trinity of the Vishanti, they themselves did not possess magical powers. Noah began to ponder whether he could have Ancient One borrow power from him, making her work for him. But then he reconsidered, perhaps it would be better to wait until he became stronger before thinking about these things, lest he end up being treated like a power bank. This small episode with Ancient One did not dampen Noah's enthusiasm for work. He began to focus on the experiments alongside Lysandra once again. 10 days later, in a certain area of Hell's Kitchen. Boom! 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 A figure rampaged through the nightclub, illuminated by neon lights. Those who stood in his way were instantly slammed away by a tremendous force, crashing into walls, chairs, or tables, with no one escaping unscathed. Ah! Don't kill me! I'll give you whatever you want. A robust figure in a white suit with a pink lining found himself beneath Noah's foot, tears streaming down his face as he desperately pleaded for mercy. Say hi to Mephisto for me when you get to hell. Buzz accompanied by the sound of lasers, the man's head exploded like a watermelon beneath Noah's foot. Task completed, gained 200 essence. Phew, finally done. Noah, still in his battle armor, lifted his foot from the man's chest, dispelling the shield that had been protecting him from the mixture of blood and brain matter. Normally, he didn't enjoy killing, but for particularly despicable individuals, he wouldn't mind sending them to hell, just like the man before him. Before executing the mission, Noah had Lysandra scan everyone present, then decided how to deal with them. Of course, the minimum outcome for them would be paralysis. In this mission, Noah had taken out 7 or 8 of these guys, which demonstrated just how wicked this place was. Lysandra, take all these guys' savings, Noah instructed. Recently, he recalled that Ultron could transfer money from other people's accounts, and Lysandra possessed a similar ability. Therefore, after completing tasks, he always had Lysandra take all the money from these individuals. Though Noah didn't lack money, he believed that this money was ill-gotten gains and naturally should be confiscated. After reclaiming this money, he would anonymously donate it to the Maria Stark Foundation. This charity fund was established by Stark after the Abomination incident to help those who had been harmed, named after his mother, Maria. Okay, Noah, Lysandra replied. After completing the task, Noah's battle armor ascended and returned to the estate. It's worth mentioning that at this moment, Noah was floating in the air without using his thrusters. Over the past 10 days, he had installed Lysandra's magnetic levitation system into his armor. Of course, if he needed to increase his speed, he would still use the thrusters. During the flight, Noah opened his backpack. Essence, 6,000 points. Looks like I can draw again, I should hurry back to prepare. Noah hastened his speed towards the estate. LOL, the recently launched area-wide avatar looks like an ID photo. Take a look at my dragon's avatar, Gwen is just too cute. This is my favorite one, Wind Girl is truly beautiful. Noah slowly descended from the night sky, the ground appearing like a mysterious gate that gradually opened, revealing a circular passage before him. He followed this passage down and arrived directly at the laboratory. Upon landing, his battle armor automatically dissipated, flowing back into his belt like water. The laboratory, compared to before, had not undergone significant changes. The progress of the experiments remained slow, with no groundbreaking advancements. After all, such research work could not be completed overnight and required substantial time and effort to study. Noah strolled to a display stand, reaching out to pick up a brass stopwatch, meticulously observing its intricate structure and the mysterious blue energy emanating from within. A strong impulse surged within him, wanting to press the stopwatch and personally experience its magical effects. However, he knew that this stopwatch was a one-time item. Once the activation button was pressed, it would shatter and disappear after serving its purpose. Therefore, he hesitated to press it, aware that its usage was extremely limited. It would vanish after one use, unless he could draw more stopwatches in the future or synthesize more after acquiring the hourglass. Putting the stopwatch down, Noah left that experimental area and walked towards a distinctly different zone. This was the area designated for the source project, where Noah focused on the image projected by the central device. It displayed a hunched figure that neither resembled a human nor an ordinary creature but rather looked like a standing beast. Noah clicked a few buttons, and the hunched figure gradually revealed a layer of metallic armor. This was the source project, Warwick, the skin he had summoned earlier. At that moment, he was working on creating this secret weapon for the Source Project company. Source Project, Doomsday Warwick. After making some adjustments to the relevant data, Noah proceeded down the path to his destination, the training room. He planned to conduct a summoning there and test his luck. Phew, I had such good luck back in Asgard. I wonder if my luck will diminish now that I'm back on Earth? Noah splashed some water on his face to refresh himself before stepping into the center of the empty room. He glanced around, nodding in satisfaction, feeling that this location was very suitable for summoning, as if it contained some mysterious power that could bring him good fortune. Perhaps this was what they referred to as mysticism. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Noah opened the summoning interface. Just as he was about to click, his fingers suddenly paused in midair as he remembered something important. Oh no! I almost forgot to pray. What if I don't summon anything good? Lost in thought, Noah considered which deity he should pray to for good luck this time. After some contemplation, he had a bright idea. Got it! This time, I'll pray to the local Marvel deity. Sitting up straight, he spoke solemnly, all-knowing and all-powerful Eternal One, please grant me good fortune, let this summoning be a great success, and bring forth astonishing luck. After finishing his prayer, without hesitation, Noah clicked the summoning button. At the same time Noah prayed, a mysterious gaze descended from the void, not the evil void. In the swirling vortex of the summoning interface, orbs of light appeared one after another, accompanied by a treasure chest that materialized alongside them. Noah took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. Each time he summoned, he felt a surge of nervousness and excitement because in the next moment, his power might significantly increase. This thrilling feeling could move anyone. Noah slowly extended his hand and clicked on the first orb. This time, he decided to open them one by one to better savor the anticipation of the summoning. As the light gradually faded, the first item inside the orb was revealed. A dozen life potions. Puff upon seeing the summon item, Noah was momentarily stunned and couldn't react. Wow, did the system go wholesale? How could I summon a dozen life potions? Noah pulled out the item before him, a leather strap tightly binding many bottles of life potions. He counted and confirmed there were indeed 12 bottles, exactly a dozen. Could it be that my prayer really worked? I managed to summon so many life potions at once? Noah glanced at the large bundle of life potions, unable to resist looking up and scanning around, secretly doubting whether the Eternal One had truly heard his prayer. Whatever, since my luck is so good this time, let's keep going. Filled with confidence, Noah clicked on the second orb. Useless big stick. Not bad, not bad. Now I can synthesize the death cap. The second orb's item pleased Noah. He had previously drawn one big stick, and now with a second, he could synthesize the death cap of World Ender, commonly known as the Big Hat equipment. Control Guardians *6. Random Hero Fragment *1. A dozen mana potions. I feel like I'm not summoning but stocking up at a wholesale supermarket, Noah murmured as he looked at the 6 true eyes and the dozen mana potions. However, despite these items being somewhat unexpected, his mood remained primarily joyful. This fragment is pretty good. Noah picked up the fragment. Now, with this random fragment added, he had 5 fragments in total: Jean, Echo, Lulu, Nico, and this unopened random fragment. He intended to keep Jean and Echo, as Jean had unique skin potential with the Dark Star series and the Shanghai Painting series skins, while Echo contained the power of knowledge. However, thinking of the Shanghai Painting series, he suddenly remembered that Nico also had a skin from that series, so he decided to keep her fragment as well. As for Lulu, Noah felt she could serve as a fusion material since he already possessed the abilities he wanted, and he wasn't particularly interested in the Pixar series skins. Noah looked at the remaining orbs. He had opened 5 and had half left to go. Dark Seal. A killing ring? Noah held the summon ring, examining it closely. This ring could increase his magical power based on the number of enemies he killed in the game, commonly known as the killing ring. He remembered that the synthesis method for the Book of Killing seemed to require only the killing ring as equipment, and since he didn't need a synthesis book to create equipment, he wanted to see if he could directly use this ring to synthesize the Book of Killing. Doesn't seem to work? After attempting, Noah found that the expected synthesis effect didn't occur. He held the ring up, feeling the mysterious and captivating power it radiated. Could it be that I really need to absorb others' souls before I can synthesize it? A bold guess arose in Noah's mind. Forget it, I'll try again tomorrow when doing tasks. He slid the ring onto his middle finger, and it fit perfectly. Next, using his newly adorned middle finger, he clicked on the 7th orb. Life Water Well Pendant. Noah wasn't very familiar with this equipment but vaguely remembered it being an auxiliary item. Michael's Blessing. The 8th orb surprisingly yielded a finished product. Noah was astonished as he held the equipment in his hand, a golden bell inscribed with mysterious magical runes. This is the first time a finished product has appeared. Ding ding. Noah gently shook the small bell in his hand. The pendulum struck the bell wall, producing a clear and melodious sound that immediately calmed his mood. It seemed this little bell had the ability to soothe one's feelings. As for its functions of dispelling control and restoring health, he speculated it might require the use of magical power to activate. Random Hero Experience Card *1. Noah didn't know how useful this item was. He already had 2 on him. The experience card had a certain duration, and when used, it would transform him into that hero. Unlike the summoned hero template, it directly infused the hero's powers into him. Thus, Noah felt this item was somewhat lackluster. However, he recalled his previous experience transforming into Tom. At that time, the system had designated the experience card specifically for Tom, which led him to feel some anticipation for the experience card again. Perhaps if he encountered a powerful enemy in the future, one he couldn't defeat, the system would help him designate the experience card to transform into a formidable hero and help him overcome the challenge, like the Dragon King or similar. Of course, this was merely speculation. For now, the 2 experience cards had no immediate use, so he would keep them in his backpack. Last one. I hope to draw a hero. Isn't there a 10-time guarantee in the summoning game? I hope my summoning has that too. With a sense of tension, Noah clicked on the last orb, and a beam of light shot toward his forehead. Holy crap! It really exists. Voidwalker, Cassidon. As Cassidon was summoned, the universe seemed to undergo some strange changes, as if the entire spacetime was slightly vibrating. As Noah successfully summoned Cassidon, it was as if a mysterious spell had been cast across the universe, and a brand new dimension materialized out of thin air within this vast cosmos. This sudden occurrence was nearly imperceptible to ordinary people and weaker beings. However, for those who had once possessed great power in the universe, it was like a thunderclap that instantly alerted them to subtle changes occurring in the cosmos. Ancient One, the supreme sorceress embodying wisdom and power, Odin, the king of Asgard, as well as various gods across the universe, the dark dimension demon Dormammu, and other dimensional entities, all the most powerful beings in the universe felt the turbulence. They seemed to be guided by a mysterious force, sensing the emergence of an unfamiliar dimensional world that had appeared like a ghost in this once familiar universe. In the depths of the cosmos, the all-knowing and all-powerful Eternal quietly observed everything unfolding. When this new dimension appeared, there was no sign of emotional fluctuation on its face, as if it had long anticipated this arrival. Although this void dimension that materialized from nowhere was unprecedented even in the entire history of the multiverse, it did not take any action, merely watching silently and observing the developments. The Eternal typically did not make itself known unless there was a significant event threatening the safety of the multiverse, or unless someone like the Godslayer Gore found the Eternal's location and made a wish. This time, however, it seemed there was no intention to intervene, merely adopting a transcendent posture and coldly observing the mysterious dimension that had suddenly appeared in the cosmos. Meanwhile, Noah fell into a brief pause as fragments of Cassidon's memories flooded into his mind. After a few seconds, he gradually resumed his movements, rubbing his head and displaying a look of confusion on his face. It's all memories of battling the void. Among the fragments of Cassidon's memories that Noah received, most were scenes of fierce battles with void monsters. Cassidon's backstory was filled with tragedy. He had once been an ordinary man from Shurima, with a happy family. His wife and daughter were the most important existence in his life. However, during one of his work trips, a horrific disaster, akin to doomsday, suddenly struck, engulfing his entire village. When he hurried back on horseback, he found only ruins and no trace of life. He desperately shouted the names of his wife and daughter, even digging through the rubble until his hands bled, but ultimately found nothing. After losing his wife and daughter, Cassidon plunged into deep despair, becoming a lonely wanderer. Years later, he heard a rumor that the disaster befell his village due to the actions of a so-called prophet. This prophet, who worshipped the void, had used the village as a sacrifice. With his rich experiences, Cassidon firmly believed this was the truth and resolutely set off on a journey of revenge, seeking powers to combat the void. He sought the blessing of the soul binder Karma in Ionia, then forged powerful magical equipment, and even obtained the ancient artifact, the gloves of Horlock, in Shurima. These gloves were relics of an ascendant and complemented Ezreal's gloves. With these powers, Cassidon embarked on his journey to confront the void, with one goal in mind, to find the void prophet and avenge his wife and daughter. Watching these memories, Noah felt a sense of melancholy. He thought these memories seemed to have no practical use, as there were no void monsters present here. He looked down at the purple gauntlet that had appeared on his right hand, noticing that its shape resembled Ezreal's gloves, but due to Cassidon's long battles with the void, the color of the gloves had subtly changed due to the infusion of void energy. Noah clenched his right hand, adorned with the gauntlet, and a surge of purple light erupted from it, manifesting a mysterious, glowing void blade in his grasp. Void blade, Noah silently murmured, and through his senses, he had a rough understanding of the gauntlet's abilities. Ezreal's left gauntlet focused on energy release, while Cassidon's right gauntlet leaned more toward energy absorption. Although it could also release energy pulses, energy balls, and light swords, absorbing energy was undoubtedly its strong suit. Let's give it a try, Lysandra, zap me. Noah stood up, deciding to test the gauntlet's abilities personally. He didn't know if this gauntlet, adept at absorbing magic, could absorb attacks like lightning, as lightning wasn't traditionally considered magical energy. At Noah's command, the pristine, empty walls of the training room began to shift, and nanomaterials rapidly formed a device capable of releasing powerful currents. Soon, a brilliant bolt of lightning shot towards Noah like a silver dragon. Noah quickly raised his hand, palm open, aiming at the incoming lightning. The moment the lightning made contact with his palm, the purple gauntlet emitted a faint glow, resembling a greedy black hole that instantly absorbed the lightning, leaving no trace behind, as if the lightning had never existed. It actually works. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Noah's eyes as he looked at his glowing right hand, feeling an inexplicable thrill surge within him. He then gently waved his arm, and the purple energy erupted in a fan-shaped wave from his gauntlet, crashing against the walls of the training room. Thankfully, the walls were made of vibranium, boasting a strong energy absorption capability, thus absorbing all the immense energy without causing any damage. This feels good. Let's see what happens when I use both gloves together. An idea sparked in Noah's mind, and the brass gauntlet floating on the display table instantly appeared on his left hand. Now, with a yellow glove on one hand and a purple gauntlet on the other, both shimmering with mysterious light under the illumination. As soon as the yellow gauntlet appeared, both gloves emitted dazzling light, and Noah felt as if the powers of the two gloves had been activated by some mysterious force, instantly elevating to a new height. He distinctly sensed that both gloves' abilities to absorb and release energy had been significantly enhanced. Lysandra, let's try again. Noah commanded, and the training room filled with energy fluctuations once more. He began conducting various experiments within the room, unleashing energy bursts that left pockmarks all over the walls. However, since the training room was entirely constructed from vibranium, which possessed an excellent energy absorption capacity, there were no major issues. Phew, that felt great. Noah paused his actions, a satisfied smile on his face. He had tested the energy limits of the gloves. Had he possessed these gloves during his battle against the mutated destroyer, he believed he could have defeated it without relying on the power of runes. Moreover, the power of space jumping seems to have increased significantly. Noah suddenly recalled another important function of the gloves, space jumping. Both Ezreal's arcane shift and Cassidon's void walk had this ability, and he was curious about the wondrous effects that might arise from combining their powers. Just as Noah was about to test out space jumping, the system's notification sound suddenly interrupted his thoughts. An important task has been detected, please summon or check it as soon as possible. Looking at the red text that appeared before him, Noah was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure and opened the task list. He saw a red task entry that read, Major Task, Void Sovereign. Due to special reasons, the Void has appeared in this world. Please summon or take control of the Void and become its master. Note, the Void will be influenced by the present world, leading to unpredictable changes. Please summon or take control of the Void as soon as possible. Holy crap! The Void! Upon seeing the word Void, Noah's eyes widened instantly, a strong sense of shock flooding his heart. Thoughts whirled in his mind, filled with confusion and unease. Why had the Void suddenly appeared? What was the special reason? Could it be because he summoned the Void hero Cassidon? But Cassidon himself wasn't a native of the Void, he merely bore some of its energy. How could that trigger the Void's emergence? After absorbing this heavy information, Noah couldn't help but rub his head. He knew that the Void, in his impression, was an extremely terrifying existence. The once powerful ancient Shurima had fallen after a battle with the Void, and many mighty celestial warriors had fallen, turning into the Dark Inn. Moreover, the powerful monsters from the Void, like Kha'Zix, Vel'Koz, and Sho'gath, possessed terrifying powers. There was also the horrifying Watcher, the strongest being in the Void, although it was not described in detail in the background story. Its only appearance was in Freljord, where it was sealed by Lysandra in the True Ice. Additionally, based on the background story of the Dragon King, he learned that there seemed to be powers within the Void that were as strong as the Dragon King, but the specifics of this power were never disclosed, leaving him unaware of its true nature. System, does this mean I have to fight those Void monsters? Noah rubbed his head, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. He felt that his current strength might not be enough to face the Watcher. Summoner, the Void appearing in this world is a brand new Void, currently calm and has not been affected by the world, leading to any mutations. No mutations? So there are no Void creatures appearing yet? Noah was startled by the system's words. He recalled that in the background story of the Void, it was indeed mentioned that the Void was originally a calm plane, and it was only after being influenced by another plane, the Runeland, that it mutated, leading to the birth of the Watchers, whose mission was to destroy the Runeland. However, Noah also realized that while the Void had not yet been affected and mutated, it could still change in the future due to some unknown reasons. With this thought, he felt slightly relieved. At least he still had enough time to prepare. Take control of the Void. How do I go about doing that? Noah fell into contemplation. He had no knowledge of how to control a plane and didn't know where to start. Controlling a plane, could this count as a dimensional demon? Noah pondered quietly. Those dimensional demons seem to control their own planes, such as Dormammu's Dark Dimension. If that were the case, perhaps he could consult Ancient One, as she often dealt with these dimensional demons and should be familiar with such matters. By the way, why doesn't this task have a level? Noah suddenly noticed that this important task did not display a level, neither A, B, nor C. This task is classified as a major continuous task, containing many subtasks, with the final goal being to become the Void Sovereign. Description cannot be provided. Sounds like a main storyline task. Noah contemplated while looking at the system prompt. He clicked to accept the task, but just as he was about to do so, he suddenly remembered that he had already completed his tasks for today. Task accepted. It actually succeeded. A glint of surprise crossed Noah's eyes. He hadn't expected to accept this important task without any remaining task counts. Did this mean the task didn't require consumption of task counts? Moreover, after accepting this major task, a new task appeared in his task list. Void Series B-level task, first encounter with the Void. Void Series? Is this the exclusive prefix for this major task? Noah was filled with curiosity, and he clicked on this task to see if it also didn't require taking up a task count. Acceptance failed. Today's task limit has been reached. Ugh, not allowed? Then forget it. Noah shook his head helplessly, knowing he had exhausted his task counts for the day and could only set this task aside for now. His gaze then fell upon the last unopened treasure chest, and he reached out to click on it, eager to see what secrets it contained. Since Noah couldn't accept any new tasks at the moment, he decided to take care of the unfinished business from before. He had already opened 10 orbs, and now there was one additional treasure chest from the 10 consecutive draws that remained unopened. Noah extended his hand and gently clicked on the chest. Gained 2,500 essence. The white orb consistently brought Noah a large amount of essence, filling his heart with joy. He really loved this treasure chest. Every time he opened it, he received essence, allowing him to prepare for the next 10 draws even faster. In addition to the white essence orb, the chest also yielded 2 blue orbs. 3 orbs this time. The last time I opened 10 orbs was during the previous draw. Noah muttered to himself, recalling that he had also drawn 3 orbs during his second summoning. It was purely a matter of luck. Random skin fragment *1. Blue crystal. As the last 2 orbs dissipated, Noah's summoning came to an end. Let's organize these items first. Noah held the summoned items in his hands, pondering how to handle them. Some needed to be opened immediately, while others required synthesis. Let's synthesize the equipment first. He placed the items before him and began to think about the synthesis formulas. 2 useless big sticks, the explosive wand, the amplification tome, the life water well pendant, the stopwatch, the cloth armor, the dark seal, the blue crystal, and the red crystal. These were all the pieces he currently owned. The 2 big sticks could be synthesized into the death cap of World Ender, while the other equipment had their own specific uses. The killing ring still needs a chance to be tested. I'll try it in Hell's Kitchen tonight. Looking at the magical ring on his finger, Noah decided to visit Hell's Kitchen tonight to find some bad guys and test the ring's abilities. The explosive wand, amplification tome, blue crystal, and red crystal seem to be able to synthesize the time staff. The canyon maker also seems to be synthesizable. Noah really needed a staff. As a mage, he couldn't do without one. Now he faced a choice between synthesizing the time staff or the canyon maker. The equipment in the game exhibited different abilities in reality, and Noah was unsure what effects the 2 staffs would yield after synthesis. Caught in a dilemma, Noah reflected that the time staff sounded related to the power of time, which seemed to align with the abilities he had boasted to Nick Fury earlier. On the other hand, the canyon maker was related to the void. He recalled reading a League of Legends story where this weapon was used by the Ionians to open the gates to the void during their battle with ancient Shurima. Let's go with the canyon maker, especially since I still don't know how to enter the void. Noah made his decision. As he focused on the canyon maker, he wondered, by the way, do mythic items change in any significant way after being created? Every time a canyon maker was synthesized, a large eye would lose one of its eyes. Noah skillfully placed the various pieces together. He had always operated this way before, and the system would automatically synthesize them into equipment. But this time, something seemed different. As he stared at the still equipment in front of him, puzzled. What's going on? Why can't I synthesize? Noah was confused. Previously, synthesizing equipment was straightforward, and they automatically completed the process. He picked up the red crystal and blue crystal, knowing that logically, these 2 items should first synthesize into a withering gem before becoming the canyon maker. However, the moment he held the 2 crystals, the purple gauntlet on his right hand began to emit a burst of purple energy, wrapping around the red crystal on his right hand. Realizing this, Noah understood that synthesizing the canyon maker required the power of the void, and Cassidon's gauntlet contained that power. He quickly placed the blue crystal in his left hand as well. With both the red and blue crystals enveloped in the void's energy, they transformed, revealing an irregularly shaped purple gem in Noah's hand. This should work now. Noah placed the withering gem between the explosive wand and the amplification tome. This time, the 3 pieces emitted a familiar glow, and the sound of a hammer striking echoed around him. Is the system locking Orn in a little black room to craft equipment for itself? Every time he heard that pleasant hammering sound, Noah thought of Orn. He mused that in the future, if he summoned Orn, he could have him craft equipment himself. As the hammering ceased, it confirmed that the equipment had been successfully synthesized, and the light slowly faded. Once the glow dissipated, the full form of the canyon maker was revealed before Noah. Upon first seeing the staff, what caught Noah's attention was the large purple eye at the top, resembling an eyeball plucked from a large creature. Surrounding the eye was a golden structure, while the staff itself was a deep purple black, made from a material that resembled the shell of some void creature. Buzz buzz. After the canyon maker appeared, Noah hadn't yet reached for it when rings of purple energy arcs began to emanate from the staff. Noah quickly raised his hand to shield himself, feeling that the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. It wouldn't really open a void rift on Earth, would it? Noah thought in alarm, hastily using void walk to position himself next to the canyon maker and reached out to grasp it. Fortunately, once Noah held the staff, the canyon maker ceased releasing energy arcs, and the ground stopped shaking. Lysandra, was there anything unusual happening outside just now? After stabilizing the staff, Noah quickly inquired of Lysandra, worried that a rift had opened. Noah, a small earthquake of around magnitude 4 occurred within a 1-kilometer radius of the mansion. Wow, this staff is practically an earthquake maker. After hearing Lysandra's words, Noah continued to ask, were there any strange rifts appearing nearby? The kind that emits purple light? Nothing of the sort has occurred, as you described, Noah. Lysandra replied. Good to hear. Noah let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't ready to deal with a void rift and certainly didn't want a void dungeon appearing around his home. After confirming the situation around him, Noah looked at the staff in his hand, a large eye staring back at him. He sensed the power within the staff, discovering it was similar to the energy found in Cassidon's gauntlet. It must be the power of the void. However, Noah suddenly realized something. The power of the void didn't seem to affect him at all. Whether it was the gauntlet or the canyon maker, he felt no unusual effects when using them or even when coming into contact with the void's energy. In the background story, even powerful celestial warriors had their minds corroded by the void's power after battling it, turning into the Dark Inn. Maybe it's because these are system-produced items? Noah couldn't quite understand the reason, but perhaps it was due to the protective runes he possessed. Regardless of the reason, he knew he had to be cautious with the power of the void until he fully mastered it, to prevent it from harming Lysandra and Gwen. Okay, next is the hat. After testing the staff's power, Noah began to synthesize the next piece of equipment. He placed the two purple magic sticks together, and the scene repeated just like when he had synthesized the canyon maker, with light and the sound of a hammer striking intermingling. Once the light faded, a purple wizard hat appeared before Noah. The hat was made of smooth material, resembling high-quality silk. The most eye-catching feature was that the top of the hat had a large mouth that emitted blue magical light. Noah's eyes lit up. He found the appearance of the death cap in the real world quite appealing and began to like this hat. Noah reached out to pick up the hat, preparing to try it on. However, something unexpected happened. Just as he was about to touch the hat, the death cap actually moved back slightly. Noah blinked, doubting whether he was seeing things. It seemed the hat had indeed moved. No way could he be imagining it. Trying again to touch the purple hat, this time the hat's movements became more pronounced, flying up into the air with its mouth opening and closing repeatedly, as if it were laughing joyfully. This hat actually has a mind of its own? Noah watched in astonishment as the magical hat spiraled in the air above him, this scene suddenly reminding him of Doctor Strange's cloak. It seemed the death cap also possessed its own consciousness, much like the magical cloak. What to do about this situation? Noah was at a loss. He attempted to call the restless hat down. Come down quickly and let me wear you, death cap? Hattie, he shouted at the flying hat, but he felt a bit embarrassed by his actions, and the hat continued to whirl around in the air, unresponsive. Guess I'll have to take action. With his words falling on deaf ears, Noah decided to resort to force. He summoned magical power to try and draw the hat down directly. As his magic touched the hat, the agitated death cap suddenly paused, and its large mouth began to open and close, seemingly devouring Noah's magical energy. It likes to eat magic? Seeing this, Noah immediately got an idea. He increased the output of his magical energy, condensing it into a glowing hand that beckoned the hat towards himself. The hat wobbled slightly and then opened its mouth wide, biting in the direction of the glowing hand. Under Noah's control, the hand moved slightly slower than the hat, and ultimately, he managed to grasp the hat, catching it just as it lunged forward, successfully seizing the now hovering death cap in front of him. Gotcha, little hat. As Noah was filled with confusion, the death cap in his hand suddenly exhibited a strange action. Burp the hat, which had previously been grinning with its wide mouth, slowly exhaled a puff of blue magical mist, followed by a soft burp sound. Did it overeat? Looking at the once lively magical hat now drooping in his hand, Noah couldn't help but poke at the brim. The hat seemed to sense his action and exhaled a puff of magical breath towards him, almost as if it were greeting him. As a creation of the system, the hat appeared to hold no malice toward Noah. Could it be that it was hungry earlier? Now that it's full, it's calmed down. Noah gently played with the mysterious magical hat in his hand, then slowly placed it on his head. The moment Noah donned the death cap, the blue glow from its mouth suddenly intensified, and a profound and powerful magical force seemed to surge from the hat, spreading like a tide throughout Noah's body. This peculiar sensation made Noah involuntarily shiver. Wow, this feels truly wonderful. After putting on the hat, Noah could distinctly feel changes occurring within him. He raised his hand to gather a ball of magical energy, noticing that the color of his magic was deeper than before. Normally, his magic appeared blue, shifting to green when he utilized the runes of determination. Now, the magic in his hand had transformed into a deep blue, with a hint of purple. This magical energy not only underwent a color change, but Noah could also truly sense that his magic had become significantly stronger, its destructive power markedly enhanced, all thanks to the mysterious powers granted by the hat. This is impressive. Noah gazed at the magical energy orb in his hand and then gently waved it outward. Buzz, the magical energy Noah released swiftly transformed into a lethal attack, slamming against the hard vibranium wall. However, to his surprise, the normally absorptive vibranium emitted a low rumble under the fierce impact of the magical force. In the past, when Noah had tested magical attacks against the vibranium wall, the magic would get stuck as if it were sinking into a quagmire, creating no ripples whatsoever. But now, the magic enhanced by the hat exerted such formidable strength that it visibly affected the vibranium. This power is remarkable. Seeing the effect of this strike left Noah filled with astonishment. He gathered magical energy once more. The energy shifted from blue-purple to light blue, and then back to blue-purple. Noah sighed with relief upon realizing that even after enhancing his magical power with the hat, he could still control his magic freely without the risk of it suddenly spiraling out of control. After completing his experiments with the equipment's powers, Noah had Lysandra fetch him a mirror. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, he observed himself. At this moment, he wielded the canyon maker and wore the death cap. With a robe, he would truly resemble a genuine mage. As Noah posed in front of the mirror, the system's voice once again echoed in his ears. Detected that the summoner now possesses 6 complete pieces of equipment. The system's equipment panel is updating. Updating? The system's prompt made Noah pause his actions, and he quickly opened the panel, locating the equipment section, which displayed the message updating. To be honest, Noah didn't have much impression of this equipment panel. After he first placed the equipment into it, its sole purpose had been to provide him with some stats. Compared to wielding the equipment directly, it felt vastly inferior. For example, after placing the electric knife and the magic blade into the equipment panel, he could no longer use them for combat. Thus, Noah generally regarded this equipment panel as non-existent. After using the equipment, if he remembered, he would place it in the panel. If he forgot, he would simply store it away in his backpack. This demonstrated just how little presence the equipment panel had in his mind. However, now that he had gathered 6 legendary items, the equipment panel was actually updating, which made Noah feel a sense of anticipation. He believed this update might transform the equipment panel from a useless feature into a genuinely practical tool. But before the update finished, there was still one thing Noah needed to clarify. Isn't the canyon maker a mythic item? Why can't I see any differences? Noah picked up the staff embedded with the purple eye, examining it closely, yet he couldn't find any special features. Did the system really only produce normal equipment and not mythic items? System, can you clarify my doubts? Noah asked, unsure if the system could still respond while updating. Summoner, the synthesized equipment is regular legendary equipment and does not include mythic items. If the summoner wishes to forge mythic equipment, they may summon Orn and utilize his power to do so. Orn? I really want to draw him too. It made sense that mythic items could only be forged with Orn, considering he was the god of forging and it was natural for him to create such items. While Noah was absorbed in contemplating mythic equipment, the equipment panel's update finally completed. Equipment panel update complete. Please summoner check the update announcement to understand the updates. What the heck, there's even an update announcement? This feels just like playing a game. Noah lamented helplessly before directly clicking on the popped-up update announcement link. A passage of text gradually appeared on the system interface before him. After the summoner has gathered 6 pieces of legendary equipment, the system will upgrade the equipment panel. The updated equipment panel will grant 70% of the abilities of the equipment placed inside. This value can be further enhanced, and the number of slots in the equipment panel will increase by 2, can be expanded further. We hope this update will bring the summoner a better experience. This update sounds pretty good. After carefully reading the text on the system interface, Noah gained a clearer understanding of the update. In other words, now when he placed equipment into the equipment panel, he would not only gain the abilities and effects of the equipment but also have 2 additional slots, which was a significant improvement for him. Noah decided to test the new equipment panel's effects first. He moved the electric knife from his backpack into the equipment panel, and the moment he completed the action, a spark of yellow lightning crackled from his fingertips. Noah raised his hand, closely sensing the changes within him, and he could distinctly feel a surge of lightning power emerging from his body. He clenched his fist, and countless bolts of lightning erupted from his hand, illuminating the pristine training room even brighter. Now I can really cosplay as Thor. Thor, make way for me, huh? With the realization that he could unleash lightning, Noah was filled with excitement. The feeling of launching lightning from a weapon compared to generating it from his own body was entirely different. He beamed with joy as he shot lightning around the training room. Forget Thor, I'll wait for a chance to have Zeus make way for me. After the exhilarating show, Noah fell into a tranquil state, contemplating the effects of these equipment. Next, Noah placed the 6 pieces of equipment into the equipment panel one by one, keenly experiencing their powers. The effect of the magic blade was similar to that of the death cap, both enhancing his magic. Moreover, when the death cap, canyon maker, and magic blade were all placed in the equipment panel, Noah noticed that his magical energy had transformed into a deep purple hue, exuding a sense of destructive power that was palpable. The power of the guardian angel allowed Noah to release holy light, making him feel like a paladin at that moment. As for the resurrection power, Noah was unsure if it would still work when placed in the equipment panel, but he estimated it might. After placing Michael's blessing in the equipment panel, he could still use its power to dispel control, but the calming effect he once had by ringing the bell seemed to have faded. Noah thought it would be better to use that equipment directly. As for the canyon maker's power, Noah was reluctant to use it freely here. He planned to find an opportunity to test it in a remote area far away from his estate, to avoid accidentally opening a void rift. The consequences of that would be unimaginable. Although the void was likely still in a calm state, nobody could guarantee what would happen if he summoned a rift. However, the death cap seemed a bit displeased after being taken from the equipment panel. It spun around in the air, as if protesting Noah for keeping it confined in the panel. Noah quickly assured it that he would try not to put it back in again, and only then did it gradually calm down. Some equipment was indeed better kept on him, just like Michael's blessing, which was small and easily portable. After considering it for a while, Noah decided he could continue to wear the hat. After all, it would move on its own, so it wouldn't be a problem to let it stay on him or follow him. If Doctor Strange's cloak could shrink, Noah wondered if this hat could do the same. If not, he could use Lulu's whimsical magic to make it smaller. I wonder how to enhance the effects and the equipment panel expansion features. After testing the equipment's effects, Noah recalled the content of the update announcement he had seen earlier. The announcement indicated that the 70% effect and the expansion of the equipment panel to 8 slots could still be improved, but the system did not specify how to enhance it, and when Noah inquired, the system merely advised him to explore on his own. Forget it, I'll take my time to figure it out later. Noah decided not to dwell on these complex issues for now. He had enough equipment to use, and he could explore the enhancement features of the equipment panel when he had the time later. Almost finished here, I've gained quite a lot this time. During this round of summoning, Noah had acquired a hero, 2 complete legendary items, updated his equipment panel, and received many potions and valuable true eyes. For him, this summoning could be considered a bountiful harvest. Alright, there's still a fragment I haven't opened. Desert Rose, Samira. Synthesis Material Number 1. Arcane Trickster, Seiko. Oh, who's this? Haven't seen you before, Sunshine Boy? After opening the 2 fragments, the hero fragment revealed Samira, an ordinary person, whom Noah immediately treated as synthesis material. The skin fragment turned out to be for the demon jester, Seiko, which Noah found mediocre. If he had the jester hero, he might consider synthesizing the fragment. Ah, if only it were Darkstar Seiko. If I had that, I'd definitely synthesize it right away, Noah thought to himself. With that, Noah's 10 consecutive draws came to a satisfying conclusion. This round of summoning had been quite fruitful, elevating his power further. He felt confident that he could handle most of the enemies from the movies, with only a few colossal beings, like Gem Thanos, still causing him concern. Time to head up. In the past few days, Noah had spent most of his time busy in the underground laboratory, only occasionally leaving for meals, playing with Gwen, completing tasks, or sleeping alongside Lysandra. Over these days, Gwen had gradually adapted to this world and began to enjoy its beauty. She had developed a fondness for playing on the computer, watching TV, and surfing the internet. Noah thought that if this continued, Gwen would soon become a little internet addict. Let's go, little hat, I'll take you to see the new world. Noah spoke to the hat perched on his head. Upon hearing Noah's words, the hat excitedly swayed back and forth, its large mouth opening and closing continuously as magical energy surged forth. Seeing the hat's enthusiastic demeanor, Noah suddenly recalled something: just don't bite anyone. Those 2 up there are your mistresses, and if you dare attack them, I'll keep you locked in the equipment panel for the rest of your life. The hat's mouth, which had been opening and closing vigorously, immediately halted, seemingly frightened by Noah's threat. It quickly flew in front of Noah, bobbing up and down as if acknowledging its mistake. Good, remember that. Noah nodded in satisfaction, releasing a bit of magical energy to the hat. The hat joyfully consumed the energy, burped again, and quickly swallowed another surge of magical essence. Let's go. The door to the training room opened automatically, and Noah stepped out, following the long corridor to the elevator leading to the underground laboratory. As he exited the underground laboratory, sunlight poured onto Noah's face, prompting him to stretch lazily. After days of being holed up working on research, it felt tiring, which was why he considered recruiting some help. Speaking of which, Banner hasn't called me yet. Since the last time Banner was taken away by Ross, he hadn't contacted Noah. Now, Noah began to suspect whether Banner could get out by himself. Surely Ross hadn't used some means to keep him there? Never mind, if he still hasn't come out in a few days, I'll go check on him. Noah believed Ross wouldn't be able to keep Banner and Hulk contained, so he decided not to worry about it for now. On the path to the villa, the little hat, having just arrived in this world, was lively and bouncy, darting around like Gwen had at first, sometimes flying over to play in the fountain and other times perching on the sculptures around the estate. Upon reaching the villa entrance, Lysandra approached him. Noah! Lysandra had been accompanying Noah in the underground laboratory these past few days but had just stepped out to prepare lunch, which is why she had temporarily left. Now seeing Noah come up, she realized he intended to take a break from his research. Lysandra, let me introduce you, this is the Death Cap, and it can move. Hearing Noah's introduction, the hat seemed a bit indignant, as if to say that it was the most powerful magical hat. Although slightly dissatisfied with Noah's introduction, the hat still eagerly flew over, circling Lysandra as if trying to please her. This was all due to Noah's effective threat. The hat had dropped its pride as a magical artifact. I saw it earlier, it's quite a marvelous magical creation. Lysandra had sensed what transpired in the underground laboratory while upstairs. Her eyes could see everything within the estate, all surveillance was under her watchful gaze. Even if Noah were taking a shower, she could see clearly. The hat flying beside Lysandra nodded repeatedly, as if to say, I'm an impressive hat. Hey! Noah, you're back up? A crisp and melodious voice came from behind Lysandra. Gwen peeked out from behind Lysandra, her delicate white hands resting on Lysandra's shoulders. Since Noah had been busy with experiments lately, he hadn't had time to play games with Gwen, which left her feeling a bit neglected. She thought it was only fun to play when Noah was around. Yeah, I've been busy for a while, planning to take a break now. Noah stretched again, cracking his joints. At that moment, the hat realized that this was the other mistress Noah had mentioned. It began to mimic its earlier actions with Lysandra, circling around Gwen excitedly. Wow! A flying hat, how awesome! Gwen exclaimed, her mismatched eyes sparkling with excitement. Feeling proud of the compliment, the magical hat was about to show off but was interrupted by Gwen's next remark. This fabric looks so pretty, can I cut a piece off? Snip snip. Gwen pulled out scissors, mimicking the action of cutting something. The hat was startled by Gwen's words and nearly fell from the air. After stabilizing itself, it quickly darted behind Noah, afraid to approach Gwen. Gwen, don't scare it. Noah chuckled helplessly. He. By the way, Noah, you said you were taking a break? That's great. Come on, let's play some games together. Hearing that Noah was finally planning to leave that annoying laboratory, Gwen's face lit up with a joyful smile. She dashed out from behind Lysandra, grabbing Noah's hand and wanting to head upstairs. Just as Gwen was about to head to their usual gaming room, a hand rested on her shoulder. The soft, pale hand seemed gentle but exerted a significant pressure, causing Gwen to stop in her tracks. Gwen, we can't play games just yet, let's have lunch first. Lysandra's gentle voice came forth. Okay, Sister Lysandra, hee. Gwen smiled shyly. In her heart, Lysandra carried an air of authority, and she had been eager to play with Noah after such a long time apart. Alright, Lysandra, Gwen, let's go have lunch. I'll have plenty of time to play with you afterward. Noah's lunch. After lunch, Noah kept his promise and played a game with Gwen for a while. Noah, I've been seeing you on TV a lot lately, you're quite famous now. Gwen remarked during their game. Really? Noah replied casually. He knew that after the abomination incident, his fame worldwide was inevitable, as it was the first time someone showcased such advanced technology to the world. Yeah. They're all calling you a superhero. As they played the game, Gwen excitedly recounted recent media coverage about Noah, her voice brimming with joy at the title he had received. Do you like that title, Gwen? Noah noticed the emotion in her tone and gently asked. The word hero is so beautiful. To fight to protect the world, Gwen wants to help guard this wonderful world too. Since Gwen had transformed from a doll into a human, she had been deeply enjoying everything about being human. She cherished this beautiful world and hoped to contribute to it. Well, for you, I will definitely protect this world well, Noah replied with a smile, his eyes filled with determination. Gwen returned his smile, her eyes sparkling. Ah! This person is so despicable. It's his own fault for being bad and he's blaming others. Gwen suddenly exclaimed in anger. They were playing a team-based competitive game, where their extraordinary reflexes had allowed them to dominate, but one of their teammates had started cursing at others because he had died, spewing foul language. Gwen was furious at this, thinking how despicable it was for someone to blame others when they were the ones at fault. If she encountered that person, she would definitely teach him a lesson with her scissors. That's really despicable, we shouldn't let him get away with it. Lysandra, give this guy a lesson. Noah couldn't tolerate such behavior either and directly instructed Lysandra to deal with him through the network. Understood, Noah. Lysandra's voice echoed in his ears. In a house within a neighborhood in New York, a man with dreadlocks was angrily pounding on his keyboard while cursing. Nige was a timid and cowardly person. In reality, he was often bullied due to his slim build but didn't dare to retaliate. However, once he discovered the internet, he found his paradise where he could vent his emotions without consequence as long as he hid his IP address. Thus began his life as a keyboard warrior. This time, he was frustrated because he was defeated in the game while his teammates were dominating, making him feel like a clown, leading him to unleash his fury on his teammates. Just as he was reveling in his rants, the computer screen suddenly went completely dark, followed by a vibration as the screen cracked into numerous fissures. Ah! Mom! Nige had never seen anything like this and, being inherently timid, was terrified, immediately attempting to flee. Just as he was stumbling towards the door, a bolt of lightning surged from all the electrical devices in the room, shooting directly at him. Ah! The electrical current coursed chaotically through his body as he let out a horrifying scream, his body convulsing uncontrollably. His dreadlocks frizzed out into an explosion, and after letting out a puff of black smoke, he collapsed to the ground. Oh my God! The people outside the room rushed in upon hearing the screams, and upon entering, they saw a dark figure lying on the ground, causing them to gasp in shock. Upon approaching, they realized it was Nige and quickly called for an ambulance. After being taken to the hospital, tests revealed that Nige was not in mortal danger, but he suffered severe burns on various parts of his body due to Lysandra's manipulation of the electrical current. While it was not lethal, it left him with painful injuries. Noah, I've already given that guy a lesson. After finishing, Lysandra didn't concern herself with what happened next. She didn't care about those kinds of people. Seeing the notification that the opponent had exited the game, Noah chuckled, thinking, that'll teach you to act tough. I can really come through the network to deal with you. What happened to the other side? Gwen asked curiously. They're on their way to the hospital. Lysandra replied. Ah, I hope he's okay. Gwen clasped her hands in prayer, a smirk of schadenfreude creeping onto her face. Forget about that guy, Gwen, let's continue. Noah enjoyed playing games with Gwen. Not only did he like playing, but also because Gwen was a beautiful girl, he loved spending time with her. Thus, Noah spent his break time in a two-person world? As night fell, the bustling city was illuminated by vibrant neon lights. In this concrete jungle, people who had been busy all day were either on their way home or just beginning their nightlife. Meanwhile, unnoticed in the night sky, a dark shadow swiftly passed by. The shadow moved at incredible speed, the lights shining on it as if they could penetrate it, making it appear almost transparent. So this is what it feels like to fly without armor? It's definitely much more exhilarating. Soaring through the night sky was Noah, not wearing the Source Project armor but instead dressed in magical gear. He wore the death cap, had the Ascendance gloves on his hands, and a small bell dangling from his side, with all other equipment stored in the equipment panel. The magical gear maximized his magical power. Previously, he could use magic to briefly levitate in the air, but his speed wasn't sufficient. Now he could freely traverse above the city. After activating Ghostly Step, he moved even faster, and his semi-transparent form made it hard for anyone to spot him. Of course, his speed still couldn't match that of flying in armor, but the powerful wind rushing past his face was a sensation he couldn't experience while armored. Noah's destination was Hell's Kitchen, the daily task refresh point. Despite having dealt with many gangsters in Hell's Kitchen over the past few days, he suspected that new gangs continuously emerged, making him wonder if these guys were somehow respawning. On the rooftop of a tall building, Noah descended slowly, gazing at the area filled with crime below. He pressed a button on his earphones, and a blue light flashed as a pair of high-tech glasses materialized on his face. Lysandra, help me locate those heinous individuals, I'm going to take care of them. It wasn't yet midnight, and his task counts hadn't refreshed. He wanted to test out the powers of the Dark Seal and see how the ring absorbed souls. Okay, Noah. Instantly, the display on Noah's glasses filled with red dots, the red light reflecting on his face, confirming that this area was indeed a den of sin. Wow, that's a lot of red. Lysandra's detection standards were based on Noah's thoughts. The individuals marked with red dots were those he deemed deserving of death. Alright, let's find a few people to test out first. Noah couldn't kill everyone at once, that would easily cause chaos. He held down the bustling hat on his head and floated down lightly. The night in Hell's Kitchen resembled a chaotic whirlpool, an unsettling atmosphere permeating the streets and alleys. The neon-lit nightclubs and bustling night markets had become the habitat for a group of thugs. In a secluded alley, several burly men gathered at the end, standing guard by a closed iron gate. They were positioned on either side of the gate, and their distinct attire made it clear they were from rival groups. They were there because inside the gate, their boss was negotiating an important deal. The scene inside the gate sharply contrasted the dark, shabby alley outside. The room was extravagantly decorated, with luxurious carpets covering the floor and two opulent couches positioned in the center. Two men in suits were seated across from each other, engaged in conversation. Blake, what's the status on that shipment you mentioned? Asked the man in the black suit, taking a puff from his cigar and slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. Pretty good. It's all the latest goods, packed with lots of exciting stuff. One bite, and you'll never forget it. Blake, clad in a white suit, grinned widely, showing off his gleaming gold tooth. Cut the crap, you know what I want, the man in black said disdainfully, clearly irritated by Blake's vague responses. Don't rush me, Layton. You know it's not peaceful around Hell's Kitchen lately. There's some superhero running around, so we have to keep our actions discreet, Blake replied, downing a glass of whiskey in one gulp. That shipment has arrived, all top-quality items sourced from around the world, each one young and stunning, definitely can fetch a good price. Good, this is just the beginning. Once those bosses see our fine goods, the cash will start rolling in. Blake laughed triumphantly, his golden tooth glinting in the light. Take me to see them later. Sure, just in the next room. The two exchanged smiles and clinked their glasses, as if they could already see the wealth that awaited them. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from outside, causing both men's expressions to change instantly as they turned their heads toward the door in unison. Noah, while on the rooftop, had already sensed what was happening here through Lysandra's scanning abilities. Besides the thugs guarding the gate and the two men inside, he noticed several blue dots marked by Lysandra in the adjacent rooms. Upon probing with his magic, he immediately realized the heinous activities these individuals were engaged in. These blue dots represented girls from around the world. Just as I thought, a bunch of scumbags. You won't be leaving here tonight, you'll be the nourishment to unlock the Dark Seal. Noah narrowed his eyes. The hat on his head seemed to sense its master's anger and opened its mouth wider, magical energy surging forth. Encased in magic, Noah floated gently down toward the dark alley below. His figure was ethereal and ghostly, landing without stirring up a speck of dust. Initially, the thugs guarding the gate did not notice Noah's arrival until one of them caught a glimpse of a flickering blue light slowly approaching from the darkness. What's that? The alerted thug instinctively reached for the pistol hidden at his waist, stopping his leaning posture against the wall, his body tensing up as he stood at attention. What is it? Looks like a person? Thanks to the thug's warning, the other guards became vigilant as well. They also saw the blue light getting closer, and as it approached, they finally discerned the human silhouette beneath it. Step by step, Noah walked closer, finally appearing before the group. Is it Halloween today? Why is there a guy dressed as a wizard standing in front of me? At that moment, the thugs could see Noah's attire clearly. He wore a glowing purple wizard hat, had various colored metal gloves on his hands, and was draped in a black robe. This robe was crafted from nanovibranium that Noah had instructed Lysandra to make, as he hadn't drawn any suitable wizard clothing yet, so he was temporarily using this vibranium robe. To these thugs, Noah resembled a fool in a wizard cosplay. The leaders of the groups exchanged glances, and one white-haired man grinned. Hey, I heard you're called the Limb Breaker, right? You love breaking people's arms and legs. What's up? Haven't heard much from you lately? Humph. The blonde, muscular thug snorted, a flicker of anger in his eyes. It's because that so-called Wind Blade swordsman has been active around here lately. The boss told us to keep a low profile, and it's driving me crazy. The Limb Breaker gritted his teeth, harboring a deep hatred for the recently popular superhero. But he only dared to complain in private, having seen videos online of the Wind-Blade swordsman battling monsters, well aware of the hero's formidable skills, knowing his life could be at stake. Look, right in front of us is a perfect target. It's safe here with no one else around. The white-haired thug gestured forth the limb-breaker to look at the approaching Noah. Under the white-haired thug's guidance, the limb-breaker's expression froze for a moment, then twisted into a cruel smile. As thoughts of his favorite pastime filled his mind, he quickly drew his gun, aiming at Noah, who was now only a few meters away. "Kid, it's your fault for running around, hee." With a mad gleam in his eyes, the limb-breaker pulled the trigger, aiming for Noah's leg. Bang! The loud gunshot rang out, but the sound of the bullet tearing through flesh and the victim's screams that the limb-breaker had anticipated did not reach his ears. "What?" A companion's startled exclamation broke through, and the limb-breaker came back to his senses, looking towards the front. The scene before him made his eyes widen in shock. He saw that the bullet he had just fired had inexplicably stopped in front of the wizard-clad figure, as if it had hit an invisible wall, hovering in the air. Damn it! The white-haired instigator of the limb-breaker also realized something was wrong. He had heard that after Iron Man and the Wind-Blade swordsman appeared, many strange figures had emerged in Hell's Kitchen. Surely they wouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter one now. As the bullet shot toward Noah, he casually lifted a finger, and magical energy instantly intercepted the supersonic bullet, causing it to hover before him. Listening to Lissandra's information about the group, Noah gently flicked his finger, and the suspended bullet shot back towards the limb-breaker at several times its original speed. Ah! The bullet struck the limb-breaker, hitting precisely where he had aimed at Noah's leg. The magic-powered bullet pierced through his leg along with several bone fragments, making the name Limb-breaker all the more fitting at that moment. The others finally snapped back to reality after witnessing this shocking scene. Although they didn't know who this person was, they all pulled out their guns and began firing wildly. The white-haired thug, meanwhile, quietly retreated behind the others while drawing his weapon. Bang bang bang, a flurry of gunfire erupted, but the bullets couldn't seem to find their target. This time, it wasn't that the bullets were being blocked, it was as if the target had vanished into thin air. The group was filled with terror, and a strange noise suddenly came from behind them. They had already heard too many screams today, but this unexpected sound made them instinctively turn around. In the dark alley, the continuous wails of agony seemed to enhance the eerie atmosphere of the already strange alley. When they turned around, they saw the white-haired thug had retreated to the edge of the alley, and the mysterious figure had inexplicably appeared behind them, leaving them dumbfounded as to how he had crossed over. The white-haired thug, who had intended to sneak away, was startled to see someone suddenly in front of him, nearly dropping his gun. He quickly stepped back, fearfully pointing at the bloodied limb-breaker lying on the ground and said, "Friend, that guy was just trying to attack you. If you're going to kill someone, kill him. Let me go, and I'll pay you." Upon hearing this, the limb-breaker's henchmen glared angrily at him, their eyes filled with fury. However, Noah remained silent, simply raising his hand and pointing his index finger at the white-haired thug. This made the thug even more anxious, and a strong sense of unease kept his nerves on edge. Yet, Noah made no further moves, plunging the scene into a tense atmosphere. The heavy breathing of those around him and the continuous curses from Limb-breaker made the white-haired thug's nerves finally snap. Damn it! Shoot him! The white-haired thug could no longer hold back. Noah was clearly not planning to let him go, and rather than wait to die, he decided to fight back. Spurred on by him, everyone started firing their guns wildly at Noah again. The hail of bullets rained down once more, and Noah raised his purple gauntlet, where yellow light began to flicker at his fingertip. Suddenly, the air crackled with energy, as if a yellow rift had opened in space. Lightning shot from Noah's fingertip, spreading through the air, and the bullets that came flying toward him were instantly enveloped in lightning, melting into molten iron under the intense heat. "Oh my God, is that a god over there? We've angered a god!" The group screamed in terror, some even losing their sanity upon witnessing the horrifying scene, descending into madness. After melting the bullets with lightning, Noah directed a thick bolt of lightning toward the white-haired thug. The thug shrieked in agony as the lightning struck him, his body gradually transforming from flesh into a charred blackened form. The acrid stench made those nearby gag. However, the incident didn't end there. On Noah's right hand, beneath the purple gauntlet, he wore a ring. Although this combination seemed odd, Noah felt no discomfort. It was as if the gauntlet could automatically adjust to the space. The ring on his index finger emitted a faint glow, and from the charred body struck by lightning, a slightly transparent white soul began to emerge. This soul bore a resemblance to the white-haired thug, appearing dazed as it stared at its own body. What? What is this? At that moment, someone nearby exclaimed in shock, witnessing the soul drifting away from the thug's body. You can actually see it? Noah was surprised by this scene. He had originally thought ordinary people couldn't see souls. He hadn't expected them to be able to perceive this. However, with a thought, the dark seal began to glow slightly, making the white soul become even more transparent, causing those around to lose sight of it entirely. They began to frantically look around, seemingly searching for something. That's right. Noah nodded slightly, and then the dark seal glowed once more. The white-haired soul hovering in the air was suddenly drawn toward Noah by a tremendous force, emitting a shrill scream as it was gradually absorbed into the dark seal. The screams from the white-haired soul went unheard by the thugs, who were already terrified and trembling from Noah's earlier display of power. They completely disregarded the limb breaker on the ground and their boss inside, only focused on escaping to save their own lives. Hat, it's your turn to shine. Noah didn't rush to stop the fleeing thugs but spoke to the hat atop his head. The hat's mouth curved upward, as if excited about its impending performance. The hat detached from Noah's head, flying into the air. After circling excitedly, it chased after the fleeing group, breathing out magical flames that ignited the limb breaker lying on the ground. The magical flames were ferocious, quickly turning the limb breaker into ashes amidst his screams. Noah raised his hand and absorbed the soul from the ashes. After collecting 2 souls, he distinctly felt the power boost from the ring, and the ease with which this power was obtained made him somewhat contemplative. Noah felt as if he possessed endless potential. If he could collect the souls of everyone in New York, the entirety of America, or even the whole world, he wondered how powerful he would become. Shaking his head, he tried to dispel the terrifying thought. Then, with a swipe of his hand, a wall of wind appeared in the escape path of the fleeing group, completely blocking their way. One of the burly men running at the front failed to notice the obstruction ahead, crashing directly into the wind wall. This wall had been enhanced with sword energy, and upon impact, it transformed into a meat grinder, the sharp energy shredding him into a mist of blood. This gruesome scene caused the others to halt immediately, their legs shaking uncontrollably. A commotion broke out in the air as the terrified group looked toward the sound, only to see the strange hat hovering in the sky above Noah. Some pulled out their guns to shoot, but as soon as the bullets were fired, they were melted by the blue flames exhaled by the hat. The flames surged forward without losing momentum, charging directly toward the shooter. Once again, a charred figure was left in the aftermath. The hat then began its cat-and-mouse game, spraying flames around, causing the group to scream in panic as they scrambled to evade the onslaught. Watching this unfold, Noah couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, surprised by how playful the hat was. However, Noah decided to end the battle quickly. As purple light flashed from his right hand, he instantly appeared among the crowd, and a wave of purple energy began to spread outward from his position. Those touched by it instantly turned to ashes as their souls were absorbed by Noah. Lightning shot forth from his hand, hitting one thug before passing through to another, creating a chain of lightning that ensnared them all. Under the powerful current, they trembled violently, and as Noah intensified the electricity, a series of them collapsed to the ground, their life force extinguished. Dozens of souls were absorbed by the dark seal, and the sudden surge of power made Noah take a deep breath, a mix of excitement and indescribable feelings swelling within him. In the room, hearing the silence outside, Blake decided to peek through the peephole to see what was happening, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Initially, both men thought their enemies had come to confront them, so they hadn't paid much attention. However, after the outside quieted down, they were shocked to see such a terrifying scene through the peephole. Shit, run! There's a monster! Blake in the white suit quickly stepped away from the door, intending to flee to the back. What? What's going on? Layton looked confused, completely unaware of what his partner was talking about. Boom! But before he could react, a loud explosion echoed as the iron door was blown open, and a figure in a robe stormed in. Noah looked at these two gang leaders, knowing they were the most deserving of punishment today, as he had learned from Lyssandra's intel. Today, I'll see if your souls are as dark as your hearts. Noah extended his hand, gathering magic in the air as he began to crush the two men in suits, whose hearts were as dark as their exterior. Ah! Under the pressure of Noah's magical grip, the two men began to scream, their ribs creaking under the strain as they broke apart, blood streaming from their orifices. Then, with a powerful squeeze, they turned into two piles of meat paste in the air. Watching this scene, Noah frowned. He realized he might have lost some rationality due to his anger. After some contemplation, he thought the dark seal might have influenced him slightly, but the effect was relatively minor. As long as he remained vigilant, it wouldn't pose too much of a problem for him. After extracting their souls, Noah looked at the two white souls and smirked. He then attempted to electrocute the souls, causing them to emit piercing screams upon contact with the magic lightning. It actually works. Noah's eyes lit up, and after delivering a few electric shocks, he absorbed the two souls into the ring. Noah felt the Dark Seal's state still required a large number of souls to fill it up, but he wasn't in a hurry. With so many people in Hell's Kitchen, he was bound to reach his goal eventually. After dealing with these individuals, Noah glanced at the rooms where people were being held captive. He instructed Lysandra to hack into the New York Police Department and report that there were gang activities involving human trafficking in the area. Since it was a hack to report, the police were initially shocked, and then, while warning that it was illegal, they dispatched some officers to investigate the situation. Not long after, police arrived on the scene, and upon seeing the bodies strewn about, many officers were left in shock. Some of the rookies, just beginning their careers, were so overwhelmed that they could barely comprehend what they were witnessing. "Chief, who did all this?" A police officer approached the sheriff, who was standing next to a pile of corpses, after finishing his tasks. "How would I know? There have been a lot of these types popping up lately. I've never liked them, but this time they've actually done quite well," the sheriff replied, kicking one of the corpses with force, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Recently, masked vigilantes had frequently appeared in the area, and the police generally had little regard for such individuals since their actions were mostly illegal. However, the sheriff felt that this time's actions were somewhat acceptable, as he despised human traffickers the most. "But, Chief, so many people died this time. How are we going to explain this to our superiors?" the officer raised his concern. "Explain what? The facts are that these criminals refused to surrender peacefully and engaged us in a fierce firefight, and in the end, they were all shot down by us." The sheriff glanced at the officer and replied in a flat tone. "Understood, Chief," the officer responded, but unease lingered in his heart, knowing the situation was not as simple as the chief claimed. Meanwhile, Noah was leisurely enjoying the night view and feeling the cold wind at high altitude, gradually flying back to the estate. The trees around the estate, influenced by runes, still stood tall and straight. Noah had decided to purchase the surrounding land, which would not only conceal the strange phenomena but also expand his research base. Once home, Noah headed straight to the underground training room, preparing to closely examine the Dark Seal. He had developed a good habit of conducting experiments with dangerous powers only in the training room to avoid unnecessary damage to the estate. In the pristine training room, Noah tossed the hat aside, letting it play on its own. Then, he removed his gauntlets, revealing the evil ring that absorbed others' souls on his right hand. The light purple band and golden gem seemed to glow brighter after absorbing the souls of over a dozen individuals. "After absorbing those people's souls, I can definitely feel an increase in magic power." Noah lightly rubbed the golden gem of the ring. He was very sensitive to changes in his magical energy, clearly perceiving subtle fluctuations within. Though the increase was not significant, he could still detect the growth. After rubbing the ring for a while, Noah took the Dark Seal off. The moment the ring left his finger, he felt the enhanced magical energy within him dissipate. "It seems that the amplification effect only works when wearing this ring?" Noah mused. After removing the ring, that power vanished without a trace. He had thought the ring directly absorbed souls and applied the magical enhancement effect to himself, but it appeared the amplification effect was entirely within the ring. Noah preferred items that could directly enhance himself, but keeping the ring on or storing it in the equipment panel didn't differ much from directly enhancing himself. He put the ring back on his finger, and the power returned to him. Although acquiring power through this ring was easy, Noah knew he had to handle it with care, not letting this power cloud his judgment. "This ring probably needs to be filled up before I can synthesize the killing book, right?" Noah assessed the situation of the Dark Seal, calculating how many more souls he would need to synthesize the scroll of soul theft, or the killing book. "Feels like I'd need to kill a few thousand?" Noah voiced this shocking number, feeling a weight in his heart. That was thousands of lives. If he just wiped out all the marked individuals in Hell's Kitchen, it would certainly be enough, but killing so many people at once would definitely cause social upheaval. Thus, Noah thought he couldn't just strike in one place, he could change locations or even go to another country. He felt Myanmar would be quite suitable, as he had heard people there like to harvest organs. "Alright, that's enough testing for today. Tomorrow I'll find an uninhabited island at sea to prepare for testing the Canyon Maker." Noah stretched, deciding not to replace sleep with training today. After lying down, Noah summoned the runes, letting them hover in mid-air. Over the past few days, he had noticed magical energy beginning to emerge in the surrounding environment. He believed this was due to the runes, and he had also visited the places where he had previously used runes with Lysandra, discovering that those areas left traces of magical energy. If the runes could truly transform Earth into a second rune continent, what would that look like? Noah was filled with curiosity, though he didn't know exactly what it would be like. Nevertheless, he decided to give it a try, feeling it might be a good thing. Of course, no one could predict the future, but he was determined to try. Noah also discovered a pattern: the runes only transformed the surrounding environment when present on Earth, and when they were within him, they didn't affect the environment. Therefore, he always summoned the runes outside to let them modify the areas around the estate. Moreover, the runes hovering in the air were slowly enhancing Lysandra and Gwen within the villa. Of course, Noah also received a boost, and as the master of the runes, he could absorb even more rune energy. As for the concern of whether placing the runes outside would result in theft, Noah was not worried. Because anything summoned by the system could return to him instantly, even from the far side of the universe, with just a thought. The door opened, and Lysandra walked in skillfully, hanging her coat on a hanger, then naturally lying down beside Noah. For the past few days, Noah had been sharing a bed with Lysandra, and he no longer felt embarrassed about it. After all, what was wrong with sleeping next to such a beautiful girl like Lysandra? After lying down, Lysandra instinctively nestled closer to Noah and wrapped her arm around him. This action made Noah's face heat up slightly. Over the past few days, Lysandra had become more and more physical in her sleep, making it hard for him to handle. Noah was actually quite inexperienced when it came to relationships. He had never been in love in either of his lifetimes. In fact, aside from holding his mother's hand as a child, he had never held hands with any other girl, and that was 2 lifetimes ago. However, despite his lack of understanding, he still responded slightly, reaching out to grasp Lysandra's delicate hand resting in front of him, feeling her soft skin. His heart raced. But he managed to control his body well enough to prevent any awkward situations from occurring. Then, lulled by Lysandra's ASMR service, Noah gradually drifted into sleep. The next day, Noah woke up on time. However, upon waking, he found himself enveloped in darkness, as if he were trapped in a cloud, accompanied by a peculiar fragrance. Noah lifted his head slightly, and what came into view was Lysandra's perfect face, half smiling. His current position revealed 2 towering snow mountains. Noah quickly sat up, a sheepish smile on his face. Aha, good morning, Lysandra. I'm going to brush my teeth first. With that, he hurriedly ran out of the room, encountering Gwen, who had just gotten out of bed in her pajamas. Noah, why are you running so fast? Gwen asked, puzzled. It's nothing, Gwen. Noah certainly wouldn't share his embarrassing experience. When he saw Lysandra again, Noah acted as if nothing had happened, returning to normal. Gwen, you've been on Earth for so many days, and you haven't gone out to see the sights, right? How about I take you out to play after lunch today? Noah looked at Gwen at the dining table. Gwen had been cooped up at home for days and hadn't seen the scenery outside Earth, so Noah planned to take her out today. Sure. I've been wanting to go out and see. Gwen nodded excitedly, her pigtails bouncing up and down. Great. We'll go out together this afternoon. I have something important to do this morning. Noah smiled, seeing Gwen's eager expression. However, Noah still had an important task to complete today, and that was the Void mission. The scene abruptly shifted, revealing Noah clad in armor, racing across the ocean's surface like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, he was filled with unwavering determination, heading toward a suitable location to experiment with the canyon maker he had just synthesized yesterday. Noah didn't allow Lysandra to accompany him, despite her strong insistence to fight alongside him for protection against potential dangers. However, it was precisely because this experiment carried risks that Noah was reluctant to bring her along. He was well aware of the dangers of the Void. Even though Lysandra was a special life form, no one could guarantee that the Void wouldn't affect her. As for himself, Noah was confident in his rune-enhanced abilities and exceptional escape skills. Should danger arise, he had enough faith in his ability to flee the scene immediately. Even if he couldn't escape, he had 2 experience cards on him. He believed the system wouldn't let him fall into a dire situation. Of course, while Lysandra's physical body couldn't follow, her consciousness could still navigate within Noah's armor, currently helping him find the right island. Alright, that one will do. This was the vast Pacific Ocean, the largest and most island-rich ocean in the world, and Noah chose it without hesitation. As for why he didn't opt for the nearby Atlantic Ocean, there were 2 reasons. First, being too close caused him anxiety, fearing unforeseen accidents, so he preferred to experiment in the central region of the Pacific far from other countries. Second, the Atlantic had far fewer islands, with only about 800 islands discovered by humans, while the Pacific boasted over 10,000. Thus, Noah ultimately decided to open a void rift in the Pacific, and at this moment, he had found the ideal island. In the boundless ocean, a solitary island stood like a brilliant pearl atop the azure waves. The waves crashed against the golden beach, creating a stirring melody that left silver trails in the sand. To Noah, this beautiful scenery seemed like the perfect vacation spot. The island spanned about 3,000 square kilometers, with no signs of human habitation, only some wild animals freely residing in this land. The likelihood of this Pacific island being occupied by humans was minimal, which was another significant reason Noah chose it. After I return, I'll buy a small island too and transform it. Gazing at the island below, a thought suddenly surged in Noah's mind. He wanted to own a personal island. At that time, he could turn it into a vacation destination and establish his research base there. With this in mind, Noah resolved to pursue this dream upon his return. Noah gently landed on the beach, feeling the soft sand beneath his feet, but he couldn't enjoy the refreshing sea breeze because he was in armor. He decided to start the experiment right on this beach, as aside from the sand, the rest of the island was covered in dense forests, leaving little open space to work with. Thus, this was undoubtedly the most suitable location. Alright, let's accept the mission first. Noah walked a few steps on the beach, stepping out of the waves' reach, and then opened the mission panel. Void Series B-level mission, first encounter with the Void, accepted. Okay, time to give it a try. After accepting the mission, Noah took out the Canyon Maker from his equipment panel. The staff, embedded with a purple eye, began to rotate eerily as soon as it appeared in his hand, as if it were carefully observing this unfamiliar world. How should I use this? Noah exhaled deeply, feeling both nervous and a bit lost about the upcoming actions, since he had never used this staff before. Let's try it out. Tightly gripping the staff, Noah began to sense its power. Beneath the calm beach, the sands began to tremble slightly, a result of his powerful magic being released. At that moment, Noah summoned his internal magic, and the eye on the staff began to shimmer with purple light. Zing! Noah pointed the staff forward, and a purple beam shot out from the eye, striking the island's ground directly. In an instant, the entire island shook violently, and the birds and beasts in the trees were startled into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. Birds flapped their wings and soared into the sky, while land animals dashed away in fear. When Noah realized he hadn't used the power to open a void gate and halted his movements, the beam had already left a deep mark on the island, revealing a crack that pierced the entire island. Noah stared in astonishment at the end of the crack, where seawater began to slowly flow in. He awkwardly scratched his ear, marveling at the powerful ability of this staff. Compared to the weapons he had before, the power of this staff was truly astonishing. However, he also understood that this might be due to the significant enhancement of his magic. After all, he had never used those previous weapons after his magic was amplified, so he couldn't gauge their current performance. But there was no doubt that the Canyon Maker wielded incredible power. It seems this isn't the way. Let's try another method. This was just one way he had tested the staff's power, and it was clear it wasn't the correct method to open the void gate. Noah could only continue exploring and trying other methods of use. He once again merged his consciousness with the staff, carefully sensing its power. In the exploration of his consciousness, Noah seemed to perceive some clues. Got it! A spark of excitement flashed in Noah's eyes as he opened them. A tide of magic surged from within him, the powerful energy lifting sand and dust from the beach, while the distant trees were bent backward by the blast of air. Noah continuously poured magic into the staff, then activated its true power. A brilliant purple light burst forth from the staff in Noah's hand, and he didn't squint against the bright light but instead firmly raised the staff, fully releasing all his power. Buzz! A deep sound echoed in the air as the purple energy beam shot skyward, resembling a colossal purple pillar connecting heaven and earth. Subsequently, arcs of purple energy sprayed from the staff and rapidly spread outward. The massive waves stirred up by the sea breeze were suppressed before they could reach the island, instead creating a surge of water that gushed outward. Trees on the island were snapped in half under the impact of the energy, and at the top of the pillar, arcs of purple energy expanded, sweeping away the surrounding clouds. The successive arcs of energy tore through the ground and sky, and such a tremendous commotion couldn't escape the notice of external forces. Many countries detecting the abnormal situation dispatched satellites for investigation, but the satellites seemed to be interfered with by some kind of energy, transmitting only flickering static images and buzzing sounds. In Asgard, Heimdall gazed at this scene with his all-seeing eye that pierced through the 9 realms. The purple power sent an inexplicable chill through him, and Odin, who was in his deep slumber, also used his power to observe the phenomenon. However, just as Noah's power reached its peak, a strange force suddenly emerged, blocking their sight, leaving both of them in astonishment. The Ancient One also keenly sensed the eruption of that power. Cautiously, she opened a portal and arrived at the nearest island to where Noah was. Looking at the soaring purple pillar and the energy arcs spreading like a veil, the Ancient One furrowed her brow. She knew well what this purple energy meant, and scenes of her previous encounters with similar powers flashed through her mind, sending shivers down her spine. As the energy arcs approached the island, the Ancient One decisively waved her hand, entering the mirrored dimension to evade this unknown danger. Meanwhile, at the center of the energy explosion, Noah tightly gripped the staff, slowly drawing in the energy that engulfed the world around him. In an instant, the pillar and halo seemed to reverse time, retracting rapidly until all the energy flowed back into the staff. Noah raised the staff and lightly swiped it across the air before him, creating a crack shimmering with purple light. Is this the void? Noah gazed at the crack before him, filled with curiosity and anticipation. He nudged the staff forward, and the crack quickly expanded to a size wide enough for a person to enter. Seeing the mission guidance right before his eyes, Noah took a firm step forward and stepped into the crack. 500. In this void space, an unusual calmness prevailed. As Noah stepped into the void, ripples spread across the ground beneath his feet, much like stones thrown into a still pond. Noah was uncertain how to evaluate the scene before him. Terror, distortion, and the capacity to consume everything had been his impressions of the void, not this seemingly tranquil purple space. However, a calm void is better than one filled with those terrifying watchers and void beasts, Noah contemplated silently. Compared to the distorted and horrific void, this peaceful void saved him the trouble of battling those strange entities. Finally, the mission is complete. Noah glanced at the system prompt. The B-level mission had been completed the moment he stepped into the void rift. He then attempted to click for task settlement and refreshed the mission several times, but no new tasks appeared. He had expected a series of follow-up tasks to refresh. What should I do next? The sky stretched endlessly, shrouded in mysterious purple mist, while the distant land was also veiled in fog, obscuring his view of the surroundings. Noah took a few steps forward, looking at the rippling waves. The ground here resembled a pale purple sea, creating an atmosphere that was both eerie and beautiful. A wisp of pale purple mist floated towards him. Initially, he felt some wariness, knowing he was in the void where anything could conceal danger. However, after sensing it, he realized that the mist was not a mind-distorting monster, just a pure energy fog. Trusting his instincts, Noah believed the mist posed no harm, so he extended his hand and pulled it closer with his magic. Upon contact, the purple mist showed signs of integrating with his magic, but upon observation, he found that his magic was neither eroded nor assimilated. Instead, a strand of his magic became richer after absorbing the mist. What pure energy, Noah marveled. The strange mist in the void could actually merge with his magic, which he found incredibly astonishing. Generally, forces of different natures would not fuse. Forced integration often resulted in explosions. However, this mist in the void, after his observation, was an extremely pure and attribute-less energy, which allowed it to merge with his magic. Noah tried to absorb the mist and observe any changes in himself, finding no abnormalities, such as growing tentacles or the like. He looked up towards the fog-covered distance and felt it was best not to explore just yet. He needed to clarify something important first. System, how do I gain control over the void? Are there any related task prompts? He hadn't forgotten that his ultimate task was to master the void and become its master, but he was entirely ignorant in this area and decided to seek advice from the system. This void dimension is birthed from the summoner and has a special connection with the summoner. Therefore, as long as the summoner uses their magic to permeate the void, they can gain control over it. Because I summoned Cassidon, the void was created in this universe, so the void has a special connection with me? Noah pondered the system's hint, feeling that this method of controlling the void seemed relatively straightforward. Noah crouched down and touched the purple ground of the void. Ripples surged once more. Following the system's suggestion, he released his magic, allowing it to seep into the void. His magic smoothly integrated into the ground, maintaining the calmness of the void without triggering any mutations. If the void were to mutate the moment he opened the rift, that would pose serious trouble. When his magic touched the ground, Noah indeed felt a strange connection with the area covered by his magic, but he wasn't yet sure what specific effects this had. However, his task was to cover the entire void with his magic, so he decided to release all his magic and spread it outward. Noah's magic, enhanced by the summoning of several hero templates and his training over the past days, had amassed a considerable amount. Among his gear, only the magic cutter could increase his magic capacity, the rest mainly improved the quality of his magic. After about 10 seconds, Noah completely drained his magic, covering an area of over 5,000 cubic meters. Here, the unit was cubic meters, not square meters, as both the sky and ground belonged to the void's domain, which he needed to cover with magic as well. Within this range, he had fully gained control over the void. Phew, is that it? The feeling of exhausting his magic wasn't pleasant. He felt as if his body had been hollowed out. However, he didn't rush to drink the blue bottle in his backpack, as he discovered that this area saturated with his magic continued to replenish his magic. Patches of purple mist spontaneously merged into his body, causing his magic to recover quickly, replenishing itself in no time. It feels like I could go indefinitely. The recovery effect of the mist was remarkably significant, comparable to that of the blue bottle, and it appeared to be usable infinitely. If this were the case, he could continuously absorb and release magic, continually expanding the area he had covered. With this in mind, Noah decided to take immediate action. In the surrounding void, the purple mist transformed into streams of purple energy under his will, directly integrating into his body, and then he released his magic back into the void. It was worth mentioning that during his second release of magic, he no longer needed to start from himself and spread outward. Instead, after sending magic into the void, it would automatically expand at the edges of the previously covered area. With a constant flow of energy, Noah's magic continued to spread through the void. He didn't know how long it had been, but he began to feel fatigued. During this time, he had been standing still, continuously absorbing and then releasing magic, functioning as a magic transfer station, which made him feel extremely tired. Ah, Lysandra, how long has it been? He stretched to relieve some mental fatigue and then inquired about the current time. It's been 3 hours, Noah, Lysandra replied. Wow, has it been that long? During his role as a magic transfer station, he hadn't noticed the passage of time, and he was surprised that several hours had passed in the blink of an eye. It was nearly noon, and he remembered he needed to take Gwen out after lunch, so he felt he should wrap things up here quickly. Let's see how much territory I've covered. Noah closed his eyes, beginning to sense the area he had saturated in the past few hours. His consciousness easily traversed through the void area he controlled. When he opened his eyes, he already sensed the size of the area he was currently covering. If only considering the surface area, it has already reached over 3,000 square kilometers, roughly the size of 3 New York cities. This was the result of his exploration. The area of New York City is about 1,214 square kilometers, including the sea, so he was able to cover the area of 3 New York cities in just 3 hours. However, compared to the size of the Earth, it was still far off. Noah didn't know how large the void truly was, but he estimated that in the world of League of Legends, the void should be similar in size to the Rune continent. Previously, he had seen some speculations online about the volume of the Rune continent, which was roughly comparable to Earth's size. Thus, he estimated that the void he was currently in was also close to the size of Earth. System, how large is the void dimension? Noah felt that asking the system directly might yield a more accurate answer than relying on his guesses. This void dimension is the backside of the universe. The size of the void is the same as that of the universe. Are you kidding me? The system's answer shocked Noah. It claimed the void was as vast as the universe, which made his accomplishments over the past few hours seem absurd. Even if it were just the size of Earth's area, with his current level, it would take him decades to cover it all, let alone the entirety of the solar system, the Orion Arm, the Milky Way, various galaxy clusters, superclusters, and the Great Wall of the universe, culminating in the whole universe. Thinking of this, Noah decided to abandon the notion of completing this task for now. It was beyond his reach at the moment. The feat of covering the entire universe with magic was something he felt he should consider after obtaining the Dragon King. If he could acquire 6 cosmic gems, perhaps he would have a chance to complete this task. Previously, he had considered utilizing the power of the runes during his magic saturation of the void, because he knew that using runes would significantly enhance his power. However, just as he intended to use the runes, a warning from the system sounded. Warning! The Resolute rune is not yet fully one of the summoner's powers. Using it in this void may result in severe consequences. It seemed he couldn't use it. From the system's warning, he learned that if he used the runes now, the void would mutate, and he could only use the runes once they were completely under his control. He wasn't particularly surprised by this result. After all, he had felt that the power disturbing the calm of the void was likely the runes, especially since only the runes possessed such capabilities in the land of runes. Ugh, I should leave for now, I'll consider the void matters later. Given the circumstances, he felt it was better to take a breather and not rush to complete the void task, especially since there was no urgent matter requiring his immediate control over the void. After replenishing his magic, Noah took out the Canyon Maker and opened a portal to return to Earth. This time, using the Canyon Maker didn't require the grand display of before. The earlier scene felt like a ritual, and after it was completed, the Canyon Maker gained the ability to open rifts at any time and place. Ah, the air on Earth is so good. Feeling the sea breeze on his face, Noah found the blue skies and white clouds of Earth far more comforting. As he was enjoying this, a portal slowly opened about 10 meters in front of him. As Noah stepped out of the void rift, a bald figure suddenly emerged from the space before him. Ah, Master Ancient One, what a coincidence. Are you here on vacation too? Noah greeted awkwardly. The Ancient One surveyed the island, which had been violently shaken during the void ritual, and a knowing smile crossed her face. Internally, she thought, are you joking? The commotion was so immense that it could have torn the sky apart. The current state of the island looked as if it had been struck by a meteor and rolled around several times. The trees and small hills had vanished without a trace, and the small animals and birds had long since fled. She wondered about the fate of the land animals. It was likely they were in serious trouble. So when she heard Noah say he was on vacation, she wanted to ask him if this looked like a vacation to him. It was clearly an act of destruction. I just sensed the emergence of power from other dimensions appearing on Earth, so I rushed over to check the situation, only to find out it was you who caused this disturbance, the Ancient One said directly, ignoring Noah's excuse. Noah pondered silently, knowing that the emergence of the void dimension could not be hidden from the Ancient One. After all, she had been dealing with those dimensional beings for many years to prevent their invasion of Earth, and her experience was far richer than that of someone like him, who was just beginning to engage with dimensional powers. Ha, it seems I can't hide it from you, Master Ancient One. Indeed, the power that just manifested here is from other dimensions, Noah admitted, no longer trying to conceal the truth. He wasn't the kind of dimensional lord who came to Earth to cause trouble, and he believed his void was not particularly dangerous, at least, that's what he thought. Oh? Did you just come into contact with beings from other dimensions? Or did you make some kind of deal with them? The Ancient One narrowed her eyes, her tone revealing a hint of wariness. If it was related to dimensions that had designs on Earth, she could not sit idly by. No, that was my dimension, Noah replied. What did you say? The Ancient One thought she had misheard. What Noah had said was simply too shocking. The power fluctuations that just occurred were indeed because I opened a dimension that belongs to me, Noah elaborated, providing more details, and this time the Ancient One understood clearly. You mean to say you have a dimension that belongs to you? The Ancient One looked taken aback. Ever since she had noticed Noah's abnormalities, she had observed his past. Noah's past was not obscured by any force like his future was, so she was sure he was an Earthling. Even if his soul was somewhat special, he was fundamentally still a human from Earth. Therefore, she didn't understand how he could possess a dimension. During their last encounter, she hadn't sensed any dimensional aura from Noah. Had he suddenly gained a dimension in the past few days? Was that even possible? The Ancient One was filled with confusion, but recalling the various events concerning Noah she had seen in her visions of the future, she thought that if it were him, it might indeed be plausible. The incredible powers Noah possessed were still a mystery to her, and this suddenly emerged dimension might be just as enigmatic as those powers. Seeing the Ancient One lost in thought, Noah quickly asked, Master Ancient One, this is my first encounter with such power. Do you have any good advice? He felt it would be worthwhile to consult her, as she had lived for hundreds of years and had rich experience. It was always good to ask questions, even though he had already decided to postpone the task of mastering the void for now since it was beyond his current capability. The Ancient One snapped back to reality, returning to her calm demeanor. Noah, since you have a dimension that belongs to you, you are already a dimensional lord. Once you completely master this dimension, you will gain tremendous power, she said seriously, her tone becoming grave. However, you must be cautious of other dimensional lords. These beings are dangerous. If they discover the existence of a young dimensional lord like you who has just gained a dimension and cannot yet control it, they will stop at nothing to seize your power. Her voice was filled with warning. Those dimensional lords were not to be trifled with. Powerful dimensional lords were always keen to encroach upon the power of weaker lords, and Noah's current strength was still far from theirs, so he needed to be careful and not give them any opportunities. However, Noah was currently on Earth, so he didn't have to worry about this, as those dimensional lords generally found it difficult to breach the Ancient One's defenses to arrive on Earth.
Thank you for the warning, Master Ancient One.
I will be cautious, Noah acknowledged, understanding the need to be wary of those dimensional lords and dimensional beings, whose power should not be underestimated. Dormammu, the Eye of Shumagorath, the Crimson Dominator Ceterak, and Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, were all powerful dimensional beings from Marvel that Noah was relatively familiar with. Among them, only the Crimson Dominator's presence in this universe was uncertain, but the other three definitely existed here, so he would need to keep a close eye on them in the future. The Ancient One wanted to say more, but suddenly her brow furrowed slightly as she sensed numerous presences approaching the surrounding sea. These individuals were from various nations in the real world, sent to investigate the strange phenomena that had just occurred. According to the timeline, these investigators should have arrived long ago, but now, 3 hours had passed before they started to arrive. The reason for the delay was the energy fluctuations caused by Noah's use of the Canyon Maker. That massive energy wave not only flattened the island but also stirred up tremendous waves in the surrounding waters, nearly triggering a massive tsunami. Thankfully, Noah had completed the process of opening the void rift in time, which calmed the waves, otherwise, he would have been in trouble. The tumultuous sea had prevented various national forces from approaching the small island. The unsettled waters and the lingering unknown energy in the sky had also made it difficult for the aircraft from those nations to get close. Only now were the major powers beginning to gather to investigate. If these major nations converged, there would surely be friction, but that was no longer Noah's concern. It seems this place is about to become a center of conflict, and it's best not to linger here.
Noah, I hope you can visit Kamartaj. I can impart some experience on how to deal with powerful enemies from other dimensions. The Ancient One sensed that this area would soon be the eye of the storm, deciding to leave while inviting Noah to Kamartaj, which piqued Noah's interest. He thought that if given the opportunity, learning some magic at Kamartaj would be excellent, as it could help fill the gap in his skills, given that he hadn't yet summoned any powerful mage heroes. Alright, Master Ancient One, I will make time to visit you in the next few days, Noah agreed. As for whether the Ancient One might covet his dimension, Noah felt she would not.
He believed in her character, given that she had quietly protected Earth for hundreds of years, demonstrating high moral integrity and noble spirit. Of course, he couldn't guarantee the intentions of the dimensional beings that the Ancient One had borrowed power from.
Do you need me to send you off? The Ancient One asked, gesturing to open a portal. No need, Master Ancient One. I can return on my own. Noah waved his hand, then activated the teleportation, disappearing in a flash of blue light. The Ancient One smiled and opened a portal, returning to Kamartaj in the Himalayas. Not long after, various national forces gathered in this place. As for what would happen next, Noah had no idea, but he knew they would gain nothing, as the surrounding energy had long since dissipated. Despite the residual waves in the real world gradually dissipating, the aftershocks between various dimensions had yet to calm. Numerous dimensional lords had already sensed the birth of a new dimension and began speculating about who controlled this newly emerged dimension, or if it was an untouched newborn dimension. The powerful dimensional lords held differing opinions about this new dimension. Dormammu from the Dark Dimension and Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, expressed a keen interest in this new dimension, actively seeking its whereabouts. If given the chance, they would not hesitate to incorporate this fledgling dimension into their dominion.
In contrast, the Eye of Shumagorath and the Crimson Dominator Ceterak showed no interest, seemingly unconcerned about the new dimension, as if it had no relevance to them. In any case, the birth of the void had attracted considerable attention from various entities. Currently, Noah could be considered a precious gem in the eyes of the major dimensional lords. Of course, he was completely unaware of this, as he was eagerly preparing to take Gwen and Lysandra out for a day of fun. After using teleportation to return to the villa, Noah changed into clean, tidy clothes. During the energy upheaval earlier, the wind and sand had made his clothing somewhat disheveled. After all, he had been focused on the staff at that time and hadn't had the opportunity to protect his body with magic. Much better, the feeling of being dirty was indeed unpleasant. While changing clothes, Noah also took a shower. With his current abilities, he could easily use magic to keep himself clean without needing to bathe, but showering had long become a habit for him. If he didn't shower, he would feel uncomfortable.
Noah, are you ready? Let's go. Gwen looked at Noah with eager anticipation.
This would be her first time leaving the estate to see the outside world. Today, Gwen looked particularly charming, wearing a white blouse paired with a black mid-length skirt that perfectly showcased her fashionable and sweet temperament. The knee-length skirt revealed her white stockings, accentuating her perfect leg shape, while the delicate little shoes further enhanced her adorable aura. She gently adjusted her blue spiral ponytail, her naturally beautiful face requiring no makeup, as her large eyes gazed at Noah, causing an inexplicable flutter in his heart.
Noah, it's time to go.
A mature and magnetic voice came from the staircase, and Lysandra slowly descended.
Noah's eyes lit up again, as Lysandra's outfit deeply attracted him.
She wore a black fitted dress with a white blazer, showcasing her elegant demeanor to the fullest. The stark contrast between the black dress and her white legs was striking, and the black low-heeled shoes highlighted the perfect curve of her arches and instep. Her golden long hair had a slight curl, gently swaying with her movements like a golden wave.
Lysandra, dressed in a way that exuded a mature charm, approached Noah and Gwen. Gwen wrapped her arms around Lysandra's, smiling brightly at Noah. Noah, how do our outfits look? Are they pretty?
They look great, very fitting for your styles, Noah praised, feeling a bit dazzled by the two beautiful women with such distinct styles standing before him. He thought that both of them would certainly rank among the most beautiful in the world.
Of course.
I made these clothes myself. Gwen proudly placed her hands on her hips, beaming with pride.
Really? Is your sewing room ready? Noah inquired curiously while examining their outfits.
Just a few days ago, when Noah had come up from the lab for a meal, Gwen had mentioned wanting to convert a room into a sewing room. Noah had naturally agreed, as it was Gwen's hobby, and he had to support her. Originally a doll, Gwen had absorbed Isolde's soul fragments, gaining all of Isolde's memories, which had turned her into an excellent seamstress, making it her cherished hobby. After she made this request, Noah called for Blitz, allowing Gwen to share her designs and layouts for the sewing room, and then had Blitz handle the room's transformation. Blitz's work capability was unquestionable. The sewing room was completed in less than half a day, though some delays occurred due to Gwen's repeated design revisions. Now that she had her own sewing room, Gwen had spent days inside, busily working on something with her little scissors.
Noah finally understood what Gwen had been up to all this time. She had been making clothes for herself and Lysandra. Noah glanced at his own attire and looked at Gwen. What about my outfit?
Of course, I made it too, Gwen said with pride.
Impressive, Gwen.
From now on, all our family's clothes will be up to you, Noah said, seeing Gwen's expectant expression. He didn't refuse her compliment. He genuinely felt the clothes she made were excellent and very comfortable to wear.
After some light-hearted chatting, the three of them finally headed downstairs, ready to leave.
At the entrance, a brand new car slowly approached under Lysandra's control.
Oh, a new car. Noah's eyes lit up.
A black car came into view, showcasing powerful muscle lines on the body and a streamlined design that perfectly exhibited its robust appeal. It was a Lamborghini Urus. Perhaps it hadn't yet appeared in this era, part of Lamborghini's SUV series. Noah had long wanted to buy a car for himself so he wouldn't have to rely on his armor or teleportation every time he needed to go out. While flying and teleporting were indeed convenient during battles, they were somewhat impractical for daily life. With 3 people now in the household, having a vehicle was certainly necessary. Stepping into the sleek black beast, Noah gently stroked the smooth surface, thinking that perhaps he could manufacture vehicles himself in the future, but that would have to wait until he opened his own company.
Let's go, let's go. Noah took the driver's seat first.
The last time he had an accident while driving was merely an accident. With his reflexes and physical coordination, as long as he drove carefully, he would absolutely avoid any further mishaps. He definitely didn't want to become a vehicle killer, cursed to crash every time he got into a vehicle.
Let's go. Gwen and Lysandra took their seats in the back, with Gwen excitedly leaning over the front seat, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the upcoming trip.
As the car emitted a deep yet pleasant roar upon starting, it slowly drove out of the gate. Noah glanced at the direction of the villa in the rearview mirror, where Blitz stood on the balcony, waving his large arm to bid them farewell. Looking back at Lysandra and Gwen's smiling faces, Noah lightly pressed the accelerator and increased the speed of their departure. Wow, so beautiful! Gwen exclaimed, her blue hair dancing freely in the wind as she leaned halfway out of the back window of the sleek black SUV, cheering at the vast, azure ocean. The sunlight reflected off the water, creating sparkling silver dots, while waves crashed against the cliffs, and seagulls soared and descended. This breathtaking scene was deeply etched in her heart. Gwen had never seen such beautiful ocean scenery before. When she first awakened by the sea, the sky had been dark, and the ocean lifeless. It was Shadow Island. After that, she had been busy searching for Isolde's fragments with the Lightbearers and others, with no time to enjoy such beauty, especially since the ruinous curse had swept over the Runeland, and she had hardly seen the sun. So this time, she was truly experiencing the stunning seaside for the first time, and it was the ocean of this world. Although she could gaze at the sea from the villa these past few days, the view was too monotonous to satisfy her longing.
Oh. Gwen pulled back slightly, her smile still radiant.
But it's okay, my driving skills are excellent, so it's perfectly safe to do this, Noah said with a grin while skillfully maneuvering the car. With his extraordinary senses and reflexes, he was indeed confident in his ability to control the vehicle. Even if an accident did occur, he could use magic to lift the car and make it hover, although it wouldn't be as fast as his own flight, considering the car weighed a ton or two.
Half an hour later, Noah was nearing their destination.
Since acquiring his armor and teleportation abilities, he hadn't driven for such an extended period in a long time. His armor could reach supersonic speeds, allowing him to arrive at destinations in less than half an hour, even flying into space to reach the other side of Earth in a short time. Teleportation was even quicker, taking only a few seconds from Asgard to Earth.
This long-lost driving trip with Lysandra and Gwen felt exceptionally wonderful to Noah.
Although he had often experienced long journeys before awakening his memories, he had only been accompanied by strangers or classmates. Now, with Lysandra and Gwen by his side, the scenery of the journey seemed to elevate to a whole new level. We're here. Their destination was a famous amusement park, New York Luna Park. This long-established amusement park had been operating since the 20th century and was still running today, a testament to its charm.
The site was bustling with visitors, showcasing its popularity.
Located next to the Atlantic Ocean, the park was not only loved by locals but also a renowned tourist attraction.
Noah could see many tourists from other countries among the crowd.
Upon arriving at the parking lot, nearly every parking space was filled. Noah frowned and released his magic, scanning the entire parking area before finding a few more secluded spots to park the car.
Finally parked, Noah sighed.
If he were just an ordinary person without magic, parking would have been quite a headache, as finding a suitable spot could take a long time.
Gwen and Lysandra opened the car doors and walked over to Noah.
This amusement park is our destination today, Gwen, Noah said, looking at her. I heard that girls love amusement parks, so I chose this place for your first trip on Earth.
What do you think?
Logically, Gwen's journey on Earth should have started at Noah's villa, but that didn't matter. Gwen nodded, and her expression showed that she was very pleased with the place.
Yeah, it looks like so much fun, and there are so many people, it's so lively. Gwen couldn't wait to start enjoying herself. Noah led Lysandra and Gwen away from the parking lot.
The parking lot was underground, and the three of them took the elevator up to the surface. At noon, the sun was a bit hot, and the visitors in the amusement park were bustling about, discussing the rides they wanted to try next. Just then, the elevator doors from the parking lot opened, and the three figures stepping out instantly attracted the attention of most visitors.
Wow, are they celebrities? So beautiful. Oh my gosh, I think I see angels. Mom! Look, there's a handsome guy.
The trio emerging from the parking lot became the center of attention solely because of their stunning appearances.
Gwen and Lysandra were undoubtedly top-tier beauties.
As for Noah, he was originally a handsome guy with a score above 90, and after the enhancements from various templates and the Resolute rune, his looks and aura had reached a whole new level.
Noah himself didn't pay much attention to this phenomenon, after all, who would stare at their own reflection in the mirror every day?
In any case, the three of them became the focus of attention. Noah, initially a bit dazed, soon heard the murmurs around him and felt a strange thrill. He never expected to be surrounded by people for being too handsome. It was quite a peculiar feeling. However, he kept moving, taking Gwen and Lysandra, who looked puzzled by the attention, by the hands and using his magic to gently push through the crowd.
Excuse me, thank you everyone. Thanks to Noah's exquisite control over his magic, those being pushed aside didn't even notice, thinking they had subconsciously made way.
Just as Noah stepped out of the crowd, he suddenly sensed an unusual energy reaction in the air. What is this? Not far from the gathered crowd, an Asian woman with black hair and a brown coat was looking their way, accompanied by a little girl with short golden hair. Both were watching Noah and the others, and Noah narrowed his eyes, detecting a mysterious power emanating from this woman, though he was unsure what that power was. Noticing Noah looking at her, the black-haired woman smiled at him and then walked away with the little girl.
Noah, what's wrong?
Gwen asked, noticing Noah suddenly stop and looking confused.
Oh, nothing. Let's go.
After leaving the crowd, Noah released their hands, and the three of them began walking side by side toward the amusement park's fun attractions. On the way, Noah glanced at Lysandra, intending to ask her to search for information about those two, only to find Lysandra speaking first.
Noah, I know what you're thinking. Check your phone. Lysandra had already started searching for information while Noah was focused on the two, as if she had anticipated his thoughts and transmitted the information to his phone before he could say anything. Noah was taken aback, feeling a surge of admiration, as expected of Lysandra. She always understood him so well. "Gwen, Lysandra, it's a bit hot. Let's grab a drink first," Noah suggested, wanting to pause to review the information.
They entered a beverage shop, where people began discussing the trio of handsome men and beautiful women. After Noah picked his favorite drink, he handed his phone to Gwen, allowing her to continue her work while he started reviewing the information Lysandra had sent.
Circe, age unknown? Currently residing in New York XXX, suspected to have existed since the 19th century. This name sounds familiar. Noah looked at the black and white photo of the woman Lysandra had found. It was indeed the woman from earlier. Sparrow, age unknown? Cohabiting with Circe, suspected to be the same age as Circe. This combination sounds somewhat familiar.
Looking at the information detailing their residence and work in the real world, Noah struggled to recall any possible connections to them.
Eternals? A new A-level mission has been issued. Please check, Summoner. New A-level mission has been issued. Please check, Summoner.
Noah was slightly taken aback. The system's prompt felt like a stone thrown into his calm thoughts, creating ripples of surprise. He internally questioned, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes as he looked at the task that had appeared. He hadn't expected that merely seeing two people without any interaction would trigger an A-level mission. This sudden turn of events caught him off guard. However, upon reflection, this might be a good thing. After all, he had once turned Hell's Kitchen upside down for a B-level mission and still found no leads. Yet now, just going out for some fun had led him to an A-level mission. Such opportunities were indeed rare.
Let's check the mission details first.
Noah slightly tilted his head, glancing at Gwen, who was busy selecting items and seemed a bit conflicted, and Lysandra, who quietly accompanied her. Then, he turned back and opened the mission panel that only he could see.
A-level mission, the God's Resurrection. A new cosmic pantheon will be born on Earth.
At the moment of the birth of this powerful life form, it will absorb all life on Earth as nourishment.
Due to some unknown reason, the new cosmic pantheon will awaken ahead of time.
Mission objective *, prevent the birth of the pantheon.
The pantheon, unknown reasons? Noah fell into deep thought. He wasn't completely ignorant of the storyline regarding the Eternals.
Although he had never watched the movie in its entirety, he had gathered enough information through various video clips to understand the general direction of the plot.
It turned out that a celestial group named Erishem was responsible for spreading the seeds of the Celestials across all living planets in the universe.
When the intelligent life on a planet reached the required number for the celestial seed, a new celestial would be born from that seed, beginning to absorb the planet's energy, ultimately draining it dry and leading to its destruction. Earth happened to have been sown with a celestial seed long ago. Thousands of years before, the Celestials had sent several Eternals to Earth, assigning them the task of eliminating the deviants on the planet. However, that was merely a surface task. The true objective was known only to Ajax, the leader of the Eternals. There were 10 Eternals sent to Earth, and since the mission had appeared, Noah began to recall some key information. The leader, Ajax, was the most powerful among them, capable of manipulating cosmic energy, and was the only one who could communicate with the Celestials.
He also possessed formidable healing abilities. Ajax.
Ikaris, the strongest warrior among the Eternals, had superhuman abilities and could shoot cosmic rays from his eyes.
Ikaris.
Circe, one of the two individuals he had just seen in the parking lot, possessed the ability to rearrange the molecular structure of objects, allowing her to transform materials at will.
Circe.
Thena, a blonde warrior with exceptional combat skills, could shape cosmic energy into melee weapons.
Thena.
Sprite, who appeared to be a 10-year-old girl, had the ability to create illusions and duplicates due to her power, which caused her appearance to remain unchanged.
Sprite.
Makkari, the speedster of the Eternals, utilized all her cosmic energy for speed. Her velocity was astonishing, even surpassing the current Quicksilver, and she was also mute.
Makkari.
Gilgamesh, the strongest warrior in the Eternals, could concentrate cosmic energy in his hands to unleash powerful attacks. He was a pure powerhouse.
Gilgamesh.
Kingo, adept at gathering cosmic energy into energy balls and shooting them, he was a ranged attacker.
Ajak.
Phastos, a pacifist and researcher among the Eternals, was highly intelligent and openly gay.
Druig.
Though lacking combat abilities, he could use cosmic energy to control minds. This group of 10 was sent to Earth by the Celestials. Each possessed unique and formidable abilities, and these were about all Noah could recall. On the surface, the Eternals were here to eliminate the deviants, but their real mission was to ensure the successful completion of the emergence, which referred to the moment of the new celestial group's birth. After each emergence, the Eternals would have their memories reset by the Celestials and then be sent to another planet to continue their tasks. Only Ajak, as the leader of the Eternals, would not have his memories reset, allowing him to remember everything from the past years and fully understand the true mission for which they were sent here. However, his fellow Eternals were kept in the dark. While Ajak harbored thoughts of rebellion against their celestial creators, he felt powerless to change the situation. Noah recalled that Ajak seemed to have died in the subsequent plot, and it was due to betrayal from her own kind. After living on Earth for many years, Ajak gradually developed feelings for humanity, beginning to wish to protect the planet and its people from destruction. Moreover, the repeated memory resets imposed by the Celestials had led to her growing dissatisfaction, and feelings of rebellion began to take root within her. In the movie, during one of her encounters with Ikaris, she confided everything to him, stating her desire to stop the emergence. However, shortly after, she was brutally killed by Ikaris. At this point in time, she shouldn't be dead yet. If I want to take action, perhaps I could find her.
Noah contemplated silently.
He recalled that the original emergence occurred several years after the events of Avengers Endgame, leaving them with over a decade until that point in time. However, the system's task description stated that due to some unknown reason, the emergence had been moved up, making the timeline much tighter.
Noah wasn't clear on how much earlier the emergence had been scheduled.
Just then, he suddenly noticed an important detail in the task list that would give him a clearer idea of how much the emergence had been moved up.
Task deadline, 400 days 05 hours. Task deadline? Does this mean that if the time passes, the mission will fail? In other words, that will be the moment of the Celestials' birth. Seeing the deadline provided by the system, Noah immediately realized that the specific date for the emergence was set for a year from now. Wow, what on earth is causing this plot to unfold so early? Noah couldn't help but rub his forehead.
Although he was aware of the Celestials' existence, he hadn't paid much attention, as they were not something he needed to deal with at this point in time. Moreover, he hadn't yet grown strong enough to intervene effectively. However, now that the situation had arisen, he had no choice but to face it. Noah felt helpless. He was eager to know who had caused the Celestials' birth to be moved up. There must have been some abnormal circumstances that triggered this series of changes.
Wait! Noah suddenly realized a blind spot.
If there was something in this world that shouldn't exist, it could only be himself, a person with a system and a soul from another universe.
Could it really be because of me?
If the issue lay with him, Noah recalled a few things. Celestial seeds absorb the planet's life force when the required conditions are met, and in the movie, this condition was fulfilled after several years. The concept of life force suddenly connected Noah's thoughts to the Resolute rune, leading him to believe that perhaps the appearance of the powerful life force runes in this world had caused the celestial seeds to mistakenly think the planet was already rich enough in life force, thus moving the emergence date forward. It turns out it was because of me.
Noah couldn't help but slap his forehead.
Now the situation had grown complex, and he knew he had to find a way to resolve this mess since it was he who had triggered these changes.
Noah, here you go.
A chilled drink was offered to him.
Noah looked up to see Gwen's adorable face, which instantly brightened his mood.
Oh, thank you. With over a year left, Noah felt there was no need to rush. Who knows, he might summon the Dragon King within that year.
Let's go and enjoy the fun of the amusement park, Gwen exclaimed as she took her drink, momentarily putting her worries aside.
There was no point in dwelling on those thoughts, worrying wouldn't solve anything, and he could always think about it later. Stepping out of the drink shop, the three of them navigated through the bustling crowd of tourists towards the popular rides. Along the way, they occasionally caught curious glances from others, some even mistaking them for celebrities and wanting to take pictures, but Noah politely declined.
As they reached the high-thrill ride area, Gwen suddenly pointed excitedly, "Look, do you want to ride that?" Noah turned to see where Gwen was pointing.
A twisting and turning roller coaster loomed ahead, resembling a soaring iron dragon coiling through the air. He could clearly see that the steepest drop was nearly at a right angle, and the faces of the people riding it were contorted in fear, with a few looking like they might faint.
"Starting off with that?" Noah asked, surprised.
He had planned to ease into the day with some lower-intensity rides, but Gwen immediately picked the high-thrill roller coaster.
"Yeah. It looks like so much fun." Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Alright then, let's go." Since Gwen was eager to ride, Noah didn't oppose her choice. At the roller coaster's starting point, Noah observed the visitors disembarking from the ride, some with shaky legs and nausea.
He couldn't help but marvel at humanity's innate desire for thrills. Despite their fear, they couldn't resist riding the coaster. He felt he wouldn't be like that, given that the excitement from his armor was far more intense than any roller coaster.
Ahaha! As the roller coaster approached an almost vertical track, a blonde woman next to Noah had already fainted. The coaster had 4 seats. Gwen and Lysandra were on Noah's right, while another blonde woman was on his left.
During the roller coaster's plunge, Gwen screamed with delight, and Noah could see that her excitement stemmed from pure enjoyment rather than fear. Lysandra maintained a steady smile throughout, and Noah, initially indifferent, began to find the roller coaster ride increasingly enjoyable under Gwen's influence. As the sun began to set, after an afternoon filled with fun, the trio decided to end their amusement park adventure on the iconic Ferris wheel. As their cabin reached the top, they were greeted by a breathtaking view. The sea at dusk seemed to be enveloped in a golden halo, while a massive sun, as red as a transparent kumquat, sank slowly beneath the horizon. "Wow, it's so beautiful," Gwen leaned against the window, gazing at the sunset.
"It really is stunning," Noah thought, having never witnessed such a scene in real life before.
He found himself momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him.
"Lysandra, let's take a picture." Noah remembered his long-standing photographic collection plan.
Whenever he encountered something interesting, he loved to capture it on camera. For instance, during his previous trip to Asgard, he had taken many photos, and he certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to document such a fascinating place. However, he had forgotten to take pictures when they entered the void because he was too focused on the matter at hand.
"Sure."
Lysandra waved her hand, and a camera made of nanomachines appeared, hovering above the 3 of them. Click! The moment was forever captured in the photograph, framed against the backdrop of the sunset.
Cut line by Gwen.
"Alright, time to seriously think about how to deal with the Celestials."
After their day at the amusement park, the trio returned home.
Gwen was still reminiscing about their adventures with Lysandra, discussing places she wanted to visit in the future, while Noah made his way down to the lab, starting to contemplate his plans moving forward. Originally, he thought he could enjoy some downtime after the events involving Thor and the Hulk, considering there was still about a year until the next major event, the Battle of New York. Moreover, this time Loki had not fallen into a wormhole but had been knocked out and imprisoned by Noah, making the occurrence of the Battle of New York uncertain. However, before he could enjoy his leisurely days, various troubles began to pile up. First, there was the matter of the void, followed by the situation with the Celestials, which left Noah feeling quite overwhelmed. Fortunately, neither issue was immediate, allowing him time to prepare. Let's put the void situation aside for now and focus on the Celestials and the Eternals.
Noah activated a virtual screen to search for the locations of the Eternals.
Centuries ago, the Eternals believed that after defeating the Deviants, they had no further purpose and remained on Earth waiting for orders from the Celestials. However, since the Celestial seed had not yet reached the time for emergence, the Celestials would not issue any new tasks. During the waiting period, some members of the Eternals developed conflicts, leading to their dispersion. Noah's task now was to attempt to locate them, using the movie's plot to narrow down the search. Circe and Sprite were the 2 he had already seen in New York, which struck him as strange since, in the movie, they lived in London, where Circe worked as a teacher.
Noah speculated that perhaps they had moved to England due to the turmoil happening in America.
Phastos, who lived in modern society, had transformed his home with high technology, making him more challenging to locate. Kingo was the easiest to find, as he was currently a star in Bollywood, and his information could be easily accessed online. As for the others, Noah felt at a loss. Gilgamesh and Thena had gone into hiding due to Thena's suffering from mad whispers, while Ikaris and Ajak were also untraceable, though Noah figured they shouldn't be too far apart. Druig was controlling primitive peoples in some ancient forest, while Matt Carey had been living aboard the Eternals spaceship.
So, the only Eternals whose locations I can confirm are 3? Noah rubbed his forehead.
If he decided to find these individuals later, he wondered if he could reach out to the others through these 3 known locations. He believed there must be a way, as the Eternals should have other special means of communication.
"I can't rush this."
Dealing with the newly emerged Celestials is relatively straightforward, the real trouble lies ahead.
Noah was confident in handling the task mentioned in the mission details.
The main target was Ikaris, possibly accompanied by his little fan, Sprite, and then they could follow the movie's plot to have Circe petrify the celestial body.
After learning the truth, the other Eternals would likely oppose the destruction of Earth.
Moreover, the new celestial seemed reluctant to see Earth perish, voluntarily delaying the emergent state, otherwise, Circe wouldn't have been able to petrify it so easily. After all, they were part of the celestial group, and even if just newly born, their power reached the pinnacle of the universe. Thus, completing the current task shouldn't be too difficult. The challenge would be facing Erishem, the Judgment Celestial, a heavyweight character among the Celestials. As his title suggests, he was responsible for judgment. If a planet or race passed his judgment, they would be safe, otherwise, trouble would ensue. Noah knew that by preventing the emergence, the outcome would likely not be favorable. Therefore, he planned to wait until he and the Eternals reached an agreement before executing this task, especially since he might have enough strength to confront the Judgment Celestial a year from now. Tomorrow, I'll go see the Ancient One and consult her about these matters. Closing the projection, Noah reclined in his chair. He decided to visit the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York the next day and meet the Ancient One, as he had many questions to ask her about the Void, the Eternals, and the Celestials. Time, midnight. A-level mission accepted. Kamartaj has constructed 3 sanctums on Earth, located in New York, Hong Kong, and London. These 3 sanctums serve as the foundation for a powerful magical array designed to protect Earth from incursions by deities from other dimensions. Of course, there are some exceptionally powerful deities who can use a portion of their power to create avatars and secretly enter Earth. For example, certain Hell Lords and some unscrupulous dark mages summon ancient demons using dark magic. These situations can be seen as small loopholes in the vast defensive network, but they had no direct relation to Noah. The entities that slipped through the cracks only presented him with more challenges and opportunities. Now, Noah stood on Bleecker Street in Manhattan, in front of an old-looking building clearly marked 177 Bleecker Street. Is this the New York Sanctum? Behind him, cars and pedestrians rushed by, typical of New York's fast-paced life. However, Noah wasn't in a hurry. He didn't have school to attend or any pressing tasks. After successfully accepting the mission early yesterday morning, he was here today to visit the Ancient One and seek her guidance. Knock knock. Noah gently tapped on the old building's door and patiently awaited a response from within. Creak. The door slowly opened a crack. Noah didn't see anyone inside, but since the door was ajar, he stepped into the sanctum. The interior was somewhat dim, with the only bright light coming from a large circular window directly opposite the entrance, where sunlight streamed in, illuminating the dark sanctum. Fortunately, he didn't see any cloaked figures floating in the air. The only person visible was a short-haired mage on the stairs. Noah recognized the figure from his familiar appearance. It was Wong, Stephen's assistant and friend, who would eventually become Doctor Strange. At this time, Stephen was still a brilliant surgeon, yet to suffer the accident that would lead him to Kamartaj for training. Hello, I'm Wong. You must be the guest Master Ancient One mentioned, Mr. Lee? Wong approached Noah, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect, a customary greeting among mages. Hello, Wong. Noah returned the gesture, feeling positively inclined towards Wong, especially since they both shared a Chinese heritage, and he had a fondness for the comedic character portrayed in the films. Let's not delay any longer, Master Ancient One is waiting for you. Wong waved his hand in the air, and a circular portal opened, crackling with sparks. The air emanating from the portal felt chilly, and through the circular opening, Noah caught a glimpse of the ancient architecture within, indicating that the other side led to the Ancient One's residence in the Himalayas. Nodding to Wong, Noah followed him through the portal. The temperature dropped suddenly, but it didn't affect Noah. Wong had endured years of training in this environment and was well accustomed to it. Moreover, Kamartaj's choice to be located in this place surely had its reasons for subjecting mages to such rigorous training. Noah, you've arrived. Stepping through the portal, Noah found himself in the center of a grand hall. Directly opposite him sat the Ancient One, meditating on a cushion with a wooden table in front of her, pouring tea into a cup. The steam rose visibly from the tea in the cold air. The Ancient One gestured for Noah to sit on the cushion across from her. Good morning, Master Ancient One. Oh, sorry, it seems it's already evening here, Noah greeted her, suddenly realizing the time difference between here and New York. Now seated across from the Ancient One, the hall was quiet, with only the two of them present. The Ancient One had requested everyone else to leave, as this conversation would involve important matters concerning the Dimensional Lords. Excellent tea, Noah remarked after taking a sip of the steaming beverage. He couldn't help but be impressed. The tea at Kamartaj was indeed exceptional, far better than the premium tea he bought at home. Master Ancient One, I came today because I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Noah set down his cup, ready to state the purpose of his visit.
I recently acquired a brand new dimension, and since I have no prior experience with it, I would like your guidance on how to harness the power of this dimension, Noah explained. He still didn't know how to effectively use the void dimension, possibly because his control over it was still limited, and he could only extract energy from it for now. I'm not a dimensional lord myself, and I know little about how to utilize dimensions. However, I suggest you come to Kamartaj to learn some magic. The Ancient One shared her thoughts, adding, Kamartaj reveres the trinity of Vishanti. We learn the white magic of the Vishanti, and the Vishanti can be considered powerful dimensional lords. Learning their magic may inspire you.
Learn magic? Noah pondered the Ancient One's suggestion.
In fact, he had considered this during his visit, as some of Kamartaj's spells were indeed very practical, like the portal and his favorite, the mirror dimension.
Are you willing to let me learn your magic here, Master Ancient One?
Of course. Kamartaj welcomes all who come, as long as you possess talent and determination and are not evil in nature, the Ancient One replied with a smile. Kamartaj was indeed open to almost everyone, provided they had a talent for learning magic. Magic at Kamartaj heavily relied on one's innate gifts. Some exceptionally talented individuals could learn spells almost instantly, while those without talent might never learn magic, even with a lifetime of effort.
Then I won't hold back, Noah nodded in agreement. This was certainly good news for him.
He believed his talent was decent enough, and this opportunity would help him supplement his sparse skill set. Moreover, unlike other mages at Kamartaj, he possessed a considerable reserve of magic within him, so he wouldn't need to borrow energy from others. He only needed to master the methods of using the magic.
As for the matters regarding the void dimension, Noah decided not to ask the Ancient One any further questions.
He figured she might not know how to control it more quickly either, and asking wouldn't yield any results. Next, he intended to inquire about his primary concern for this visit.
Master Ancient One, do you know about the Eternals?
The Ancient One paused momentarily while sipping her tea, then set her cup down.
Is this the main reason you came here today?
Yes, I'd like to understand what you know about the Eternals.
The Ancient One nodded and appeared to be recalling something.
During one of my uses of the Time Stone, I did sense a group of extraordinary beings that have lived on Earth since ancient times.
I even had an in-depth conversation with their leader, a Jack. And then? Noah asked curiously, eager to know what these two elder beings had discussed. You're not thinking of something inappropriate, are you?
The Ancient One raised an eyebrow, her intuition always sharp, but she didn't dwell on it, continuing, a Jack informed me of their mission for being here, and after observing all their members, I found that they posed no threat to Earth, so I didn't pay them much attention.
Then, do you know about the Celestials? Noah brought up the weighty term, and immediately, the Ancient One's expression turned serious. You know about the Celestials?